Chapter 1. The Great Waste. In the spirit communication continent, martial prowess reigns supreme, with clans flourishing and myriad paths contending. Qingyan City, situated in the eastern region of Houwu Prefecture, may be but a mere fragment of the Dian Empire, yet the depth of its heritage is remarkably profound. Countless minor families converge here, surrounding the illustrious 5 great clans that boast millennia of legacy. Within the grand estate of the Yuan family, a fragrant bloom permeates the expansive Hundred Flowers garden, stretching for miles around the city. At the center, beside a gilded pavilion for flower appreciation, the sound of laughter and playful banter occasionally resonates. "Master Yuan Fei, we're over here. Come and catch me." Through the floral gaps, 3 elegantly dressed young women, clad in light garments, playfully entice the handsome youth in their midst, their faces alight with mischief and jest. The youth, adorned in a white robe, with thick, raven-black hair cascading over his shoulders, bears a veil of black silk over his eyes, yet it fails to conceal the heroic aura emanating from his visage. He leans forward, inhaling the air, flitting about like a headless fly, oblivious to the floral fragrances that envelop the 3 maidens, his playful spirit undeterred. The slight pout on his lips reveals a subtle shift from his earlier demeanor. Observing Yuan Fei, who openly flirts with worldly women in broad daylight, the rows of maidens stifle their laughter, occasionally sighing. The name of this young Master Yuan Fei is known far and wide. At merely 17 years of age, his mind is filled with frivolous and lecherous thoughts. Most dare not voice their anger at his daily antics of bullying men and dominating women. For behind Yuan Fei stands the formidable Yuan clan. Without that backing, his cultivation, being merely at the first stage of human communication, would hardly earn him respect, much less fear. Among the 5 powerful families that dominate Qingyan City, the Yuan family is one of the venerable clans with a legacy spanning millennia. Yuan Fei's father is the head of the Yuan family. Talents abound within the city, and prodigies flourish. Among the younger generation of the 5 great families, only Yuan Fei stands as a laughingstock at 17. He has yet to enter the second stage of human communication. Among the 5 great families, and even within ordinary clans, he is the subject of ridicule. In public, due to the Yuan family's dominant status in Qingyan City, everyone treats him with deference. In private, however, he is the target of whispers and scornful jibes. In the spirit communication continent, martial prowess is revered, and strength is esteemed, a truth that has remained unchanged through the ages. In this world where martial arts have reached their zenith, countless martial practitioners emerge, collectively referred to as cultivators. Cultivators absorb the essence of heaven and earth to fortify their bodies, channel their meridians, and refine their sinews. Mighty warriors can shatter the cosmos with a mere flick of their fingers, or create a new world with a stomp of their feet. Thus, a strict hierarchy of martial prowess has evolved, clearly delineated into 9 stages and realms. The 9 realms commence with the 3 realms of heaven, earth, and humanity, followed by the 3 mysterious realms of sun, moon, and stars, culminating in the realm of life and death, truly the domain of dominion. Of course, such matters are far removed from Yuan Fei's reality. He has yet to grasp the delineation of martial strength, and even the concept of source energy remains elusive to him. For aside from the innate first stage of human communication he possessed at birth, his martial cultivation has shown not a hint of progress in the 17 years since. The sound of high heels clicking against the ground draws near, and Yuan Fei teasingly licks his lips, suddenly thrusting his hand forward, exclaiming, "Haha, behold my dragon claw." As he grasps, he finds the object surprisingly soft, unable to fully encircle it with his hands. A peculiar frown crosses his face as he mischievously remarks, "This softness is not like a green spiral shell, nor does it resemble spring jiao. Most importantly, this fragrance." In that instant, a thought strikes him, and he involuntarily shudders, slowly retracting his trembling hands while crouching down, attempting to retreat from the scene. He hears a sultry, bone-tingling hum, and suddenly, he is lifted into the air by a powerful force. After several futile struggles, he reluctantly removes his blindfold, offering a sheepish smile to the stunning woman before him. This woman, with her exquisite features, a delicate nose, captivating eyes, and cherry-red lips against flawless skin has long, alluring legs extending from her slender waist. The frost-like chill radiating from her elegant, oval face is softened by the slight upward curve of her lips, betraying her true emotions. Yuan Fei waves his hands vigorously at the three maidens behind him and discreetly signals the rows of attendants to depart. Once they've left, he shifts from his earlier lecherous demeanor, awkwardly saying, "Sister, why have you returned?" This breathtakingly beautiful woman is none other than Yuan Fei's sister, Yuan Xie, a renowned prodigy in both Qingyan City and the Dian Empire, a first-stage earth communication martial artist at the tender age of 18. She carelessly tosses Yuan Fei aside, adjusting her white gown, and remarks coolly, "After 2 years apart, you dare to lay hands on your own sister? Your strength may not have improved, but your audacity has certainly grown." Yuan Fei twitches his mouth, hastily shaking his head in a serious manner. His sister, though appearing harmless, is in truth a staunch traditionalist. Anyone who attempts to jest with her in such a manner would be courting disaster. Now that the life-and-death trial has concluded, I naturally had to return. Besides, as your sister, how could I ignore your engagement to the eldest daughter of the Zhu family? Yuan Xie elegantly stretches, causing her ample bosom to create a pronounced silhouette in the air. Upon hearing the word engagement, Yuan Fei reclines with his hands behind his head, nonchalantly whistling. For over a decade, there has been no contact between the Zhu family and me. Do you truly believe they will honor their previous promises and discuss the engagement with me this month? Yuan Xie momentarily falters, her beautiful eyes blinking rapidly as she contemplates Yuan Fei's words, recognizing their validity. She shakes her long, flowing hair and slightly parts her long legs, then replies, "Whether they come or not, we must be prepared in advance. Regardless of the outcome, I will always be by your side. There are matters I need to discuss with Father. Stay out of trouble, and for heaven's sake, do not provoke those unsavory characters." As Yuan Xie departs, she suddenly tosses a ring towards Yuan Fei, chuckling, "I found this storage ring in the trial. It looks quite impressive. Consider it a gift from me." Watching her graceful figure recede, Yuan Fei merely smiles nonchalantly, fiddling with the jet-black ring as he slides it onto his left middle finger. The moment the ring settles on his finger, a sudden tightness ensues, nearly numbing his digit. Yuan Fei grimaces and shakes his hand vigorously, but no matter how much he struggles, he cannot remove the ring. What is this cursed thing? Yuan Fei glares in disbelief at the unfolding scene, his hand and entire left arm becoming adorned with dark, vein-like patterns that glimmer with an eerie light, ultimately converging into the storage ring on his left hand. Chapter 2. The Lord of the Phantom Demon. A naturally pure young body. What an extraordinary talent for martial cultivation. An old, lecherous voice abruptly echoes in Yuan Fei's mind. Before he can fully comprehend the situation, a diminutive, emaciated old man with dark skin emerges from the ring. His form is ethereal, swaying like smoke in the breeze. Upon closer inspection, he appears not as a tangible being, but rather as a flickering shadow. "Who? What are you?" Yuan Fei's mouth drops open, wide enough to fit a fist, as he stutters, bewildered by the ugly old man hidden within his newly acquired ring. The old man grins wickedly, circling Yuan Fei's body with spectral speed, exclaiming in awe, "What a fine specimen! What a fine specimen indeed! Kid, I'm not just anything." He halts abruptly, glaring at Yuan Fei with bulging eyes, bellowing, "I am the master of the Phantom Demon Ring, the Lord of the Phantom Demon." Hand pressed against his heart, Yuan Fei fixates his inky eyes on the old man. Yet no matter how he looks, this dark, short figure seems anything but benevolent. The gluttonous gaze directed at him suggests a desire to swallow him whole. "Kid, I can offer you a chance kneel and bow to me as your master, and I guarantee you will soar to great heights." The old man licks his lips, a conspiratorial glint in his eyes. "Have this young master bow to you?" Yuan Fei's lips curl in disdain as he delivers a swift kick toward the old man's groin, fuming, "Old fool, just because you're ugly doesn't mean you can dream big." Though Yuan Fei's kick passes through the shadow, causing ripples of source energy to flutter, it fails to inflict any real harm on the old man. He gasps for breath, his eyes burning with resentment as he glares at the ring, cursing what a load of nonsense this phantom demon ring is. I don't want to get lost with this wretched trinket. The old man scoffs, undeterred by Yuan Fei's harsh words, and transforms into a flash of light, surging back into the ring. He whispers into Yuan Fei's heart, "Ha! The Lord of the Phantom Demon does not easily give up on those I have chosen. Just wait and see if the day comes when you plead for my guidance. Before this, should you dare to utter my existence, I shall promptly sever your fingers. Ha ha!" With this menacing proclamation, the esteemed elder of the dark spirits fell silent, as if the entire ordeal that Yuan Fei had just endured was naught but a wretched dream. Yuan Fei's teeth ground with resentment were it not for the ring that seemed to have fused with his finger. Even if it had been personally bestowed upon him by Yuan Sierra, he would not have entertained it for a moment. The thought of an unsightly old wretch lingering on his finger day after day filled his heart with an overwhelming torrent of vexation. As he ambled through the bustling streets, even the delicate greetings of the women around him failed to capture his interest. Yuan Sierra was undoubtedly unaware of the matters concerning the Dark Spirit Ring and its elder. Otherwise, she would not have entrusted him with such an artifact. Reflecting on the elder's words brought him to a momentary daze. Am I truly a pure young body? A prodigious talent? A promising prospect? For over a decade, he had never once heard a word of praise or commendation from others. Upon hearing it today, he felt an inexplicable discomfort. Yet he quickly shook his head with a smile, decisively dismissing the notion. I have toiled in secret for decades, and my martial arts have shown not the slightest advancement. How could I possibly be a promising prospect? How could I possibly be a promising prospect? The elder's deep, aged voice echoed in his mind like an ethereal whisper, seeping into the depths of his heart during Yuan Fei's moment of distraction. I, the elder of the dark spirits, have seen countless souls and cannot be mistaken. Your entire skeletal structure is remarkable. Your meridians robust. You are, in truth, a rare physique for martial cultivation. Furthermore, your Bodhis attributes are exceedingly pure. Only pure yang energy can break the seal of my dark spirit ring. The mere fact that I appear before you attests to your extraordinary nature. However, you are shrouded in a pall of gloom. If I am not mistaken, you have surely been poisoned. Moreover, this toxin has accumulated within you for decades. Cleansing it will not be a simple endeavor. Yuan Fei's head buzzed, and a flicker of peculiarity danced in his dark eyes. After a long pause, he snapped back to reality and cast a glance at the dull dark spirit ring, murmuring, "Old man, are you saying my stagnation in martial arts is due to the ingestion of a considerable amount of poison? Impossible. How could such a toxin escape my father's notice? This poison is called life-shrinking powder. Not even your father, let alone a Xuanqing realm expert, could easily detect it. This toxin is colorless and tasteless, a top-tier, slow-acting poison. It appears that someone has spared no expense in their efforts against you. Once you bow your head and acknowledge me as your master, I will undoubtedly assist you in expelling the poison from your body." Before the elder could finish his sentence, a hoarse voice emerged from behind Yuan Fei. This taunting and playful remark reverberated through the street, swiftly attracting a crowd of onlookers eager to revel in his misfortune. "Waste! How could you possibly afford to crawl out from under a woman's skirts today?" This alto familiar voice sent a shiver through Yuan Fei's heart. Turning awkwardly, he beheld a figure with a voice like a rusty bell, hands clasped behind his head, and lifeless eyes that betrayed no spark of vitality, save for the barely concealed glee in his words. The man, named Lu Xiang, was a direct descendant of the Lu family, one of the 5 great families, notorious for his prodigal ways. Aside from Yuan Fei, he was the second most infamous waste in Qingyan City. Among the offspring of the 5 great families, only Yuan Fei could serve as Lu Xiang's outlet for his frustrations, especially since Lu had recently crossed into the second stage of the human connection realm, while Yuan Fei had languished in stagnation for over a decade. Yuan Fei, having heard the elder's words, felt a tumultuous churn within him, akin to a dozen barrels of water swaying precariously. The fire of fury surged through his veins, extinguishing any desire for banter. He turned back with an indifferent expression and took strides toward the Yuan residence. Lu Xiang had not anticipated such a response. Observing the murmurs and derisive laughter of the onlookers, his complexion shifted dramatically. Useless waste. I am speaking to you. Have your ears been stuffed with donkey hair? Lu Xiong stomped the ground, unleashing a wave of invisible force that struck Yuan Fei's back with unerring precision, followed by a thunderous crash. The immense pressure emanating from Lu Xiong, now in the second stage of the human connection realm, was beyond Yuan Fei's capacity to withstand. This seemingly trivial gust of force disrupted his internal energy, leaving his entire back numb and senseless. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, Yuan Fei's eyes turned crimson with rage. Though he could not withstand Lu Xiong's earlier force, it gradually brought him back to a state of calmness. The issue of the poison lingered in his mind, affecting his state of being. In comparison to the years of neglect and disdain he had endured, the physical pain he currently felt was trivial. Lu Xiong, I shall remember this strike. One day, I will stand at heights you will never be able to reach. You shall forever remain a mere ant beneath my feet. Chapter 3. No one can take her away. What? An ant. Haha. Yuan Fei, has your brain been kicked by a donkey? How dare you even utter the word ant in my presence? Do not forget. I am a second-tier martial artist of the human communication realm. You, a mere first-tier martial artist, could easily be crushed by my presence without me lifting a finger. Who is the true ant here? Do you not understand in your heart? With a slight curl of his lips, Yuan Fei cast a fearless glance and walked toward the Yuan family, his steps trembling. His gaze was resolute, like a flash of lightning in the night. Piercing through the heart of Lu Xiong with 1,000 sharp rays, did I end that instant. A chill of sweat broke out on Lu Xiong's back. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and involuntarily took a few steps back. From those dark eyes, he saw a ferocity and coldness he had never encountered before. Watching the figure dissipate into the crowd, Lu Xiong clenched his fists in frustration, realizing that as a second-tier martial artist, he had been frightened into a cold sweat merely by a glance from Yuan Fei. Heh, young man, you possess great potential for becoming a demon. Would you consider becoming my disciple? If you are willing to inherit my legacy, you shall undoubtedly become a formidable force in the spirit communication continent. Seizing the moment when Yuan Fei remained silent, the elder of the dark demon displayed a lingering greedy intent. He furrowed his brow and responded with a slightly hoarse voice. Old man, I have no desire to engage in idle chatter with you. Who forced me to ingest the life-shrinking powder? I must uncover the source of the 10 years of neglect and disdain I have suffered. The Yuan family estate was grand and imposing, with 2 massive stone lions at the entrance, gazing down upon the throngs of people below. Yuan Fei coughed violently twice, struggling to lean against the giant paw of the stone lion. His vision increasingly blurred. Lu Xiong's seemingly insignificant aura had genuinely pressed heavily upon his entire back. In his current state, even a gentle breeze could send him sprawling to the ground, shaking off the guards who rushed to support him. Yuan Fei made his way directly to the main hall of the Yuan family. The maids and servants bowed in deference, not daring to utter a sound in his presence, fearful of provoking this mad, dog-like young master. Observing the sudden increase in attendance before the hall, a sense of foreboding surged within Yuan Fei. Before he could step through the hall doors, 3 figures, a man and a woman, materialized before his eyes. The elder in the center had a head of white hair. Though frail in appearance, he exuded authority, and the fluctuations of energy emanating from him far exceeded Yuan Fei's perception. To the elder's left stood an incredibly beautiful woman with a voluptuous figure. Her shoulders were partially exposed, her collarbone distinct, her skin as smooth as jade and as pale as snow. The deep valley between her breasts was captivating, evoking insatiable desire with just a glance. The young woman wore a tight-fitting red miniskirt that accentuated her curves, revealing legs that were as long and fair as those of Yuan Shi. Most notably, despite her tender age of 17, she possessed the martial prowess of a 7th-tier martial artist, a formidable presence that Yuan Fei felt compelled to look up to, even if she was somewhat overshadowed by the man to the elder's right. If his assumptions were correct, this was the eldest daughter of the Zhu family, Zhu Huanxian. Gazing straight ahead into the hall, Yuan Chengfeng sat in the upper seat with a grave expression, embodying a silent fury. Even Yuan Shi, standing behind him, wore a frosty demeanor, her beautiful eyes cold as ice. Yuan Fei furrowed his brow oddly, quietly listening from outside the door. Zhu Huanqian casually saluted Yuan Chengfeng, her voice devoid of emotion. Uncle Yuan is a perceptive man and should grasp the purpose of my visit. Yuan Fei's martial cultivation has stagnated, rendering him as useless as a waste that I refuse to marry a good-for-nothing. Hence, I am here to annul our engagement, that he is not your affair to comment upon. Women like you, proud and arrogant, not only do you not wish to marry into our family, but even if you did, the Yuan family would refuse. Yuan Shi'er furrowed her brows tightly, her lips curling in anger. The elder interjected, stopping Zhu Huanqian from advancing to retort, narrowing his eyes at Yuan Shi'er, nodding with a smile. I have heard much about young Master Yuan Fei, and initially believed him to be a rare martial talent. How does the Grand Elder of the Martial Heaven Sect? My visit to your Yuan family is not solely to assist Huanqian in resolving her engagement with Yuan Fei. I also wish to propose a formal alliance with your family. As I have heard that your adopted daughter, Shi'er, is renowned for her beauty and prowess, the my unworthy disciple, Zhu Xianyi, has taken a liking to her and wishes to seize this opportunity to formally propose a union. With that, the elder waved his sleeve, and several glowing orbs of energy descended before Yuan Chengfeng. Gasping at the sight of the orbs, Yuan Chengfeng instinctively inhaled sharply. Among the few rare herbs, there was also a medium-grade cleansing elixir. The rarity of such elixirs surpassed common imagination, and the cleansing elixir was particularly sought after for its potent medicinal properties, capable of rejuvenating even the most inept individual, granting them astounding martial aptitude once more. Yuan Shi'er bit her lip tightly, feeling a surge of anxiety. It was evident that the elder Chengfeng had come prepared, knowing that the Yuan family's greatest vulnerability lay in Yuan Fei, thus offering this cleansing elixir. With this elixir on the table, Chengfeng's proposal was already more than halfway successful. She cast a glance at the silent Yuan Chengfeng and then at Zhu Xianyi, whose eyes gleamed with ambition. A flicker of disappointment and unspoken emotions creeping onto her delicate face. You think a mere cleansing elixir can exchange for Sister Xia, the illustrious martial heaven sect of the great Yan Empire. And yet they resort to such petty tactics. I care not whether you are Zhu Xianyi or Zhu Xianer. Our Yuan family desires no connection with your Zhu family whatsoever. Yuan Fei suppressed the chaotic energy within him, smashing his fist against the stone door of the hall, his roar reverberating throughout the entire space. All eyes turned to the trembling figure of Yuan Fei as he strode in with a commanding presence. Yuan Chengfeng was startled into a cold sweat by the sudden outburst and hurriedly admonished, "Feier, do not act recklessly." Elder Chengfeng's eyes twitched slightly, stroking his beard with a sardonic smile, while Zhu Huanqian mocked him, crossing her arms and casually stepping before Yuan Fei, saying, "You arrived just in time. I trust you heard what I said earlier. If only you would, I have no interest in you whatsoever." Yuan Fei fixed his gaze on Yuan Shi'er, deliberately avoiding Zhu Huanqian's sultry figure, and earnestly bowed to Yuan Chengfeng. Zhu Huanqian's mouth fell slightly open, her gaze momentarily dazed. The illustrious eldest daughter of the Zhu family, accustomed to being revered and flattered, found herself disregarded by a so-called waste right before her eyes? Father, although Sister Shi'er shares no blood relation with our Yuan family, she has always stood by my side, unwaveringly, no matter the circumstances. Even when I am deemed a worthless fool, she has never once wished to distance herself from me. Such loyalty surpasses even that of blood siblings. Therefore, without my consent, no one shall take her away. Chapter 4. A delay of 3 years. Yuan Chengfeng's body trembled, his eyes reflecting an unusual glimmer. He was well aware of the repercussions of his forthcoming actions, yet he smiled and returned the glowing orbs, saying, "Elder Chengfeng, what Yuan Fei just stated is not without merit. Although Shi'er is my adopted daughter, I have always regarded her as my own flesh and blood. This cleansing elixir may indeed offer Feier a chance at rebirth. However, I must ask you to retract your offer, Elder Chengfeng." Elder Chengfeng stood with his hands clasped behind his back, exhaling a breath of frustration. His wrinkled face grew slightly cold as he remarked, "The Yuan family certainly possesses great audacity. Are you suggesting that you wish to refuse the goodwill of the Martial Heaven sect?" Huanqian's words, I trust Elder Chengfeng also heard. The engagement is based on mutual consent. Since negotiations have failed, why must the Grand Elder be so assertive? The Martial Heaven sect, as a prestigious sect of the great Yin Empire, would not hold a grudge over such trivial matters. Would they? Trivial matters? Huh. I, as the Grand Elder of the Martial Heaven sect, did not come here to hear your refusals. Qingfeng's voice rose sharply. Xianni, I ask you once more, do you still wish to have Yuan Shi'er? The man referred to as Zhu Xian, he swept his gaze over Yuan Shi'er's stunning visage before resolutely bowing to Elder Qingfeng, stating, I do, brother, since the Elder is backing you. What is there to fear? The Yuan family is but a trifling matter. Eliminating them would be a mere blink of an eye. If you desire Yuan Shi'er, we shall simply take her. Zhu Huanqian's face lit up with excitement as she gestured to the still hesitant Zhu Xianni. Her disdainful gaze toward Yuan Fei now tinged with an ominous intent. Yuan Fei's heart sank, slowly shifting his gaze to Zhu Huanqian. Even though she had ruthlessly proposed to sever their engagement and completely dissociate from him, he had never been as enraged as he was now. Destroy the Yuan family. A mere practitioner of the 7 transitions in the realm of martial arts dares to extinguish the Yuan family with ease. Her audacity stems solely from the presence of a Grand Elder from the Martial Heaven sect by her side. Yuan Fei's heart burned with fury as he stiffly uttered, What a shameless wretch you are. What did you say? Zhu Huanqian, gritting her silver teeth, casually flung a dark purple orb towards Yuan Fei. The orb shimmered with dazzling radiance, containing enough power to obliterate a 5-transition practitioner, should it strike directly. It would instantly reduce him to mere ashes in the vastness of the universe. Yuan Shi'er, alarmed by the impending danger, quickly formed a seal with her delicate hand and sent a palm towards the orb, which was merely a few meters away from Yuan Fei. With a soft pop, the orb shattered into fragments, scattering like dust at Yuan Fei's feet. The destruction of the purple orb caused Zhu Huanqian to emit a muffled groan, and she staggered backward, colliding into Zhu Xuani's embrace. Qingfeng, witnessing this, flashed a momentary look of severity across his weathered face. With a flick of his sleeve, everything within the hall erupted with explosive force. Even the pure gold chair upon which Yuan Qingfeng sat was reduced to countless golden specks by this casual display of power. At the pinnacle of the Xuanqing realm, Yuan Qingfeng retreated. Spitting blood, his expression one of shock, faced with a peak Xuanqing practitioner. He, as a mere practitioner of the 1 transition, had no means of resistance. Qingfeng, with a cold chuckle, extended his other rough, slender hand and grasped at the air in Yuan Shi'er's direction. Instantly, her body became immobilized, suspended helplessly in midair. Seizing the opportunity, Zhu Xuani propelled himself toward Yuan Shi'er with the speed of a cannonball. Stop! Yuan Fei's thoughts raced as he shouted at Zhu Xuani, who was soaring toward the sky to end that fleeting moment of distraction. Yuan Shi'er, reversing her internal energy, suffered a backlash and violently coughed up blood, her body floating down like a feather. Her delicate face turned pale, and the corners of her perfect cherry lips were stained with the telltale crimson. The act of reversing one's energy flow is perilous for a martial artist. It can severely diminish one's strength or, worse, shatter one's meridians entirely. Ah, what a fiery young lady! The Spectre Sovereign yawned nonchalantly, his languid voice echoing in Yuan Fei's mind. This indifferent tone was perceived by Yuan Fei as a lifeline. With fervor, he bellowed, Old ghost, did you not wish to take me as your disciple? I offer you a chance to prove yourself that if you can help me resolve this matter, I shall acquiesce. Oh, the Spectre Sovereign's interest was piqued, and he shifted from his previous lethargy to a jovial tone, chuckling softly, Little one, do you speak truthfully? Only upon receiving Yuan Fei's solemn vow did he respond with satisfaction. The Spectre Ring is a treasure I have painstakingly forged over my lifetime. Though you cannot fully wield it yet, it contains a fragment of my essence and soul. What does that mean? The Spectre Sovereign paused, then stated blandly, Currently, I am but a wisp of a soul, my power far diminished compared to before. However, I can assist you in activating the Spectre Ring, enabling you to withstand a full-force strike from a 1 transition practitioner. Only able to withstand an attack from a 1 transition practitioner. Yuan Fei's eyes twitched. Among Qingfeng's trio, only Zhu Huanqian had not crossed into the 1 transition realm. Gritting his teeth, his dark, profound gaze shimmered with unyielding defiance. Qingfeng flicked a finger at Yuan Qingfeng, and his body was unexpectedly slammed against the wall. Zhu Xuani, having regained his composure from Yuan Shi'er's stubbornness, descended from midair, standing silently beside Zhu Huanxian, who remained behind Qingfeng, reigning in his overwhelming aura. Qingfeng stroked his long beard and coldly addressed the hand-clutching Yuan Xie. You must now see that once I take action, the Yuan family will be obliterated in an instant. You must make a choice. He stood with hands clasped behind his back, slowly turning to gaze at the ominous, darkened sky outside the hall. Yuan Xie's complexion darkened. Faced with the formidable elder Qingfeng and even Zhu Xuani's intervention, she found herself utterly defenseless. Qingfeng had not forcibly taken her away, which was already a considerable concession. Should she utter even a single word of dissent, the entire Yuan family would surely suffer the consequences. I can agree to this marriage proposal. Yuan Xie pursed her cherry lips tightly, then exhaled wearily. Provided that you can reach the realm of the celestial transition within 3 years. If you are truly the genius everyone claims. You should not find this a daunting task, correct? Before Zhu Xuani could respond, Qingfeng scoffed, 3 years of delay. Do you truly think I am unaware of your thoughts, if you believe you can catch up to Xuani's pace in such a short span? You are sorely mistaken. The Grand Elder's words astonished him. His thoughts mirrored those of Zhu Huanxian. If he could not advance to the celestial transition within 3 years, what face would he have to propose a marriage? After all, he would not wish to entrust himself to someone beneath his capabilities. Would he? Chapter 5. Then let us wait and see. In the face of Yuan Xie's final struggle, Zhu Xuani stood tall with unwavering confidence, a narrow grin spreading across his face with exhilaration. Fear not, monsieur. I, Zhu Xuani, shall provide you with a satisfactory answer. Of course, I also hope you will remember today's promise. Within 3 years, I shall break through the shackles of the celestial transition and make you Yuan Xie my woman. Zhu Xuani's declaration reverberated like thunder, exploding within Yuan Fei's heart. His teeth ground together, completely disregarding the blood that seeped from his lips. The rage coursed through him. The Zhu family. Martial Heaven sect. Is this what they call a prestigious sect? You have no right to speak here. Zhu Xuani wielded his energy to form a sword, delivering a powerful strike toward Yuan Fei's chest. A mere practitioner of the one transition like Yuan Fei was akin to an insignificant insect in his eyes. The only reason he had spared Yuan Fei's life in the past was out of consideration for Yuan Xie's feelings. Now, with Zhu Xuani's fervent declarations interrupted, Yuan Fei's wrath had been ignited as he perceived the energy sword aimed at his chest. Yuan Fei's gaze turned vengeful, his tone bloodthirsty. 3 years. Then I shall wait for 3 years. I will personally come to claim the lives of you and that old dog Qingfeng. Boom. A colossal explosion erupted, unleashing a tempestuous wave of energy that shook the 9 stone pillars supporting the Yuan family hall, which quickly became riddled with jagged cracks. Zhu Huanxian shook off the dust that clung to her, a sardonic smile gracing her lips. Her soft voice rang out, yet it felt eerily cold and foreboding within the hall. Qingfeng squinted slightly, nodding in approval. Such a display served to uphold the martial heaven sect's reputation. His figure vanished into thin air, addressing the smoke-filled hall. Yuan Xie, do not forget the promise you made to Xuani. Should you dare to harm my beloved disciple, I will not hesitate to see every life in the Yuan family meet the same fate as Yuan Fei. 3 streaks of light faded into the distance, vanishing amidst the oppressive darkness of the sky. Yuan Xie parted her cherry lips, 2 tears tracing unbidden paths down her cheeks. Even Yuan Qingfeng, despite his steadfast composure, succumbed to rage, spitting blood at the sight of the explosion. As long as I, Yuan Fei, draw breath, you shall remain in eternal torment. I shall reduce every blade of grass, every insect, and every beast of the martial heaven sect to mere dust in the wind. Amidst the debris, Yuan Fei lay in tatters, his hair disheveled, his body a grotesque mess of blood and flesh. As he extended a trembling hand, geysers of blood erupted forth, revealing the stark whiteness of his bones. To have pushed the specter ring to such an extent is indeed remarkable. I had thought that merely withstanding a blow from a one-transition practitioner would be the limit, yet you managed to endure even a full-force strike from a 5-transition practitioner. However, the wisp of consciousness I retained within the specter ring is nearly exhausted. The specter sovereign praised him, yet Yuan Fei felt a weight lift from his shoulders as he sighed, his eyelids growing heavy. And he collapsed onto the cold ground. Father. Yuan Fei is still alive. Yuan Sierra was the first to discern the blurred figure amidst the swirling blood mist. Ignoring her own pain, she supported herself and tenderly embraced Yuan Fei. A wave of bittersweet emotions surged within her, triggering a cascade of tears that glistened upon her beautiful face. Yuan Chengfeng shivered, shaking off the lingering dizziness, and tentatively grasped Yuan Fei's arm, confirming he was indeed alive. "Ha ha! The heavens favor our Yuan family. The heavens favor our Yuan family. That Feier could survive an attack from a 5 transition practitioner is simply inconceivable." Hearing this heartfelt roar, Yuan Xia knelt before Yuan Chengfeng, her knees touching the ground in respect. "Father, you have treated me as your own daughter, yet due to my actions, I have brought great shame upon our family, nearly costing my brother Yuan Fei his life. I am at a loss for words. Please punish me. It is not your fault. The Wu Tian sect and the Zhu family have been exceedingly oppressive, their actions starkly contrasting with those of the esteemed righteous sects. Alas, I, Yuan Chengfeng, am inadequate, unable to protect my own son and daughter. However, we, the Yuan family, would rather stand and face death than kneel and live. Without a backbone, there is no hope." After a moment of silence, he solemnly remarked, "Yet you hastily made a 3-year pact with Zhu Xian. If he truly manages to reach the Tiantong realm within 3 years, you will—" Yuan Xia tightly embraced the slumbering Yuan Fei, a resolute determination blossoming from within her heart. She raised her delicate brows and spoke softly. "Father, fret not for now. In 3 years, I still possess the possibility to make an effort. Now that the trial of death has concluded, I shall participate in the selection battle of the Great Yin Empire next month. Should I place among the top 3, I will gain the privilege to choose a sect at my leisure." To choose a sect at will. How easily said. A gentle fragrance wafted into Yuan Fei's nostrils. Sensing this familiar and tangible scent, he struggled to open his heavy eyelids. Yuan Sierra was kneeling at the edge of the bed, gently gripping her own hand, which was wrapped in bandages. The corners of her eyes, tinged with a slight redness, clearly indicated she had recently wept. Yuan Fei moved his fingers slightly, which startled Yuan Sierra awake. She stood up abruptly, her fair face instantly alight with joy. "You have finally awakened. Sister has been terrified over the past half-month. What would I do if something happened to you?" Half a month, he cleared his throat, but did not feel any discomfort from thirst. His body had fully regained its vitality and sensation, with his martial prowess at the first tier of human communication. It was certainly impossible to endure such a long duration without food or drink. During your half-month slumber, I fed you soup and medicine mouth to mouth every day. Otherwise, how could you have recovered so swiftly? Oh, that focused expression. I've never seen you like that before." Yuan Fei unintentionally licked his lips, causing a blush to bloom on Yuan Xi's jade-like cheeks. Realizing the awkwardness, she feigned calmness and turned away. "Father is still in seclusion. I shall convey this good news to him first." Listening to Yuan Sierra's hurried departure, Yuan Fei fell in a deep contemplation. "How is it, little one? Have you pondered the matter I entrusted to you?" Suddenly, a stream of light burst forth from the shadowy ring on his middle finger, forming a spectral figure before him. The Elder of Shadow Magic wore an expression that bore an uncanny smile. His frail, diminutive figure combined with a lecherous demeanor, presenting an image that was decidedly unseemly. Yuan Fei nonchalantly curled his lips. "Old fool, I advise you to abandon this notion. There is absolutely no way I would kneel to you." Upon hearing this, the Elder of Shadow Magic's smiling face abruptly froze, and he anxiously rubbed his hands. "What? So many people spend their entire lives yearning for something unattainable, yet you show no interest? In this spirit-linked continent, my title as Elder of Shadow Magic is known far and wide. Countless scions of esteemed families wish to become my disciples, yet I can hardly be bothered to cast them a glance. If you wish to live with dignity in the spirit-linked continent, you must strengthen your own abilities. Otherwise, you shall forever remain under the protection of others. Now, there exists an opportunity for you to grow stronger. All it requires is that you bow your head and acknowledge me as your master." The Elder of Shadow Magic's eyes widened, completely disregarding the drool spilling from his mouth. Yuan Fei narrowed his eyes, recalling the events of half a month prior, which had indeed stirred a sense of anxiety and restlessness within him. Never before had he yearned for power as he did now. Chapter 6. The Great Demon Scripture. As long as you are willing to inherit all that I possess, I am confident I can cultivate you into a formidable anomaly of the spirit-linked continent. At that time, you may desire as many women as you wish, crave the admiration and envy of countless gazes, and even trample millions beneath your feet. Such things will be effortlessly within your grasp. One sentence left Yuan Fei's heart in turmoil. He gritted his teeth and sat upright, determination glimmering fiercely in his eyes. I am willing to acknowledge you as my master, but I shall not bow my head. You stubborn little thing. The elder of shadow magic puffed out his cheeks, though he quickly resumed his smiling demeanor, circling around Yuan Fei's bedside. Well, if you want to kneel, then so be it. However, there is one matter you must consider carefully. Stepping into the path of darkness carries considerable risks. The demon is universally reviled and not recognized by those of righteous stature. Should you fall into the path of darkness, you would be choosing to stand against the entire world. This solitude and desolation will one day leave you utterly alone, with 3,000 paths to choose from. What defines righteousness and wickedness? If the Wu Tian sect is universally hailed as justice, then what harm is there in choosing to stand against the world? If I cannot dominate this world, I will inevitably be cast aside by it. Yuan Fei's gaze momentarily blanked, brimming with unwavering resolve. The elder of shadow magic nodded in appreciation, gravely stating, I have walked my path in solitude, always acting according to my own inclinations. Though I practice dark arts, my heart harbors benevolence. Compared to those hypocritical individuals cloaked in the guise of righteousness, the path of darkness embodies my ultimate principles. Practicing the dark arts is not as simple as you might imagine. While it may be more potent than the average physique, the rate of cultivation is akin to a tortoise's crawl. Fortunately, you possess the rare pure yang physique, enabling you to manipulate the 5 elemental forces of wind, fire, thunder, water, and earth. This grants you the distinct advantage of converting demonic energy at a rate exceeding that of ordinary cultivators by more than 5-fold. Yuan Fei's mouth fell agape in disbelief, perplexed. Manipulating the 5 elemental forces, the pure yang physique possesses such an advantage. For martial practitioners, bones and sinews serve as support, while the source Dan is paramount. Upon successfully breaking through to the first tier of human communication, the source energy will condense into a source Dan the size of a thumb within the body. Once the source Dan takes shape, it remains unchanged for life, categorized into 5 forms that complement one another. Wind, fire, thunder, water, and earth are the 5 fundamental attributes of Source Dan, which in turn correspond to 5 types of physiques. Yuan Fei's astonishment stemmed from his possession of such an enviable and fearsome physique that if he could freely convert the 5 types of source energy in the world into the demonic energy he required, would he not be able to dub himself the pure yang demon body? Fortunately, you have successfully condensed your Dan. You simply need to utilize your mental methods to transform your internal source energy into demonic source energy. The elder of shadow magic vigorously rubbed his palms together, cheerfully moving closer to Yuan Fei, extending his aged hand to explore Yuan Fei's forehead. The moment his finger made contact, a surge of immense cultivation information composed of demonic source energy flooded into Yuan Fei's mind, causing him to shudder and involuntarily twitch his lips. This mental method is called the Great Demon Scripture. How far you can utilize it will depend on your future fortune. After stroking his not-so-long beard several times, the elder of shadow magic wore a lecherous grin, as if he were plotting something sinister regarding Yuan Fei's cultivation of the Great Demon Scripture. The more he displayed such an expression, the more peculiar Yuan Fei felt that he pouted in confusion. What do you mean by depending on my fortune? Mental methods and martial arts belong to the 9-tier classification. 1 to 3 are mundane. 4 to 6 are transformative, and 7 to 9 are supreme skills. The higher the level, the faster the absorption and circulation of source energy. After a brief pause, the elder of shadow magic slowly closed his old eyes and smiled. The peculiarity of the Great Demon Scripture lies in this. If you can reach the Dominion realm, it will be a genuine 9-tier, unparalleled mental method. If you remain at the first tier of human communication throughout your life, it can only be regarded as a 1-tier mundane mental method. Yuan Fei opened his mouth, shaking his head with displeasure. No, I want to exchange it for another. The elder of shadow magic's mirthful face suddenly froze, a hint of awkwardness and anger escaping his lips. None. You ungrateful little rascal. Do you have any idea how many people knelt and begged me for this in the past? I was reluctant to part with it, yet now I am offering it to you for free. And you still do not appreciate it? Old man, do not deceive me. How could a mental method with no rank or power be something anyone would clamor for? Yuan Fei laughed derisively, a surge of contempt swelling in his heart. Stop wasting my time. You will gradually come to appreciate the benefits of the great demon scripture. While no one is here to disturb us, hurry and begin your initiation. The elder of shadow magic puffed out his beard, his eyes widening like copper bells, entirely disregarding any opportunity for Yuan Fei to respond. Seeing him become so serious, Yuan Fei had no choice but to sit cross-legged, focusing intently on the obscure and intricate language within his mind. After gaining some understanding, he began attempting to guide the source energy through the corresponding meridians that a peculiar sensation coursed through his body, causing Yuan Fei to shiver involuntarily. Only when a primary meridian enveloped in ethereal black light did he slowly open his eyes. The first significant step of the great demon scripture is to gradually reinforce the more than 10 primary meridians within the body, enveloping them in boundless demonic light. Subsequently, as one's strength continues to grow, more concealed meridians within the body will be developed to accelerate the conversion speed of source energy. Seeing Yuan Fei successfully demonicize the first primary meridian in less than half a day's time, the elder of shadow magic squinted with satisfaction, murmuring excitedly, "Among the myriad entities in this world, there are two that bring me joy. These two divine objects are the culmination of my life's work, one being the shadowy ring upon your left hand, and the other, this self-created magical mental method, the great demon scripture. Young man, since you have sincerely sought me as your master, I shall unreservedly impart these two treasures to you." Yuan Fei sharply twitched the corner of his eye and suddenly opened his gaze. He cast a peculiar glance at the frail and diminutive figure of the shadow demon sovereign, his heart inevitably filled with doubt. It is one thing to create a mental technique, but even to forge a martial art. If one does not possess strength beyond the Xinyang realm, it is utterly impossible. Compared to martial arts, the creation of mental techniques is even more arduous. Even upon reaching the genuine sovereign realm, it is not something that can be achieved casually. Old fellow, since this mental technique was crafted by you, you must have mastered it to perfection, correct? Pray tell, what is its potency? Yuan Fei swallowed hard, eagerly inquiring. Regardless of the shadow demon sovereign's prowess in life, the seriousness of his expression suggested he was not speaking falsely. Thus, the true extent of this mental technique's power became Yuan Fei's foremost concern. The shadow demon sovereign helplessly shook his head, responding calmly, "Although I created the Grand Demon Sutra, I have never practiced it myself, nor has anyone under my command ever garnered my approval to inherit it. In other words, no one knows its true power." Yuan Fei turned his stiff neck to gaze blankly at the shadow demon sovereign, taking a quarter of an hour to fully process the situation. "Old immortal, are you jesting with me? Oh, do not be so agitated. Although you are the first to practice the Grand Demon Sutra, the exact level you can reach remains uncertain. However, I can assure you of one thing. This Grand Demon Sutra is a transcendent existence among all realms. You deceitful old man, I shall trust you this once." With that, Yuan Fei anxiously narrowed his eyes once more, circulating the source energy within him, his mind delving into the now darkened veins of his body. After half a day, he increasingly perceived the benefits of the Grand Demon Sutra. This Grand Demon Sutra is indeed peculiar. On the surface, the absorbed source energy appears no different from the most ordinary 5 elemental energies. Yet upon entering the veins, it transforms into a cold and eerie black demonic energy. Within 3 days, the 15 major veins within Yuan Fei's body had all become suffused with a faint demonic glow. The next crucial step he needed to take was to compress all this transformed demonic energy into the martial source Dan, thereby achieving the so-called pure Yang Demon Dan. Having made sufficient preparations, he gritted his teeth and, following the techniques described in the Grand Demon Sutra, formed a seal to guide the demonic energy clinging to his veins towards the martial source Dan. The demonic energy, spurred by guidance, surged through the veins like a ravenous wolf pursuing its prey, carrying with it an overwhelming aura. The pain contorted his expression, and he curled up on the bed, hands clutching his abdomen. In a fleeting moment, he was drenched in sweat, his face turning an ashen hue. He focused his mind, initiating a steady circulation to allow the veins to adapt to the flow of demonic energy. When the moment was ripe, he would compress it all into the martial source Dan in one decisive surge. The shadow demon sovereign spoke with a grave tone, entirely devoid of the previous lewdness and jest. The sudden utterance felt like a lifeline to Yuan Fei, compelling him to follow the advice given, attempting to let the dense demonic energy circulate back and forth within his body. After half a day, the pain in his abdomen had begun to subside. Yuan Fei's expression remained tense as he controlled the demonic energy coursing through the 15 veins until the once violent energy turned docile. Only then did he gather himself and exert all his strength to compress the rich demonic energy towards the martial source Dan. Upon the diminutive martial source Dan, a faint source energy flame flickered, seemingly so fragile that a mere breath could extinguish it. Yet, when the pitch-black demonic energy surged into it, it ignited like a fire doused with gasoline, dramatically amplifying its burning intensity, now more than 3 times its previous size. Transformation of demons. A peculiar black light flashed, and when he gazed upon the martial source Dan again, it had transformed into a black pill the size of a coin, surrounded by a dense array of demonic flames, rendering it exceedingly strange and fearsome. Following this, an invisible wave of energy surged forth from Yuan Fei's body in all directions, that in an instant, the entire room filled with a smoke-like black source energy. The demonic aura swirling around Yuan Fei, emitting chilling sounds akin to those from the depths of hell. Yuan Fei's once dark and flowing hair began to change color from the roots, visibly spreading to the tips, the stark whiteness lending him an air of murderous intent and bloodlust. Only when the demonic energy that had filled the room surged back into his body did he slowly open his eyes, which shimmered with a crimson hue. Fortunately, this phenomenon did not persist. It quickly returned to its usual deep black, for otherwise, appearing with red eyes would surely be quite terrifying. Is there truly no significant difference? After absorbing and transforming so much demonic energy, I am still merely in the first realm of human connection. Yuan Fei spread his arms and surveyed his limbs, dissatisfaction evident on his face. Your ability to transform into a demon within 3 days has already exceeded my expectations. That is for why your martial arts remain at the first realm of human connection. It is closely tied to the decade of potent poison you have ingested. The Shadow Demon Sovereign's patient explanation prompted Yuan Fei to furrow his brows in confusion. Old man, my source energy has already transformed into demonic energy. Can it not even overcome this trivial toxin? Foolish lad. Do you truly believe that transforming into a demon means becoming a soulless fiend? The difference between demonic energy and source energy is not vast. It is merely an enhanced version of source energy. While it grants you greater strength, it does not render you immune to all poisons or alter your constitution. The reason we practitioners of demonic arts are not recognized by others is precisely due to this. Such exponential growth in speed and power is not something everyone can rival. The Shadow Demon Sovereign shook his old face, appearing somewhat vexed. Furthermore, cultivating demonic energy significantly reduces one's lifespan. To obtain greater power, one must pay a heavier price, which is also one of the reasons the demonic path is not acknowledged by martial cultivators. Significantly reduced lifespan. Yuan Fei's ears buzzed, the phrase echoing in his mind like a headless fly. Old immortal, why did you not tell me such an important matter sooner? The Shadow Demon Sovereign grinned wickedly. All right, you little rascal, since I have allowed you to transform into demonic energy, I naturally have my reasons. It is merely a matter of reduced lifespan. Have no worries. I have spent decades researching a formula for a pill. As long as you gather the medicinal ingredients listed, you can eliminate all the aftereffects caused by the transformation. Do not think that just a few decades of lifespan is the limit. Even if you desire to be ageless, it may not be impossible. Is there truly such a thing? You're not trying to use me as a test subject for your own concoctions. Are you? Yuan Fei regarded the Shadow Demon Sovereign with a hint of wariness. Noticing his silence, Yuan Fei's mind went blank, evidently confirming his suspicions. This old fellow merely wished to use him as an experiment. The Shadow Demon Ring is a treasure I forged just before my demise. Since you doubt my abilities, I shall let you witness it." The Shadow Demon Sovereign suddenly turned grave, flicking his hand towards the Shadow Demon Ring. Unleashing a burst of black light that surged into Yuan Fei's mind, "To purge the toxins within your body. Only the Wan Ling Dan contained within the Shadow Demon Ring can do so." Fortunately, the medicinal ingredients for concocting the Wan Ling Dan are relatively common. You must first gather them. Yuan Fei steadied his mind, surveying the 12 types of medicinal ingredients. Upon completion, he nearly widened his eyes in disbelief. The so-called common medicinal ingredients mentioned by the Shadow Demon Sovereign were, in fact, exceedingly precious in Xinyan City, that it would take at least 100 to 800,000 gold coins to acquire them. And he truly lacked confidence in obtaining them. "Are you certain that if I gather these items, you will not squander them?" The Shadow Demon Sovereign assured him with a promise, prompting Yuan Fei to grit his teeth and shout. "All right." Donning a white robe, he retrieved the silver cards he had saved over the years, rushing out with fervor. "Now that you are recovered, would you like me to accompany you?" A voice, smooth as silk, emanated from the pavilion, where Yuan Xie sat gracefully at the edge, sipping tea with her delicate lips. Clad in a shoulder-bearing gown, her flowing hair danced in the breeze, accentuating her ethereal beauty, fresh and elegant. Devoid of any flaws, regaining his composure, Yuan Fei smiled and waved. "I merely wish to step out for some fresh air. Sister Xie has cared for me for over half a month. I imagine the injuries caused by your reverse flow of source energy have yet to fully heal." "Correct? I can manage on my own." Yuan Xie paused for a moment, quickly resuming her calm demeanor, nodding in agreement. "Father will likely emerge from seclusion in a few days. Until then, do not create any disturbances." As the old geezers in the family are starting to stir, leaving the Yuan family, Yuan Fei unconsciously clenched his fist as if, after 3 years, he had not cultivated the strength to protect Yuan Xie. He would have no choice but to watch her marry Zhu Xian from the Wu Tian sect. Until now, he had been under Yuan Xie's protection, and starting today, it was time to switch roles. "My father and sister Xie are under my protection." Gazing up at the 2 characters Yuan family hanging above the entrance, a fervent resolve welled up within Yuan Fei. With a passionate declaration, he strode toward the herbal medicine shop without looking back. As he walked briskly down the street, the crowd parted like they were struck by a plague, avoiding him with laughter and chatter echoing around him. Clearly, he did not wish to take their words to heart. Yet the incessant gossip inevitably stirred his emotions. Such a waste of space. He has utterly disgraced the Yuan family. At such a tender age, lacking any skills, it seems he has finally met his comeuppance. The engagement between Yuan Fei and Zhu Huanchuan had been the talk of the 2 cities over a decade ago, but who could have anticipated that the Yuan family would ultimately face a broken engagement? Not only that, but the Wutian sect has even forced a marriage upon them. Confronted by a peak expert of the Xuanqing realm, the 5 elders of the Yuan family dared not utter a word. It is truly a pity for Yuan Xie. In 3 years, she will become a veritable member of the Zhu family that a brother rejected in marriage and a sister coerced into one. How ironic. A scoff echoed from the tea house on the 2nd floor. And upon hearing that familiar, hoarse voice, a chill spread across Yuan Fei's face. Following the sound, he found Lu Xiang standing on a stool, leaning against the railing, his expression rife with mockery and derision. "So, what is it going to be, waste? Care to join me for a drink? I'd love to hear all about the humiliation you've suffered at the hands of women." He rubbed his chin and chuckled menacingly, drawing the eyes of everyone in the tea house and on the street, some even pausing their tasks to watch the unfolding drama. "That I'm in no mood to waste time with you today? Remember what I told you last time? Don't seek trouble." Yuan Fei huffed dismissively, turning back without a care for Lu Xiang's provocation, recalling how he had been frightened into a cold sweat by Yuan Fei's strange gaze last time. Lu Xiang's face twitched in jest. How could he, a distinguished young master of the Lu family, accept being intimidated by a mere first-level martial artist? After half a month apart, had Yuan Fei merely grown in temper? Or had he truly been rendered foolish by the Zhu family? "With that small level of martial prowess, you dare to threaten me?" Lu Xiang spat disdainfully, stomping on the ground in a show of bravado. Now, this was bound to be entertaining. Their animosity had festered for some time. Based on their power disparity, Yuan Fei would inevitably find himself on the ground beneath Lu Xiang's feet, that a clash between two delinquents promised to be far more riveting than a battle between strong warriors. A derisive voice rang out from the street, heightening the tension to a fever pitch. Yuan Fei remained silent, which only excited the presence of the specter demon master within him. Disciple, knock him down. How dare a mere second-level martial artist act so arrogant, as if I, the specter demon master, am beneath notice? Yuan Fei sighed in resignation, a chuckle escaping him that it was amusing how at his age people still relished causing a ruckus. Since Lu Xiang was determined to stir trouble, Yuan Fei saw no harm in using him to test the true might of his demonic energy. Let us see if you can withstand my aura. Lu Xiang sneered, unleashing a wave of earthy energy that surged toward Yuan Fei like a roaring tide. Do you truly believe I am still the Yuan Fei of half a month ago? This breeze can only blow away flies. You dare call it an aura? Channeling the great Demon Sutra, the demonic energy within his pure young demon pill surged forth like a wild beast released from its cage, filling every corner of his being in mere moments. With a forceful stomp, the violent black energy, rife with bloodlust, surged back toward Lu Xiang. Engulfing the waves of energy, he emitted in just a few breaths. The entire street was cloaked in an inescapable aura of menace, compelling onlookers to retreat in fright. The two conflicting waves of energy expanded in Lu Xiang's incredulous gaze, leaving him momentarily at a loss for how to react. With a sickening thud, blood sprayed as Lu Xiang was sent hurtling back, crashing into a wall with a thunderous crash. Yuan Fei, having momentarily activated the great Demon Sutra, watched as the black energy morphed into specks of light, dissipating into the restless air, and the street gradually returned to clarity. This is demonic energy. A voice from the crowd pierced the air, plunging everyone into a state of panic. Even Lu Xiang, who emerged from the rubble, found himself involuntarily retreating a few steps, his eyes betraying shock and disbelief. Yuan Fei has actually cultivated demonic energy. The Yuan family has indeed colluded with the demonic sect. One onlooker met Yuan Fei's gaze, but upon catching sight of his eyes glowing with a crimson hue, he fell to his knees in terror. Yuan Fei's long silver hair gave off an overwhelming sense of suffocation, and the crowd's first instinct was to abandon their possessions and flee in frenzy. The once bustling street quickly descended into a haunting silence, devoid of life. Chapter 9. Ghost Lantern Grass Essence. As Lu Xiang stumbled back, he tripped over a stone, crashing into the rubble with a clatter. The fear in his eyes as he gazed at Yuan Fei was unmistakable. Last time, he had merely been startled by an intense stare, but this time, it stemmed from a deep-rooted terror of Yuan Fei. The #1 waste of Qingyan City. Yuan Fei smiled knowingly and said no more, striding purposefully toward the herbal shop at the street corner. Qingyan City had stood for a millennium within the Great Yin Empire, home to 5 formidable families and 2 fearsome forces, the auction house and the herbal shop. Crossing the towering threshold, a rich herbal aroma wafted into Yuan Fei's nostrils, causing a slight dizziness as he inhaled the strange scents. It was not that the odors were too pungent, but rather the pure medicinal potency they contained was overwhelming for his body to bear. Of course, the aromas came primarily from ordinary herbs. While the 12 rare herbs Yuan Fei sought today were either securely encased in glass cabinets or displayed on the second floor's VIP showcase, ordinary martial artists and countless small families in Qingyan City were not qualified to enter this second-floor showcase. After all, the herbs stored within were incredibly precious, and the herbal shop only recognized money, not status. Upon seeing Yuan Fei, a shop assistant hurried over, rubbing his hands together and politely inquiring, "Young Master Yuan, how may I assist you today? Please command me, and I shall do my utmost." Yuan Fei, though disdainful of such indirectness, understood the shop's rules. This was not a place where he could act on impulse. Tossing 10 gold coins to the assistant, he approached the counter and jotted down the names of the 12 herbs he needed. The assistant beamed at the list, but his smile abruptly faltered as he glanced at the names. His hands trembling slightly, he looked up at Yuan Fei, then back down at the paper, quickly bowing in deference. "Young Master Yuan, the herbs you seek are all rare commodities in our shop that I cannot make decisions on my own. Please wait here a moment while I fetch the manager." Waving his hand dismissively, Yuan Fei grew bored and began to circle the glass counter, Examining IT to AT the far end, the Spectre Demon Master suddenly shouted within him, causing his head to throb with intensity, nearly making him collapse. "You old fool. Have you choked on some medicine?" Yuan Fei clutched his head, grumbling in annoyance. The Spectre Demon Master, undeterred, insisted, "Choked on medicine. It's Ghost Lantern grass essence. It's a valuable item. Buy it. Do you think it's a cabbage that no one wants? Just buy it." Although Yuan Fei protested, his gaze swiftly scanned the neatly arranged small bottles. After several confirmations and finding no trace of the Ghost Lantern grass essence the Spectre Demon Master had mentioned, he suppressed his inner fury and replied coolly, "Where is this Ghost Lantern grass essence you speak of?" "Lucky for you, this is a decent herbal shop. They don't even know about Ghost Lantern grass essence, instead labeling it as Ghost Floating Grass Water. The difference between the two is not trivial." Finally, Yuan Fei spotted a small white jade bottle in the corner about the size of a thumb, resting on a golden silk cloth, boldly labeled with the words Ghost Floating Grass Water. "Is it truly Ghost Lantern grass essence?" he asked skeptically, prompting the Spectre Demon Master to bellow, "You frog in a well. You've never seen the world. Ghost Lantern grass and Ghost Floating Grass differ by just one character, yet their medicinal powers are worlds apart. Once the shop acquires it, it will certainly undergo testing." The reason they labeled it as Ghost Floating Grass is simply their ignorance. In an environment where two entities thrive under identical conditions, even their appearances are indistinguishable. The sole distinguishing factor between them lies not in the concealed medicinal essences, but rather in their roots. The root of the Ghost Lantern herb exhibits a blood-red hue, while the Ghost Floating herb displays a rather mundane white. It is reasonable to assume that the individual who procured these medicinal liquids must have cherished the herbs greatly, refraining from uprooting them entirely, which ultimately resulted in the Ghost Lantern herb liquid being mistaken for Ghost Floating herb water. The esteemed Lord of the Spectres clicked his tongue in disapproval. Feeling disinclined to explain himself to Yuan Fei, he abandoned his previous lewd manner of speech and intoned gravely, "Acquire it. Its worth far surpasses your imagination. Even the 12 medicinal herbs you wish to purchase today cannot be compared to it. This substance will greatly benefit your cultivation, that if my predictions are correct, this diminutive vial of liquid is sufficient for you to break through 2 realms." Yuan Fei's mind erupted in a cacophony of thoughts as he leaned against the glass cabinet, his breath growing increasingly labored. This tiny vial, no larger than a thumb, could indeed allow him to breach 2 realms. Such a treasure could not be overlooked. Just as his mind raced with possibilities, a young attendant descended from the 2nd floor, accompanied by the so-called manager of the herbal shop. The manager, with a face glistening with oil and small, overly focused eyes, waddled about, his corpulent form swaying as he walked, coupled with an expression that rendered him rather comical. However, Yuan Fei dared not express even a hint of mockery. The aura emanating from the manager suggested he was a martial artist, indeed a genuine martial artist of the 8th realm. Upon seeing Yuan Fei, the manager initially paused, only to quickly revert to a beaming smile. That he adjusted his ornate robe and promptly bowed courteously to Yuan Fei, exclaiming, "Ah, it is Master Yuan Fei. Your presence truly illuminates my humble establishment. Xiao Huang, why are you still dawdling? Quickly fetch the medicinal herbs that young Master Yuan requires." "Yes, Manager Fu," the young attendant replied with utmost respect, deftly rummaging through the rows of glass cabinets. The Lord of the Spectres let out a disdainful snort, remarking coldly, "A hypocrite, lingering up there for so long while feigning ignorance of who has arrived. Boy, you must be cautious. This man harbors ill intentions." That a chill coursed through Yuan Fei's heart, yet he maintained a smile, casually tossing the nearly 1 million gold coin silver card before Manager Fu, and said, "Manager, you are too kind. Here is 900,000 gold coins. Will it suffice to purchase these 12 medicinal herbs?" "Haha, it won't be necessary, not at all. However, forgive me for prying, but may I inquire what young Master Yuan intends to do with these herbs?" "That is of no concern to you, Manager Fu. I provide the funds, you supply the goods. There is no need to inquire about my intentions," Yuan Fei retorted, furrowing his brow as a hint of displeasure crossed his face. Chapter 10. What worth is an alchemist? Manager Fu chuckled, shaking his head, and beckoned the young attendant to bring forth the 12 medicinal herbs. "Young Master Yuan, please do not take offense. My curiosity got the better of me to make amends." I shall only charge you 700,000 gold coins for these herbs. How does that sound? No need for that. After all, they are not for my own use that I won't mind the cost. He casually gestured for the attendant to retrieve the ghost floating herb water from the glass counter. Manager Fu's small eyes sparkled with intrigue as he murmured, "Not for personal use, and please include this vial of liquid as well." Suddenly, a dark hand snatched the vial of liquid from the side, and Yuan Fei's expression turned frigid as he cast a sidelong glance. Sixth brother, with so many medicinal herbs in the family. Is that not enough for you? Your father is the head of the family. He wouldn't deny you this little thing, would he? Manager Fu, I want that ghost floating herb water. The speaker was a young man of striking demeanor. With long hair elegantly tied back, exuding vitality, that he twirled the small vial in his hand, a subtle smirk gracing his face. Yuan Exant, the grandson of the Grand Elder, an 18-year-old martial artist of the Third Realm, shared a relationship with Yuan Fei that could hardly be described as amicable, considering the Grand Elder was his grandfather and not someone who feared the Yuan family's influence in daily life. He often extended care towards his cousin. In the midst of this awkward atmosphere, Manager Fu hastily intervened. There is plenty of ghost floating herb water. If both young masters desire it, I can fetch more vials. Yuan Xan politely acknowledged Manager Fu, but when he turned to Yuan Fei, his expression shifted abruptly. I will take this vial. If sixth brother desires it, he may choose something else. Forget it. A mere vial of ghost floating herb water is not my purpose for being here. If you want it, I shall yield it to you. Yuan Fei shrugged helplessly, his smile unwavering as he pointed to a medicinal herb, stating lightly, "Please retrieve that for me." In truth, Yuan Fei had not even discerned what the herb was called. He merely feigned nonchalance upon seeing its price nearly reach 1 million gold coins. Observing Yuan Fei's willingness to relinquish the vial of herb water so easily, Yuan Xian's eyes darted about. Placing the ghost floating herb water back on the glass counter, subtly positioning himself to obstruct Yuan Fei's view of the herb, he had indicated that, I suddenly find myself disinterested in that vial of herb water. This herb is rather appealing, so I have decided to take it instead. Manager Fu's eyelids twitched, though he maintained a neutral expression. The brazen antics of the two young men before him stirred a sense of irritation within him. Were it not for the Yuan family status as a prominent family in Qingyan City, he would have been disinclined to engage in idle chatter with them. Yuan Xen handed over the silver card to the attendant before swiftly stowing the herb into his spatial ring. Yuan Fei, witnessing his cousin's thoughtlessness, merely shook his head and passed the ghost floating herb water to the attendant. His remaining funds of over 900,000 gold coins dwindled to a meager sum. With the herb secured, he had no desire to linger further. After exchanging a few pleasantries with Manager Fu, he cast a pointed glance at Yuan Xian, then exited the herbal shop alone. That I intend to seize what is yours. If I cannot acquire it, then I shall ensure its destruction. Your father has monopolized the position of family head for far too long. It is time for a change. Everything the Yuan family has inherited does not belong to a worthless fool like you. Yuan Xen unabashedly declared, his face stern, before focusing his gaze on the middle-aged man descending the staircase from the second floor. Drawing closer, he greeted him with a respectful, "Father." Yuan Xin's father, Yuan Qinggang, is also considered Yuan Fei's uncle. However, this man is ruthless and cunning, and Yuan Fei has never acknowledged him as family. Yuan Qinggang nodded slightly, exchanging a puzzled glance with Manager Fu. It was only when the attendant handed him the list detailing the 12 medicinal herbs that he murmured, "Manager Fu, if my memory serves me correctly, all these herbs are the nemesis of the life-shortening powder. Could it be that this brat has uncovered some hidden truth?" Manager Fu narrowed his eyes, seemingly deep in thought. After a long pause, he shook his head. His tone does not suggest that he has discovered anything, but the coincidence of these herbs is rather striking. You need not worry. The effects of consuming these herbs directly are minimal. Even if he were to uncover some trickery, a couple of instances would not suffice to expel the toxins accumulated over years, unless he manages to refine these herbs into a third-grade elixir. But do you think that is feasible? Upon exiting the herbal shop, Yuan Fei exhaled lightly, relieved that he genuinely worried that his little ruse might not deceive Yuan X, and that if it failed, it would not merely be a matter of exposure. He would be forced to part with nearly 1 million gold coins for an herb he had no need for, and most importantly, he did not possess such wealth. Fortunately, The ghost lantern herb liquid that the Lord of the Spectres had spoken of was now in his possession. Even if it entailed some risk, it was undoubtedly worthwhile. Did I ask the ghost lantern herb liquid truly as remarkable as you claim? Yuan Fei inquired earnestly of the Lord of the Spectres. You little fool. You have never heard of the ghost lantern herb liquid. It is the finest resource for martial artists in the realm of human passage. This tiny vial is enough for you to break through 2 realms. What do you think? Receiving the Lord of the Spectres' affirmation once more, Yuan Fei's face blossomed with joy, releasing the tension that had gripped his heart. After careful contemplation, he cautiously made his way towards the rear mountains of Qingyan City. In the spirit-linking continent, countless professions exist. Aside from the martial artists, of which Yuan Fei is most familiar, there are several rare professions, among which the alchemist stands out. Though he could not ascertain whether the Lord of the Spectres was indeed an alchemist. The fact that he claimed he could refine an elixir for him suggested that he might not be far from that mark. Finding a secluded crevice in the valley, the Lord of the Spectres suddenly emerged from the spectre ring. Nodding in approval, "Your vigilance is commendable. Old man, spare me the pleasantries. The herbs are here, and there is only one set that if you cause any disturbances, I assure you, I shall make it difficult for you." Yuan Fei clapped his hands to prepare for any eventuality. The Lord of the Spectres glared at him with furious eyes, visibly irked, and huffed, "You insolent brat, who is truly the master here?" The Lord of the Spectres felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. Despite his less than attractive appearance and average stature, he possessed quite a reputation. Yet he found himself serving Yuan Fei, this little menace. If it weren't for Yuan Fei's extraordinary talent and promising future, he would never have stooped to such a level. "Are you truly an alchemist?" Seeing him standing still without any movement, Yuan Fei couldn't help but frown and mutter, "What is this old fool up to putting on a show? Dan Master. What worth is a Dan Master?" Chapter 11. The second transformation of human connection. You listen here, you scoundrel. Within my ghostly demon ring are stored thousands of alchemical formulas, and after decades of refinement, it has gained the ability to independently concoct pills. Compared to the loss of efficacy during the alchemical process performed by a Dan Master, the pills produced by my ring are far purer and more potent. The ghostly demon Venerable proudly gestured towards the ring, stroking his beard with a grin on his wrinkled face, eagerly awaiting Yuan Fei's astonishment and exclamations. Yuan Fei was indeed shocked, but his astonishment was not due to the ring's ability to concoct pills. Rather, the fact that it contained thousands of alchemical formulas. It is well known that becoming a Dan Master is an exceedingly rigorous process. Aside from requiring a physique with wood and fire attributes, one must also possess exceptional talent. Most importantly, one must have access to alchemical formulas. Without them, becoming a Dan Master is akin to wielding a mighty sword without the skill to use it. The creation of alchemical formulas is an exceptionally slow endeavor that, if creating a unique cultivation method is already immensely challenging, then the notion of inventing an alchemical formula is something Yuan Fei had never even heard of. After all, the formulation of a single formula requires countless trials and refinements, and no one would willingly waste a plethora of precious herbs. Some high-level formulas are rare entities that are scarcely seen throughout the entire Spirit Connection continent. Setting aside whether the ghostly demon ring can concoct pills, the mere claim that it stores thousands of formulas is quite astonishing. What, do you not believe even the words of your master? Enough of this, country bumpkin, you've never seen the world. Allow me to broaden your horizons today. The ghostly demon Venerable scoffed, displaying a sense of frustration akin to playing a lute to a cow. He brought the herbs close to the ghostly demon ring, and in a dizzying flash, 12 types of herbs vanished into thin air. The ghostly demon Venerable made a gesture with his hand, his face devoid of expression, and Yuan Fei felt a sudden warmth from the ring. When he reached out again, a round pill sprang from the ring into his palm, inhaling the lingering warmth and fragrance of the medicine. Yuan Fei swallowed hard. Is it really this simple? After carefully examining the pill and finding it indistinguishable from those he had seen within his family, he began to somewhat believe the ghostly demon Venerable's previous claims. You currently lack the ability to control the ghostly demon ring. When the time is right, I shall allow you to refine it into something that belongs to you. At that time, all you need to do is gather the necessary herbs and place them inside to concoct any pill you desire. After a moment's thought, he continued, of course, there is a limitation to using it for alchemy. The ghostly demon ring will change in accordance with your strength that if you wish to concoct pills on your own. You must continually enhance your power. In other words, your martial cultivation will limit the capabilities of the ghostly demon ring. Yuan Fei, who had been grinning evilly, suddenly froze. If I reach the Dominator realm, does that not mean I can concoct 9th grade pills? Dream on. There are no formulas for 9th grade pills within. Even if there were, I cannot guarantee success, since the ghostly demon ring came into existence. The most I could manage before my demise was a 7th grade pill. The ghostly demon Venerable's face turned crimson, a hint of embarrassment evident upon him. 7th grade pills are enough to astonish the entire Spirit Connection continent. The pills are divided into 3 grades, with 7th and 9th grade being considered high grade. Even some prominent families and large sects cannot produce them. Yuan Fei was quite satisfied with this answer. Touching the jet-black ring on his finger, he placed the pill into his mouth. The 3rd grade pill melted upon entry, transforming into a refreshing stream before he could even swallow, flowing directly into his stomach. Gulp, stimulated by the medicinal potency, Yuan Fei's heart began to race violently, the sound echoing ominously. Hurry and channel your energy to guide the medicinal force, or you will perish from the chaotic surge of power. Yuan Fei jolted, not daring to be negligent. That it took him a considerable amount of time to perfectly integrate the medicinal power of the 3rd grade pill into every cell of his body. With a sudden expulsion of black blood, it surged from his chest, shooting 2 meters away. This process continued for about 10 times until the blood he expelled gradually transformed into a bright crimson. Only then did the ghostly demon Venerable nod in satisfaction, saying, "All these toxins have been expelled by refining this pill. The medicinal power will permanently reside in your blood. I cannot guarantee more, but any poison below the 3rd grade will have no effect on you." The repeated expulsion of blood left Yuan Fei's body feeling strained, his face pale and devoid of color, dizziness enveloping his mind. Ignoring the joy of the toxins being purged, he hurriedly retrieved a vial of ghost lantern herb liquid, cautiously swallowing a drop. Upon entering his body, it felt as though he had stepped into a world of ice and fire, a tingling numbness coursing through the surface of his meridians, while the source energy within the pure yang demon pill gradually filled, emitting waves of orderly energy ripples. Good lad, with just a drop of ghost lantern herb liquid, you have touched the threshold of the 2nd transformation of human connection? The ghostly demon Venerable clicked his tongue in surprise. This vial of liquid contained at least 10 drops. Having consumed only one, Yuan Fei had already reached the peak of the 1st transformation of human connection. That if he were to consume all 10 drops, it might not merely be a simple matter of breaking through the 2nd transformation. The absorption of medicinal power was remarkably thorough. Indeed, the old man did not misjudge. The ghostly demon Venerable chuckled softly, his expression focused as he awaited Yuan Fei's next move. As expected, his entrance into the 2nd transformation of human connection was seamless, encountering not a single obstacle. The nearly pitch-black demonic source energy danced around Yuan Fei's body like small flames. With a mere wave of his hand, a powerful gust of wind erupted, resonating with the bizarre aura radiating from him. Yuan Fei mockingly touched his nose. So this is the 2nd transformation of human connection. It is at least 10 times stronger than the 1st transformation. That waste Lu Xiang, possessing the 2nd transformation of human connection, is still so easily defeated. Naturally, you have cultivated the great demon scripture. Your inherent strength surpasses that of ordinary 2nd transformation practitioners. Coupled with your unique physique, even at your current level, you could face peak 2nd transformation practitioners or even those in the 3rd transformation without a hint of fear. Yuan Fei was in high spirits. He struck the mountainside ahead with a few palm strikes, and with a series of loud bangs, debris and dust filled the entire mountain crevice. Little one, a fly has come along. A practitioner of the 2nd transformation is not far ahead in another crevice. The ghostly demon Venerable swiftly turned, vanishing into the ghostly demon ring. Yuan Fei's gaze turned playful as he directed a palm strike toward the figure that had yet to fully emerge. A massive wave of palm wind, accompanied by flying stones, produced a cacophony of howls and roars. The person reacted swiftly, countering the palm wind and using their other arm to exert force, shattering Yuan Fei's release palm wind into nothingness. Chapter 12. Mundane Martial Arts. The rumors are indeed true. You cultivate demonic energy. The two were pushed back by the force of the blast. each retreating a few steps. Once steadied, Yuan Fei was finally able to discern his opponent's appearance. After a moment of recollection, he couldn't help but snort disdainfully. This person had a sharp, monkey-like face, a slightly hunched back, and upon opening his mouth revealed two prominent front teeth that if Yuan Fei remembered correctly. This was none other than Zhu Er, the sycophant who flattered Yuan Fei, that a mere lackey dares meddle in so many affairs. Yuan Fei stomped his foot and charged forward, delivering a sweeping kick aimed at Zhu Er's head. Zhu Er was quick to respond. Realizing he had been exposed, he knew Yuan Fei would not let him off easily. Even if he could escape now, returning to the Yuan family would not bode well for him. Gritting his teeth, he decided to fight back. He clasped his hands together, the source energy around him surging to a visibly intense level. "ITS martial arts, be careful," the ghostly demon Venerable warned, and Yuan Fei tightened his focus. As a servant of the Yuan family, possessing the cultivation of the second transformation was already quite rare. Unexpectedly, this servant had also learned martial arts. Zhu Er's eyes flashed with determination as he formed hand seals, creating palm prints significantly larger than his own, then shouted, "Dense rock palm." Source energy coalesced into dense stone shadows, shattering Yuan Fei's leg strike and rapidly descending towards his body. "Damn it, I'm faring worse than a mere lackey." Seeing the stone shadows grow larger in his sight, Yuan Fei bellowed in fury, channeling his demonic energy and condensing all his source energy into his right hand, delivering a powerful punch against the descending stone shadows. With a resounding crack, the sound of shattering glass echoed throughout the mountain crevice, reverberating endlessly through the valley. Zhu Er coughed up blood and was sent flying, rolling twice on the ground before crashing into a pile of stones behind him. That hurt like hell. Yuan Fei shook his slightly swollen fist, astonished by the formidable power that martial arts could wield. Had a third-tier practitioner of the human communication realm unleashed their skills upon him, he would undoubtedly have met a gruesome end as the dust settled. Zhu Er cowered on the ground, his face a mask of terror, his eyes gleaming with disbelief that he could hardly fathom how Yuan Fei had casually waved his arm, effortlessly shattering the dense rock fist. That it was known that a practitioner of the same level, after honing their martial arts, would possess power that could multiply several times over. Yet, it appeared that Yuan Fei, also a second-tier practitioner of the human communication realm, had not sustained significant harm from his training. Spitting disdainfully, Yuan Fei grasped Zhu Er by the collar, lifting him effortlessly into the air. "What a compliant little dog you are. In your next life, choose your master wisely, lest you find yourself in the wrong hands." Yuan Fei surmised Zhu Er's intent, realizing that Yuan Xian had dispatched him to spy on him, perhaps with the ulterior motive of eliminating him in the wilderness. Such a turn of events would grant Yuan Fei a sense of tranquility. Had he encountered Zhu Er half a day prior, he would have had little recourse, but with his recent breakthrough to the second tier of the human communication realm, he no longer regarded an ordinary practitioner of the same tier with any trepidation. Alas, fate did not favor him. Yuan Fei scoffed inwardly, his palm gradually moving towards Zhu Er's neck, emanating a chilling aura. The dark demonic energy coiled around Zhu Er's head like a serpent. "Please don't kill me, young Master Yuan. I can divulge everything." Faced with the specter of death, Zhu Er's mind was devoid of other thoughts. After numerous futile struggles, he ultimately chose to capitulate. However, his next words nearly provoked Yuan Fei into fury. "The Grand Elder has been instructing me to administer life-shortening powder in your meals for over a decade to ensure Yuan Tiangang ascends to the position of head of the family. Logically, you shouldn't have survived beyond this year, de Fair. Do not show mercy. Should you spare him, today's events will surely reach the Grand Elder's ears that a cornered dog will leap over the wall. And there is no telling what further transgressions he may commit against you. It is better to eliminate him now and be done with it." The Dark Demon Sovereign sensed Yuan Fei's frown, and, as he loosened his grip on Zhu Er's collar, he solemnly conveyed his warning. Zhu Er retreated several meters, scrambling and rolling as he fled down the mountain. Watching the pitiful figure before him, Yuan Fei's anger surged within him, his gaze sharp as a serpent's strike, tinged with bloodlust as he coldly declared, "I know." He unleashed a punch, striking Zhu Er squarely in the back, who, caught completely off guard, collapsed onto the ground without even a moment to react. "You old fool, are you truly so eager to hasten your own demise? If you wish for my death, I shall defiantly survive. Once I have incapacitated your precious grandson, I will find an opportunity to deal with you." Yuan Fei gritted his teeth, ensuring he left no trace on Chu Er's body before leisurely making his way back to the Yuan family estate. "Old man, I have now broken through to the second tier of the human communication realm. Shouldn't you present me with some martial arts texts for study?" Approaching the entrance of the Yuan residence, Yuan Fei suddenly had a thought and transmitted to the Dark Demon Sovereign. The Sovereign merely coughed a couple of times, then fell silent. Growing increasingly impatient, Yuan Fei began to murmur under his breath. "I possess no mundane martial texts that you could utilize. At the very least, they are of a transformative nature. Until you can wield such martial arts, I must find a way myself. The Yuan family is a prominent one in Qingyan City. Surely they can provide 100 or so lower-tier mundane martial arts?" With a resigned shrug, Yuan Fei remarked, "The family has its own rules, until one reaches the third tier of the human communication realm. No one is permitted to access those martial arts. Even if my father is the clan leader, I cannot simply bypass that." The second elder had always been at odds with him, tasked with overseeing the Yuan family's martial arts hall. Acquiring a martial text from there would be no easy feat. The Dark Demon Sovereign smacked his lips, his voice suddenly taking on a teasing tone. "Your sister Sheer, finding my dark demon ring during the trial of death, speaks volumes of her fortune. Why not swallow your pride and ask her? You might just gain something advantageous." "Shut your mouth, you shameless old fool. What advantage could there possibly be?" Interrupting the Dark Demon Sovereign, Yuan Fei stomped angrily towards his room, well aware that apart from crucial moments, this old man was nothing but a cantankerous, self-important figure. The Dark Demon Sovereign chuckled, completely dismissing Yuan Fei's complaints that, "Little one, you may consider her your sister, but she may not perceive you as merely her brother. I have roamed the spirit communication continent for nearly a century and have seen countless people. Even in my youth, I had my share of experiences. Some truths are beyond your ability to conceal from these keen eyes." Chapter 13. For the family as he turned past the flower garden's glass pavilion, a figure of elegance and perfection materialized before Yuan Fei. Yuan Sheer, her fingers entwined in her flowing hair, displayed a flawless, porcelain-like visage that a hint of concern, imperceptible to most, flickered in her cold gaze, reminiscent of a proud white snow lotus, fresh and graceful, evoking admiration yet remaining aloof. Hearing footsteps, she raised a playful smile, approaching on heels that seemed to tread upon colorful clouds, a fragrant breeze enveloping Yuan Fei, nearly clouding his mind before he could utter a word. She grasped his large hand, lifting her long, fair leg to deliver a swift kick to the door. Upon entering, she slammed the door shut and pointed at the bed. Yuan Fei, bewildered, could only obediently sit at the edge of the bed, adopting an innocent expression as he awaited her words. "Explain yourself. Why did you engage in such reckless behavior? Did you ever consider my feelings?" Yuan Sheer tugged at the distorted maple leaf arrangement, wrapping her arms around her ample bosom, raising her voice in anger. Seeing her ire, Yuan Fei's mind raced. He could not fathom his wrongdoing, aside from a rather impolite incident half a month ago when he inadvertently squeezed her soft curves. His gaze wandered, tracing her silhouette with every breath, leaving a smooth outline in the air. Yuan Sheer, being the astute woman she was, surely recognized where his eyes lingered, her face flushing with indignation, morphing into a distinct crimson hue. "Is it not merely that I accidentally touched you half a month ago? You are my sister. Must we dwell on such trivialities? Have you forgotten how we often slept together as children?" Recognizing he could not evade her inquiry, Yuan Fei finally decided to confront it head-on. However, as he spoke the last words, a sudden chill trickled down his spine, and glancing up, he found Yuan Sheer inhaling sharply, her lips trembling with indignation. "You insolent boy! Who mentioned anything about half a month ago?" Yuan Sheer's face burned with embarrassment, her previous anger overshadowed by a wave of shyness. Witnessing her reaction, Yuan Fei felt an awkwardness settle over him, hardly daring to breathe. Fortunately, the tension did not linger long, as Yuan Sheer soon regained her composure and said, "There are rampant rumors circulating that your source energy is tainted with demonic energy. Is it true? I do not know why you have dabbled in the demonic path, but you must understand that demons are inherently evil. Such malevolence is intolerable to righteous sex, and should anything go awry, what will become of me?" And what shall I tell father? Yuan Fei was taken aback, listening to her furious yet concerned words that a warm current surged through him, for it was Yuan Chengfeng and Yuan Shi'er who provided him the impetus to strive forward. To safeguard his family, he was willing to take this risk. Was that truly wrong? Shi'er, Yuan Fei began to speak, but Yuan Shi'er waved him off, turning away to wipe her eyes. After a moment, her voice came out hoarse. Yuan Fei, you and father are the closest people to me in this world. Though we share no blood ties, I have always regarded you as my little brother. I will always stand before you, shielding you from all troubles. Why must you, Shi'er? Precisely because I am your brother. I must strive. I do not wish for my dearest ones to bear the brunt of my burdens, that to protect what is important to me. That is a man's duty. You may stand before me now, but what of the future? I refuse to let you struggle alone, nor do I wish to see you wed to someone I do not approve of. 3 years from now marks the day you are to wed Zhu Xuanyi. If I can surpass him within that time, you need not marry into the Zhu family or the Wutian sect. Yuan Shi'er trembled, her body involuntarily sinking onto the edge of the bed. Yuan Fei's fervent declaration had evidently struck a chord deep within her heart. Yuan Shi'er bit her lip with fervor, her long eyelashes trembling incessantly. Moreover, there is no need for you to worry excessively. Since I dare to venture alone into the demonic path, it is only natural that I have received guidance from a master. And I have faith in him. One day, I, Yuan Fei, shall become the mightiest man in this spirit-talking continent, that I desire for my family to never suffer even the slightest harm. This is the powerful motivation that propels me forward. She gazed at Yuan Fei, lost in thought, her heart aching for him. His passionate words stirred her emotions, causing her heart to race. Over the past month, so much has transpired. Yuan Fei's transformation had even rendered her somewhat unaccustomed. The young master, who once merely wielded his tongue and harbored mischievous thoughts, the useless waste of Qingyan City who bullied the weak, now stood before her with fervor. Of course, I also intend to marry a dozen or so beautiful wives to robustly strengthen the Yuan family lineage. Yuan Shi'er, who had initially worn a smile, suddenly changed her expression, her beautiful eyes inadvertently rolling in exasperation. The grand image of Yuan Fei she had just begun to cultivate in her heart instantly crumbled into nothingness. With a resigned sigh, she retrieved from her silver spatial ring a glowing orb emanating a purple-black aura. As this object emerged, the 5 elemental energies of the world abruptly distanced themselves. Even the demonic energy within Yuan Fei resonated with it, hastening the flow of his blood. Since you have chosen the demonic path, the days ahead will undoubtedly grow more arduous. This is a medium-grade martial art, Kingxi 9 Fingers, that I salvaged from the brink of death. Such malevolent martial arts are of little use in my hands. I hope it can prove beneficial in yours. Upon receiving the dark and enigmatic scroll, Yuan Fei felt the demonic energy within him perceive prey, coursing restlessly through his body. Were it not for his successful entry into the Grand Demon Sutra, ordinary mental techniques would indeed struggle to subdue these bizarre demonic energies. Do not be too hard on yourself. I will find an opportune moment to inform father. However, the elder members of the family will undoubtedly not let this matter pass easily, unless you can secure a position in the family competition in 2 months. If that happens, perhaps father, as the clan leader, will find it somewhat easier to manage. Upon hearing about the family competition, Yuan Fei nodded solemnly. Every autumn, the Yuan family holds a so-called family competition to assess the martial prowess of the younger generation. Both direct and collateral descendants of the Yuan family may participate. Victors gain the qualification to select a medium-grade martial art from the Martial Arts Hall and receive countless cultivation resources bestowed in the name of the family. For the previous Yuan Fei, these rewards held little allure. His martial cultivation had stagnated for over a decade, and even if he possessed martial arts, his internal energy could not support their application. Moreover, those so-called cultivation resources were utterly useless, akin to swallowing air. However, now that he had purged the toxins accumulated over the years, ingesting medicinal herbs no longer yielded the same ineffectiveness. Martial arts had become his most pressing need. Without any medium-grade martial art from the esteemed Yumo sovereign, he had to devise his own methods. Martial arts are categorized into 3 classes and 3 grades, each corresponding to the 9 levels of martial practitioners. Even a medium-grade martial art requires one to attain the Earth Passage realm for effective execution. The scroll of Kingxi 9 fingers that Yuan Sierra presented was indeed exceptional, yet with his current strength, he could not fully unleash its power. Thus, acquiring a more suitable low-grade martial art became a matter of utmost importance. Considering this, Yuan Fei carefully stowed the Kangxi 9 fingers scroll into his spatial ring. How about this? You accompany me to the auction house to see if we can find a suitable low-grade martial art for you. Though this may be expensive, it is indispensable for a martial practitioner. Yuan Sierra, noticing his lack of enthusiasm, recalled that Yuan Fei was merely a practitioner at the Earth Passage realm, and it seemed somewhat inappropriate to view him through the same lens. Yuan Fei hesitated. He possessed a mere close to 1,000,000 gold coins, and having spent all on the 12 medicinal herbs, the prices of martial arts were exorbitant. Even a low-grade martial art was not so easily acquired. Pouting her lips in dissatisfaction, she replied lightly, "Fear not, sister has plenty of money." Upon hearing this, Yuan Fei felt no qualms, taking her hand and rushing outside. "Sister, you are so good to me. Once I acquire formidable strength, I will protect you for a lifetime. After I take care of Zhu Xian in 3 years, I will find you a good match." As they laughed, Yuan Sierra abruptly shook off Yuan Fei's grip, her expression somewhat peculiar. Yuan Fei was taken aback, scratching his head in confusion, entirely unaware of her sudden strong reaction. Perhaps realizing her lapse in decorum, Yuan Sierra stepped ahead, leaving Yuan Fei with an enticing silhouette. "I appreciate your desire to protect me, but matters of the heart are for me to decide." Yuan Fei, feeling somewhat dejected, acquiesced. He had initially intended to cheer her up, yet it had turned into this. Fortunately, Yuan Sierra's anger dissipated as swiftly as it arose, that as the two strolled down the bustling street, murmurs surrounded them, most of which revolved around Yuan Sierra. Yuan Sierra, the foremost figure among the younger generation of Qingyan City, not only possessed remarkable strength, but was also exquisitely beautiful, such a celestial being. If only I could have a moment with her, I would gladly trade 10 years of my life. A moment with her? You must be tired of living. Yuan Sierra is the one chosen by the Wu Tian sect. It is said she has a 3-year agreement with Zhu Xian, but I believe that agreement is likely to be void, ultimately leading to her fate of marriage. Indeed, the Wu Tian sect is a prestigious faction within the Great Yan Empire. Competing with the direct disciple of the Grand Elder is no simple task. Such unpleasant remarks stirred a wave of agitation within Yuan Fei, but Yuan Sierra extended her delicate hand to stop him, speaking in a hushed tone. "Who can predict the events of 3 years hence? As a martial practitioner, you must not be overly concerned with the opinions and perceptions of others. This is quite detrimental for one like you who cultivates demonic energy." Withdrawing her hands, Yuan Fei could only nod gravely. Since he began cultivating the Grand Demon Sutra, his temper had indeed grown increasingly volatile, while Yuan Sierra seemed to possess an understanding far beyond her years, leaving him momentarily stunned. After traversing 3 main roads, the Grand Auction House came into view. As the largest economic hub in Qingyan City, it sustains the town's operations. Not only is it ostentatiously wealthy, but its hidden depths are equally formidable. While I cannot claim to know everything, I can assert that the overall strength of this auction house likely surpasses that of any of the 5 great families. Yuan Sierra stretched languidly, leaving a graceful arc in her wake as she surveyed the throngs of people bustling about, her expression a mix of excitement and nostalgia. "Let us proceed." Upon entering the magnificent entrance, 2 strikingly beautiful maidens approached them. Yuan Fei and Yuan Sierra were both renowned figures in Qingyan City. One was a paragon of strength and beauty, revered by many, while the other was a superfluous waste who squandered his days in indulgence. The disparity between the siblings was glaringly apparent, and thus, it was no surprise that the maidens recognized them. "Miss Sierra, young Master Fei, please follow us to the VIP section on the 2nd floor." The maidens greeted them with a slight bow, their voices melodious and respectful, not daring to exhibit even a hint of negligence. Yuan Sierra nodded, gracefully sweeping her arm as she donned a pale pink off-shoulder gown, effortlessly making her way ahead. Yuan Fei reclined with his hands behind his head, appearing somewhat bored, his demeanor still that of a carefree wastrel. "This young lady, you must be new here. I don't believe I've seen you before. Do you have time tonight to discuss life with the young master?" Yuan Fei whistled at one of the elegantly proportioned maidens, grinning mischievously as he inquired. The young maiden's face flushed crimson, responding bashfully, Young master, you have already said the same thing 3 times. Do you not remember what happened last time in my room? Ah. Yuan Fei awkwardly opened his mouth, unable to recall ever meeting this young maiden. Given that their previous encounter had escalated to her room, how could he have no recollection? Frowning in frustration, he caught a glimpse of Yuan Xie's disapproving gaze, eliciting a displeased huff from her. Following the maiden's lead, Yuan Fei and Yuan Xie found a discreet corner to sit. He surveyed the crowd of people lounging on soft chairs before him, aside from a few individuals from the 5 great families. The rest were prominent figures from various influential families, all strikingly similar, lacking any significant variation. In fact, he spotted a familiar figure in the front row, Lu Xiang. After glancing around, he turned to see Yuan Fei and Yuan Xie in the back row. Upon catching Yuan Fei's playful smile, a trace of fear suddenly flashed across his face. Just then, a melodious voice emanated from the auction stage, breaking the tension as he quickly redirected his attention to the stunning woman clad in a short black skirt. Her appearance left Yuan Fei momentarily dazzled. She was exceptionally beautiful, her figure alluring, a true gem among mortals. Listening to the uproar erupting below, the remaining guests in the second-floor VIP section craned their necks, occasionally emitting sounds of swallowed saliva. Chapter 15. A coffin. As the clamor intensified, Yuan Xie crossed her arms and reclined further into her chair, showing no signs of emotional disturbance despite the appearance of a woman who rivaled her own beauty. Yuan Fei swallowed hard, yet restrained himself from rising to admire the scene due to Yuan Xie's presence beside him. I am the newly appointed chief auctioneer, Yang Qilinji. It is a great honor to have you all here. And I sincerely thank you, she said, gracefully bowing her shapely legs to the audience. Her seemingly innocuous words propelled the atmosphere of the auction to new heights. Seizing the momentum, she quickly announced the commencement of the auction. Though youthful, she displayed remarkable prowess, even eliciting a hint of admiration from the typically indifferent Yuan Xie. Ultimately, Yuan Xie spent 170,000 gold coins to acquire a scroll of mundane martial arts from an elder of a small family, allowing both of them to breathe a sigh of relief and engage in light-hearted conversation as they awaited the conclusion of the auction. All 36 items were auctioned off at impressive prices. But it was not until the final item presented that all eyes were thoroughly captivated and astonished at a coffin. Externally, it appeared unremarkable, yet upon a slight probing with source energy, its unique qualities became apparent. Replete with an aura of ancient and primordial significance. Hiss, the elder of the dark spirits, inhaled sharply, his voice trembling with excitement. Defer, we must acquire it, no matter the cost. His tone brooked no argument. Yuan Fei, fully trusting the elder's instincts, refrained from questioning further, convinced that the elder had discerned something extraordinary within. Sister Xie, I must possess it. Yuan Fei's demeanor shifted from casual to resolute, a level of seriousness Yuan Xie had never witnessed in him before. She blinked her beautiful eyes and surveyed the ancient coffin. Due to its age, it bore numerous damages and cracks. Had it not been so well sealed, it might have long since turned to dust. Even with the ancient and primordial aura it exuded, Yuan Xie struggled to fathom its true essence. However, the notion of it harboring the remains of a martial arts master was quickly dismissed. The source Dan within a warrior's body could endure for thousands of years under natural conditions. A coffin with such excellent sealing would surely convey a sense of pressure if it contained a powerful warrior's remains. Moreover, it was improbable that any relics of a master were concealed within. Had the quality been sufficiently high, it would certainly be detectable. Clearly, this dilapidated coffin lacked both attributes. Are you certain you wish to procure this coffin? It may very well be empty, Yuan Xie inquired again, her concern evident. Seeing him fixated on the coffin, he nodded earnestly. Yuan Xie merely sighed softly and retrieved a card containing gold coins from her spatial ring, carelessly tossing it in front of Yuan Fei. Surely, it goes without saying, although this coffin appears dilapidated and seemingly valueless, the auction house's decision to place it at the end of the auction must hold significance. There may be traces left by a powerful being within. Please consider, do ordinary coffins exude ancient auras? Even if they did, could they withstand the ravages of time and remain uncorrupted for thousands of years? With Yang Qiling's persuasive words, a wave of excitement rippled through the crowd. Even Yuan Fei, who was determined to win, found his expression growing serious. Such a prompt could potentially inflate the item's price exponentially, complicating his plans to acquire it effortlessly. Thus, I urge everyone to bid according to your abilities. This item will be auctioned without a reserve. As Yang Qiling's voice fell, a shout of 100,000 gold coins rang out from the crowd. Listening to the escalating bids, Yuan Fei unconsciously clenched his fists. The Elder of the Dark Spirits had assured him that there were indeed valuable items within that if he let this opportunity slip by, would he not regret it for a lifetime? Yuan family, Yuan Fei, 1 million. He gritted his teeth, raising his bid by 30,000 from 70,000 to 1 million, a sum that likely represented a small family's entire annual income in Qingyan City. The smaller families hesitated to compete with Yuan Fei, while the mid-tier families recognized the futility of opposing him, especially with Yuan Sierra at his side. It would be unwise to offend the Yuan family over a mere coffin. Lu family, 120,000. Lu Xiong summoned his courage and snapped his fingers at the stage. Lu Xiong's sudden bid shattered the silence that Yuan Fei had imposed. The remaining three major families exchanged knowing glances. Fully aware of the auction house's reputation, every item is meticulously inspected upon entering and exiting the auction house. If it indeed contains something of value, would the auction house risk showcasing it in a small town like Qingyan City? Lu Xiong, you must be tired of living. If you dare to raise your bid again, I will break your legs. Yuan Fei slammed his hand on the table, startling Lu Xiong, who trembled at the threat. Originally, he intended to leverage the situation to make Yuan Fei spend extravagantly, but the sudden intimidation transformed him into a deflated balloon at his current cultivation level. Yuan Fei could easily suppress Lu Xiong with sheer presence. Should a confrontation arise, it would be a matter of life and death. Yuan Fei's magic energy was exponentially more potent than ordinary source energy. With a derisive snort, Yuan Fei addressed the stage. I bid 120,000, plus 1 gold coin. Yang Qiling beamed at Yuan Fei, thoroughly pleased with the price he had set'd. To reach beyond 120,000 was well beyond her expectations. Noticing the others remained silent, Yang Qiling swiftly tapped her crystal hammer and proclaimed melodiously, 120,000 and 1 gold coin. This coffin belongs to Master Yuan Fei. Amidst the clamor of discussions, Yuan Fei exhaled a breath of relief, turning to the Elder of the Dark Spirits and remarking, Old thing, I just spent over 120,000 gold coins, that if what's inside is not worth this price. Chapter 16. Celestial Serpent's Finger, you little rascal. Do you not trust your master? The Elder scolded. Let me tell you, this coffin emanates a faint aura of malevolence. The auction house could never detect what lies within through conventional means. Even if they sensed the malevolent energy, do you think they would openly disclose it? The term malevolence sent a shiver down Yuan Fei's spine that if the coffin indeed harbored such a presence, the auction house would certainly remain silent, for it represented a rare opportunity for profit. Items associated with malevolence rarely fetched good prices on the continent. Yuan Fei handed the gold storage card to a maid and plopped down on a bench in the auction house's exchange hall. His mind heavy with contemplation that a series of rhythmic clicks interrupted his thoughts. Glancing back, he saw Yang Qiling approaching gracefully. Her eyes narrowed slightly. She first nodded politely to Yuan Sierra, then shot Yuan Fei a knowing smile, smoothing her short skirt before sitting before them. Congratulations to Miss Sierra and Master Yuan Fei. The Yuan family has spent nearly 3 million gold coins today. I have just taken over the auctioneer position in Qingyan City. Such support is truly remarkable. Might you both be my benefactors? Yang Qiling playfully pushed a spatial ring and the gold card towards Yuan Sierra. After inspecting the coffin and martial arts scroll within the ring and finding everything in order, a faint smile finally graced Yuan Sierra's frosty visage. Yuan Fei narrowed his eyes, chuckling, Miss Yang, you flatter me. 3 million gold coins for a smile from a beauty is indeed a worthy exchange. Yang Qiling's lips curled into a noticeable smile, feigning modesty as she chuckled softly. Upon my arrival in Qingyan City, I had heard of Master Yuan Fei's remarkable skills. Now that I have met you, I must say, your words are indeed sweet. After some pleasantries, Yuan Fei eagerly made his way back, his mind consumed with thoughts of the coffin ever since the elder mentioned the lingering malevolence within. Sister Sierra, you should return to the Yuan family, that I need to head to the back mountain to thoroughly examine this martial arts scroll. Yuan Fei sprinted off, blowing a kiss to Yuan Xie over his shoulder. Pouting in dissatisfaction, she scolded loudly on the street, "Don't run too far. If you encounter a demon beast, you won't stand a chance." Yuan Fei casually acquiesced. Ever since he had broken through to the second transformation of the human communication realm, his speed had ascended several tiers. Before long, he deftly evaded the valley fissure he had previously visited and discovered a cave nestled halfway up the mountainside. This cave was in natural formation, devoid of any signs left by demonic beasts, which allowed Yuan Fei's anxious heart to finally settle. With a slight touch to his storage ring, a surge of dense black light flashed, and a coffin thudded to the ground right before him. The Spectre Sovereign darted ahead of Yuan Fei to the coffin, extending a ghostly finger to tap upon it. Instantly, his finger became firmly adhered to the surface, as if the air within the cave had been ensnared. Such domineering malevolence. I was indeed correct. There is something extraordinary within. In just a moment, it has absorbed nearly 20% of my soul power. The Spectre Sovereign suddenly exerted force, his body swaying as he retreated a few meters from the coffin. Excitement and exhilaration flickering in his aged eyes. Fair, step back. It will take some time to open this object. You have only recently come into contact with demonic energy. Do not make any unnecessary sacrifices. Allow me to take charge. Just half a day, and I shall have it thoroughly shattered. Yuan Fei's mind buzzed with shock, his heart racing in disbelief. The current Spectre Sovereign was merely a soul. Although his strength was far from his peak, he must have reached at least the heavenly communication realm, if even he required half a day to fully open it. What on earth was contained within this coffin? Keeping a safe distance, the Spectre Sovereign raised an arm into the void. The coffin lifted half a foot off the ground. Entwined tightly with the demonic energy he emitted, that a series of tremors emanated from the coffin. Witnessing the Spectre Sovereign's methods left Yuan Fei astonished. The demonic energy radiating from him was incredibly dense, yet in such close proximity, he could feel no fluctuations of that energy. What kind of tremendous control and technique did it take to direct the source energy and momentum without a hint of leakage onto the coffin? What an enigmatic tactic, managing the source energy and momentum to such a degree that he need not worry about detection from those old-timers in the city. Yuan Fei couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Extracting the scroll of inferior martial arts that Yuan Xie had gifted him, the tongue Shige, murmuring with a smile, "The name is certainly imposing. I wonder about its actual power." As he unfurled a corner of the scroll, a torrent of vast cultivation information surged into Yuan Fei's mind. Gazing at the bold descriptions, he involuntarily gasped in awe. Tongue Shigueji, an inferior-grade martial art, with a single-finger movement capable of influencing the entire body. Hard enough to shatter mountains, yet soft enough to ensnare a person. Upon achieving mastery, it can rival the mid-tier martial arts of the mundane. Such tantalizing information caused Yuan Fei's eyes to blaze with fervor. To open this coffin would take at least half a day, and he could use this time to attempt to embark on the path of this martial art. With this thought in mind, he wasted no time, forming seals according to the cultivation method of tongue, Shigueji, swiftly circulating the pure yang demonic energy within him. Although this martial art was convoluted, Yuan Fei astonishingly grasped the fundamentals. Tongue Shigueji was divided into three major realms: initiation, minor mastery, and major mastery. To achieve initiation in just half a day was already an extraordinary feat. Typically, if someone could comprehend a martial art within a few days, they would be hailed as a prodigy. Yet, considering Yuan Fei's accomplishments in just half a day, his progress seemed almost too rapid. The Spectre Sovereign squinted his eyes, a smile breaking across his wrinkled face. "Yuan Fei, you are indeed a promising talent in martial arts." Gathering the source energy into his right hand, he sensed the moment was ripe. Yuan Fei suddenly opened his eyes, pointing at a large tree not far from the cave entrance. Black lightning coalesced into a serpentine head, emitting faint sounds as it flicked its tongue. A straight, jet-black line shot forth, the tongue Shigi striking the tree with precision. Boom! The tree, which could only be encircled by several people, shattered into countless splinters under the force of Yuan Fei's initial attempt. Witnessing the formidable might of the tongue, Shigueji, Yuan Fei couldn't help but chuckle in satisfaction. Although this strike was immensely powerful, it consumed nearly half of his source energy, meaning that casting tongue, Shigueji once daily would be his limit. Attempting it twice would leave his source energy completely depleted. My current strength is indeed too feeble. The second transformation of the human communication realm can only allow me to unleash tongue, Shigeji once. It appears that hastening my cultivation speed is of utmost importance. Chapter 17. The undying malevolent spear buzzing resonated from the coffin. And the Spectre Sovereign's hand gestures shifted rapidly, clearly nearing completion. His aged eyes reflected immense gravity as he curled a finger skyward, commanding, "Open!" With his thunderous shout, the extraordinarily hard coffin exploded like tofu into countless fragments. A primal and ancient aura wafting forth, rendering Yuan Fei momentarily immobile as the dust settled. Yuan Fei held his breath, and what appeared before him was a spear, approximately 2 meters long, adorned with dark rust. Unlike typical spears, its tip was blunt, resembling a triangular blade at both ends, half a meter in length. Despite its rust, it still exuded an aura of dominance. Gathering his courage, Yuan Fei approached and extended his hand to caress the spear's shaft. Instantly, a surge of blood-red patterns raced from the spearhead along its length, returning to him a half-conscious, bone-chilling feminine voice. "Undying malevolent spear." The words escaped Yuan Fei's lips unexpectedly, causing the Spectre Sovereign to exhibit surprise. "Fair, you actually know of the undying malevolent spear." It was said that in ancient times the heavens birthed 18 divine artifacts. Although classified as artifacts, among them lay a sinister weapon that ordinary mortals could scarcely approach. Those so-called righteous individuals could not comprehend why the heavens would produce a weapon that was beyond reach. Thus, they hastily categorized it as demonic. Over countless millennia, the other 17 divine artifacts had each found their masters, having changed hands numerous times. Yet, the malevolent aura emitted by the undying malevolent spear was so potent that no one had ever been able to approach it by virtue of strength. Consequently, it gradually faded from human awareness. The Spectre Sovereign paused for a moment, shaking his head with a sigh. Those righteous individuals do not acknowledge the existence of demons. Thus, no one has ever been able to cultivate demonic energy to its pinnacle in the communication realm. Regardless of good or evil, those who dare to attempt to taint the undying malevolent spear meet only death. Could this rusted spear be linked to the undying malevolent spear? A gleam of light flickered in the Spectre Sovereign's eyes, involuntarily causing him to shiver. Yuan Fei stroked the tarnished spear, feeling a warm sensation returning to him. Then he raised an eyebrow and smiled. "This is indeed the undying malevolent spear." Undying malevolent spear. The Spectre Sovereign's expression shifted, channeling all his demonic energy as he seized Yuan Fei by the collar, hurtling him out of the cave like a frantic dog. The sudden force yanked Yuan Fei, causing a whirlwind of distortion and dizziness before his eyes. The Spectre Sovereign's speed was nothing short of ghostly. In the blink of an eye, they had flown several thousand meters away. "Old man, what are you doing?" He held his breath, finally managing to speak. The Spectre Sovereign's face was grave, his expression serious as he exclaimed, "If this is truly the undying malevolent spear, do you still wish to keep your life?" After flying for a while, he suddenly halted mid-air, muttering in disbelief, "It can't be. If it truly is the undying malevolent spear, why are you still alive and well?" The malevolent aura, while strong, is not as terrifying as the legends suggest. Could it be a fake? The two exchanged glances, returning to the cave in a state of mild frustration. The Spectre Sovereign carefully inspected the rusted spear before breaking into a relieved chuckle. How could a divine object be rusted? I truly am getting old and muddled to have forgotten such a trivial matter in my excitement." Observing the self-deprecating expression on the Spectre Sovereign's face, Yuan Fei rolled his eyes in reluctance. He once again touched the spear, receiving the same voice and sensation as before. "Old man, can I make it my own?" A sudden thought sprang forth in Yuan Fei's mind, prompting him to tentatively inquire. With no reservations, the Spectre Sovereign stroked his beard, chuckling. "Of course, to make it uniquely yours, you simply need to refine it and establish a blood contract. That is the most powerful binding agreement. However, do you truly intend to forge a blood contract with this rusted spear?" The Spectre Sovereign displayed a look of disdain on his aged face. Weapons are graded into 9 tiers. The first and third tiers are called mundane artifacts, while the fourth and sixth tiers are classified as precious artifacts. The 7th to 9th tiers are considered life artifacts. Yet, this rusted spear, while harboring a trace of malevolent energy, has not yet reached the true level of a mundane artifact, seeing Yuan Fei's serious demeanor. The Spectre Sovereign smirked. Go ahead and refine it. It's a good opportunity to familiarize yourself with the blood contract. When the time comes to refine my Spectre ring, it will save you considerable effort. In the second transformation of the human communication realm, you still lack the power to suppress the malevolent energy within. I will assist you in restraining it. You need only focus on the refinement. The Spectre Sovereign bellowed, and the formidable spear floated off the ground, hovering before Yuan Fei. Following the Spectre Sovereign's instructions, Yuan Fei unleashed his source energy, enveloping the spear, exerting pressure and infiltrating it. The source of the bear's energy resembled a burning black flame, with wisps of smoke emanating from the spear, yet all were suppressed within by the spectral demon sovereign. Yuan Fei bit his tongue, and a mouthful of essence blood sprayed onto the spear, gradually seeping into it. After half a day, the spear still showed no signs of submission, causing the sovereign's heart to rise in anxiety. Logically, it should not take half a day to refine a spear that did not even reach the level of a mundane weapon. With a fierce aura, the spearhead surged with a crimson essence, startling the spectral demon sovereign, who exclaimed, I never anticipated such a formidable malevolence hidden within. How can this be, if it harbors such immense evil? How could it not even achieve the status of a mundane weapon? Fair, the malevolence contained within is too overwhelming. I must devote myself entirely to suppressing it. However, this means I will inevitably fall into a deep slumber for a period. You must ensure my survival and avoid any mishaps, the sovereign resolved in his heart. And after relaying his thoughts to Yuan Fei, he exerted greater force to push back the crimson malevolence emanating from the spear. Sensing the moment was ripe, Yuan Fei withdrew his external energy and gripped the spear tightly. A warm current surged into his body. The spectral demon sovereign huffed heavily, feeling considerably relieved. Although he had nearly sent himself to meet the king of hell, Yuan Fei had successfully forged a contract with the spear. His form flickered before plunging into the spectral demon ring, murmuring even in his slumber, strange. If the malevolence within the spear were to fully manifest, it would likely surpass even the dark energy from my peak. Old man, rest easy. I shall live well. Yuan Fei replied with a grin, his gaze once again fixated on the spear he held. With a crack, a piece of rust fell from the spear, and in mere moments, the rust cascaded down like raindrops, revealing before Yuan Fei a spear of unparalleled might, flawless in appearance. The spearhead, with its three-pronged sharp blades, radiated a chilling light, and the body of the spear flowed with patterns as clear as blood, as though it had truly come back to life. Chapter 18. Uncorrupted gentle waves of energy flowed into Yuan Fei's body, intertwining with the pure yang demonic energy within him, creating an indescribably comfortable and transparent sensation throughout his entire being. Yuan Fei's eyes glimmered with a change of color, and he threw his head back, laughing heartily within the cave. Though uncertain of its veracity, the spear communicated its name to him, the undying evil spear. Now that he had established a blood pact with it, he could actually sense the domineering malevolence it contained, even hearing the rhythm of its heartbeat and the flow of its essence. Yuan Fei was quite enamored with this spear. Before the contract was formed, he found it difficult to fathom how much malevolence could reside within the rusty weapon. However, with the bond established, he realized the so-called undying evil spear harbored boundless energy. He channeled the demonic energy from his body into the undying evil spear, and a cold radiance illuminated the entire cave. With a resounding boom, a vast energy surged forth, causing debris to scatter across the cavern. When he reached out again to sense the spear, Yuan Fei was utterly astonished and, a first-rate mundane weapon, the undying evil spear, after absorbing his source energy, had transformed into a genuine first-rate mundane weapon. Moreover, upon the fierce three-pronged blades, a blood-red solar pattern emerged, previously unseen, flickering ominously and enhancing its sinister allure. The immense energy contained within the undying evil spear seeped forth from that solar pattern. Perhaps this blood-red solar pattern was meant to channel malevolence, and given its position, the spear must possess more than just this one pattern. He simply could not yet unleash its full potential. Yuan Fei murmured to himself, lifting the spear and thrusting it with force. shattering a boulder several meters high into countless fragments. Such tremendous power. If I could wield the overwhelming demonic energy to contend against a third-tier practitioner. Then with this undying evil spear in hand, I could even surpass the third tier and stand shoulder to shoulder with a fourth-tier warrior. The more he contemplated, the more exhilarated he became. Mundane weapons, far more valuable than martial arts, were indeed rare gems. Even the 5 prominent families of Qingyan City could scarcely claim possession of a few second-rate mundane weapons. Yuan Fei's father, as the head of their family, owned a single long sword, which was the sole second-rate mundane weapon of the Yuan clan. Now, with the undying evil spear having transformed into a first-rate weapon, the formidable energy it contained was surely far beyond mere classification. The undying evil spear, to speak of it, would likely invite peril to my life. Yuan Fei chuckled foolishly, only to suddenly be taken aback as a surge of crimson light flashed past the spear. The unexpected heat seared his hand, and he instinctively flung the spear away, retreating several dozen meters as disbelief washed over his face. The red light emanating from the undying evil spear intensified, transforming into a ripple of crimson energy that gradually coalesced before the boulder into a radiant orb of light. The brilliance was blinding, forcing Yuan Fei to squint. When he finally managed to crack open his eyes, he was nearly rendered speechless, his jaw almost dropping in astonishment. The 2-meter-long, undying evil spear was nowhere to be seen. Before him stood a stunningly beautiful woman, her outline defined and her body completely devoid of clothing. Her exquisitely shaped face bore elongated brows and clear, bright eyes that resembled the clarity of autumn waters, akin to the depths of a frozen pool. Her lips, adorned with a cherry blossom hue, shimmered like sunlight, imparting a touch of purity and allure amidst her cold demeanor. Noticing Yuan Fei's unwavering gaze, the woman's cheeks flushed slightly as she coyly covered her porcelain chest with her hands. Calling out sweetly, "Master." The melodious sound momentarily dazed Yuan F's. Her voice echoed again. He could not help but spit a mouthful of old blood in his heart, his eyes sparkling with peculiar light as he stammered. "You are the undying evil spear." Receiving her nod in affirmation, Yuan Fei buried his hands in his silver hair, tugging at it in confusion. How could a weapon take on human form? After living for 17 years in the spirit realm, he had never heard of such a phenomenon, especially since this woman appeared entirely human. Though she possessed the strength of a second-tier practitioner, he sensed no trace of malevolence within her. Even her physical attributes were perplexing. He could not fully discern them. Simply put, this woman, although transformed from the evil spear, bore no trace of its malevolence, and her attributes were evidently pure and transcendent, not stemming from the elements of wind, fire, thunder, water, or earth. This seemingly delicate woman was indeed a second-tier practitioner, and having formed a blood pact with her, it was likely that her true power far exceeded that of a second-tier warrior. Yuan Fei shrugged nonchalantly and murmured, "Can you revert to spear form?" His tone softened, preparing for the worst. The woman paused slightly, a faint smile gracing her crimson cheeks as she earnestly nodded, "As long as Master wishes it. I can transform into the undying evil spear at any time." With that, she took a deep breath, closing her long, beautiful eyes, appearing somewhat refreshed and content, even shedding some of the shyness that Yuan Fei had previously instilled in her. Seeing her so at ease, Yuan Fei understood. Although she had been in spear form, she had been locked away for countless years. He abandoned the thought of having her revert to spear form and escape into the spectral demon ring, instead smiling at her. "Would you like to come with me?" Upon hearing Yuan Fei's peculiar request, the woman straightened her posture and leaped into his embrace, tightly wrapping her arms around him, whispering, "Wherever Master goes, I shall follow." With her delicate arms encircling him, Yuan Fei's heart raced, and as he caught sight of her smooth, delicate neck, an inexplicable fire ignited within him. Taking a deep breath, he could not help but sigh inwardly. Such a beautiful girl. Her true form is the undying evil spear. What a shame. He retrieved a set of his own clothes for her to wear, bending slightly as she willingly climbed onto his back. Her grip tight, as if afraid he might run off alone. With a sudden thrust against the ground, the two swiftly darted through the mountain crevices. Her presence was accompanied by a faint fragrance that occasionally brushed against Yuan Fei's ears and cheeks, sending his thoughts into a whirlwind. In the future, I cannot possibly refer to you as the undying evil spear in front of others that I shall give you a name. What do you think of Wuxia? Chapter 19. Relics Wuxia. She whispered the name repeatedly into Yuan Fei's ear, her voice growing increasingly melodious and delightful, evidently pleased with the choice. Witnessing his joy, Yuan Fei felt a flicker of happiness within himself, invigorated and quickening his pace. Though Wuxia was tall and slender, she felt remarkably light on his back, likely due to their blood pact as they ran. He found himself devoid of any fatigue at the Yuan family estate. The guards occasionally stifled yawns, sometimes engaging in hushed conversations punctuated by laughter, that on such a tranquil night as this, it was natural for them to relax their vigilance upon spotting Yuan Fei galloping towards them. They swiftly straightened up, bowing their heads in utmost respect. When they caught sight of Wuxia on Yuan Fei's back, they were momentarily stunned, as if the very air in the vicinity had ceased to circulate. Yuan Fei left a gust of coolness in his wake, disappearing down the path without a glance back. It was not until his figure was swallowed by the night that they finally regained their composure, their eyes alight with intrigue as they whispered among themselves. Where did the young master acquire such a stunning girl? Her beauty is truly unparalleled. One remarked, in Qingyan City, aside from Miss Xier, there are scarcely any others who can compare. I wonder who this enchanting maiden is, for I have never seen her before. I see you all have quite the nerve, neglecting your posts in the dead of night to indulge in idle chatter. A sharp voice cut through the murmurs, prompting the guards to hastily shut their mouths. One of the lead guards, his eyes darting, approached with a grin, saying, Young Master Yuan Fei just brought in a girl, and she is absolutely exquisite, beyond reproach. We were just discussing whether to report this to you. Exquisite. Is she truly more beautiful than I? The striking woman beside Yuan pouted, her eyes wide with curiosity as she tugged at the guard's collar. The guard, unable to affirm, yet unwilling to deny, could only plead silently with the smiling Yuan from the corner of his eye. Enough of that, Sister Yuqing, that it's not easy for these servants to keep watch all night. For the sake of my brother, let them off this time. Yuan Fei gestured to Yuan Yuqing, then turned his attention to the guards. That I am indeed intrigued by the woman you mentioned, that if she is truly a beauty, it would be a shame for her to languish in Yuan Fei's hands. Yuan Yuqing huffed in dissatisfaction, stamping her foot. The moment beauty is mentioned, your eyes light up. What is so special about these women who willingly follow that good-for-nothing? They are merely gold-digging commoners. Sister Yuqing, you know not of what you speak. Anything that belongs to him, I desire. Whatever Yuan Fei seeks, I shall ensure he cannot possess. And should he unwittingly gain it, I will do my utmost to ruin it for him. Upon hearing this insidious declaration, Yuan Yuqing merely smiled nonchalantly. Although her relationship with Yuan Fei did not reach the depths of resentment that Yuan harbored, it was hardly amicable. Yuan Fei's fate was of no concern to her, as her father and grandfather wished to sever ties with him. Yuan shook his head. A malicious grin spread across his face. I shall go see for myself. I wonder how the good-for-nothing will react when I interrupt his little escapade. I shall accompany you. I refuse to believe that besides Yuan Shi and Sister Yuxuan, there is anyone more beautiful than me. Yuan Yuqing retorted, stomping ahead of Yuan her confidence undeterred. As the only granddaughter of Elder Three, the women of the Yuan family were all renowned for their beauty, and Yuan Yuqing was noted as one of the most stunning in Qingyan City. How could she tolerate the guard speaking so brazenly in her presence? I have heard his martial arts have improved recently, and his energy is now laced with a considerable amount of demonic aura. She strode. Her short skirt barely concealed her graceful legs, revealing her irritation at the situation. All the better. It saves me the trouble of tormenting him further. If he is so indiscreet, I shall see if Yuan Fei becomes the pariah of all Qingyan City, wandering down the path of darkness with no way out. With a swift kick, Yuan Fei stealthily entered his room. Gently placing Wuxia down beside the bed, he rummaged through his belongings until he found a cherished piece of clothing, a relic left by his mother during her lifetime. This is a treasure I have always held dear. Wuxia, for now, wear this, but take care not to ruin it. Tomorrow, I shall take you to buy something new. Yuan Fei cradled the elegant gown, genuine emotion evident on his face. Wuxia's eyes sparkled as she carefully accepted the delicate pink dress. Turning her back to Yuan Fei as she donned it, beaming at him with a playful smile, that he stood frozen, taken aback for some time. The gown fit her perfectly, accentuating her alluring collarbone and slender waist. The dress draped exquisitely over her form. Previously, Yuan Xie had attempted to wear this gown, but her ample bosom made it impossible that in contrast, while Wu Xie did not possess such a generous figure. Her exquisite waist made her appear even more alluring by comparison. "Master, do I look beautiful?" Wu Xie asked, gently smoothing the hem of her dress, standing tall before Yuan Fei. Yuan Fei, momentarily lost in thought, nodded absently, his heart surging with emotion that he had never witnessed his mother in this gown. As his memories of her were but a blur, he had never seen his biological mother. This so-called relic was merely something Yuan Chengfeng had passed down to him. "Master?" Wu Xie noticed Yuan Fei's sudden pensive demeanor. Her lips parted as she called out sweetly. Snapping back to reality, Yuan Fei stroked his chin, appreciating her beauty once more before sternly warning, "Do not call me master. Refer to me as young master." Wu Xie, blissfully innocent, looked up at him with her big, bright eyes and cheerfully agreed that a sudden, hurried knock on the door shattered the tranquility between them. Before Yuan Fei could inquire about the visitor outside, Yuan Xian's playful voice rang out. "Yuan Fei, dear brother, I have recently heard some rumors about you and would like to discuss them in person." Chapter 20. Even in failure, success must be achieved. Yuan Xian impatiently pushed the door open and strode inside, taking just 3 steps to cover the distance. Upon his first glance, he noticed Yuan Fei looking composed and collected, which momentarily caught him off guard. Ignoring the cold glare from Yuan Fei, his eyes eagerly swept over to the elegant figure seated on the bed. And a wide grin spread across his face that, a true beauty, indeed a true beauty. In response, Yuan Yuqing, unwilling to be outdone, leaned forward to steal a glance at Wu Xie, her initial disdain evaporating upon seeing Wu Xie's enchanting face. The scathing remarks that were on her tongue were swallowed back, as she found herself utterly captivated. While Yuan Yuqing was indeed beautiful, she paled in comparison to Wu Xie, that a wave of grievance and bitterness washed over her features. Yuan Xian continued to approach with unrelenting enthusiasm, ignoring the ominous aura surrounding Yuan Fei, extending his hand toward Wu Xie's delicate face that a sharp, resounding smack echoed through the room, causing Yuan Xian's face to flush red, his ears ringing from the impact. Yuan Fei had stepped in front of Wu Xie without hesitation, delivering a swift slap to Yuan Xian that do not lay your filthy hands on her, and do not even think about touching that dress. Yuan Fei enunciated each word with conviction, delivering another slap. Both Yuan Xian and Yuan Yuqing were momentarily taken aback. No one expected the infamous waist of a young master to boldly strike Yuan Xian twice. It was well known that Yuan Xian was the beloved grandson of the elder, possessing not only the martial prowess of the Third Realm, but also a protective older brother, Yuan Tong, a formidable warrior of the Seventh Realm. Who would dare speak out against Yuan Xian? Even Yuan Qinggang would not lay a finger on him. Yet today, this laughingstock of the Yuan family had been slapped twice. "You waste! You dare hit me!" Yuan Xian's rage ignited, and without thinking, he swung a punch at Yuan Fei. The result was predictable. Both men stumbled back several meters after their fists clashed. "Young master, the evil spear blesses you," Wu Xie shouted, emanating a crimson glow from her petite form. Yuan Fei grasped her delicate hand firmly, stating with utmost seriousness, "Without my command, I do not permit you to change your form at will." Although Yuan Yuqing could not comprehend the words exchanged between the two, she quickly grasped the situation. She hurried to Yuan Xian, whose face was marked by shock, and exclaimed, "Yuan Fei, how could you commit such an egregious act against our second brother? Do you still hold any concept of respect and hierarchy in your heart?" Yuan Fei shook his somewhat numbed arm and replied to Yuan Yuqing with a smile, "Respect and hierarchy. Do you truly believe you resemble the sister you ought to be at this moment?" Yuan Yuqing, momentarily at a loss for words, stamped her small foot in frustration. Yuan Fei curled his lip in disdain, his anger surging within him. The words of Chu Er, that treacherous dog, echoed in his mind, revealing that the old ghost had stealthily poisoned his meals for over a decade. Such fury could not be soothed by mere slaps. "Yuan Yuqing, step aside. I merely blocked one of my punches." Look at his arrogant demeanor. It truly disgusts me. He thinks that by relying on the powers of the demonic path to reach the second transition of human communication, he possesses the means to contend with me. Yuan Fei gestured for Yuan Yuqing to retreat, swiftly forming a seal with his hands that as she gazed at the familiar palm imprint, Yuan Yuqing felt a flicker of uncertainty. Second brother, is that the Chiman palm? An inferior martial art of our family's common skills? You need not resort to using martial techniques against him. What if something goes awry? Do not worry. Even if this waste truly perishes, the elders will undoubtedly stand by my side. Who permitted this fool to dabble in the demonic arts? If he dies, it is a fitting end. Although Yuan Xin was merely at the third transition of human communication, his strength was closer to that of the fourth transition. Without employing martial arts, Yuan Fei was confident he would not suffer any disadvantage. However, once martial techniques were unleashed, the outcome would be uncertain. Based on the energy reserves within his body, he could only execute the snake-soaring ghost finger once within a day. If that strike failed to shatter the so-called Chiman palm, he might very well lose his life at his hands. Thus, this strike would be his sole opportunity. Failure was not an option. The Chiman palm, like the snake-soaring ghost finger, was divided into 3 major levels. The martial art Yuan Xin practiced had already reached the minor accomplishment stage, while Yuan Fei's snake-soaring ghost finger had only just entered the introductory phase. The disparity in martial arts was glaringly evident. Not only did they differ by a level in cultivation, but their training in martial arts also diverged significantly. Yuan Fei himself was uncertain whether he could rely on the power of demonic energy to bridge this gap. If Wuxie could transform into the state of the evil spear, he would essentially merge the strength of 2 second-transition human communicators. Even if he could not match the 4th transition, contending with a 3rd transition would not pose a problem. However, Yuan Fei did not wish to rely on any external forces in a matter where he could stand his ground with his own strength. Especially against the grandson of the old ghost, he was determined to cripple him with his own hands. Yuan Xion's physical attribute was earth, while he possessed the pure yang body, encompassing the 5 elements of wind: fire, thunder, water, and earth. The great demonic cannon could convert source energy into more potent demonic energy that if he were to separate the thunder source energy, his chances of success might increase that as he pondered. Yuan Xian clapped his hands together and roared. Chiman palm, watching the withered yellow palm imprint expand before his eyes, like a flame engulfing the air, it surged fiercely towards Yuan Fei's chest. Yuan Fei hurriedly held his palm up, channeling all the thunder source energy into his right hand. The great demonic cannon transformed the remaining 4 types of source energy within him into demonic energy, swiftly mingling with the pure thunder source energy, that snake-soaring ghost finger. Yuan Fei bellowed, the demonic energy enveloped in pale yellow, lightning morphing into a vivid snake head, darting towards the Chiman palm in a fierce clash. Inside the room, smoke filled the air as the 4 wooden pillars supporting the structure splintered into sawdust, the entire room quaking precariously, on the verge of collapse. Yuan Yuqing was nearly blinded by the force of the wind. She could hardly believe that Yuan Fei, a mere 2nd transition human communicator, could contend with the momentum generated by a 3rd transition. Most notably, the martial art he wielded, despite lacking the imposing presence of the Chiman palm, had been forced to such an extent. As fragments of tiles fell from the rooftop, the dust within the room began to settle. But Yuan Fei continued to spew forth streams of blood. Chapter 21. Yuan Chengfeng Yuan Fei is injured. This was the first thought that crossed Yuan Yuqing's mind. However, upon further reflection, it made sense. Yuan Fei was merely a 2nd transition human communicator, employing a martial art that was still in its introductory phase. The outcome of his confrontation with Yuan Xian, a peak 3rd transition practitioner, was all too evident. Young master. Wuxie clenched her delicate hands, her brow furrowing involuntarily. Standing so close to Yuan Fei, she could see clearly that although he had withstood the palm's force, his arm had split open from the strain. Blood gushing forth from the fissures. With a thud, Yuan Xian, who stood opposing Yuan Fei, suddenly buckled and knelt to the ground, a stream of dark, foul blood seeping from his mouth. The sudden turn of events shocked Yuan Yuqing, who rushed to support the disheveled and battered Yuan Xian, her eyes flashing with an unusual light. Suddenly realizing something, she looked up at Yuan Fei, the mist clearing to reveal his indifferent figure. Despite the numerous blood jets erupting from him, he remained steadfast, like an immovable rock, his rigid spine holding him upright, that in his cold, resolute gaze lingered a palpable aura of slaughter. She could not understand why. As fellow descendants of the Yuan family, even amidst their conflicts, it need not escalate to the point of mutual destruction. Yet both Yuan Fei and Yuan Xian seemed intent on ending each other's lives. Gritting his teeth against the searing pain, Yuan Fei staggered toward the blood-spewing Yuan X. Yuan Fei, enough. He is in this state, and you still refuse to relent. Regardless of the discord, he is still a direct descendant of the Yuan family. If anything were to happen, it would not bode well for you. Yuan Yuqing exclaimed, her urgency palpable as she admonished Yuan Fei. He merely curled his lips in a cryptic smile, that if the one lying on the ground were me. Do you think you would let me off so easily? And would you, too, stand here pleading for my life? Yuan Yuqing's expression turned wooden, her heart a tumult of uncertainty. If it were Yuan Fei lying there, Yuan Xian would assuredly not spare him lightly, but would she truly plead for Yuan Fei? The answer eluded her. You cold-hearted little wretch. If you dare lay a finger on him, I will take your life right here. A thunderous roar reverberated, causing Yuan Fei to stagger back as darkness enveloped his vision. Such a familiar voice. He knew at once it must be Yuan Qinggang coming to protect his son. Yuan Fei is my son. If you dare touch him, I will not hesitate to cripple you first. Following that, a more formidable roar erupted, accompanied by a meteoric speed that overshadowed the previous shout. Two shadowy figures burst through the wall, ready to confront each other. After a period of seclusion and recovery, Yuan Qingfeng not only healed from his injuries, but also advanced his martial prowess, becoming the sole second transition heavenly communicator within the Yuan family. A force comparable to 5 elders, Yuan Qinggang, having only just stepped into the first transition of heavenly communication, was evidently still distant from Yuan Qingfeng's level. You little brat. When you err, I will step in. You father and son truly make quite the pair. Yuan Qinggang sneered, the current situation entirely favoring Yuan Fei, igniting his pent-up frustration with Yuan Qingfeng's recent breakthrough. Any future moves he wished to make openly would likely not be so simple. Power speaks volumes. This was the principle of the spirit-linking continent. Unless, in a month's time during the family competition, Yuan Fei were to perish on the stage, Yuan Qingfeng would be unable to maintain his position as the head of the family without a direct descendant, that if he could secure the joint recommendation of the 5 elders. Perhaps he could even usurp Yuan Qingfeng and claim the position of patriarch. Yet with each elder harboring their own agendas, obtaining their joint recommendation would be no easy feat, however, orchestrating Yuan Fei's demise on the stage. That was merely a matter of words. Who was at fault was clear to all. If one were to seek righteousness, that phrase would suit you all far better. Yuan Fei spat disdainfully, reassured by the sight of Yuan Qingfeng's upright figure. He then turned to mock Yuan Qinggang, sharp-tongued as always. Yuan Yuqing, you have always been a good child. You witnessed today's events firsthand. Tell us, whose fault was it? Was it your second brother's misstep? Or that of the little waste? Yuan Yuqing pursed her lips, hesitating to voice her thoughts. Upon reflection, this incident indeed stemmed from Yuan Xian, but the root cause ultimately lay with the woman hidden behind Yuan Fei. Gazing upon the innocent and captivating visage, a surge of unwillingness altered her thoughts. Taking a deep breath, Yuan Yuqing merely remarked with a hint of indifference. In response to Uncle S' inquiry, the discord between Ergu and Yuan Fei has escalated to this extent solely due to the woman behind Yuan Fei. Without her influence, they would not have resorted to such a violent confrontation. Yuan Fei's brow furrowed in icy surprise, utterly unprepared for Yuan Yuqing's bold statement, his gaze subtly darkening with a trace of hostility. With both hands pressed firmly, he completely obstructed Wuxia from retreating. That it was only after Yuan Yuqing's words that Yuan Qingfeng noticed Wuxia standing behind Yuan Fei. Her countenance caused even him to momentarily pause. And as his eyes fell upon her resplendent gown, a flicker of melancholy gradually surfaced within him. Given that Yuan Fei permitted her to don such attire, Yuan Qingfeng inherently understood the implications. This woman could not be considered ordinary in Yuan Fei's eyes. If it were not for Yuan Xian's attempts to entangle Wuxia, would I have ever reached such a point of contention with him? Had he not employed the family's martial art? Chimin Palm, against me, how could I have suffered such a grievous defeat? Yuan Fei exclaimed vehemently to Yuan Yuqing, exuding an aggressive demeanor. This matter will not simply be brushed aside. Until the family competition, I shall permit you a few more days of existence. Yuan Qingfeng recognized the origins of that dress. Narrowing his eyes as he scrutinized Wuxia, he issued a veiled threat before swiftly carrying Yuan Xian away. Yuan Yuqing, without lingering, followed closely behind. Relaxing his stance, Yuan Chengfeng slowly turned to face Yuan Fei. His eyes dimmed as he regarded the silver strands cascading from Yuan Fei's head that I have already heard from Shi'er about the situation. While succumbing to obsession may bolster your strength, it is fraught with considerable peril to Fei. Have you truly contemplated this? Father, rest assured, Fei would not engage in actions lacking certainty, that if I dare to tread the path of darkness. It is with the guidance of an esteemed mentor. Yuan Fei replied earnestly, nodding at Yuan Chengfeng, adding with a smile, as for you, Father, not only has your injury healed, but your martial prowess has also progressed further. I congratulate you. Upon hearing this, Yuan Chengfeng let out a hearty laugh, clapping Yuan Fei on the shoulder. You rascal, you still remember to show concern for your father, yet you continue to indulge in actions that leave me on edge. Father, the paths of righteousness and evil are irreconcilable. However, who truly defines what is right and what is wrong? If the Wu Tian sect embodies righteousness, I would rather forsake such hypocritical ideals. Embracing darkness is my only choice. As long as you and Sister Shi'er live well, it fuels my unwavering resolve that a flicker of understanding glimmered in Yuan Chengfeng's eyes, realizing that the Wu Tian sect's coercive marriage proposal had profoundly impacted Yuan Fei. Turning away to discreetly wipe his eyes, Yuan Chengfeng stood before Wuxia, scrutinizing her from head to toe. Seeing you in that dress reminds me of your mother. Your aura is strikingly similar. Noting that Yuan Chengfeng bore no intent to chastise Wuxia, but instead expressed subtle admiration, Yuan Fei scratched his head and chuckled foolishly. Wuxia has met Uncle Yuan. She elegantly greeted Yuan Chengfeng, her silken hair cascading gracefully from her shoulders to her slender waist, enchanting all who beheld her. Yuan Chengfeng responded heartily, yet Yuan Fei was engulfed in perplexity. Wuxia's manner of speaking and demeanor seemed more akin to that of a refined lady than the embodiment of darkness she was purported to be. After bidding farewell to Yuan Chengfeng, Yuan Fei found a guest room, seated himself at the table, and tapped it lightly. Young master, do you have something on your mind? Wuxia inquired softly, her delicate hands intertwined as she observed Yuan Fei's furrowed brow. Wuxia, speak candidly with me. Are you truly the undying evil spear? Yuan Fei asked, scrutinizing Wuxia's peculiar expression. Wuxia opened her eyes and saw young master first. As for the events prior, I have no recollection. Only a vague familiarity, as if I have encountered certain things before. Yet, all that remains in my memory upon awakening is the phrase undying evil spear. Observing Wuxia's earnest demeanor, Yuan Fei felt a wave of helplessness. The Dark Demon Sovereign had claimed that the undying evil spear was the only artifact among the 18 heavenly artifacts classified as a dark weapon, inherently possessing an insufferable malevolence. Calculating carefully, no one could approach it, let alone wield it. Having merely purchased a coffin for over 1 million gold coins, only to find the undying evil spear within was already astonishing. The most alarming aspect being that he had forged a blood pact with it. The old sage suggested it was highly probable that it was a counterfeit. According to legend, if this spear was indeed born of the heavens, how could it have rusted after merely a few millennia of human existence? If no one dared to seek it who had placed it within the coffin. Although Wuxia could seamlessly transition between human and spear, in this state, she was indistinguishable from a true woman. That Wuxia's identity was likely far more complicated than merely being the undying evil spear. Yuan Fei exhaled a deep sigh, raking his hands through his hair, as Wuxia's origins weighed heavily on his mind. That Wuxia's long eyelashes trembled, her delicate brows knitting slightly, as she murmured softly to the somewhat self-destructive Yuan Fei. Has my existence brought trouble to young master? If it is inconvenient for Wuxia to accompany young master in this state, I could transform into the spear, remaining quietly within young master's ring. Seeing Wuxia's endearing demeanor, Yuan Fei felt a pang of reluctance. He rose and gently stroked her smooth hair, smiling. I have never feared trouble. Besides, having such a beautiful woman like Wuxia by my side is a source of true pride for me. Her charming smile dispelled Yuan Fei's tangled thoughts momentarily. Regardless of Wuxia's origins, since he had already forged a blood pact with her, she was undeniably his. Nothing more, nothing less. Wuxia, young master, is somewhat fatigued. Please assist me in preparing for rest. Yuan Fei yawned nonchalantly, turning to plop onto the soft bed, a satisfied smile gracing his face. Such overtly suggestive words caused Wuxia's cheeks to flush a vibrant scarlet, and she bashfully covered her face, softly exclaiming, "Why, young master is quite the rogue." Huh. Yuan Fei was momentarily taken aback. Having been attended to by maids since childhood, he was accustomed to such care that if Wuxia wished to serve in this capacity, was it not only natural? Why had he become the rogue? Serving you, in rest, is it not simply to share a bed? And that? Wuxia pouted her enticing lips, her large eyes glancing around, unable to meet Yuan Fei's gaze. Yuan Fei chuckled lightly, bemused by Wuxia's whimsical thoughts. Though he appreciated beauty, he was not the type of man who could not sleep without a woman by his side. Moreover, with her true identity still shrouded in mystery, he lacked the audacity to engage in any peculiar antics that Wuxia's innocent and carefree nature lifted Yuan Fei's spirits. He leaped from the bed, whistling carelessly. "You shall rest here tonight, and tomorrow morning, come to assist me in rising." After closing the door, Yuan Fei took a moment to compose himself, glancing skyward as an unusual sensation stirred within him. "Young master, what do you gaze upon?" Upon leaving, Yuan Fei's countenance shifted rapidly. One moment he appeared pensive, emanating a chilling aura, and the next he stood bewildered, chuckling to himself. The guarding maid, puzzled, ventured to inquire softly. Regaining his composure, Yuan Fei scratched the back of his head. "Oh, the weather is quite fine today. The moon is round." Such beauty left me in a daze. The maids exchanged glances at the overcast sky, then looked down at the awkwardly smiling Yuan Fei, all displaying expressions of bewilderment. Coughing twice, Yuan Fei hastily entered another room. Today, he refrained from divulging to Yuan Chengfeng the matter of the poison he had ingested for over a decade. Firstly, he feared that the elder and Yuan Qinggang might resort to desperate measures, potentially escalating the situation further. Secondly, he wished to resolve this matter personally, not wanting it to fall into the hands of others. After all, the humiliation he had endured for over a decade could not be resolved with mere punches and kicks. Yuan X and his brother, Yuan Tong, was a 7-transformation martial artist, and apart from sister Shi'er, who bore no blood relation, he was the rightful heir of the Yuan family. With his current abilities, dealing with Yuan Xin, a mere 3rd-transformation martial artist, was manageable. However, facing off against a 7-transformation martial artist alone would likely lead to his demise. The family competition was fast approaching, and should he manage to distinguish himself, perhaps the remaining 4 elders would finally fall silent. Chapter 23. Hidden Thoughts. During the lifetime of Yuan Fei's great-grandfather, he had 6 biological sons. Among them, the 6th son, who is Yuan Fei's grandfather, possessed the most distinguished qualities. However, shortly after inheriting the position of the family head, Yuan Fei's grandfather met an untimely demise. For these many years, it has been Yuan Fei's father who has truly overseen the affairs of the Yuan family. The remaining 5 old men have all gazed longingly at the position of family head. Fortunately, due to the long-standing traditions of the Yuan family, once the next generation takes over, they naturally lose their qualifications to occupy that esteemed title. Thus, the task of seizing the position of family head has fallen to Yuan Fei's uncles. The eldest elder's son, Yuan Qinggang, is Yuan Fei's eldest uncle that he has 2 sons, Yuan Tong and Yuan Xin. The second elder's only son, Yuan Qingxing, has a daughter, Yuan Yuxuan, who is the only young member of the Yuan family capable of rivaling Yuan Tong as a 7-turn martial artist. She is undoubtedly a paragon of talent. Yuan Fei's third uncle, Yuan Qingsu, has a daughter named Yuan Yuqing. The 4th elder, Yuan Qingde, has a son, Yuan Lei, and a daughter, Yuan Yun. The 5th elder has no sons and only one daughter who is married into another city, leaving no other lineage within the Yuan family. Thus, the 5th elder's demeanor is quite unlike that of the other 4. His sole indulgence is perhaps alcohol. Only fine wine earns his approval, although he is a natural drunkard. He possesses strength that surpasses the other 4 elders. All are at the pinnacle of the first turn of the human unity realm, yet his physical prowess far exceeds theirs. That it is said that this is due to his cultivation of a unique body-refining martial art. At the thought of body-refining martial arts, Yuan Fei's tightly closed eyes barely opened a slit as he murmured, "This peculiar elder has an eccentric temperament, although I have little interaction with him. There are no grievances between us that if he could stand on my side, I am quite interested in that body-refining martial art. Given that he treasures it so dearly, it must be at least of moderate quality among ordinary items. If not superior, that a smirk lifted the corners of Yuan Fei's mouth as various thoughts danced in his mind. Common wines would be hard-pressed to catch the fifth elder's eye. I wonder if the demon ring holds a formula that could enhance the aroma of the wine, or even amplify its medicinal properties and potency. That a surge of energy abruptly dispelled Yuan Fei's musings. He had inadvertently touched the threshold of the third turn of the human unity realm. Based on the concentration of source energy within him, if given just 3 more days, he would surely step into the true third turn of the human unity realm. However, Yuan Fei could not afford to wait those 3 days. He retrieved a vial of ghost lantern grass liquid and let 2 drops fall into his mouth. Instantly, 5 types of source energy within the room were drawn in, permeating his skin and entering his body. As the ghost lantern grass liquid entered him, the torrent of medicinal power transformed into pure source energy, cleansing his meridians in tandem. Bang! The wave of energy swept across the table, reducing the teacups to mere dust. It was evident that his breakthrough into the third turn of the human unity realm was both forceful and inevitable. The surging source energy danced around his body, invigorating him entirely. The third turn of the human unity realm. I actually broke through the shackles of the second turn in just over half a month. For an ordinary person, it would typically take several months, if not years, to achieve such a feat. All of it, is thanks to the existence of the great Demon Sutra. Haha, you truly did not deceive me, old fellow. This mental method is simply the most supreme existence in the world. Yuan Fei adjusted his expression, astonishment swelling within him as he realized he almost forgot the gravity of the situation, that on such a tranquil night, even the slightest commotion would attract considerable attention. His breakthrough into the third turn of the human unity realm might be too ostentatious. The demon ring, enveloped in a faint black glow, caught Yuan Fei's attention, ever since it was placed on his finger and became unremovable. Yuan Fei felt as if he had resigned himself to fate. Yet, to be honest, he had never thoroughly examined this ring. With a shift in focus, Yuan Fei peered within the ring, revealing an endless expanse of darkness. Beyond its unfathomable depths, there was nothing else to behold. Suddenly, 1,000 beams of light darted into Yuan Fei's eyes. Fixating on those luminous rays, he found himself confronted with the nearly 1,000 formulas spoken of by the demon sovereign. The one closest to him was a low-grade formula known as the Feline Pill. Though it was merely a formula, the resulting product was a type of medicinal powder. While lowly, this powder could enhance the fragrance of wine, warm the human skeletal system, and even promote longevity. Snap! Yuan Fei snapped his fingers, touching his nose lightly as he said nonchalantly, "What a stroke of luck." The materials for refining Feline powder are quite common, and their price is only moderate. I wonder if I can harness my own strength to activate the demon ring and refine this Feline powder, that if successful, perhaps I could win over that old drunkard. Having the fifth elder on my side would certainly be advantageous, even capable of intimidating the other 4 elders. However, that is not my primary goal. I am more interested in the body-refining martial art he possesses. If I acquire that martial art, my physical strength will surpass what it is now. It is known that ordinary martial arts are already exceedingly rare, let alone those with special abilities. The Demon Sovereign has also mentioned that he does not possess such low-grade martial arts. So the body-refining martial art with the fifth elder has naturally become my foremost objective. Young master, it is time to rise. The gentle, delicate voice of Wu Xie pulled Yuan Fei back from his myriad thoughts. He smirked mischievously, then stretched his legs, lying back on the bed. After knocking several times without response, Wu Xie gently pushed the door open and walked in, upon seeing Yuan Fei lying motionless on the bed. Her delicate face changed instantly. She hurried to the side of the bed, only to be inadvertently touched by Yuan Fei, who had just awakened. "Why, young master?" Wu Xie's beautiful eyes widened, her lips puffing out in dissatisfaction. "Oh dear, what a blunder!" Yuan Fei quickly attempted to smooth things over, noticing that she was still clad in the resplendent robe left behind by his mother, reminding him of his promise yesterday to take her shopping for clothes. The sound of crisp high heels echoed from around the corner, and upon hearing those familiar footsteps, Yuan Fei's face twitched involuntarily. "That you've made quite the progress. Haven to you, just a single night apart. And you've already achieved a breakthrough." Before Yuan Fei could see her, Two long legs entered the room first. With her arms crossed, her beautiful eyes sparkled, and her cherry lips formed an unprecedented arc. Wu Xie elegantly greeted Yuan Shi. Though she recognized the familiar clothing, she did not display excessive astonishment. Chapter 24. Su Xiaohong, I met her last night, Yuan Shi said, hoping to quell Yuan Fei's curiosity. However, her words only heightened Yuan Fei's intrigue that he had not seen Yuan Shi the previous night. How could she have already met Wu Xie? Curiously, Yuan Shi did not favor other women being around Yuan Fei. Yet she got along splendidly with Wu Xie. The two walked hand in hand, laughing and chatting, while Yuan Fei lagged behind, resting his head on his hands, feeling somewhat dejected. Strange, this is the first time I have seen Shi so warmly engaged with another girl. I had expected her to be more aloof. The bustling street was alive with a chorus of shouts, with some even stopping to gaze. The two girls ahead of Yuan Fei had become the brightest focal point. Hey, haha, the east wind blows, the war drums beat. If you don't love Brother Fei, who else will you love? Hey, haha, as everyone became engrossed in the stunning beauty of the two girls, a piercing, raspy voice rang out from the rooftop ahead, instantly capturing everyone's attention, including Yuan Fei and the two girls, who looked up to see Lu Xiang and two other members of the Lu family guards. Their attire was scant, with only a strip of cloth covering their important areas. Their faces were painted with heavy makeup, and they occasionally struck their gongs and drums, singing with great flair, utterly disregarding the scornful glances from below. Lu Xiang, what on earth are you doing? Get down here at once, Yuan Fei exclaimed, utterly speechless, pointing at Lu Xiang atop the roof. The trio ceased their antics and jumped down to Yuan Fei and the two girls. As they landed, the onlookers parted, creating a circle around them. Brother Fei, please accept me as your little brother. Brother Fei, please allow young master to become your little brother. The sudden change took Yuan Fei by surprise. He scrutinized Lu Xiang from top to bottom, a look of deep disgust painting his face. I refuse. Lu Xiang, seemingly anticipating this outcome, glanced around at the guards and signaled them with his eyes. Then, he lunged forward, clinging desperately to Yuan Fei's leg, looking pitiful as he implored. These days, the Lu family treats me like I'm invisible, so I no longer care for this image and status of a young master. I only ask for Brother Fei to show me a path forward, so I can follow you as your little brother. In the eyes of others, I am merely a worthless individual, an inconsequential presence. As I listened to him speak from the depths of his heart, nearly moved to tears, I felt a surge of nausea rising within me. Yet, I deeply empathized with Lu Xiang's predicament. For over a decade, I too had been regarded as an absolute failure in the eyes of others. Aside from Yuan Chengfeng and Yuan Xie, no one had ever treated me as a genuine person. Lu Xiang wiped away his tears and upon raising his head, was met with the expressionless gaze of Yuan Xie, arms crossed and a stoic demeanor. A shiver ran down his spine, prompting his gaze to shift to Wu Xie. He licked the drool that had trickled down his lips and remarked, Fei, Brother Fei, your woman is truly exquisite. The mention of women brought a pang of sorrow to his heart. What a disgrace for the Yuan family to have descended to such depths. After all, I am also the young master of the Lu family, yet the beauties I possess cannot even begin to compare with the two before me. Yuan Fei vigorously shook his legs. But rather than loosening Lu Xiang's hold, it only tightened his grip further. As the crowd of onlookers grew larger, beads of sweat began to form on Yuan Fei's forehead. If this continued, Sister Sierra would surely become upset. Perhaps it would be best to see if he could show some sincerity, regardless of whether his intentions were genuine. After all, you are the biggest squanderer in Qingyan City. Lu Xiang. Yuan Fei pondered for a moment, then replied with a nonchalant expression, I can agree, but that depends on your sincerity. Coincidentally, I am heading to the auction house. Brother Fei, feel free to express what you wish to bid on. I shall cover the expenses. Lu Xiang thought to himself, feeling a pang of reluctance, but ultimately gritted his teeth and endured. His eyes gleamed, and he took the hands of the two women, leading them forward. What are you waiting for? Lead the way. After walking several dozen meters, Lu Xiang and the two guards suddenly froze in place, one of the taller guards quietly inquiring, Young master, are we really going to pay? Having spoken the words, could he dare to back out? The gentle breeze tousled Lu Xiang's meticulously styled hair as he continued to flatter Yuan Fei and Wu Xie along the way. although Yuan Sierra remained unaffected by his flattery. Lu Xiong persisted in his attempts. "Brother Fei, look at that person striding out of the auction house," Lu Xiong exclaimed, pointing towards a figure emerging from the entrance. The slender, effeminate young man with a hint of youthful innocence in his eyes approached with an enigmatic smile. Upon seeing him, Yuan Fei returned a cool smile in response. That's Su Xiaohong, a direct descendant of the Su family, one of the 5 prominent families in Qingyan City, possessed a strikingly feminine appearance, but wielded the formidable strength of a 5th transition martial artist. A talent unmatched among his peers that in fact, he was one of the most promising among the Su family's younger generation, being just a day younger than Yuan Fei. Upon noticing Yuan Fei and his companions, especially Wuxia and Yuan Sierra, Su Xiaohong's eyes sparkled with intrigue, but he closed his folding fan and hurried over with a few quick steps. The relationships between the 5 prominent families in Qingyan City were quite intricate, rife with both overt and covert rivalries. The enmity between the Yuan and Lu families lingered among the younger generation, yet the dynamics between the Yuan and Su families were far more complex. A moment's carelessness could lead to violent confrontations. When the Su family's younger generation saw Yuan Sierra, they all instinctively distanced themselves, as if they had encountered a fierce tigress. None dared to behave as recklessly as Xiaohong, who approached instead. "Yes, sir, it has been such a long time," he stammered, shaking a lock of hair from his forehead and forcing a grin he believed was charming. "And may I know the name of this lovely lady? Would the 2 beauties consider accompanying me to a tea house?" Despite being a natural stutterer, Su Xiaohong managed to articulate his words to this extent, yet beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. "I am not interested." Yuan Sierra grasped Wuxia's delicate hand and gracefully strode into the auction house, leaving Su Xiaohong with a frozen, awkward smile, struggling to comprehend the situation. Lu Xiong stifled his laughter, feeling a sense of satisfaction. He had initially thought Yuan Sierra's demeanor towards him was already quite cold, yet today he found someone who fared even worse. Chapter 25. 2 forces. What are you laughing at? Laugh again, and I shall pluck every tooth from your mouth, Su Xiaohong growled, baring his teeth in anger, prompting Lu Xiong to quickly shut his mouth. How could he jest? Standing before him was a 5th transition martial artist, while he himself was merely a 1st transition martial artist, insignificant enough to be swatted away without a thought that in truth, even if Su Xiaohong were to spit at Lu Xiong, the latter would have no recourse to retaliate. "And you worthless waste! If it weren't for the sake of Miss Sierra and that little beauty, I would have struck you down without hesitation," Su Xiaohong scoffed, rolling his eyes at Yuan Fei, his disdain palpable. Truth be told, he did not regard Yuan Fei as a threat at all. Although he had heard rumors about Yuan Fei while walking the streets, in the face of overwhelming strength, even Yuan Fei's recent advancement to the 3rd transition was inconsequential. In the realm of martial arts, even a slight difference in transition levels could yield a chasm of disparity. A 3rd transition martial artist stood no chance against a 5th transition powerhouse. One would merely await their demise. Yuan Fei, unfazed, casually scratched his ear. He harbored no fondness for the Su family, and the eventual fallout between the younger generations was inevitable. Even though Su Xiaohong was a 5th transition martial artist, Yuan Fei displayed no hint of fear. "Mind your words, or you may find your tongue twisted," Yuan Fei mocked, imitating Su Xiaohong's speech pattern with exaggerated flair. His comical imitation elicited a wave of laughter from the crowd, even causing Lu Xiong, who had been hiding nearby, to burst into laughter. "I detest it when others mimic my speech. Today, I shall rip your tongue out," Su Xiaohong snarled, his face contorting with rage as he suddenly emanated an aura of lethal intent. Extending his hand as if to grasp Yuan Fei's head, that a powerful surge of energy bound the air before him, and one could even hear the sound of shattering glass in the atmosphere. Oh my goodness! Although Lu Xiong was the young master of the Lu family, he had never dared confront a martial artist of the 3rd transition or higher. Faced with such overwhelming pressure, he crumpled to the ground. It would be disingenuous to say Yuan Fei was not shaken. He had never anticipated that Su Xiaohong would dare to create a scene in front of the auction house. Should he disturb those within, it could spell trouble for the entire Su family. While Yuan Fei could not confront a 5th transition martial artist directly, he could not simply stand by idly. In the face of the overwhelming force, he roared inwardly, "Great demon scripture! Transform!" The demonic energy from the magic pill surged through his veins, flooding into his arms until his hands felt somewhat numb. It was only then that he unleashed his own aura, clashing against the binding force before him. With a rush of wind and tumultuous waves, the surrounding stalls were overturned, and dust and debris filled the air. For several dozen meters around, no one dared approach. Even Lu Xiang, lying at Yuan Fei's feet, was caught in the dual pressure and coughed up blood. Yuan Fei, with his silver hair billowing wildly in the gust, bore a serious expression. The fifth transition martial artists were indeed formidable. This casual display of strength forced him to expend all his effort to counter it, and if a true battle ensued, he feared he would not escape unscathed from a single strike. As he focused intently, the sound of Lu Xiang coughing blood reached his ears. Yuan Fei glanced down at Lu Xiang, who was on the verge of losing consciousness, gritted his teeth, and retracted his aura. He then gathered his strength in his legs, delivering a kick that sent Lu Xiang flying out of the oppressive force's range. Upon landing, Lu Xiang tumbled awkwardly several times before finally regaining his breath. However, Yuan Fei was not so fortunate. In freeing his strength to kick Lu Xiang away, he had diminished the demonic energy emanating from his hands, leaving him in a vulnerable state with a cough. Yuan Fei felt a sweetness in his throat as he spat out a mouthful of blood, staggering back several steps. Seeing Yuan Fei retreat under his mere casual grip, Su Xiaohong's face brightened with confidence as he bellowed. Floating like a tree swaying in the wind. How absurdly naive. Do not provoke me too far. If I wish to kill you, I could do so at any moment. Yuan Shi's voice was both cold and melodious. With a single delicate shout, she shattered the momentum of the two into nothingness. With a graceful flick of her jade hand, a pale blue palm print struck Su Xiaohong, sending her crashing against the wall nearly 100 meters behind. Yuan Shi's beautiful eyes were frosty, tinged with a hint of disdain. Unlike Su Xiaohong, who was devoid of intellect, she had to maintain the facade for Yuan Fei while considering the greater picture. In terms of strength, Su Xiaohong was not even a match for a mere flick of her fingers. However, given the volatile relationship between the Yuan and Su families, any misstep could ignite a fierce conflict between them. With Yuan Chengfeng just recovering from his injuries and the elders of the Yuan family at odds, any discord with the Su family now could spell disaster for the Yuan family. Young master, are you injured? As Yuan Shi pondered, Wu Xie hurriedly approached Yuan Fei, her face pale with worry, resembling a timid young bride, but he casually wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and replied nonchalantly, I am fine, just a bit of numbness in my arm. Lu Xiang came running over, his face smeared with dirt, frustration evident as he slapped his forehead. Fei Gu, it's all my fault for being useless. If it weren't for me needing saving, you wouldn't have gotten hurt. It's merely a lack of strength. Yuan Fei shook his head, showing no intention of blaming Lu Xiang. His only source of frustration stemmed from his recent breakthrough in martial arts. Had he not secretly consumed the life-shortening elixir for over a decade, how could he have only attained the third level of human communication? Although the toxins in his body had been mostly expelled, they could not erase the resentment he felt towards the Grand Elder. Faced with a fifth-level human communication warrior, he felt like an ant. Defeating the exceptionally gifted Zhu Xian in 3 years would be no easy feat. No, I am rather surprised by you. Setting aside the question of when you reach the third level of human communication, the mere ability to confront a fifth-level human communication warrior with such limited strength is indeed a rarity. In the entire spirit communication continent, not every third-level warrior can face opponents 2 levels higher. The determination you exhibit will surely one day propel you to become a true powerhouse. Yuan Shi offered him a radiant smile, capable of melting away all worldly troubles, guiding Yuan Fei out of his gloomy mindset. He should not be in mortal danger. For now, it is best not to escalate matters too much that if there is nothing more. Let us hurry inside. The auction is about to begin. With her hands clasped elegantly over her chest, she turned gracefully, her tresses cascading down to her waist, a vision of unparalleled beauty. Chapter 26. Zhang Cordyceps Wu Xie, still somewhat fearful, gazed at Yuan Fei. The innocence and charm she displayed not only uplifted Yuan Fei's spirits, but also made Lu Xiang, who observed, gulp in admiration. Nevertheless, as this did not concern him directly, Lu Xiang quickly shifted his attention back to Yuan Fei. In the past, Lu Xiang had often caused trouble for Yuan Fei, So the fact that Yuan Fei thought of him in such a perilous situation deeply moved Lu Xiang. Wiping away the mist from his eyes, he transformed his earlier melancholy into silly grins directed at Yuan Fei. "Let us go." Yuan Fei nodded nonchalantly, and the four of them entered the auction house with ease. Although they found a vacant spot to sit, they attracted numerous glances that eyed in the second-floor VIP room. Most attendees were prominent figures, yet the presence of both Yuan Shi'er and Wu Xie, two beauties, made it impossible for them to resist stealing a few more glances. In contrast to the disheveled Yuan Fei, Lu Xiang's presence seemed somewhat diminished. Conversations and laughter revolved almost entirely around Yuan Fei and his companions. "Hey, have you heard? The news about Yuan Fei has been making waves. Due to his connection with the demonic path, his martial arts have progressed significantly. He has already broken through to the third level of human communication. I also heard that he defeated the third-level human communication warrior, Yuan Xin, with just his second-level strength. Who would have thought that the #1 waste of Qingyan City would have a day to shine? What is there to be proud of? After cultivating demonic energy, his strength surely increased, but the drawbacks of such practice are substantial. Though he appears to be thriving now, he might not have many years left to live. It's quite ironic that a member of the illustrious Yuan family would resort to cultivating demonic energy. Haha, compared to Yuan Fei, I'm more interested in the beautiful girl by his side. She doesn't seem to be from around here. Otherwise, with her looks, she surely wouldn't go unnoticed. It's such a pity. Being so stunning, yet unable to make a living, she chooses to be a servant to a waste." Wu Xie bit her lip, listening to the surrounding criticisms and feeling guilty for being a burden to Yuan Fei. "Wu Xie, if you spot anything you like later, do not hesitate to tell me." Yuan Fei, seemingly oblivious to the murmurs, flashed a smile at her, even causing Yuan's indifferent gaze to flicker with surprise. Indeed, Fei Gu is right. If the two young ladies find anything of interest, just speak up. I will cover all expenses today. Lu Xiang chimed in, eliciting scornful looks from the crowd, with some sneering remarks. Lu Xiang truly lives up to his reputation as the biggest spendthrift in Qingyan City. With someone like him in the Lu family, it's only a matter of time before they decline. Yuan Fei chuckled, winking at Yuan Shi'er. Truthfully, he had no money to his name. It was only thanks to Yuan Shi'er's generosity that he managed to acquire the undying evil spear last time. However, her gold coins were limited, and he could not bring himself to ask a woman for money. With Lu Xiang's timely interjection, Yuan Fei's troubles were alleviated. Originally, he had intended to auction off the last few drops of ghost lantern grass liquid to acquire some gold coins. But it seemed that he could now save that effort. The materials for refining Feline powder were relatively common and could even be found at roadside stalls. Yuan Fei had come to the auction house primarily for another matter. If his information was correct, a jar of millennium-old wine would be featured at today's auction. The older the wine, the richer its fragrance, of course, for the Yuan family, which had a long history. They were not lacking in such ancient brews, but those were reserved for entertaining esteemed guests. It was also possible that the fifth elder had already consumed them all. The better the wine, the more effectively it would dissolve the Feline powder, potentially yielding results that were twice as effective. It was rumored that the jar of wine to be presented today was made using medicinal herbs, and its value would far exceed that of ordinary wine. That if he could obtain it, combined with the effects of the Feline powder, it would undoubtedly attract the fifth elder's attention. Having mentally calculated his strategy, Yang Qiling had already stepped onto the stage, waving to the agitated crowd below. When her beautiful eyes inadvertently swept over Yuan Fei and his companions, a hint of surprise flickered across her exquisite face. Akin to jade, the auction proceeded as usual until the appearance of the mysterious wine piqued Yuan Fei's interest. As two burly men carefully placed the jar on the auction stage, Yang Qiling smiled warmly and began. This jar of wine has an extraordinary origin. Generally, the longer a wine is stored, the better its quality, and its price will correspondingly increase. That today's jar has not only been buried beneath the snow-capped mountains for 1,000 years, but also possesses considerable medicinal properties. If I were to reveal the medicinal materials used to brew this wine, I believe you would no longer perceive it as an ordinary beverage merely aged by time. After teasing the audience a bit, Yang Qiling casually continued, I wonder if any of you have heard of Zhang cordyceps. Zhang cordyceps. A hushed gasp rippled through the spacious auction house, and even among the VIPs, a few sat up straighter. Sure, what exactly is Zhang cordyceps? Although Yuan Fei sensed that the jar of wine was special, he remained in the dark about the Xiang cordyceps mentioned by Yang Qiling. Yuan Xie, her expression grave, shook her head slightly and replied, I have only heard of it occasionally. I do not know the specifics, but it is certainly not an ordinary medicinal herb. Young master, Sister Sure, Xiang cordyceps grows between the snow-capped mountains, on the cliffs of deep ravines. Its growth cycle consists of 3 stages. The spirit awakening stage, during which it absorbs the icy essence of snowflakes and the powers of the sun, moon, and stars, causing its originally blue and white leaves to condense into a deep purple hue, known as the spirit gathering stage. The final stage is the hair root stage, where countless fine roots intertwine, absorbing the primordial essence of the earth, giving rise to a living root. This is the origin of Xiang cordyceps. With an unbroken flow of words, Wu Xie spoke, while Yuan Fei and the others exchanged astonished glances, their eyes revealing a deep sense of peculiarity. Yuan Xie seemed somewhat more composed, speculating that Wu Xie had merely read relevant literature. However, knowing Wu Xie's true nature, Yuan Fei felt far less at ease. Ever since Wu Xie displayed a lifestyle indistinguishable from ordinary people, it had struck Yuan Fei as odd, leading him to suspect that her identity was far more complex than it appeared. Now, hearing her recount the origins of the Xiang cordyceps without the slightest hesitation only strengthened his conviction. Wu Xie was undoubtedly more than just the undying evil spear. Chapter 27. The Contest for Possession. Wu Xie. How do you know all this? Yuan Fei asked instinctively. That Wu Xie furrowed her delicate brows, her long eyelashes fluttering slightly before she shook her head, saying, Young master, Wu Xie does not recall, yet this information seems to be imprinted in my mind, compelling me to articulate it. Yuan Fei gently stroked her silky long hair, choosing not to probe further. Yang Qiling's subsequent explanation aligned perfectly with Wu Xie's assertions, clearly indicating that the knowledge that had surged forth from her mind was entirely accurate. The Xiang cordyceps possessed the efficacy of calming the spirit and enhancing one's meridian strength. Thus, the value of this jar of wine was self-evident. However, after rigorous testing by our auction house, it was discovered that the Xiang cordyceps had vanished without a trace, leaving only the wine that had been infused with it. Consequently, despite the jar's origins in the precious Xiang cordyceps, it could only be auctioned off at a significantly reduced price. Following Yang Qiling's explanation, Yuan Fei began to grasp the situation. Even Yuan Xie, and indeed even the esteemed guests, were unaware of the true rarity of the Xiang cordyceps. Such a valuable item undoubtedly exceeded the worth of this jar of wine by several multiples. How could the auction house overlook such a selling point, treating the wine as the main attraction, when the Xiang cordyceps had gone missing? This meant that the value of the wine would inevitably suffer a considerable discount. Without the Xiang cordyceps, what grounds do you have to convince us that this wine was indeed infused with it? We have never seen the Xiang cordyceps. How can we ascertain the truth of your claims? An elderly man with silvery hair rose from the corner of the first-floor seating, gesturing dismissively towards Yang Qiling on stage. Yang Qiling remained unfazed by the aggressive inquiry, motioning for him to sit down before replying with a smile. The concerns of this esteemed elder are not without merit. However, our auction house has stood the test of time on the spirit communication continent for tens of thousands of years, relying on our financial strength and reputation. If we were to engage in such unethical practices for our own gain, would we still be able to claim the title of the foremost economic hub on the spirit communication continent? Rest assured, this jar of wine was indeed infused with the Xiang cordyceps, and I guarantee it under the name of the Qingyan City Auction House. Miss Qiling, we trust you. Let the auction commence. You are far more captivating than this jar of wine. Lu Xiang snapped his fingers, laughing heartily, his voice echoing throughout the otherwise silent auction house, drawing the attention of all present who gazed at him with a mixture of disbelief and astonishment. Yuan Fei coughed violently several times, discreetly shifting the position of the 2 women beside him until they were a few meters away from Lu Xiang. Only then did the 3 of them lift their heads. Feeling the embarrassment of the situation was truly, Lu Xiang, undeterred by the reactions around him, chuckled a few times. Seizing the moment before Lu Xiang could continue, Yang Qiling swiftly announced, This jar of wine will start at a low price of 500,000. 500,000, you say? That sounds reasonable enough, Yuan Fei mused. The absence of the Xiang cordyceps had likely reduced the wine's value by at least 4 or 5 times. Had the cordyceps still been present, the starting price would probably have exceeded 2 million. Considering the Xiang cordyceps was valued at a minimum of 170 or 80,000, Yuan Fei couldn't help but twitch his lips. A single medicinal herb fetching close to 2 million already placed it among the ranks of mid-tier materials. 550,000. 580,000. Hearing the bids from the esteemed guests, Yuan Fei refused to be outdone, declaring, "I bid 600,000. Ha! Younger brother, you too wish to join the fray? I have my sights set firmly on this jar of wine, so do refrain from meddling." Yuan Fei glanced back at the tall, slender man seated in the third row, feeling a surge of agitation. The man who referred to Yuan Fei as younger brother was Yuan Lei, the eldest son of Yuan Qingde. Possessing a more refined and solid 5-turn human communication realm strength than Su Xiaohong, his relationship with Yuan Fei was neither good nor bad, and he never revealed his true thoughts, always wearing a smile. Although there was no enmity between them, Yuan Fei understood that a barking dog rarely bites. Compared to the likes of Su Xiaohong and Yuan Xian, this Yuan Lei was a far more dangerous figure. Yuan Fei surmised that Yuan Lei's desire for the jar of wine was likely for the same reason as his own, to gain the favor of the fifth elder. With the family competition approaching, whoever could stand out and make a remarkable impression would capture the attention of all, winning not only endless praise and fame, but also cultivation resources bestowed in the family's name. "Dear brother, I too hold a fondness for this jar of wine. I fear I must apologize to third brother today." Yuan Fei managed a harmless smile at him, while internally he was exceedingly dissatisfied. Snorting softly, that he raised his arm and casually told Yang Qiling, 650,000. A wave of murmurs erupted from the crowd, as the sight of brothers competing for the same item was indeed a spectacle to behold. "Younger brother, you might be misjudging the situation. That I advise you that not everyone can protect you for a lifetime. Sometimes, it's wiser to be pragmatic," Yuan Lei remarked, his gaze drifting from Yuan Fei to Yuan Xier, subtly hinting at something. "Surely, you cannot underestimate me." 70,000. Who dares to bid higher? Yuan Xier stomped her petite foot, her beautiful eyes glancing back slightly at a woman as astute as Yuan Xier certainly understood that Yuan Lei was threatening Yuan Fei. While it was true she and Yuan Chengfeng could not remain by Yuan Fei's side forever, it did not mean anyone could disregard her presence and act so brazenly in front of her. Yuan Xier openly sought to quell the competition between the two, while secretly attempting to assist Yuan Fei in securing the jar of wine at 70,000 yet, as a member of the Yuan family. Yuan Lei was all too aware of her intentions. "Sister Xier, I have already stated my intent. I am resolute in acquiring this jar of wine. Even with your interjection, I cannot easily relinquish it." Yuan Lei maintained his calm demeanor, his smile unwavering, unaffected by the fierce competition unfolding. Even Yuan Xier found herself admiring Yuan Lei's composure. As the eldest daughter of the Yuan family, and the only one to achieve the Earth communication realm before turning 20, all younger generations regarded her with a degree of trepidation. She had never encountered someone like Yuan Lei, who remained unfazed in such intense competition. With the price still undecided, Yuan Lei's determination grew palpable. Noticing Yuan Fei's tense expression, Lu Xiang, feeling a surge of courage, blurted out, "For Brother Fei, I shall go all out today. 1 million. Chapter 28. The fragrant wine. Yuan Lei's previously placid demeanor finally displayed a hint of emotion as he turned to regard Lu Xiang. His long eyes narrowing slightly. 1 million gold coins. Has this spendthrift gone mad? Such a sum far exceeds the value of this jar of wine. Ignoring the derisive comments, Lu Xiang merely rubbed his nose. Smiling at Yuan Fei, "Brother Fei, if you want this jar of wine, I, Lu Xiang, shall secure it for you." Yuan Fei raised an eyebrow, utterly taken aback by Lu Xiang's generosity, although he had indeed harbored hopes of having Lu Xiang foot the bill. 1 million gold coins seemed excessively extravagant, that is the most direct medium of exchange. 10 gold coins could sustain an ordinary family for an entire year, that 1 million gold coins represented the annual income of certain smaller families. And even Yuan Fei himself had only managed to save up over 900,000 gold coins after years of frugality. Lu Xiang's audacious bid was simply astonishing. 1,100,000. Yuan Lei's smile took on a more sinister edge as he casually announced his counteroffer. fixing his gaze intently on Yuan Fei and the others that if Lu Xiang were to make another bid, he might have to concede defeat. The announcement of 1,100,000 sent a ripple of shock through the crowd, as everyone struggled to comprehend why Yuan Lei would be so invested in this jar of wine, willing to stake 1,100,000 gold coins to outbid Lu Xiang. Forget it, I no longer want this jar of wine. Yuan Fei slightly tilted his head towards Lu Xiang, who was about to speak, and said. Although he did not comprehend why Yuan Fei had made this decision, Lu Xiang could only reluctantly return to his seat, while the medicinal wine infused with Zhang cordyceps was indeed exquisite. It was not exceptional enough to justify such a sacrifice originally. He had hoped to utilize this wine to enhance the fusion of Fulinfen, but it now appeared that he must abandon that idea. Yuan Fei flicked his fingers, continuing to ponder. Fulinfen is, after all, a formula stored within the Phantom Ring. Even if I were to use an ordinary wine for its infusion, it would likely not be significantly inferior to this particular brew. Spending 1,000,000 gold coins, one might expect more than just the favor of Elder Wu. Steeling himself, Yuan Fei rose calmly. Although the auction had not yet concluded, he found no reason to remain any longer. Upon exiting the auction house, Yuan Fei wore a look of dejection as he strolled towards a nearby herbal stall, selecting a few ingredients for concocting Fulinfen, that he then turned to a tavern to purchase a jug of ordinary spirits. Understanding the source of Yuan Fei's melancholy, the two women followed Lu Xiang quietly. The atmosphere growing somewhat oppressive, to alleviate this tension, Yuan Shier suggested taking Wu Xie to admire beautiful dresses and shoes. Lu Xiang, being perceptive, decided to accompany the two women, as it would make the payment process more convenient. Young master, once Wu Xie and Sister Shier are done changing, I'll come find you. Wu Xie waved at the departing Yuan Fei, revealing a row of crystalline teeth. Yuan Fei located the cavern at the back of Qingyan City. The pitch-black coffin lay undisturbed, indicating that no one had ventured into this secluded enclave for some time. Wu Xie should indeed remember this path. After finishing his musings, Yuan Fei casually spread his hand, and the ingredients for Fulinfen along with the jug of spirits appeared before him, although he had mentally prepared himself. The sight of the ingredients left Yuan Fei feeling somewhat lost. Mimicking the actions of the Phantom Sovereign, he brought the Phantom Ring close to the materials. With a swift sound, the ingredients were drawn into the ring, a powerful suction emanating from it, guiding the source energy within him to surge forth. What formidable suction! This Phantom Ring is actually absorbing the magic energy from my body. Yuan Fei felt beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Fortunately, after a brief moment, the ring ceased its action, and a clear, visible formula suddenly materialized in his mind. Upon closer inspection, it was undoubtedly the formula for concocting Fulinfen. Before Yuan Fei could fully decipher the densely packed text, a wave of warmth surged from his fingertips, and as he spread his hand, a substantial amount of earthy yellow powder appeared within it. Yuan Fei was overjoyed, bringing the powder to his nose and inhaling deeply. A rich aroma enveloping him, nearly causing him to stumble backward. That it worked. This is Fulinfen. Ha. Carefully storing the delicate yellow powder in a prepared jade vial, Yuan Fei murmured excitedly. I have yet to refine the Phantom Ring, so I cannot manipulate it freely. The old fellow once mentioned that the Phantom Ring can only concoct pills of the same level as my martial cultivation, until I completely refine it. Producing these Fulinfen powders is my limit. The Phantom Ring, a treasure painstakingly crafted by the Phantom Sovereign, contained thousands of formulas collected throughout his life, that if Yuan Fei could claim it as his own, he should, according to the martial cultivation of others, be able to attempt refining first-grade pills. The method of pill refinement within the Phantom Ring is peculiar, although it does not impose various restrictions like that of a traditional alchemist. It requires the use of one's own magic energy as a driving force. Thankfully, the Fulinfen powder he concocted today does not qualify as a true pill. Otherwise, my magic energy would certainly be drained entirely, leaving me a mere husk. A wave of trepidation washed over Yuan Fei. These revelations were not disclosed by the Phantom Sovereign. After all, the Phantom Ring is no ordinary item easily encountered, despite the risks he took. His success brought him a measure of relief amidst his anxiety. Chuckling heartily, Yuan Fei tore a small opening in the jug of spirits, tasting a lick with his tongue. The bitter flavor spread throughout his body, nearly inducing a gag reflex. Distorting his face, he sprinkled some fuelinfin powder into the jug and stirred it with his fingers. After licking his fingers again, a rich fragrance flooded from above his head to the tips of his toes, invigorating him. The spirits infused with fuelinfin had undergone a remarkable transformation. Not only had the previous bitterness and harshness vanished, but it now possessed a tantalizing quality that excited the palate. Yuan Fei exclaimed excitedly. The formulas collected by that old fellow are indeed effective. Just adding a small amount of fuelinfin has transformed this jug of spirits into something extraordinary. This must surely be superior to the medicinal wine obtained by Yuan Lei by several folds. What an intoxicating aroma! Truly, this is exquisite liquor. The scent is so rich. After living 60 years, I find myself unaware of what this drink truly is. Yuan Fei, where did you acquire this? Just as Yuan Fei was about to place the jug of spirits into the phantom ring, a disheveled old man with a head of white hair appeared at the entrance of the cave. That he licked his lips, his gaze fixated hungrily on the jug of spirits at Yuan Fei's feet, saliva pooling as he swallowed repeatedly. Chapter 29. The sloppy drunkard. Upon seeing the untidy old man suddenly appear at the cave entrance, Yuan Fei's lips twitched involuntarily. The old man's hair was a wild mess, adorned with unidentifiable feathers, and he clutched an unfinished chicken leg in one hand, his tattered martial robe worn and shiny from prolonged use. The only person who would dare call Yuan Fei by name was none other than Elder Wu, the very individual Yuan Fei sought to win over, a notorious drunkard and a first-tier Tiantong realm martial artist skilled in body refinement. Though he was merely a first-tier Tiantong realm practitioner, his martial prowess was the strongest among the 5 elders, the only one within the Yuan family capable of rivaling Yuan Chengfeng. Gaining his support would tip the scales of power within the Yuan family in Yuan Fei's favor. However, Elder Wu was only interested in wine, showing no inclination towards worldly matters and rarely involving himself in the family's affairs. Convincing him to support Yuan Fei would be no easy task. Moreover, the body refinement techniques he practiced were what Yuan Fei valued most. With that scroll of body refinement techniques in hand, his martial prowess would undoubtedly soar, and when combined with the overwhelming strength of magic energy, he would be unmatched beneath the 3rd-tier Run Tong realm. Elder Wu's arrival saved Yuan Fei the trouble of seeking him out. Grandfather Wu, this is a brew I personally crafted. Why not have a taste? Yuan Fei grinned, pouring a vial of the spirits and placing it in Elder Wu's hands. With trembling hands, Elder Wu took the vial, bringing it close to his reddened nose to sniff. Suddenly, his eyes widened, and he licked the mouth of the vial, his eyes sparkling with unparalleled brilliance. Gulp! Elder Wu opened his mouth wide, downing the entire vial of spirits in one go, savoring it as it slid down his throat. Excellent wine, truly excellent wine, Elder Wu declared, tossing aside the chicken leg in his hand, tears of joy streaming down his weathered cheeks. Seeing his reaction, Yuan Fei quickly stashed away the remaining spirits into his storage ring and asked with a smile, Grandfather Wu, what do you think of my brew? Yuan Fei, hurry and give me that jug of fine spirits. Elder Wu's legs sprang forth, lunging towards Yuan Fei with outstretched arms, but Yuan Fei merely sidestepped, leaving Elder Wu to crash into the ground face first. Even so, Elder Wu refused to give up, spitting out the gravel from his mouth, his eyes, filled with longing, fixated on Yuan Fei's storage ring. Grandfather Wu, you can have the spirits, but you must offer something of value in exchange. After all, this brew is no ordinary item. Yuan Fei raised his nose, deliberately elongating his voice to evoke Elder Wu's interest. I have nothing of value on me, except for this tattered robe. How about I trade you this? Elder Wu hurriedly licked his lips, tossing the tattered robe towards Yuan Fei. Yuan Fei pinched his nose and shook his head, exclaiming, Old drunkard, how long has it been since you last bathed? What's a bath? I've long forgotten. Just give me that jug of spirits, or don't blame me for snatching it from you. Elder Wu retorted nonchalantly, showing no signs of embarrassment. Whatever, I have plenty of wine that if you dare to seize it openly, don't expect to taste it a second time. Such a threat brought a moment of clarity to Elder Wu, and he smacked his lips, astonished. You have more. Yuan Fei merely flicked the long robe trailing behind him, seated himself cross-legged, and quietly absorbed the essence of the air, entirely disregarding Elder Wu's inquiries. Old drunkard, I didn't expect you to lack such composure, but perhaps this is for the best. Noticing Yuan Fei's silence, Elder Wu became increasingly anxious. Pacing around him, the agitation evident on his aged face. 5 distinct types of pure essence, resembling 5 colorful ribbons, gradually seeped through Yuan Fei's skin into his meridians. Finally, captivated by the intoxicating aroma, Elder Wu's face displayed profound astonishment, to the point where his tongue seemed momentarily tied to simultaneously absorb 5 types of essence. Moreover, upon entering his body, these 5 essences did not repel each other. Instead, they coalesced in a demonic energy. Elder Wu could no longer maintain his composure, stepping back in disbelief, staring at the tranquil Yuan Fei, while his heart raced as if swarmed by a multitude of ants, unable to settle for quite some time. For a martial artist to break through to the first level of the human communication realm, one typically forms 5 corresponding source pills and physical attributes. Generally, an individual possesses only one unchangeable constitution, making the simultaneous emergence of 2 attributes nearly impossible. In the spirit communication continent, countless talented individuals exist, and some powerful figures can alter their physical attributes after reaching a certain level of martial prowess, with the occurrence of dual attributes in one body being exceedingly rare. Yuan Fei, merely a 3rd-level human communication martial artist, astonishingly manifested the unity of 5 sources. Furthermore, after these essences entered his body, they did not cause any rejection, but transformed into demonic energy that is beyond the control of ordinary individuals. Yuan Fei, you carry such a profound secret within you. This matter of your unity of 5 sources is likely unknown even to Cheng Feng. To manipulate demonic energy with the strength of a 3rd-level human communication martial artist. Good heavens, you are truly a martial arts prodigy. Elder Wu inhaled deeply, his excitement evident as he directed a sudden outburst at the utterly composed Yuan Fei. Yuan Fei smiled subtly, feeling that he had indeed made a wise gamble. Showcasing his pure yang body before Elder Wu was a feasible endeavor. At the very least, the attention of this old drunkard was completely captured, laying a solid foundation for his next plans. Elder Wu was not merely a lover of wine who disregarded talent. His indifference towards the younger generation of the Yuan family over the years stemmed from not yet encountering a remarkable individual. Furthermore, Yuan Fei discerned another implication in his words. His practice of demonic energy had not diminished Elder Wu's regard for him. Rather, it garnered considerable praise. Heh, you little rascal. I believe I have already surmised what you seek from me. Elder Wu also seated himself in front of Yuan Fei, revealing 2 yellowed teeth, his face adorned with wrinkles as he smiled. At last, upon hearing this, Yuan Fei ceased his actions and slowly opened his eyes. Grandfather Wu, I do indeed wish to acquire such a thing. However, I am uncertain. You need not say more. Elder Wu snapped, extending his oily hand to pat Yuan Fei's forehead, a surge of cultivation information composed of essence flying into Yuan Fei's mind. You, young rascal, possess 2 qualities that I greatly admire. First is your meticulous thought process, and second is your martial arts aptitude. Either of these alone is sufficient for me to pass this martial arts legacy to you. Chapter 30: Great Wilderness Body Refinement. This body refinement technique has been with me for decades, and no one has ever compelled me to utilize it. Yuan Fei's body trembled slightly, his heart racing as Elder Wu claimed that no one in all these years had forced him to employ this body refinement technique. If his words hold true, then once he unleashed the great wilderness body refinement within the entire Yuan family, none would be his match. Elder Wu chuckled, forming 2 seals with his hands, then grasping Yuan Fei's arm, rhythmically patting it a few times. Well then, it seems I was indeed short-sighted, having overlooked such an extraordinary little fellow as you. Now I shall pass this body refinement technique to you, along with my insights accumulated over the years. Insights. Yuan Fei had yet to fully process his previous words when Elder Wu's declaration once again thrust him into a state of exhilaration. Martial arts insights are akin to experience. Obtaining Elder Wu's insights on this body refinement technique would spare him unnecessary troubles in cultivation, allowing him to significantly shorten the time required to master the martial arts, provided his comprehension ability is adequate. Such knowledge is far more valuable than the martial arts technique itself. To his surprise, this old drunkard proved rather generous. Yuan Fei chuckled, eagerly observing the influx of martial arts and insights into his mind. Great Wilderness Body Refinement, a top-tier ordinary body refinement technique in the realms of desolation. Earth and heaven, upon achieving full mastery, one could dominate the three realms of communication. Though Yuan Fei kept his eyes tightly shut, his mouth gaped wide in excitement. He could hardly believe that the martial arts technique in Elder Wu's possession was genuinely a top-tier ordinary martial arts. Initially, he had thought this body refinement technique was merely of moderate quality among ordinary techniques. But now he realized he had been far too modest. Having cultivated it for decades, he had only managed to reach the Earth Desolation stage. Although merely the Earth Desolation stage, it possesses formidable power. At the very least, no martial artist below the third level of the heavenly communication realm could withstand a single strike from him. Speaking of this, Elder Wu appeared somewhat proud. Though he only possessed the pinnacle of the first level of the heavenly communication realm, he could rival a true third-level human communication martial artist, which was a source of immense pride for him. Young Yuan Fei, cultivating the great wilderness body refinement demands exceedingly harsh natural conditions. The more desolate and blood-soaked the environment, the greater the benefits for your cultivation. Moreover, considering you practice the unparalleled demonic energy, utilizing the great wilderness body refinement will amplify its potency. Elder Wu spoke with fervor, gazing intently at Yuan Fei, who was digesting his insights, a look of admiration and satisfaction gleaming in his old eyes. Originally, he had presumed that the younger generation of the Yuan family were all inept, even inferior to Yuan Xie, whom Cheng Feng had adopted, but to his astonishment, Yuan Fei harbored so many secrets. He had previously wondered how Yuan Fei, possessing first-level human communication strength since birth, had ultimately managed to cultivate into a seemingly useless individual. Now it appeared that the secrets concealed within this young man were likely far more profound than he had imagined. After contemplating, Yuan Fei had also retracted his imposing demeanor, that he stood up, stretching lazily, having thoroughly integrated Elder Wu's insights into his mind, the cultivation methods indelibly etched in his heart. What he now required was an environment rife with desolation and bloodshed. Young Yuan Fei, I have provided you with everything you desire. Should you not reciprocate with that wine? Elder Wu remarked, gesturing as his crimson nose continued to savor the lingering aroma of wine in the air. Yuan Fei naturally did not hesitate, promptly placing an entire jar of wine into Elder Wu's embrace, saying with a smile, "Thank you, Grandfather Wu. I indeed have more than enough wine. If you ever run out, feel free to come find me. You little rascal, quite the schemer." Elder Wu's saliva dripped from his beard into the fragrant jar of wine, fully aware of Yuan Fei's intentions. However, he was unbothered, as long as there was wine to enjoy. And Yuan Fei's performance truly pleased him. Yuan Fei forced a few awkward chuckles. Despite Elder Wu's seemingly disheveled appearance, he was undoubtedly an astute individual. He indeed had his own agenda, if he could bind Elder Wu with medicinal wine infused with Feline powder. He doubted the other four elders would not temper their behaviors. Then it's settled. Whenever I finish drinking, I'll come looking for you." Elder Wu, dragging his straw sandals, did not forget to casually mention as he turned to leave. 100 miles to the north, there lies a wild mountain, an excellent place for you to cultivate the great wilderness body refinement. The mountain gorge is shrouded year-round in the essence of blood and desolation. However, it is also rife with ferocious beasts, including numerous second-tier beasts. Without courage and strength, one would only be courting death. With that, Elder Wu took another sip from the cherished wine jar and vanished from Yuan Fei's sight. After merely a brief moment of contemplation, Yuan Fei had already sensed the extraordinary nature of this body refinement technique that if placed in the hands of an average third-level human communication martial artist, few would dare to cultivate it directly, for the technique itself is already a top-tier ordinary martial arts that is not particularly suited for human communication martial artists to practice. However, Yuan Fei, being a pure yang body by nature and having cultivated the great demonic scriptures, could wholeheartedly condense the essence into demonic energy, making it significantly easier for him to adapt to higher-tier martial arts than the average person. It was likely that Elder Wu had anticipated this before imparting the great wilderness body refinement to Yuan Fei. Otherwise, why would he so recklessly infuse the martial arts into Yuan Fei's mind? "Young master, are you inside?" A melodious and clear sound of a phoenix echoed from the cave, pulling Yuan Fei from his contemplative state. Wu Xie peeked her little head out, joyfully leaping from behind the rocks outside the cave. Upon seeing her current attire, Yuan Fei nearly coughed up blood, following the exquisite contours of her delicate face. He beheld Wu Xie adorned in a striking red waist-cinched mini-dress. Her smooth, jade-like arms radiated unabashedly in Yuan Fei's gaze, and beneath her exquisitely slender waist, the hem of her maple leaf skirt gracefully draped over her long legs clad in sheer black silk stockings. She stood confidently on dainty black lace-up heels, each measuring several inches high. At first glance, she was breathtakingly beautiful. At the second, she captivated his heart, noticing Yuan Fei's unwavering gaze on her long legs. Wu Xie shyly pressed them together, clasping her hands behind her back, her face instantly flushed. "Master, does it not look good?" "Beautiful indeed. But Wu Xie, who gifted you this attire?" Yuan Fei asked, his brow furrowing in an odd manner, his heart stirring with unease that if this was Lu Xiang's idea, he would not mind giving Lu Xiang a taste of hardship. The funds for the clothing came from Lu Xiang, but it was Sister Xier who helped me choose it. "She mentioned that it is your favorite style," Wu Xie replied, pouting slightly, raising her head to look at Yuan Fei with an exceptionally radiant smile. Chapter 31. The power of the unyielding spear. Yuan Fei slapped his forehead. Yet a peculiar excitement bubbled within him. Wu Xie's transformation truly dazzled his senses. "Did I it just you?" Yuan Fei inquired, peering into the distance, but failing to spot the figures of Wu Xier and Lu Xiang. Sister Xier said she needed to return to prepare. "We shall set forth for the sex selection in 3 days." That is for Lu Xiang. He was reprimanded by Sister Xier and sent back. "Heh," Wu Xie said, her beautiful eyes widening as she inched closer to Yuan Fei. Had Wu Xie not mentioned it, Yuan Fei might have forgotten that the day of the Great Yin Empire's sex election was approaching. And Wu Xier would soon depart. 3 days. "I wonder if I can return in time to see you off," Yuan Fei mused, glancing at the darkening horizon before turning to gently stroke Wu Xie's silky hair, saying softly, "Wu Xie, the master will be away for a few days. Would you like to accompany me?" Wu Xie nodded, instinctively taking hold of Yuan Fei's hand. "Very well. Then let us go together, Wu Xie. Our destination is the Wild Mountain," Yuan Fei exclaimed with a hearty laugh as they set off towards the northern Wild Mountain. With their swift pace, they finally caught sight of the Wild Mountain described by the fifth elder after half a day's journey. As they gazed upon it, a shroud of gray mist enveloped the entire mountain. Even from a considerable distance, Yuan Fei could already detect the scent of blood wafting toward him, that a gentle breeze carried with it the mingled essence of ancient chaos. And upon closer inspection, the air lacked the vitality characteristic of other realms, appearing somewhat lifeless. Upon stepping onto the mountain's base, they found themselves surrounded by layers of low-tier demon beasts, but fortunately, these creatures were not of high rank. Merely first-tier inferior spirit beasts, comparable to a first transformation human martial artist. Similar to human martial artists, demon beasts were categorized into levels, with a total of 9 tiers. It was said that upon reaching the 4th or 6th tier, they could speak human language, and those attaining the 7th to 9th tiers could transform into human forms. These beasts absorbed the essence of the heavens to form their unique beastly aura, which was stored in what were known as demon crystals. These crystals were immensely valuable, serving even as precious medicinal materials. With a collective growl, the demon beasts surrounding Yuan Fei and Wu Xie bared their gleaming white teeth, drool dripping from their jaws. Wu Xie, upon witnessing such a multitude of beasts, appeared somewhat frightened, instinctively retreating behind Yuan Fei. Wu Xie unleashed the unyielding spear. Yuan Fei felt a chill as he faced nearly 100 first-tier inferior demon beasts. Truth be told, even if he were to exert his utmost effort, he couldn't guarantee his survival against such odds, not to mention that he had Wu Xie, who had only just entered the second transformation realm, by his side. Responding to the command, Wu Xie erupted with a vibrant crimson glow, and the formidable unyielding spear materialized in Yuan Fei's grasp. Since acquiring the unyielding spear, he had never used it against living beings. Had he not found himself besieged by demon beasts today, he might not have considered utilizing it to enhance his combat prowess. The first-tier inferior spirit beasts, resembling tigers and leopards, seemed to sense the malevolent aura emanating from the unyielding spear and involuntarily retreated. Now, Yuan Fei seized the opportunity, channeling his strength into his legs, propelling himself upward like a cannonball. The spear's dark shaft shimmered with a blood-like glow, and with just a glance, Yuan Fei felt a surge of power within him. This was the strength bestowed upon him by Wu Xie. With a swing of the spear, a crimson ribbon flashed from its fierce tip, and in that instant, nearly 10 demon beasts perished, the unyielding spear's edge cutting through them as if they were mere air, severing their heads cleanly from their bodies. The desolate ground soon became saturated with steaming blood, releasing the pungent aroma of mingled blood and earth. The spear, which appeared heavy, felt as light as a feather in Yuan Fei's hands. Sensing Wu Xie's power flowing into him, he wielded the spear with increasing fervor, leaving behind a trail of crimson rain in its wake. That exhilarating. Yuan Fei channeled his demonic energy into the spear, amplifying its might manifold. The demon beasts that charged at him were pierced through their hearts before they even reached him. In the end, the air became thick with an unbearable stench of blood, which, carried by the mountain winds, enveloped the entire base of the mountain in a crimson mist. This blood mist, drifting onto Yuan Fei's white robe, gradually stained him a deep scarlet. Strangely enough, after such a thrilling massacre, only a small portion of his demonic energy had dissipated, while the unyielding spear, which had slain dozens of demon beasts, retained its sharpness. The droplets of blood that landed upon it were repelled by the malevolent energy, failing to tarnish its blade. For Yuan Fei, who had just attained the third transformation realm, such a frenzied scene was a first in his life, inevitably making him feel somewhat overpowered. With a swift thrust, he pierced the last demon beast's head and flung its corpse against a boulder. With a clattering sound, several first-tier demon crystals rolled from the blood-soaked corpse, producing a crisp noise upon impact with the ground. Yuan Fei picked up one, stained with steaming blood, and after a moment's contemplation, he tucked it away into his storage ring. Though the crystals from these inferior beasts might fetch little value, they held greater utility for him, at the very least. They were ideal for concocting first-grade elixirs. From the slaughter of approximately 100 demon beasts, apart from those directly pierced by the spear, Yuan Fei managed to collect nearly half of the demon crystals. As he inhaled the lingering scent of blood in the air, he furrowed his brow in contemplation, murmuring, "Such a strong scent of blood may attract even more ferocious demon beasts. Although this place is exceptionally conducive for my training in the great wilderness body refinement technique, it also poses a greater risk. Until I grasp the terrain of the wild mountain, I cannot afford to take such chances." The increasingly restless base of the mountain filled Yuan Fei with a sense of unease. Gripping the unyielding spear, he resolutely ascended the rocky terrain. Not until he reached a mid-mountain ravine, adorned with a modicum of vegetation, did he find a suitable spot, although the area was littered with the bones of unknown demon beasts. Not a single intact demon crystal was in sight. The reason was clear. For demon beasts, these crystals were exceedingly rare supplements that, in other words, if a first-tier superior demon beast consumed a second-tier demon crystal, it would qualify for the breakthrough to a second-tier inferior beast. Thus, it was evident why one would find only bones and no crystals. "Master, the aura here makes me uneasy for the next 3 days. I shall remain in spear form by your side." Chapter 32. Body Refinement. Yuan Fei responded affirmatively, gazing at the unyielding spear pulsating with crimson light in his hand, and affectionately caressed its shaft. Compared to ordinary weapons, the unyielding spear, having been refined by Yuan Fei, had attained the status of a first-grade mundane artifact, significantly enhancing the release of his source energy. However, this day's display exceeded even his expectations. Were he to utilize martial arts, he might easily slay a first-tier inferior demon beast. Yet facing such a multitude of beasts, employing martial arts seemed unwise. Take, for instance, the serpent's finger technique he practiced. A full-force strike might surpass the power of the unyielding spear. Yet it could not be continuously executed. With his third transformation realm strength, using the serpent's finger thrice a day was his absolute limit. Feeling the strength Wu Xie imparted to him, Yuan Fei's spirits lifted. Once he confirmed that no powerful demon beasts lurked nearby, he placed the unyielding spear beside him and leaned against a rock to rest. Though the stench of blood was faint here, the atmosphere of desolation was far more potent, several times denser than at the mountain's base. For someone newly acquainted with the great wilderness body refinement technique, this place was undoubtedly the optimal choice. Gazing at the swirling mist that enveloped the desolate mountain, Yuan Fei pressed his palms together in prayer, subsequently transforming his hands into a myriad of intricate seals. The art of refining the body in the great wasteland had been deeply etched into his mind. And with the insights generously bestowed upon him by Elder Wu, he practiced with a methodical precision, maintaining a harmonious rhythm. To achieve the first stage of the great wasteland body refinement, known as the human wasteland body. It was imperative to absorb the essence of the heavens and earth while simultaneously taking in the desolate energy. For an ordinary person, this process would be excruciatingly slow and painful. After all, the essence contained within the source Dan was the result of meticulous refinement. Even a trace of desolate energy could risk shattering the source Dan or damaging the meridians. However, for Yuan Fei, who had mastered the Great Demon Sutra, although the suffering remained unabated, it posed no threat to his source Dan or meridians. Perhaps this was one of the reasons Elder Wu regarded Yuan Fei with such esteem. The demonic energy was far more potent than the desolate energy, inherently more tyrannical. Since Yuan Fei could withstand the demonic energy, it was inconceivable that he could not endure the desolate energy. As Yuan Fei drew in the 5 rare types of essence from the surrounding realm, 2 ribbons of energy coiled around him like sentient serpents, eventually penetrating his skin and seeping into his meridians. These seemingly inconspicuous ribbons of energy were infused with a minimal amount of desolate energy, which was immediately repelled by the demonic energy. Yuan Fei exerted considerable effort to suppress the surging demonic energy and, following the instructions of the great wasteland body refinement, forced the desolate energy beneath the skin. Though the desolate energy was not as domineering as the demonic energy, it was not to be underestimated. Fortunately, the Great Demon Sutra had fortified his meridians, showing no signs of damage. Nevertheless, the next step would prove even more arduous. Yuan Fei could not help but grimace, his throat becoming increasingly parched. The desolate energy permeated every cell beneath his skin, unleashing an unprecedented wave of pain that swept through his body from head to toe. Waves of excruciating agony, akin to being sliced by a knife, converged rapidly towards his heart. Within moments, beads of sweat the size of soybeans began to form on his forehead, cascading onto the lifeless ground. Unbeknownst to him, fissures began to appear on his arms, blood gushing forth as if it were free of cost. Clenching his jaw tightly, he nearly succumbed to unconsciousness on the ground. The demonic energy expelled the desolate energy from within, while the great wasteland body refinement necessitated the continuous compression of the desolate energy beneath his skin. Thus, Yuan Fei became a focal point of internal and external pressure. Until he truly mastered the great wasteland body refinement, his ordinary skin would not only fail to heal, but would also tear at an alarming rate. If he could not endure this modicum of suffering, what face would he have to claim he aspired to dominate the entire spirit communication continent? What right did he have to profess that he would protect his family with his own strength? Yuan Fei's handsome visage was marred by several streaks of blood, as crimson liquid gushed forth, transforming him into a veritable embodiment of blood. Faced with his battered body, he could only grit his teeth and summon every ounce of willpower to persevere. "Young master, please don't scare me. Boo! I feel so sad, as if something is blocking my chest." "Young master." The mournful cries of Wu Xie echoed in Yuan Fei's heart. "The Wu Xie. Do not worry, my fate is resilient. I have survived treachery for over a decade. Today, I shall not perish here, that I in the future. Stay by my side, and I will show you the magnificent world beyond." Yuan Fei's voice, though trembling, sought to reassure Wu Xie. "Yes, I will always be by young master's side, to see the vast world together." Wu Xie's voice, once again cheerful, resonated in Yuan Fei's mind. Hearing her sweet and obedient words, he felt an inexplicable surge of strength. He threw his head back and let out a resounding roar, drawing in another strand of desolate energy, directing it beneath his skin. With the infusion of this desolate energy, his skin began to emit a violent sound. Suddenly, an uncountable number of dull explosions erupted in his ears, compared to the blood fissures that had formed earlier. This time, the desolate energy directly caused his skin to erupt with blood holes the width of a thumb. Yuan Fei's martial cultivation had stagnated for over a decade, rendering him akin to a waste that I refuse to be bound to a worthless existence. Thus, I shall terminate this engagement. And you have no place to speak here. I willingly lowered myself to the trifling Yuan family, but I did not come to hear your refusals. Should you dare to harm my disciple, I will not hesitate to ensure that all 500 members of the Yuan family meet the same fate as Yuan Fei. Suddenly, these words flashed through Yuan Fei's mind, jolting him into a semblance of clarity. The scornful voices and expressions of Qing Feng, Zhu Xianyi, and Zhu Hanxian were deeply engraved in his memory, three faces he would never forget. If I cannot seize control of this world, I shall undoubtedly be cast aside by it. Yuan Fei's eyes snapped open, disregarding the blood cascading down his arms, and roared towards the heavens. Great Wasteland Body Refinement. Human Wasteland Body Minor Accomplishment. Chapter 33. Are there treasures? Those two deep, obsidian eyes gleamed like lightning in the night, sharp and filled with an endless chill. With Yuan Fei's shout, the blood holes on his body began to slowly writhe and visibly heal. The bloodstains across his body gradually receded, and while his newly formed skin appeared unremarkable, Yuan Fei was acutely aware that beneath its smooth and fair surface lay boundless, formidable power with a swift motion. He soared into the air, flipping several times before unleashing a punch at a nearby towering boulder. As the punch connected, the stone shattered effortlessly, the entire act flowing like water without a hint of sluggishness. A faint grayish mist enveloped his fist, indicating that Yuan Fei's strike had not only obliterated the boulder, but it also left him devoid of any pain. What a formidable physical strength! This is the benefit of practicing the great wasteland body refinement. The power of this casual punch rivals that of a martial artist at the third transition of the human communication realm. Yuan Fei, exhilarated, unleashed a flurry of punches, each imbued with whispering, desolate energy. He had not anticipated that within the span of a single day, he would advance to the minor accomplishment stage of the great wasteland body refinement, a feat undoubtedly aided by Elder Wu's teachings. With his newfound physical prowess, he could easily obliterate a martial artist at the third transition with a mere punch. Against a martial artist at the fourth transition, he need not even utilize martial techniques to hold his ground. Should he truly unleash his martial prowess, he would stand a chance against those at the fifth transition. The great wasteland body refinement is indeed extraordinary. Just moments ago, my body was riddled with blood holes, and now they have healed without leaving a single scar. Yuan Fei clicked his tongue, genuinely satisfied with the great wasteland body refinement. Congratulations, young master. Wu Xie's cheerful voice flowed into Yuan Fei's mind. He squinted, a playful smile gracing his lips, and reached out to grasp the undying evil spear tightly in his palm. Savoring the residual warmth and texture, Yuan Fei chuckled wickedly. Time to go, Wu Xie. Let us find a place to wash off this blood. Yuan Fei traversed the mountains in search of a water source, his blood-soaked appearance attracting numerous low-tier spirit beasts along the way, none of which he regarded as a genuine threat. Eventually, he stumbled upon a sizable pond, its waters crystal clear and untainted by the remains of spirit beasts. After confirming its purity, he plunged in without hesitation. The surface erupted in a flurry of water droplets as Yuan Fei emerged from the depths, shaking off the water from his long hair and exclaiming, "What a pristine pond! Surely, this is a rare water source in the desolate mountains. Those mindless spirit beasts have left themselves an escape route. Had they sullied this clear water, it would have spelled doom for them as well." Yet he found the situation peculiar, amidst the countless spirit beasts in the desolate mountains. Why had none come to rest and drink from this pond during such a prolonged period? Yuan Fei furrowed his brow, an unsettling premonition creeping into his heart. This must be the place. The sun sets soon. We shall proceed in the morning. Everyone must remain vigilant. Though that beast is merely a low-tier spirit beast, it can be exceedingly difficult to manage when enraged. Once we eliminate it, the treasures within that cave shall be ours. Upon hearing the voices of other men nearby, Yuan Fei's expression tightened slightly. He swiftly emerged from the water's surface and concealed himself behind a pile of rubble. Cautiously holding his breath, following the direction of 3 bonfires, he observed dozens of figures clad in martial attire, seated together in a manner that clearly indicated they belonged to different factions despite their proximity. Judging by their garb, they appear to be divided into 3 distinct groups, each led by a middle-aged man. The 3 leaders huddled together by the fire, whispering amongst themselves, the content of their discussion unknown to Yuan Fei. Initially puzzled as to who would venture into the perilous wilderness of the monster-infested mountains at such an hour, He soon realized they had come to seize the treasures possessed by the beasts. While it might be forgivable to overlook other valuables, to forfeit treasures would surely invite divine retribution. Yuan Fei licked his lips and peered again at the trio of leaders. 3 peak-level martial artists in the 9th transformation realm. Should they encounter a second-tier monster, survival would be unlikely. The remaining dozen or so martial practitioners, though varying in skill, all reached the 5th transformation realm. Their furtive glances, laden with fear, led Yuan Fei to wonder if the treasure was truly so valuable that they would risk their lives for it. Suddenly, Yuan Fei inadvertently crushed a stone beneath his foot, the sound resonating sharply in the darkness. The group was startled, instantly standing alert and scanning their surroundings. The 3 peak-level martial artists quickly pinpointed the source of the noise. The man in black, brandishing a deadly weapon, shouted towards the rubble. "Who goes there? Step forward." Realizing that slipping away unnoticed amidst so many vigilant eyes would be futile, Yuan Fei could only retract his undying evil spear into the Shadow Demon Ring. Spread his hands, and with a smile, approached them. "Esteemed brothers, it is quite alarming for a humble one like me to find you all out here in this eerie, desolate mountain at such a late hour." Feigning ignorance, Yuan Fei glanced around, portraying an expression of shock and fear. The 3 men scrutinized him, noting his subdued tone and timid demeanor, recognizing his 3rd transformation realm strength, which caused them to lower their guard. "Kid wandering the wilderness at this hour. Have you a death wish?" The man in black sheathed his sword, sat down on the ground, and reprimanded Yuan Fei. "Wilderness? Is this truly the wilderness? Good heavens, I merely lost my way. How did I end up in such a place?" Yuan Fei furrowed his brow, his tone earnest, his naivety evident. Upon hearing this, the black-clad man involuntarily smirked. "So, little brother, you stumbled into the wilderness by accident. Hee. In that case, it would be unsafe for you to roam alone at night. Why not stay with us for the night? You can leave at dawn. Indeed, it is safer in numbers. Stay with us for now," chimed in the man in white and the one in yellow, exchanging knowing glances. "Then I must express my gratitude to you 3, Yuan Fei said with a courteous bow, though internally he cursed. "You want me to be your scapegoat? Not a chance." Chapter 34. The strategy. Finding a spot at the back, the black-clad man sat down beside him and remarked, "You must be curious why we are here in the wilderness at this hour. To be candid, we are descendants of the families from Bihua City. Having ventured into this wilderness, our group of nearly 100 has dwindled to just over 30 in less than 3 days. The wilderness is rife with countless monsters, some of which are first-tier elite and even second-tier beasts. Those who lag behind have all become the monster's prey." The black-clad man spoke sternly, swallowing hard before continuing. "We are willing to pay such a heavy price to obtain the treasures of Fengxia Gorge. What this treasure is remains unclear, but after extensive investigation, we believe it to be hidden in the cave of a first-tier elite beast, the Burning Sky Bear. Thus, we must wait for the opportunity to strike when it emerges to hunt for food, then swiftly seize the treasures within its lair." Feigning shock, Yuan Fei nodded, but the black-clad man chuckled again. "So, little brother, are you feeling tempted? Of course, treasures are enticing. Alas, my strength is only in the 3rd transformation realm. Otherwise, I would certainly take a gamble. A treasure that could command such a gathering must possess significant value." Yuan Fei sighed, his tone tinged with indignation. The black-clad man awaited this very reaction from Yuan Fei, eagerly clapping him on the shoulder. "Fate has brought us together. Contributions of all sizes are welcome, and the spoils should be shared. Your willingness to join us is commendable that we can share the treasure, but you must also contribute your share of effort." Although Yuan Fei had anticipated the role he was expected to play, hearing it directly from the man's lips nearly drove him to the brink of fury. "Little brother, I have a plan that could greatly reduce casualties in battle, if you are willing to act as bait. We can set a trap to lure that brainless beast to that point." Yuan Fei forced a smile, his heart seething with resentment that he was not a benevolent soul himself. Plans often went awry, and how things would unfold remained uncertain. Noticing Yuan Fei's silence, the black-clad man excitedly signaled to his companions, "Little brother, once we succeed, you shall certainly be rewarded. Since you remain silent, I shall take it as your agreement. Brothers, let's devise our strategy." The black-clad man rubbed his hands together, moving animatedly between the 3 bonfires, discussing tactics with the other 2 leaders. "This kid is not only weak, but also lacks wit. He has already agreed to be the bait. Tomorrow morning, we shall set our trap in advance and maintain our composure. That creature is already scarce. Do you really expect to give him a share? The man in white cast a reluctant glance at Yuan Fei, a pained expression crossing his face that, Bai Chu, since Brother Fan has designated him as bait, do you think he has any chance of survival? Even if he accidentally survives with his third transformation strength, what can he do against us if we choose not to share? The man referred to as Bai Chu suddenly understood, giving a thumbs up to the black-clad man. Brother Fan is indeed clever. This ensures our plan is foolproof. The three men excitedly completed their discussion and turned to strategize with their companions. Amidst the quiet of the wilderness, the occasional roar and howl of monsters could be heard, indicating that even in the dead of night, the beasts were not at rest. The bright moon hung in the sky, and upon closer inspection, a faint blood-red hue encircled it. Whenever the mist obscured the slightly reddened moon, the martial artists around Yuan Fei would tense up, for this place was far from safe. They were always at risk of being besieged by monsters, especially on a night devoid of starlight. Mere strength would not suffice, as they could not discern the monsters' locations, rendering them mere prey. Yuan Fei understood their anxiety quite well, in the presence of so many. He could not freely absorb the elemental energies of the world, nor utilize the desolate aura to strengthen his body. All he could do was close his eyes and meditate on the recently learned technique of the Tangsha Ghost Finger. This technique consists of 3 major stages, and he had only just begun to grasp its fundamentals. When he was at the second transformation realm, he could only activate the Tangsha Ghost Finger once a day, but now that he had successfully entered the third transformation realm, perhaps he could activate it 5 times or more. Should he advance further and reach the minor completion stage, the number of applications would decrease, yet the power would increase several tiers. With these thoughts in mind, Yuan Fei ceased to hesitate and sat quietly among the others, continuously meditating on the cultivation methods. The black-clad man, noticing Yuan Fei's tranquility in such an environment, exhibited surprise that he exchanged glances with the other two, his lips curling into a sardonic smile as he remarked, "I did not expect this kid to possess such fortitude. Tomorrow, he shall be the bait, yet he remains so composed tonight that I suspect he is merely overwhelmed with fear, his mind dulled by terror. Let us hope the plan proceeds as intended. I pray he does not soil himself in front of the burning sky bear." Bai Chu scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at Yuan Fei. Fan Yu nodded in agreement, realizing he might have overthought the situation. After all, Yuan Fei was merely a third transformation martial artist. How could he possibly maintain such composure? By the time Yuan Fei opened his eyes, over 30 martial artists had already concealed themselves around him, exuding an aura of murderous intent. "Little brother, you are awake. The brothers have been waiting for some time. All is prepared, and we only await your signal to lure it out. Rest assured, you shall not be deprived of your rewards after our success." Fan Yu patted his chest in assurance, then cast an encouraging glance at Yuan Fei, pointing towards a secluded cave not far behind the water pool. The beast had been slumbering for several days and would venture out to forage today. All you need to do is lure it out of the cave and then flee in the opposite direction with all your might. In doing so, the burning heaven bear will undoubtedly pursue you relentlessly. We have already set traps along that path. Once it steps into them, there will be no escape. Yuan Fei glanced in the direction indicated by Fan Yu, where the mountain path was narrow, its crevice wide enough for only a single person. Indeed, it was an excellent route for escape, and he surveyed the remaining martial artists around him, and with Bai Chu and the others, there were just over 10 individuals left. Excluding the 3 of them who were at the 9th transformation of the human realm, the rest were merely at the 7th or 8th transformation, which meant their overall strength was still concentrated in this very spot. Chapter 35. Deception. The remaining motley crew of martial artists lay in ambush along the path he had indicated. Had truly ruthless, they have me, alongside a dozen lackeys, to attract the burning heaven bear's attention while they seize the treasures within the cave for themselves. Such audacity, such grand scheming. Yuan Fei scoffed coldly to himself, a flicker of hostility igniting within him. Initially, he felt a twinge of sympathy for the martial artist trailing behind Fan Yu, but now it seemed that his benevolence was entirely misplaced. The gazes directed at him were devoid of gratitude or compassion. Instead, they brimmed with impatience and ruthlessness. Bai Chu and another man shot Yuan Fei a cold glance before returning their focus to the cave entrance where the burning heaven bear resided. as though it were entirely natural for him to risk his life on their behalf. With a firm posture, Yuan Fei planted his foot on the ground, causing a cloud of dust to rise as he leaped across the crystal-clear water pool, swiftly arriving at the cave's entrance. Young master, those people are truly wicked, forcing you to act as bait while they sit back and enjoy the spoils. They speak of contributions without distinction. Where in the world is there such an unfair transaction? Innocent and indignant, the words of Wu Xie raced through Yuan Fei's mind, her small teeth clenching in agitation, the worry palpable in her voice that Wu Xie. This is the survival principle of the spirit communication continent. Even if I refuse to act as bait, they will compel me to lure that beast. Strength reigns supreme, and the weak are destined to be devoured. But I, Yuan Fei, am no mere pawn to be manipulated at will. If they desire to enjoy the fruits of my labor, they better see if they are willing to gamble with their lives. Yuan Fei quietly activated the great demon scripture, channeling the great wilderness body refinement technique as he swung his arm through the air, sending a gust of wind and debris crashing against the cave entrance that a deep growl resonated from within the cave, sending Yuan Fei's heart racing. It is crucial to note that the Burning Heaven Bear was an elite first-tier beast, comparable in might to a 9th transformation martial artist. In a clash between beasts and humans of equal rank, the beasts invariably held the upper hand. Even if Fan Yu and the others confronted it directly, they would not stand to gain much, which is precisely why they had chosen to have him attract the bear's attention, preparing for a subsequent escape. The overwhelming aura grew ever closer, and Yuan Fei found himself involuntarily retreating a few steps. The oppressive force emanating from the beast was indeed far more formidable than that of Fan Yu and his companions. Simply the aura alone was something Yuan Fei could not face directly. Suddenly, the massive Burning Heaven Bear, its body dark brown and spanning several feet, thundered out of the cave entrance with astonishing speed. Awoken by Yuan Fei's presence, the bear was engulfed in a frenzy. With a swipe of its enormous paw, it struck Yuan Fei squarely in the chest. Instantly, he was sent flying like a leaf caught in a storm, crashing into a massive boulder opposite the cave entrance. This wretched fool! After all this time, he chose to remain stationary instead of fleeing, only to receive such a blow. Fan Yu spat disdainfully at the ground, cursing Yuan Fei 1,000 times in his heart. The Burning Heaven Bear had been lured out, yet Yuan Fei failed to redirect it towards the path he had prepared. Consequently, he would now have to alter his previously devised strategy. You go. Lure the Burning Heaven Bear onto that narrow path, Bai Chu shouted, seizing the collar of a nearby 5th transformation martial artist, his voice echoing with urgency. The 5th transformation martial artist, face pale with fear, shook his head vigorously, tears of terror glimmering in his eyes. That I won't go. I don't want to die. Bai Chu forcefully shoved the 5th transformation martial artist aside, his frustration mounting. That I in the distance, a figure emerged from the swirling dust and debris, prompting Fan Yu to smile with excitement. Wait, that kid is still alive. Still alive. What is his body made of? Upon hearing this, Bai Chu's mind was flooded with dread. The Burning Heaven Bear was a genuine first-tier beast, capable of crushing a group of 8th transformation martial artists with a mere sweep of its paw. Although the bear had only swiped through the air, Yuan Fei, at best, possessed the strength of a 3rd transformation martial artist. How could he possibly survive beneath that claw? More than 30 individuals gazed on in astonishment and disbelief as Yuan Fei not only remained alive, but was also bouncing back to life. Though his clothing lay in tatters, there were no signs of injury upon his body. Boom. Yuan Fei gripped the undying evil spear, sweeping his arm through the air, dispersing the dust to reveal his handsome, yet cold visage. Ouch! That hurt like hell. If it weren't for Wu Xie taking the brunt of the attack for me, I would have met Yama early. Yuan Fei exhaled a heavy breath, a hint of lingering fear etched on his face. The great wilderness body refinement technique is indeed formidable. That gust from the bear's paw could have obliterated a dozen 5th transformation martial artists, yet it caused me but minimal harm. This is merely the initial stage of the human wilderness body. And yet I possess such extraordinary physical power. Gazing at Yuan Fei, who was still full of vitality, the Burning Heaven Bear let out a reluctant roar, its 4 massive paws pounding the ground as it bared its long, sharp teeth. Yuan Fei turned to glance at Fan Yu and the others hiding nearby, a mischievous grin spreading across his face, that I have always said, I, Yuan Fei, am not a pawn to be manipulated. Unaware of Yuan Fei's true intentions, Fan Yu and the others excitedly gestured for him to hasten into the narrow crevice of the mountain. As the massive paw of the burning heaven bear descended, Yuan Fei exerted his strength, moving with incredible speed like a radiant meteor, leaping directly into the hiding place of the 30 individuals, pursued relentlessly by the bear. Brother, we have been outsmarted by this kid. Bai Chu's elongated eyes narrowed as he deflected the energy ripple caused by the bear's landing. Hastily addressing Fan Yu to be why now, Fan Yu could no longer deny that he had fallen into Yuan Fei's trap. The moment Yuan Fei had withstood the bear's claw without sustaining any injury, he should have realized that this boy was far more complex than he appeared. This scoundrel. Once we deal with this beast, I will settle the score with you. Fan Yu's eyes burned with rage as he was drawn into the chaos of the bear's wrath, his furious and unwilling voice echoing through the valley. Ignoring the threatening words, Yuan Fei retreated from the fray, laughing heartily. You three should focus on surviving under the claws of this beast. Haha. As for the treasures within the cave, I shall reluctantly take them on your behalf. Chapter 36. Ruthless murder. Disregarding the cries of agony echoing behind him, Yuan Fei dashed alone into the dimly lit cave. The burning heaven bear was colossal, and the cave was spacious, yet the interior was exceedingly peculiar. After advancing for approximately 10 minutes, Yuan Fei found himself halted at a section of the cave barely wide enough for him to pass through. Strange. The burning heaven bear is far too large to fit into this narrow cave. If there are indeed treasures hidden within, who could have concealed them here? Curling his lips in disdain, he swiftly traversed the increasingly constricted path, soon vanishing from sight. The deeper he ventured, the more the cave seemed to plunge downward. Rather than a mere cave, it felt as though he were descending into the very depths of the mountain, that a gentle, cool breeze caressed him, causing Yuan Fei to shiver involuntarily. The cave's end should logically be sealed. If it were indeed closed off, why would a refreshing breeze be blowing through? With these questions lingering in his mind, Yuan Fei quickened his pace until he was met with a shimmering light ahead. Resembling rippling waves, his heart rejoiced as he gazed toward the cave's terminus, where a semicircular chamber unfolded, its spaciousness starkly contrasting with the narrow passageway he had traversed. This expansive area was ample enough to accommodate hundreds of individuals. Above Yuan Fei, a myriad of uneven stalactites hung like nature's chandeliers, while beneath his feet flowed a stream of an unknown pale liquid, tinged with a lush green hue, trickling into a small stone pool at the center. The stones encircling the pool were stained with this verdant essence, which emitted a faint glow, casting ethereal reflections upon the stalactites above, creating a mesmerizing and somewhat illusory spectacle. Curiosity piqued, he dipped a finger into the emerald liquid and tasted it, feeling a chilling sensation wash over him. This coldness, emanating from the depths of his being, was not akin to frigid ice, but rather a profound chill that penetrated to his core. Moments later, this icy sensation morphed into an overwhelming heat, causing beads of sweat to form upon his brow, as if he longed to plunge into a pool of icy water. Fortunately, this duality of sensations did not persist for long. The contrasting feelings of cold and heat soon dissipated from his body. After experiencing this peculiar phenomenon, he felt an unexpected sense of comfort, his spirit rejuvenated in an extraordinary manner. How enigmatic! Surely, this must be the treasure they spoke of. Regaining his composure, Yuan Fei estimated the pool's contents could fill at least 10 jade vials. Although he remained uncertain of the liquid's nature, its invigorating properties indicated it was no ordinary substance. He resolved to bring it back, confident that the old man would discern its true value upon awakening. With his eyes gleaming with excitement, Yuan Fei retrieved several jade vials, meticulously filling them to the last drop. As he secured the final vial, he noticed a small stone, about the size of a thumb, nestled at the pool's center. Intricate patterns adorned its surface, and a layer of emerald luminescence danced around it. Akin to a flower blooming upon a patterned stone, captivating in its allure. Young master, this is likely the Biwen Pan stone, a precious stone born of the heavens. Such stones manifest only in dark, damp and spiritually vibrant caverns, and this small piece, no larger than a thumb, takes thousands of years to form. Compared to the liquid, this is the true treasure. A gentle voice, soft as a whisper, broke the stillness, startling Yuan Fei into a shiver. Do you know the origin of this stone? He inquired, his eyes fixed on the captivating artifact. Yes, young master. For ordinary warriors, this stone bears little significance, but for those rare professions that wield mental and heart wheel powers, it is a coveted prize, for the Biwen Pan stone has the ability to refine both mental and heart wheel energies. Yuan Fei, breathless, picked up the Biwen Pan stone and licked his lips, exclaiming, to refine mental and heart wheel energies. What a stroke of luck! Anything connected to alchemists or soul masters is undeniably valuable. He speculated that the emerald liquid likely shared similar properties. As he toyed with the Biwen Pan stone in his hands, he instinctively stowed it within his Yuma ring. Little brother, I presume you've taken the treasure here. If you know what's good for you, hand it over, and my companions will allow you to leave unharmed. A derisive laugh echoed ahead, followed by the appearance of a dozen warriors at the 5th level of the human realm, their presence a stark reminder of those whom Fan Yu had left to their fates. Yuan Fei's expression darkened as he scanned their faces. He recognized them as the very warriors Fan Yu had abandoned. Their survival, thanks to Yuan Fei's intervention, had bred resentment within them, and their entry into the cave indicated their refusal to align themselves with the conflict between Fan Tianxiong and Fan Yu. And if I refuse? Yuan Fei shrugged, a nonchalant smile gracing his lips. The leader, taken aback by Yuan Fei's audacity, faltered momentarily. Refuse? Little brother, you are still young, that you not let material possessions lead to your demise. Objects are lifeless, but you are not, that if you are willing to relinquish what you have, my companions will ensure your safe passage down the mountain. The group, arms crossed, chuckled darkly. Fan Yu and Bai Chu were embroiled in fierce combat with Fan Tianxiu, leaving them no opportunity to contest these treasures. Yuan Fei, a mere 3rd-level warrior, was not deemed a threat. They believed it was their right to claim what they felt entitled to. Come here, and I'll give you something. Yuan Fei gripped the undying evil spear in his left hand, beckoning the speaker with a flick of his right index finger. Exchanging glances, the warriors' faces lit with excitement, especially the one who had spoken, who eagerly tossed aside his long robe as he approached Yuan Fei, grinning. You're quite perceptive. I can. Before he could finish, blood erupted from his mouth as his eyes widened in disbelief. Glancing down at the spear that had pierced through his chest, the spear's tip, having burst forth from his back, twisted with ferocity, shredding his innards as crimson cascaded to the ground. With a swift motion, Yuan Fei withdrew the spear, shaking off the blood in a single fluid movement. The warriors, paralyzed by shock, stumbled back as they witnessed a 5th-level warrior fall to a single thrust from a mere 3rd-level fighter. Brothers, that was just luck. One stammered, panic setting in. Even if he is strong, he is still only a 3rd-level human realm warrior. Let us attack together. He cannot be our match. The death of their comrade did not instill fear, but rather a reckless confidence. They believed Yuan Fei's victory was merely a product of underestimation. They exchanged glances, brandishing their weapons and charging at him like a wild wave. Pathetic remnants. Yuan Fei channeled the demon scriptures, flooding the undying evil spear with demonic energy. A crimson aura radiating from it, pulsating with overwhelming power. With a flurry of movements, he wielded the spear, unleashing waves of malevolent force that engulfed the advancing warriors. The moment their weapons met the spear's edge, they shattered with a series of sharp cracks, transforming into countless fragments that rained down like a storm. That a powerful gust from the clash pushed both sides apart. The spear remained unyielding, its malevolent aura seeping from the sun-like patterns, coiling around it like a fierce, blood-red dragon. The warriors stared in disbelief at their shattered weapons, their eyes nearly popping from their sockets. It's a first-rate artifact. That kid's spear is a first-rate artifact. Brothers, seize him! A shout from the crowd ignited a frenzy as they lunged at Yuan Fei, their eyes ablaze with greed. That a first-rate artifact was a rarity, even among the elite families of certain towns. How could they let a mere 3rd-level warrior possess such a treasure without claiming it for themselves? Anyone who dares to covet the undying evil spear shall perish. Yuan Fei planted the spear into the ground, unleashing torrents of sinister red light that expanded within the narrow confines of the cave. The warriors, despite attempting to evade, found themselves struck one by one, their foreheads split as crimson sprayed forth. staining the pale stones beneath them a deep scarlet. As he surveyed the fallen warriors, Yuan Fei scoffed disdainfully, his admiration for the undying evil spear growing with each victory. The ability to fell 10 fifth-level warriors with a single strike was not solely due to his own demonic energy. Without the spear's aid, he would have only been able to achieve a stalemate. Sensing the scent of blood wafting from outside the cave, Yuan Fei realized the external battle was drawing to a close. Now was the perfect moment to emerge. Retracing his steps, he was met with the colossal form of Fan Tianxiong crashing into the cave, obliterating the narrow passage behind him. The bear's glossy fur bore patches of charred remains and frozen debris. Blood seeping from its maw, staining its shattered fangs. Fan Yu and his companions were not faring much better, their garments tattered, hair disheveled, and their arms and chests marked with deep, savage claw marks. The 30-odd warriors who followed closely beside them met with an unfortunate fate. As none survived, they all became sustenance for the burning sky bear. Fan Yu spat out a mouthful of blood, unsteadily sinking to the ground. Exhaustion etched on his face as he murmured, "I truly did not anticipate that the beast's fur would be so resilient. Given a little more time, it could very well ascend to the second tier of demon beasts. Thankfully, we emerged victorious. Ha! Everything within this cave now belongs to our 3 families. The demise of these useless warriors is fortuitous." Sparing us the waste of resources, Bai Chu narrowed his elongated eyes. Panting heavily today, he pried open the enormous skull of the burning sky bear, a deep yellow demon crystal, no larger than a fist, was collected by Yuan Fei and stowed away in his dark demon ring. Naturally, he could not let this first-rate demon crystal slip through his fingers. You 3, despite being so gravely injured, have not forgotten the treasures within the cave. With the undying evil spear retracted, Yuan Fei crossed his arms, a hint of mockery lacing his tone as he emerged from the cave entrance. The 3, who had been laughing heartily and had let their guard down, suddenly ceased their mirth, retreating slightly in trepidation. "That little brother, we never expected you could walk out alive." So, did you manage to secure the treasures within the cave? Conveniently, only the 4 of us remain here. Why not split them evenly? Fan Yu's smile turned into a calculating expression, his voice tinged with an undercurrent of negotiation and something inexplicable. With a swift jab of his left hand, Yuan Fei unleashed an eruption of dark, inky lightning, drawing upon every ounce of his strength. Accompanying this surge of black electricity was a chilling sound reminiscent of a serpent's hiss. Before he could even discern what Yuan Fei had conjured, the lightning serpent, tailed with a shadowy filament, pierced through his skull. As they witnessed Fan Yu's life extinguished in the blink of an eye, Bai Chu and the others trembled in fear, collapsing to the ground with a thud. Although they were 9th-turn warriors of the human passage realm, the recent battle had left their source energy nearly depleted. Should a confrontation arise, they were far inferior to Yuan Fei, a mere 3rd-turn warrior of the same realm. "Little brother, let us speak amicably, please." Bai Chu's eyes twitched nervously, hastily gesturing toward Yuan Fei. "Speak amicably. From the moment you harbored ill intentions, there was nothing left to discuss." With a swift motion, 2 eerie black lightning serpents erupted from his palm, followed by 2 thunderous booms as Bai Chu and his companion were blasted through the chest. Casually shaking off his hands, Yuan Fei mused inwardly. The air here is thick with the scent of blood. Cultivating the great wilderness body refinement technique in this atmosphere would yield remarkable results. The burning sky bear is a first-rate demon beast, and its blood possesses the ability to repel lower-tier demon beasts. If I sprinkle its blood at the cave entrance, it should avert some unnecessary troubles. Following his thoughts, Yuan Fei arranged the cave to his satisfaction, then sat cross-legged, absorbing the rich sanguine essence. After a day's time, his human wilderness body had once again progressed. Although he could not leap to perfection in a short span, the presence of this sanguine essence further fortified his physique. Yuan Fei now felt an unwavering confidence. In the state of his human wilderness body, he could withstand a full-force strike from a 5th-turn warrior without sustaining any injury. This is the advantage of the great wilderness body refinement technique, which allows for the continuous enhancement of his fleshly power, even granting him physical strength surpassing several tiers above his own. Sister Shearer is set to depart early tomorrow for that so-called sex selection. If I hurry back, perhaps I can still catch her. Chapter 38. Farewell. Yuan Fei propelled himself forward, his body akin to a gust of wind, leaving behind a dust-laden silhouette. Upon returning to Qingyan City, the once pitch-black sky was now tinted with a soft glow. The tranquil and bright streets already bore signs of vendors setting up their stalls in advance. Wuxia, what do you think I should gift Sister Sheer? Once she leaves, it may be 3 years before we meet again. Yuan Fei lamented as he slapped his forehead, realizing he had been so preoccupied with fleeing that he completely forgot to prepare a gift for Yuan Sheer. Sister Sheer holds deep feelings for the young master. Wuxia believes that as long as it is a heartfelt gift, she will surely cherish it, regardless of its nature. Today as they approached Qingyan City, Wuxia, having transformed back from the undying evil spear, resumed her charming appearance. She furrowed her brow in contemplation before gently addressing Yuan Fei, a truly heartfelt gift. Yuan Fei squinted his eyes, rummaging through the stalls. Yet he struggled to find anything worthy of Yuan Sheer. With limited gold coins at his disposal, he could only select from the inexpensive wares that, of course, for a noblewoman like Yuan Sheer, who regarded gold as mere dirt. Even an invaluable treasure might not pique her interest. After much vexation, a necklace emitting a faint silver glow caught his eye. Grasping the silver chain, Yuan Fei waved it before his eyes. At its end dangled a lock-shaped, unknown crystal that a beam of sunlight reflected off it, refracting into a splendid array of colors. This will do. Casting aside all remaining coins from his account, Yuan Fei hastily made his way toward the Yuan residence. At this hour, Sister Sheer must still be awaiting my return. He deftly circumvented the gate guards and eagerly knocked on Yuan Sheer's door, exclaiming, Sister Sheer, hurry and open the door. I have something to give you. After knocking fervently once more, he received no response, and with a furrowed brow and a pout, he declared, if you don't open the door, I'm coming in with a mischievous grin. Yuan Fei pushed against the ornate door, which swung open without resistance. Peering inside, he confirmed that Yuan Sheer was not present, and a sense of urgency began to wash over him. Sheer departed early yesterday morning. To enter the Dayan Empire from our Qingyan City requires considerable travel. Sheer mentioned it was prudent to set off a day early to be prepared. Yuan Fei, feeling like a headless fly, dashed around the room. Yuan Qingfeng entered from a side path, his voice tinged with a barely perceptible fatigue. That's impossible. Sister Sheer, didn't he even get to see me? How could she have left without me? Upon seeing Yuan Qingfeng, Yuan Fei transformed into a helpless child, his eyes reflecting deep despair. This is what she entrusted me to give you. To Sheer has her own challenges, and we should all strive to understand. Yuan Qingfeng handed him a transparent, circular stone and gently patted Yuan Fei's shoulder before turning to leave. Staring at the recording crystal in his hand, Yuan Fei fell into a daze. As he infused his magic energy into the crystal, a faint white glow swiftly coalesced before him, forming a lifelike image of Yuan Sheer. Little Fei, sister is leaving first. 3 years may not seem long, but it's not too short either. This time, I will approach the sex selection with utmost determination. After 3 years of rigorous training, I shall undergo a transformation. I will safeguard the Yuan family, protect you and father, and ensure my own safety. But 3 years is all it is. Do not overexert yourself. What matters is that you live joyfully. For after all, it is a sister's duty to protect her brother. The vivid image of Yuan Sheer smiled, her beauty radiant, yet 2 glimmers of tears shimmered in her striking black eyes. Her delicate, oval face revealed a hint of resolve. Soon, the ethereal source energy that formed Yuan Sheer began to dissipate, transforming into twinkling lights that gradually vanished into the air, all while she smiled gently. Protect me. It is said that a sister's duty is to protect her brother. Should not a man protect a woman as well? The path is fraught with thorns, not a smooth journey. Even if I must traverse mountains of blades and seas of flames, I will create a haven for you and father. In 3 years, I will undoubtedly catch up to your pace. Then, I will ensure you stay behind me, sheltered under my protection. Yuan Fei tightly grasped the silver heartlock chain, a swell of emotion rising within him. Wuxia remained quietly behind him, not daring to breathe, fearful of disturbing Yuan Fei's mood. Ultimately, she found an unexpected courage and gently tugged at Yuan Fei's sleeve with her delicate hand. Realizing he had acted somewhat out of line, Yuan Fei awkwardly rubbed his cheek. Seeing he was not angered by her gesture, Wuxia smiled brightly at him and said, Young master, I can understand Sister Sheer's feelings. Perhaps she simply finds it difficult to face the farewell with you. Her words jolted Yuan Fei from his melancholy. Were he to depart first, he too would likely shy away from a farewell wave to Yuan Shir. Hey, little brother, cut me some slack. I'm really good friends with Fei Ge. Just let me in. Lu Xiang's raspy, yet irritable voice shattered the heavy atmosphere enveloping Yuan Fei. He pursed his lips in displeasure, quickly making his way outside with Wuxia. Given Lu Xiang's temperament, he should be sound asleep with some girl at this hour. Why was he so eager to visit the Yuan residence? Ah, little brother. Let me in quickly tonight. I'll treat you to a night of revelry at the Fragrant Wind Pavilion. What? Why am I still not allowed in? As Yuan Fei listened to the increasingly clear words, he nearly twisted his mouth in amusement. Lu Xiang, employing a mix of soft and hard tactics, exhibited a touch of mischief. Lu Xiang, why aren't you sleeping soundly in the early morning? Have you come to provoke my Yuan family? Yuan Fei jested, pointing at him and shouting loudly. Upon seeing Yuan Fei, Lu Xiang promptly shrugged off the Yuan family's guards who were trying to restrain him and scurried to Yuan Fei's side. Rubbing his palms together as he said, Brother Fei, I have a report to make. Is there something significant happening in the Yuan family recently? There must be. If not, it would only mean that the younger generation of your Yuan family has gone mad. Lu Xiang pouted, showing no concern for his image. Only when he looked at Wu Xie would he slightly temper his demeanor. Indeed, there was an important event in the Yuan family coming up. In just over half a month, it would be the annual family competition. However, when Lu Xiang heard about the competition, he vigorously shook his head and remarked, it certainly isn't just a family competition. Over the past 3 days, your Yuan family members have been throwing money at the auction house as if they were insane. Yuan Lei spent over 100,000 to purchase a jar of wine. And Yuan Tong and Yuan Yuxin each bought top-quality medicinal herbs for brewing medicinal wine. Even Yuan Yuqing and others have been active. How could you be unaware of this? In disbelief, Lu Xiang stared at Yuan Fei, exclaiming, you can't possibly be this oblivious. The top-quality medicinal herbs for brewing medicinal wine. Could these two also be vying for the body-refining martial arts from the Fifth Elder? Yuan Fei scratched his head, feeling somewhat disoriented. With the family competition approaching, acquiring the body-refining martial arts from the Fifth Elder was indeed a coveted dream for every young member of the Yuan family. However, gathering all this attention in such a short time seemed a bit too conspicuous. Didn't it? Grabbing the collar of a Yuan family guard, Yuan Fei asked with some annoyance, apart from the family competition, is there anything else happening in the Yuan family recently? Responding to the young master's inquiry. Tomorrow is the 60th birthday of the Fifth Elder. This should be common knowledge among the Yuan family members. The guard replied hurriedly, not daring to be negligent. They, as gate guards, were aware of this. Yet the esteemed young master of the Yuan family was left in the dark. Recalling the image of the scruffy, unkempt drunkard, Yuan Fei felt a wave of nausea wash over him and quickly dismissed that thought. He beckoned to the astonished Lu Xiang, and the two conspired quietly for a moment. Lu Xiang's eyes sparkled with excitement as he patted his chest, assuring Yuan Fei, before merrily disappearing into the throng of people on the street. The old drunkard's birthday. It shouldn't be such a grand affair, considering that apart from his grandfather, he was the youngest among the 5 elders. Yet, judging by the current atmosphere, everyone seemed well prepared, with expenditures reaching millions of gold coins. It must be that the elders were secretly supporting this. Were the remaining 4 old fellows also trying to curry favor with the 5th elder? Yuan Fei pondered as he took Wu Xie's delicate hand, striding towards the tavern amidst the envious and resentful gazes of the guards. The next morning, the entire Yuan family was abuzz with activity. Before heading to the Yuan family hall, Yuan Chengfeng intentionally sought out Yuan Fei, personally presenting him with a fine medicinal herb for brewing wine, which Yuan Fei promptly declined. Although Yuan Chengfeng did not understand why Yuan Fei was so dismissive of the 5th elder's 60th birthday, he refrained from saying much that in truth. He felt an urgency akin to an ant on a hot pan. If it were merely a birthday celebration for an elder, it would not be a matter of great import. However, the 5th elder was a unique figure in the Yuan family, the only one capable of withstanding the might of a 3rd transition Heavenly Passage Realm expert without being defeated. It was known that the 3rd transition Heavenly Passage Realm represented the pinnacle of power in the entire Qingyan city. The body-refining martial arts possessed by the 5th elder were coveted by many, with countless individuals seeking to obtain a share of his legacy. For the entire Yuan family, although the title of head of the family rested on Yuan Shengfeng's shoulders. It was evident to all that the strongest and most crucial pillar of support remained the so-called fifth elder. All the younger members were preparing earnestly, and Yuan Fei's apparent indifference only heightened Yuan Shengfeng's anxiety. Whoever could win the favor of the fifth elder would undoubtedly ascend to greatness, becoming the most illustrious figure in the entire Yuan family. As the family head, Yuan Shengfeng had to maintain the overall situation. So he departed first to prepare for the banquet in the hall. Given the fifth elder's unique status, he would likely not allow other families to interfere, meaning that the main event today would still revolve around the Yuan family members themselves. Yuan Fei gazed at the sun hanging in the sky, clearly noting that it was time for the birthday banquet to commence. The vast Yuan family hall was already filled with members of the family, young and old. Since the focus of the day was the fifth elder, Yuan Shengfeng had taken his seat, leaning down to sit opposite the grand elder. Following him were the remaining three elders, with Yuan Shenggong's generation seated at the outermost table designated for the direct descendants of the Yuan family. Excluding the long table in the middle, the sides were surrounded by women and children, as well as collateral descendants of the Yuan family. With clear seating arrangements throughout the hall, the as noon passed. 2 seats remained conspicuously empty. One was the golden throne in the center, and the other was at the far edge of the table reserved for the direct descendants of the Yuan family. These 2 positions were meant for the fifth elder and Yuan Fei, which indicated that neither had yet made an appearance at the banquet. Just as the crowd was buzzing with speculation and some growing impatient, a strange wind suddenly swept down from the rooftops of the Yuan family that a shadow flickered before everyone's eyes. And when they opened their eyes again, the fifth elder was already reclining on the golden chair, chomping on a whole chicken from the table. Delicious! The fifth elder licked his grimy fingers and waved dismissively at the 100 or so people below. No need to stand on ceremony with so much food. I can't possibly finish it all by myself. The 4 elders, witnessing such disregard, wore expressions of displeasure. The grand elder, being the eldest, had veins bulging on his forehead as he slammed the table and retorted, "How rude! What time is it and Yuan Fei still hasn't shown up? Have we elders been kept waiting this long? And does he have any respect for his seniors?" The fifth elder, with his disheveled hair obscuring his eyes, glanced at the empty seats at the edges and shrugged nonchalantly. However, the grand elder's veiled reprimand did irk him somewhat. Seeing that he wouldn't respond to the insinuation, the grand elder could only sigh in frustration, lifting his chopsticks to shove some dishes into his mouth, attempting to suppress the rising anger. Yet the clash of sentiments nearly caused him to choke, rolling his eyes. Yuan Shengfeng, seated beside the fifth elder, appeared extremely anxious. Yuan Fei's lack of a substantial gift had already put him in a foul mood, and now, with Yuan Fei arriving late, the fifth elder's impression of him would surely plummet. "Congratulations, Grandfather Wu. Wishing you boundless blessings and longevity. This jar of wine is but a humble gift from Fei." No one noticed Yuan Fei's arrival, but as soon as he spoke, all eyes turned toward him. Yuan Tong and Yuan Yuxian looked at him with surprise, especially Yuan Xin, who, seeing Yuan Fei, couldn't help but twitch his lips involuntarily. The wine jar in Yuan Fei's hand was unremarkable, clearly the most common low-quality liquor on the market. Presenting such a subpar drink in front of the wine-loving fifth elder was nothing short of a slap in his face. Taking advantage of this contrast, the younger members of the Yuan family eagerly showcased their sincerity. "Here is a small token of respect from me. The brewing herb, Xiangla. Yuxian presents you with the nourishing herb, Longyan Xianggan. Yuqing offers you, Grandfather Wu, the fragrant agave, Grandfather Wu. This is a 1,000-year-old ancient wine prepared by Layer, soaked with purple sun cordyceps." Yuan Lei's voice boomed, effectively drowning out the previous speakers. Upon hearing the name Purple Sun Cordyceps, the fifth elder sprang up from his golden chair in surprise, observing the 4 elders who nodded in satisfaction from the shadows. Yuan Shengfeng wore a tense expression, his back already beginning to glisten with beads of cold sweat. Although Yuan Fei often appeared carefree and frivolous, he would never act disrespectfully towards his elders. Thus, today's anomaly was rather perplexing. Nevertheless, Yuan Fei did not allow the scrutinizing gazes to alter the smile upon his face, but he settled himself at the edge of the banquet table, casually placing the wine jar upon its surface. The fifth elder, unable to contain his excitement, swiftly opened the jar containing the millennium-old wine infused with Xiang cordyceps. Instantly, a fragrant aroma wafted through the air, permeating every corner of the Yuan family hall. Even the few elders who were not particularly fond of wine straightened their postures, lifting their heads to inhale deeply. Within the rich scent of the wine, there mingled a floral fragrance they had never encountered before, combining to create an even more alluring essence. The crowd murmured their admiration, yet only the fifth elder frowned slightly. Then he took several hearty swigs from the jar and smacked his lips. Yuan Lei's smile grew broader. Since the fifth elder had been the first to taste the wine, it indicated that he had garnered the elder's approval, thus leaving him with the best impression. He exchanged smiles with Yuan Qingde and the fourth elder, prompting nods of acknowledgement in return. Yuan Lei was gradually winning the favor of the fifth elder, for to an old drunkard, nothing mattered more than wine. Seeing the fourth elder's head held high, displaying a look of delight, Yuan Fei nonchalantly picked at his food, savoring every bite. When he noticed the fifth elder squinting at him, he calmly retrieved the jar of wine he had brought and tucked it into his yumo ring. As expected, amidst the astonished gazes of all present, the fifth elder abandoned the millennium-old wine he had been cradling and darted to Yuan Fei's side, vigorously rubbing his hands together behind him. Yuan Fei, young man, that jar of wine you had, wasn't it meant for the old man? Why did you take it back? Forget it, I suppose it's better to pour it into the latrine. Yuan Fei chuckled as he swallowed another mouthful of food, not even bothering to look back. What, the latrine? The fifth elder's eyes turned red, sparkling with a glimmer of desperation, that he spun around in place, arms outstretched, and then, disregarding his dignity, began to pound his chest in frustration. The sudden change rendered everyone in the hall momentarily stunned, unsure of how the situation had taken such a turn, especially for the fourth elder's faction. The smiles that had adorned their faces abruptly vanished. Yuan Qingde appeared somewhat at a loss, as the jar of wine Yuan Lei had brought was infused with Xiang cordyceps. Surely the fifth elder was aware of this. How could he so readily abandon the precious millennium-old wine for the sake of that ordinary jar from Yuan Fei? Had he lost his senses? A peculiar expression of disbelief and reluctance surfaced on the wrinkled face of the fourth elder. According to his expectations, while the offerings of the other younger generation were fine, none could compare to the millennium-old wine brought forth by Yuan Lei. Especially now, witnessing Yuan Fei grasping a jar of mere street vendor quality. He felt a wave of disdain wash over him. Yet now, the fifth elder had completely disregarded the more valuable items behind him, rushing to Yuan Fei in pursuit of that inferior wine. Yuan Chengfeng, seated opposite the elder, was visibly anxious, his expression one of shock, yet his heart raced with excitement. Observing the fifth elder's familiarity with Yuan Fei, it was clear that their private relationship was quite amiable. Yuan Chengfeng chuckled softly, his earlier gloom dissipating. This rascal, keeping secrets from me, his father. The expression of the first elder's faction was dire. Yuan Qinggong's lips turned pale as he lifted his drink for a sip. The first elder discreetly signaled to a young maid behind him, who nodded subtly, her expression a mixture of unease and tension. She glanced at Yuan Fei, then at Yuan Chengfeng, before gravely approaching Yuan Tong and whispering a few words in his ear. Yuan Tong toyed with his wine cup, gesturing towards the maid. Shortly thereafter, she returned, leading several attendants who brought forth additional fine wines. Among them, a jade bottle adorned with vibrant patterns was placed before Yuan Tong. The act of supplementing the banquet with more food and drink seemed unremarkable, yet in the eyes of the first elder and Yuan Qinggang, a sinister glint flickered. Yuan Fei burped contentedly, stretching lazily in his chair, while the fifth elder, in a frenzy, placed his greasy hands on Yuan Fei's shoulders, squeezing them as he said, "Yuan Fei, how about this? I'll give you everything I just had in exchange for that jar of wine." "Deal," Yuan Fei exclaimed, slapping his thigh as he swiftly retrieved the jar and thrust it into the fifth elder's embrace. Yuan Fei's audacious transaction with the fifth elder sent Yuan Chengfeng into a shiver. No one would have anticipated that the most formidable figure in the Yuan family, the fifth elder, would stoop so low for a jar of wine. Even the other four elders stood dumbfounded, unable to process the scene. While it was true the fifth elder had a penchant for wine, surely he wouldn't make such a significant sacrifice for merely one jar. It was understood that the herbs Yuan Tong and the others had bestowed upon him were exceedingly rare. Yet before Yuan Fei's jar, the fifth elder had surrendered them without a second thought. Among the members of the Yuan family, The one most affected by this turn of events was undoubtedly Yuan Lei. His previously impassive countenance had turned a ghastly shade reminiscent of liver, as he endured the accusatory glances from the fourth elder and Yuan Qingde, which only fueled the anger simmering within him. Chapter 41. No man is a true man without poison. The fifth elder pursed his lips, squinting as he inhaled deeply, a droplet of saliva forming at the corner of his mouth. He wasted no time, taking 2 hearty gulps before returning to his gilded seat and tossing a heap of herbs, each worth a fortune, toward Yuan Fei. Yuan Fei, young lad, I am not one to go back on my word. All these are yours. Faced with a plethora of precious herbs, Yuan Fei dared not show any sign of negligence. These items were valuable wherever they were placed, sought after by many. With them, he effectively gained several million gold coins. Even if he had no immediate use for the herbs, he could certainly sell them at a handsome price. Moreover, these herbs possess the ability to refine one's spirit and strengthen one's meridians. The thought of parting with them was indeed difficult. Yuan Tong, Yuan Yushuan, and the other younger generation watched with pained expressions as Yuan Fei claimed the precious herbs. Despite their overwhelming reluctance, they dared not express their feelings, an apt description for their current situation. Akin to a mute eating bitter gall, unable to voice their grievances. Though the fifth elder appeared disheveled, he was a man of keen intellect, well aware of the implications of his growing closeness with Yuan Fei. To dissipate the resentment of the 4 direct bloodline members, he jovially took a few sips of wine and proclaimed, "Though I am old, I am not yet senile, that I understand the intentions of you younger ones. Thus, let me make a promise while everyone is present. In this family competition, regardless of whether one is from the direct or collateral line, those who place in the top 3 will all have the opportunity to study the body-refining martial arts scroll I possess." The sound of countless wine cups shattering filled the air, and as one surveyed the banquet, aside from Yuan Fei, who remained undisturbed, every other guest had crushed their cups into pieces to this declaration. Even the first elder was somewhat agitated, his hands trembling as he clutched the remnants of his shattered cup. The body-refining martial arts scroll, held by the fifth elder, was not only immensely coveted within the Yuan family, but also among the martial artists of the entire Qingyan city. Countless individuals had made unspeakable sacrifices to catch even a glimpse of this scroll. Yet in the end, it had never garnered the fifth elder's attention. Now, he had boldly guaranteed before all members of the Yuan family that the top 3 contenders in the upcoming family competition would be granted the privilege to study this martial arts scroll. The younger generation erupted into excited discussions, the banquet descending into chaos as expressions of shock and joy illuminated the faces of all present, from Yuan Tong to Yuan Yun in the family competition. Yuan Tong and Yuan Yushuan stood as the only 2 7-turn martial artists among the younger generation. Thus, it was certain that 2 of the top 3 spots would belong to them. No one dared to voice any objections regarding these 2 guaranteed positions, as their strength was evident for all to see. However, the contention for the 3rd spot became a coveted position desired by countless collateral descendants. While Yuan Lei, a 5-turn martial artist, could be considered the 3rd among the direct descendants, he was not an insurmountable obstacle compared to the 2 who stood ahead of him. Regarding this outcome, Yuan Lei could only express a sense of contentment. Although he was not concerned about any peripheral personnel being able to surpass him, he was certainly aware that on the day of the competition, he would inevitably face challenges. Observing the impassive Yuan Fei, Yuan Lei once again donned a beaming smile. Regardless of the circumstances, Yuan Fei had no opportunity to vie with him in this family competition. After all, at this point, he was merely a 3rd transformation human communication realm martial artist. Yuan Fei had already commenced his cultivation of the great wilderness body refinement and had entered the minor completion phase of the human wilderness body within just 3 days. He understood the arduous nature of cultivating the great wilderness body refinement. It was not a martial art that could be mastered solely through fervor. Without exceptional willpower and determination, one could never hope to master the great wilderness body refinement. The 5th elder had imparted to him the accumulated wisdom of a lifetime, an even greater gift than the great wilderness body refinement itself, that he held no ulterior thoughts about the 5th elder sharing this martial art. Even if the 5th elder had not bestowed the teachings upon him in advance, Yuan Fei would have striven to earn it through his own efforts, this title of the foremost junior of the Yuan family. He was determined to claim, With a full half-month remaining until the family competition, if he could successfully break through to the fourth transformation of the human communication realm, he would be able to withstand the power of the sixth transformation, even though he might not be able to contend with the seventh transformation martial artist. Yet, Yuan Fei, was not one to easily concede defeat. Yuan Fei chuckled lightly and downed the contents of his cup with a swift motion. Sixth brother truly has a remarkable capacity for liquor. Allow me to fill your cup, Yuan Tong said with a smile as he poured a fragrant wine from the exquisite jade bottle into Yuan Fei's empty glass. Gazing at the unremarkable drink, Yuan Fei merely smiled. Ever since he had consumed the Wanling pill, he had expelled the remnants of the life-shortening powder multiple times. For this colorless and tasteless powder, he seemed to possess a sort of premonitory ability. This cup of wine, seemingly innocuous, was in fact tainted with a concentration of life-shortening powder several times stronger than before. The elder and Yuan Qinggang squinted their eyes. Not engaging in the light-hearted banter of others, instead, they lifted their cups, discreetly glancing at Yuan Fei, their hearts laden with trepidation. Elder brother, your commendation is unwarranted. That last cup was already a limit for me. Should I drink more, it would surely lead to troubles, he said with a smile, shaking his head and pushing the cup back across the table. The younger generation exchanged puzzled glances and whispered among themselves. Typically, Yuan Tong held a position of high esteem, with countless juniors flattering him. It was indeed peculiar for him to lower himself to serve Yuan Fei, observing the bewildered expressions of the younger generation. Only Yuan Xian scoffed disdainfully. Grandfather and elder brother must have planned this in advance. This vividly patterned jade bottle contains a mixture of life-shortening powder at 5 times the concentration. A single sip would reduce one's lifespan by 5 years. Consuming an entire bottle guarantees one will not survive the month. Yuan Tong, undeterred, remarked in a half-hearted jest, Sixth brother, are you truly disregarding elder brother's face? You must understand, a little quantity does not make a gentleman. Then elder brother should swallow this bottle of poison himself. As the saying goes, 5 poisons do not constitute a man, right? Yuan Fei snapped his fingers, producing a palm-sized black bottle from the shadowed demon ring and sending it over. Those with keen eyes could easily discern the prominent white characters spelling out life-shortening powder on the black bottle. Upon hearing Yuan Fei's declaration, the atmosphere in the grand hall immediately thickened. Some matters might be best left unspoken. Yet he had brazenly produced a bottle of poison in front of so many elders. Not only did he produce it, but he also audaciously demanded Yuan Tong drink it. Witnessing the bottle of life-shortening powder in Yuan Fei's hand, the elder's tea nearly spilled from his mouth, and the heavy silence of the hall shifted with his unexpected reaction, drawing the attention of 100 onlookers. Chapter 42. Drink it down. Yuan Tiangang was equally taken aback by Yuan Fei's actions, breaking into a cold sweat as his grip on the wine cup faltered, causing it to clatter to the floor with a piercing sound amidst the stillness of the grand hall. The unusual behavior of the two prompted many in attendance to furrow their brows. Yuan Fei, what do you mean by this? Tonga was merely being kind and pouring you wine, and yet you utter such rebellious words. You must clarify your intentions in front of everyone today. Yuan Tiangang rebuked sharply. Humph, you insolent little wretch, do you truly believe that Yuan Qingfeng can dictate the affairs of the entire Yuan family at will? The elder added, his tone sharp and unyielding. Indeed, Yuan Fei, relying on your father's position as head of the family, shows a blatant disregard for the elder. The fifth elder had merely exchanged pleasantries with him, yet he had allowed it to inflate his ego. Yuan Fei held in his possession a colorless and tasteless chronic toxin, the life-shortening powder. It was shocking that he harbored such a venomous heart at such a young age. Listening to the one-sided discussions, Yuan Qingfeng's expression darkened considerably, the words he wished to voice swallowed down painfully. The fifth elder, having drained the last drop of wine from the jar, watched the two quietly, memories flashing through his mind. Suddenly, a wave of emotion flickered behind his long hair, and he gasped deeply. When he looked back at the elder and Yuan Tiangang, a sinister smile crept across his lips, and he placed a gnarled hand on Yuan Qingfeng's shoulder, signaling him to remain calm regardless of what transpired next. Though Yuan Qingfeng did not understand why the fifth elder had become so serious, he stiffly nodded in acknowledgement. Yuan Fei casually uncorked the bottle of life-shortening powder, lightly shaking his arm. Since everyone believes my words are excessive, I can only offer my apologies to elder brother in this manner. If elder brother is willing to drink the wine in his hand, let it be a gesture of forgiveness from me. Your little brother, as the saying goes, a statesman can accommodate a ship in his belly, and as the rightful first junior of the Yuan family, I trust you would not harbor resentment over such a trivial matter, would you? Yuan Tong let out a cold laugh, his fingers gripping the cup turning numb. After all, it contained 5 times the concentration of life-shortening powder. A single sip would reduce his lifespan by 5 years. With 1,000 lives at stake, he would never dare to gamble with his own life. You expect me to drink this poison for you? You must be dreaming, unless you drink the entire bottle of life-shortening powder yourself. Yuan Tong leaned closer to Yuan Fei, his face bearing a mild smile while his voice turned remarkably wooden and cold. Very well. Elder brother just stated that as long as I drink this whole bottle of life-shortening powder, he would consider it forgiveness. You insolent brat! Yuan Chengfeng's eyes twitched violently. Had it not been for the 5th elder's firm grasp, he would have killed Yuan Fei on the spot. This was an entire bottle of life-shortening powder. Once ingested, would there be any hope of survival? Yuan Fei's words sent shockwaves through the Yuan family. Igniting an uproar, Yuan Fei has lost his mind. Even if this life-shortening powder is a chronic toxin, to drink an entire bottle would surely lead to his utter demise multiple times over. How reckless! They questioned the very nature of this place, daring to speak such audacious words in front of 5 elders. Yuan Tong stared at the cup in his hand, suddenly feeling dizzy. Yuan Fei's reckless behavior was clearly aimed at him. Tonger, if you stand firm, you need not fear shadows. Just drink the wine, the elder said, stroking his beard, addressing the hesitant Yuan Tong with a calm demeanor. Grandfather, this. Yuan Tong was taken aback, unable to comprehend how his grandfather could utter such words. Urging his own grandson to consume poison. Was this truly the behavior of a loving grandfather? A surge of fear welled up within Yuan Tong, but seeing Yuan Tiangang nod gravely, he felt a slight sense of reassurance. Yuan Tiangong's expression conveyed a clear message. There was a way to neutralize the poison in the wine. Otherwise, they would not risk such a gamble. Just as he struggled to make a decision, the younger generation around Yuan Fei began to speak up. Yuan Yuxuan, her brows tightly knitted, voiced her concerns. Elder brother Yuan Tong, I believe we should let this matter rest. Although Yuan Fei may seem unmindful, he is still a direct member of our Yuan family, that if word of this spreads, it would be difficult to manage. Indeed, elder brother Yuan Tong, as the foremost junior of the Yuan family, do you lack the grace to overlook such a triviality? Today is the 5th elder's birthday, and with so many members of the Yuan family present, allowing him to make amends should not be a problem, Yuan Yun said, leaning closer to Yuan Yuxuan. Her porcelain-like features showing signs of apprehension. Yuan Yun was innately kind-hearted. She would never harm even a sparrow. Thus, she was renowned as a little fairy throughout Xinyan City, that if she were to plead for Yuan Fei, it could be somewhat understood. Perhaps Yuan Yun simply viewed him as a sparrow. However, the fact that even Yuan Yuxuan was advocating for him left Yuan Fei perplexed. Throughout their lives, he and Yuan Yuxuan had little interaction, and their relationship had always been marked by silence. Yuan Fei could not recall a time when she had ever looked at him directly. No, once words were spoken, they could not be taken back. Why should he allow others to dictate his actions? Yuan Fei held in his hand a vial of the life-shortening powder. Everyone ought to ponder this, if he dares to utter such reckless words. What deeds might he not commit? Perhaps the wine at this banquet has all been tainted with his nefarious concoction. Yuan Exine, witnessing the 2 women pleading for Yuan Fei, felt an intense rage boiling within him. To counteract the sympathy directed towards him, he exerted his intellect, clearly intending to exploit the collective anger of the crowd. This was indeed the most effective strategy that A.S. anticipated. His reminder sparked a realization among nearly 100 members of the Yuan family. Their eyes blazing with fury as they glared at the wine jars, venting all their fears and grievances onto Yuan Fei. Yuan Exin was correct, since he had the audacity to say such things. He should be made to follow through. What a cunning and malicious little wretch, truly akin to the Grand Elder. Yuan Fei could not have produced the life-shortening powder without forewarning, if I am not mistaken. There must be some undisclosed trickery at play. The 5th elder snorted disdainfully, his gaze towards Yuan Exan revealing a hint of contempt. Chapter 43. Premeditated plans, do not even think about it. Yuan Qingfeng's voice rang out, cold as a bucket of ice water, instantly extinguishing the arrogance of the crowd. Father, rest assured, Fair would never embark on an endeavor without certainty. He never has, he does not now. And he certainly will not in the future. After casting a reassuring smile at him, Yuan Fei turned to Yuan Tong and said, since everyone wishes for me, Yuan Fei, to consume this vial of life-shortening powder. Then, brother, I shall oblige. Chengfeng, do not act impulsively. Perhaps this vial of life-shortening powder brought forth by Yuan Fei is merely a ruse, in an effort to quell the surging anger of Yuan Chengfeng. The fifth elder could only speculate to comfort him. I shall proceed. Brother, do as you wish. Yuan Fei nonchalantly shrugged, and before the watchful eyes of the crowd, he poured the entire contents of the vial into his mouth, swallowing it down in one go, and eagerly licking his lips. Witnessing Yuan Fei down an entire vial of life-shortening powder, the Grand Elder nearly dislocated his jaw from laughter, hastily gesturing to Yuan Tong. Tonger, do not delay in expressing your sentiments. Your four grandfathers are watching you. Yuan Tong swallowed hard, also downing a cup of wine, only to find himself nearly regurgitating the Grand Elder so foolish as to not realize that the vial of life-shortening powder in Yuan Fei's possession is but a counterfeit. Were it not for his decades of exposure to this slow-acting toxin, he would have been unable to discern its authenticity. The life-shortening powder in Yuan Fei's hand is not only genuine, but also a more potent new variant. As long as it ensures Yuan Fei's utter demise, he could not care less about the details. While complete elimination of this toxin would only be achievable through the consumption of a third-grade elixir. The Grand Elder possesses sufficient medicinal materials to counteract the effects of this poison. Qinggang, once the banquet concludes, swiftly procures several medicinal herbs from Supervisor Fu, ensuring Tong consumes them continuously for half a month. That should effectively expel the toxins. The Grand Elder commanded with a smile, slipping back into his enigmatic grin. The life-shortening powder ingested by Yuan Fei was enveloped by the lingering potency of the Wanling elixir within him. Kept at bay from his internal organs, should Yuan Fei wish, he could expel these toxins at any moment. Even if he chose not to, they would not affect his body in the slightest. The Wanling elixir, refined using the Yumo ring, is not of ordinary quality. Only after the banquet concluded amidst the chatter of the crowd did the vast Yuan family hall remain with but 3 solitary figures. Yuan Chengfeng knocked on Yuan Fei's forehead, his face displaying a hint of fear. You foolish boy, you truly frightened your father. Fortunately, that vial of life-shortening powder was a sham. However, it is remarkable that you devised such a clever ruse for yourself. Who claimed it was fake? This is the truest life-shortening powder there can be. Yuan Fei adjusted his expression, addressing Yuan Chengfeng and the fifth elder with righteous indignation that it is indeed real. The fifth elder and Yuan Chengfeng echoed in unison, both nearly fainting from shock that it is well known that the only antidote to the life-shortening powder is the Wanling elixir. If one were to rely solely on the medicinal materials for refining elixirs, it would be impossible to eliminate the toxin throughout an entire lifetime, especially considering that Yuan Fei ingested 100% concentration of the life-shortening powder that I once consumed a Wanling elixir. These toxins of lower than third-grade quality cannot harm me in the slightest, and no wonder, the Wanling elixir is the nemesis of the life-shortening powder. Although I am unaware of where you procured such an expensive elixir, the old man has already surmised some aspects regarding your situation. The fifth elder paused momentarily, widening his eyes to continue. Yuan Fei, you possessed martial prowess at the first level of human communication upon birth, yet have shown no progress in these past years. This must surely relate to the life-shortening powder. Your every action today deliberately targeted the Grand Elder's faction, and Yuan Tong's conduct was also rather peculiar. Could it be? The fifth elder's words jolted Yuan Chengfeng from his stupor, first leaving him astonished. Then a wave of anger surged within him, especially after Yuan Fei vocalized the words of Chu Er. Even a flicker of fury appeared on the fifth elder's rugged visage. The Yuan family has birthed such an unrepentant scoundrel. Relying on his age, must he still wield it to bully others? A sudden ferocity appeared on his scruffy face. Recalling his elder brother's actions left the fifth elder feeling somewhat despondent. Fair, did you just say that the cup of wine Yuan Tong consumed also contained life-shortening powder? There are no third-grade alchemists within our city. The Wanling elixir is not something one can acquire at will. The Grand Elder must procure the materials for refining the Wanling elixir from the apothecary. I shall issue an order immediately to purchase every last one of those medicinal materials in stock. Observing Yuan Qingfeng's face twisted with rage, Yuan Fei couldn't help but smile, scratching his nose and saying, "To be honest, Uncle Wu and Father, it is likely that the apothecary no longer possesses any of those materials." On the bustling streets, Lu Xiang dashed away like a thief, only finding refuge in a tea house, where he settled into a secluded corner, reluctantly patting his fatigued shoulders and murmuring, "Brother Fei truly is something else. Not only did he send me to the black market for life-shortening powder, but he also insisted I purchase these assorted medicinal materials. Now, 3 sets of materials have cost me over 200,000 gold coins." Upon returning home, a severe beating would undoubtedly await him. Imagining his frail body becoming a human punching bag under his father's and grandfather's hands, Lu Xiang couldn't help but shiver. The apothecary, the Grand Elder sat across from Supervisor Fu with a grim expression, his aged hands trembling incessantly. "Supervisor Fu, is it truly the case that not a single medicinal material remains? Does the Grand Elder doubt my words? These materials hold little value in my possession. Young Master Yuan Tong is exceptionally gifted, with a limitless future ahead of him. How could I jeopardize such prospect for the sake of a few medicinal materials? This morning, I know not what wind blew through. Lu Xiang insisted on acquiring these materials, and in my haste, I sold all 3 sets without much thought. Who would have thought that Yuan Fei, that little rascal, would concoct such a scheme, forcing young Master Yuan Tong to ingest the life-shortening powder as well?" Supervisor Fu's face quivered, his small eyes narrowing in resignation. "Chenggang, hurry to the Lu family. Regardless of the cost, we must retrieve those medicinal materials. Additionally, send someone to the auction house to inquire about the whereabouts of these materials. If the time elapsed since the first dose surpasses a day, those materials will be beyond saving." The Grand Elder wished he could slap himself twice. What should have been a straightforward matter had turned into such a troublesome affair. Had he known, even if it meant striking Yuan Fei dead with a single blow, he would have never allowed Yuan Tong to consume that poison wine. Chapter 44. Soul Masters Yuan Chenggang rushed towards the Lu family in a frenzy, fervently hoping that Lu Xiang happened to be there. Even if it meant paying 10 times the price, he would willingly acquire those medicinal materials. Meanwhile, the Grand Elder pinched his fingers, attempting to calm himself amidst the pain. Upon reflecting, Yuan Fei had swallowed an entire vial of life-shortening powder. For him at present, this might be the greatest comfort. Yuan Fei could not possibly possess a Wanling elixir, thus his fate was sealed. He could only await death. After finally dispatching Yuan Qingfeng and the 5th Elder, Yuan Fei leisurely settled into a chair, crossing his legs. Seeing him so pleased, Wu Xie gently massaged his shoulders with her delicate hands, inhaling the fragrant aroma wafting from behind him. As the gentle touch enveloped his shoulders, Yuan Fei found himself enveloped in an unprecedented state of clarity. Suddenly, he recalled something and lightly flicked the Yumo ring, revealing 10 vials of emerald liquid obtained from the wild mountains, along with a jade vial containing a green patterned stone, all laid out before him on the table. Wu Xie, you mentioned that this green patterned stone and these liquids possess the ability to condense spiritual energy and heart willpower. The young master is neither an alchemist nor a soul master. Is it not a waste to hold these items in hand? What waste could there be, young master? The value of these items is immense. They are the essence of the earth formed over thousands of years. Even if the young master is not an alchemist, consuming them for cultivation would still yield considerable benefits. Wu Xie gently kneaded Yuan Fei's shoulders, her expression earnest as she spoke. I have some knowledge about the role of an alchemist, yet the soul master is a term I am less familiar with. That I have merely heard that soul masters utilize powerful heart veins to activate the force of life and soul, employing it to manifest a type of amplification array, thereby enhancing the potency of martial arts. Wu Xie nodded in surprise and replied with a smile, "You are indeed correct, young master. Both soul masters and alchemists are among the most prestigious professions in the spirit realm. Alchemists can fuse the energies of heaven and earth to refine elixirs, while soul masters can condense the forces of nature to wield formidable techniques. The reason why alchemists are more renowned than soul masters is that elixirs allow warriors to break through their limitations. even enabling multiple rank advancements. When it comes to the most valuable profession, it undoubtedly belongs to the alchemist. However, the Soul Master is not merely a visually appealing title. When the heart wheel's power reaches a certain level, they can condense an amplification array before executing martial arts. To put it this way, with your current strength, young master, you can unleash the Dingsha Ghost Finger to directly penetrate a 5-turn human connection realm warrior. If aided by the Soul Master's array, you could potentially use this technique to slay 6-turn or even 7-turn human connection realm warriors. After listening to Wuxia's gentle and intricate explanation, Yuan Fei's eyes widened with fervor. If what Wuxia claimed about Soul Masters were true, it sounded rather alarming. To be able to slay 7-turn human connection realm warriors merely through an array. Were there any other prerequisites to become a Soul Master? He turned back with a grin, grasping Wuxia's delicate hand, and inquired with curiosity. Under the grip of his large hand, Wuxia's fair face slightly flushed, yet she responded with a smile. This, Wuxia, is not certain. Haha, this little girl is unaware, but I certainly know. A sudden, raspy voice echoed in Yuan Fei's mind, cheerful yet somewhat lecherous. Upon hearing this familiar and nostalgic voice, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Old fellow, have you finally awakened?" After consuming 4 or 5 bottles of the Biwen Pan water, if I hadn't woken up, I feared this little one would resort to desperate measures against me. Haha. The elder demon lord stretched lazily and said to Yuan Fei nonchalantly, "Biwen Pan water." The sudden mention of this term by the elder demon lord struck Yuan Fei as somewhat familiar. Suddenly, he quivered his lips in realization and hurriedly glanced at the 10 jade bottles. Noticing that nearly 5 of the vibrant green liquid had vanished without a trace, that a sharp pang of pain shot through Yuan Fei's mind, nearly bringing him to tears. "You old coot, you just woke up and already stole 5 bottles of Biwen Pan water. Oh dear, do you mean to say that I am worth less than those 5 bottles of Biwen Pan water? Moreover, you still have a fine Biwen Pan stone, which is the truly valuable item. Haha, those 5 bottles of Biwen Pan water have restored nearly 30% of my soul power, which is quite remarkable. In the entire realm of Tian Tong, there is likely no one who can harm me in the slightest point 30% of soul power. Is that enough to run rampant in the entire Tian Tong realm?" Yuan Fei exclaimed in astonishment, momentarily forgetting the fact that the elder demon lord had stolen 5 bottles of Biwen Pan water. If what the elder demon lord claimed was true, then his true power in life must have far exceeded that of the 3 mysterious realms. The elder demon lord suddenly emitted a sound of doubt. Then he emerged directly from the elder demon ring, circling around Wuxia, who was clutching Yuan Fei's clothes tightly, her face full of alarm. Hey, old fellow. If you frighten Wuxia, I will definitely settle the score with you today," Yuan Fei shouted angrily, stroking Wuxia's silky black hair. The elder demon lord, stroking his beard, rolled his eyes reluctantly, but quickly changed his demeanor. Smiling at the two, Wuxia, truly innocent and pure that I cannot detect even the slightest hint of evil from her, as if her heart is as pristine as a blank sheet of paper. You little rascal. Your luck with the ladies is truly remarkable. Faced with the elder demon lord returning to his usual old self, Yuan Fei could only helplessly shrug and allow Wuxia to peek out from behind him. "By the way, old fellow, you mentioned knowing the requirements to become a soul master. One must possess a naturally strong heart vein and a robust life force. Soul masters are not like ordinary warriors that anyone can cultivate. If one suffers a backlash from the heart wheel, it could lead to explosive peril, which is why the reputation of soul masters is so resounding, yet their numbers are exceedingly scarce." Yuan Fei swallowed hard, his gaze intent and filled with excitement as he asked, "Old fellow, do you think I have the qualifications to become a soul master?" "Just barely. Your heart vein can be considered acceptable, and your vitality is indeed powerful." The elder demon lord scrutinized Yuan Fei with his twinkling old eyes, then chuckled, revealing 2 yellowed teeth. "Since you understand soul masters so well, you must have some texts on cultivating the heart wheel. Right? Just pull out 10 or 8 for me to peruse." 10 or 8? The elder demon lord's eyes widened, his beard rustling. "No, there is only 1 volume, Heart Demon Minor Intentions. If your aptitude is exceptional, perhaps you might glean a hint of heart wheel power from it." The elder demon lord tossed Yuan Fei a scroll made of leather, not looking back as he vanished into the elder demon ring. "This old fellow certainly has a big temper." Yuan Fei chuckled and shook his head, then unfurled the so-called heart demon minor intentions. After a quick glance, he found the text filled with obscure and difficult language. And upon first glance, it left him with a peculiar sensation of lightheadedness, especially with the bizarre symbols that seemed to dance before his eyes, causing his vision to darken and his mind to blank. Hastily tossing the heart demon minor intentions aside, Yuan Fei gradually emerged from his dazed state, yet he was drenched in cold sweat. What a strange cultivation method! Yuan Fei gasped, quickly placing the heart demon minor intentions on the table. Seeing his reaction, Wuxia spoke softly to comfort him. Young master, the formation of a soul master is far more arduous than that of a warrior. Not to mention ordinary individuals, even exceptionally gifted martial talents may struggle to endure the hardships of becoming a soul master. Your reaction is entirely normal. Wuxia, you must believe that the young master has never been an ordinary person. 7 days, just give me 7 days, and I will surely grasp the heart wheel power. Yuan Fei stubbornly clenched his teeth, picking up the heart demon minor intentions from the table, squinting as he let the text flow through his vision. Sure enough, using this method of reading sentence by sentence, he immediately felt the previous blankness in his mind dissipate. He sat cross-legged, placing the minor intentions on his lap, extending his hands to form a seal he had never seen before, attempting to sense the heart wheel as recorded in the text. 7 days swiftly passed as Yuan Fei released his seal and slowly opened his eyes. His expression was grave. After surveying his arms with a flicker of change in his demeanor, he smiled and declared, "The heart wheel power," with a resonant hum, a tremendous wave of energy, accompanied by a powerful gust, erupted from him, sweeping in all directions. Even the large wooden door trembled under the force of the wind. A sharp sound pierced the air, and the elder demon lord burst forth from the elder demon ring. Seeing Yuan Fei seated cross-legged on the ground, enveloped by a mist-like energy, the elder demon lord blinked in astonishment. His eyes nearly popping out of their sockets, that in the first 6 days, there had been no sign of heart wheel power emanating from Yuan Fei. The elder demon lord, who had held a sliver of hope for him, now silently shook his head, dismissing his foolish notions. Even if Yuan Fei were gifted and possessed a robust life force and soul, he was still merely a 17-year-old youth. The elder demon lord had traversed the continent for many years and had never heard of anyone becoming a rare soul master at such a young age. He understood well that Yuan Fei's 6 days of fruitless efforts were a testament to the demanding threshold that a soul master represented. If it were so easy to cross, this ancient profession would not have become one of the most elusive existences in the spirit realm. Yet now, the sudden emergence of formidable energy from Yuan Fei's body was distinctly different from the energy produced by a martial breakthrough. It was, without a doubt, genuine heart wheel power, as the dark hair danced in the wind. Cascading down his shoulders, Yuan Fei abruptly opened his eyes and glanced at the elder demon lord. Could it truly be the heart wheel power? The Lord of Ghosts murmured in confusion, his aged face growing somewhat stiff. Observing his exaggerated and hopeless expression, Yuan Fei chuckled lightly and rubbed the bridge of his nose. Indeed, the fact that he could initially sense the power of the heart wheel within a mere 7 days was something even he could not guarantee with absolute certainty. Although there remained a slight gap between this and the true state of perception, he had already grasped some insights that if news of his ability to achieve such a feat in just 7 days were to spread, countless soul masters might very well spit out a mouthful of blood in disbelief. These practitioners had to painstakingly refine their mental state for years to sense the power of the heart wheel. Yet Yuan Fei accomplished it in just a week. The rarity of soul masters is not only due to the fundamental requirement of possessing abundant vitality, but also because one must have a robust heart pulse to withstand the counteraction of the heart wheel's power. By fortuitous chance, Yuan Fei possessed not only a powerful heart pulse, but also a vibrant life force, allowing him to sense a faint trace of strength within those 7 days. The next step was crucial. To genuinely sense the power of the heart wheel, he would require some external assistance. Fortunately, the section on the mind demon's intent had already provided ample clarity, sparing him unnecessary troubles. Given the possibility of a breakthrough in martial arts cultivation in the short term, he began to refine the heart wheel. The subconscious encouragement he received from having touched upon the heart wheel's threshold in such a brief time was significant, for harnessing the power of the heart wheel was not something everyone could achieve. If used appropriately, it would serve as an unexpected trump card. Truly, he was a rare talent in martial arts. The Lord of Ghosts wore a hint of self-mockery on his face, yet his voice carried a trace of pride. In his youth, he too was renowned as a prodigy, having heard praises and adulation more times than he could count, which naturally imbued him with a sense of superiority over ordinary individuals. However, witnessing Yuan Fei's accomplishments with the heart wheel's power, he realized that at 17, he could not even begin to compare. His sense of loss stemmed from the realization that this highly praised genius could not touch the power of the heart wheel at such a young age as Yuan Fei had. Conversely, he felt pride in having this exceptionally gifted young man as his disciple. With half a month remaining until the family competition, relying solely on that time to enhance his martial arts prowess seemed rather improbable. However, if he could utilize the effects of the Baihan water to refine the power of the heart wheel, it might yield unexpected results. While the Lord of Ghosts clicked his tongue, he also analyzed Yuan Fei's current situation. The existence of soul masters was exceedingly rare. Although it was unlikely he could transition into a true soul master within half a month, solidifying the recently sensed power of the heart wheel should not pose too great a challenge. Soul masters, like martial artists, are categorized into 9 precise realms, with 1 to 9 ranked soul masters capable of refining formations from 1st to 9th level. The higher the formation's rank, the more potent the enhancement of martial capabilities. Source energy surges into the body, stored within the boundless and vast Yuan Dan. While the heart wheel's power cultivated by soul masters is condensed within the heart, the source of the body's dynamism. Of course, soul masters also face significant limitations. Unlike pill masters, who can use spiritual power to concoct elixirs and manipulate it in combat, allowing even those without martial cultivation to slay martial artists if their spiritual power is formidable. The heart wheel's power summoned by soul masters serves only to condense enhancement formations and defensive arrays. Without martial prowess to amplify it, the heart wheel's power cannot play a decisive role in battle. Atio put it plainly. Possessing immense heart wheel power, without the backing of robust martial cultivation, renders a soul master a superfluous existence. However, should Yuan Fei manage to successfully touch upon the threshold of a first-rank soul master within this half-month, he would be able to conjure an array using the heart wheel's power. With the backing of a first-level array, his third-turn human realm technique, the Serpent Ghost Finger, could directly confront and withstand a sixth-turn human realm martial artist. If that were to occur, he would certainly secure a place for himself in the upcoming family competition. Not only would he avoid a dismal defeat against Yuan Tong, but he might even place among the top 3. Thinking of Yuan Tong, a smirk crept across Yuan Fei's lips. After consuming that cup of quintuple concentrated life reduction powder, without the aid of the universal elixir, he would need to continuously ingest the ingredients for the elixir several times to entirely purge the toxins from his body. Although the apothecary had a plethora of materials, they would not stockpile excessive quantities of these relatively inexpensive ingredients. The great old ghost clan must have been quite busy these past few days if he could not obtain the materials from Lu Xiang. The great old ghost would certainly be lurking in the auction house, inquiring about news. Even if he managed to gather the necessary ingredients, Yuan Tong would still suffer the effects of the life reduction powder, rendering his meridians even more fragile. This, in turn, would provide Yuan Fei with even greater opportunities. With this thought in mind, Yuan Fei casually retrieved a vial of Baihan water and poured a few drops into his mouth. Instantly, a refreshing sensation surged from the crown of his head down to his feet, coalescing into icy crystals at the tips of his hair and brow. The cool Baihan water was absorbed by every cell in his body, brewing a powerful aura within him that as the increasingly frigid sensation cascaded down, Yuan Fei couldn't help but grit his teeth, shivering violently. The energy ripples, condensed from countless cells, flowed through his capillaries like a torrent through a main artery. And with the circulation of his blood, they surged into his heart. These pure energy ripples lingered momentarily within his heart before contracting into a luminous ring at its center. After nearly 3 days of fusion and absorption, he had finally refined that small sip of Baihan water into a power of the heart wheel radiating with a vigorous life force. This Baihan water truly lived up to its reputation as the essence of the earth. Merely a small sip had taken him 3 whole days to fully refine. Although he had not yet fully become a first-rank soul master during this time, he felt the power of the heart will had increased several-fold compared to before. The Lord of Ghosts drifted out from the ghost ring, expressing his satisfaction. This Baihun water is certainly not an ordinary item. For common martial artists, it would take at least 10 days to half a month to completely refine even a small sip of this essence. The fact that you were able to absorb all the energy within it in just 3 days is already quite remarkable, in comparison to the 5 vials of Baihun water he had absorbed in an instant. His own 3 days spent refining a mere drop seemed rather petty. Yuan Fei rolled his eyes in irritation, the memory of 3 days prior still lingering painfully in his mind. The Lord of Ghosts. Perceptive to Yuan Fei's underlying tone, casually smacked his lips and remarked, "Humph. During my reign over the spirit continent, I wouldn't have regarded such trivial earth essences. Even if a sea of Baihun water were laid before me, I would not have been the least bit interested." Listening to the Lord of Ghosts' shameless boasting, Yuan Fei felt somewhat speechless. Reluctantly, he let out a soft snort before shifting the conversation. "Old fellow, you don't have any mundane martial arts for my cultivation. But surely you possess some array formations for refining." Array formations are methods to condense the power of the heart wheel into tangible forms, divided into 2 categories: offensive formations and defensive formations. The existence of formations is akin to the essential recipes for pill masters. Only by following the methods specified for each array can one create authentic and useful formations. For instance, while the serpent ghost finger that Yuan Fei wielded was powerful, its influence was minimal, with only the serpent's head able to take on a vividly lifelike form. Though it had shape, it lacked momentum, that if he could obtain a scroll for sealing serpent spirits and refine it into a serpent-shaped formation, his serpent ghost finger would gain a far greater presence through the array, becoming as formidable as a true poisonous serpent. What a coincidence. I do indeed have a scroll for an array formation. The Lord of Ghosts' expression shifted subtly, and he replied earnestly, "This ice crocodile formation, though merely a first-rank array, encapsulates several thousand first-tier low-level demon beast ice crocodile crystals, already possessing the initial momentum of the ice crocodile demon beast. If you can successfully activate it, it will undoubtedly enhance the power and influence of your serpent ghost finger. Of course, engaging with an array formation for the first time is not as simple as you might imagine. Given your talent and potential, it will take at least a month's time to master it thoroughly. The foremost prerequisite is that you must formally enter the ranks of a first-rank soul master within these days. This is the method for the ice crocodile formation. Since you have not yet reached the first-rank soul master level, do not attempt it hastily. Some things cannot be rushed. Otherwise, you risk disrupting your foundation. Touching upon the soul master's bottleneck is akin to a martial artist condensing their martial source down. There is no room for carelessness. The esteemed master of the ghostly realm gently stroked his beard. Observing the pensive and solemn expression on Yuan Fei's face, that a wave of emotion surged within him. Ever since he had been awakened by the pure yang energy, he had been in a constant state of astonishment. The transformation Yuan Fei had undergone in the past month had far exceeded the master's expectations. Even though Yuan Fei had never shown him any courtesy in words, the master harbored no resentment. "Old man, I have a few medicinal herbs here. Could you assist me in refining them into some pills?" Yuan Fei contemplated for a moment and retrieved the herbs that Elder Wu had carelessly tossed to him. Chapter 47. Second-grade pills. These herbs, within the entirety of Qingyan City, were of considerable worth. However, in the eyes of the ghostly master, they were akin to trinkets found by the roadside. He casually dug at his nose with his pinky finger and flicked the residue into the air. The Suling flower and Longyan fragrant root. Fairly decent that if preserved properly. These herbs possess enough potency to yield approximately 3 second-grade pills. 3 can be produced. Yuan Fei expressed his surprise, followed shortly by laughter. He had initially thought that producing even 1 pill would be the limit, that if 3 could indeed be crafted, it would soon afford him ample resources. Receiving the herbs, and following the formula for a second-grade pill called the Yunmai pill stored within the ghostly ring, the master of the ghostly realm effortlessly produced 3 fragrant pills in mere moments. Observing his fluid and unhesitating movements, Yuan Fei couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy. The ghostly ring was indeed a true treasure. Once he attained formidable strength, his first order of business would be to refine the ring into his own possession. "What is that? You wish to possess it?" The ghostly master chuckled. "Once your family competition concludes, You may blood refine it into your own. Though reluctant, the master did not feign excessive sorrow. The thought of passing down the ring he had forged to a talent like Yuan Fei brought him a sense of pride. Yuan Fei was eager to claim the ghostly ring as his own, but harbored concerns. When you suppress the malevolent energy within the undying evil spear, it caused you to fall into a slumber for an entire month. Without those 5 vials of Biwen water, you might have remained dormant for half a year. If I were to ask you to refine the ghostly ring again, would you not fall asleep once more? Repeating this would surely render your essence even more tenuous. Seeing the worry etched on Yuan Fei's face, the ghostly master felt a warmth in his heart. Despite Yuan Fei's carefree demeanor, his genuine concern for the master was comforting. As if it replenished his spirit. Fear not, my dear disciple, I am the first master of the ghostly ring. Suppressing its effects on you requires minimal effort. Yuan Fei nodded, the worry in his brow easing slightly. Suddenly, he cast a disdainful glance at the ghostly master, feigning indifference. That title is utterly nauseating. Besides, I'm not worried about you. I'm concerned about the remaining 5 vials of Biwen water. You little rascal. The ghostly master exclaimed in a fit of rage. Yet he felt no disappointment at Yuan Fei's words, that he could sense that Yuan Fei was indeed concerned about something. You mentioned the undying evil spear. What has become of it? Yuan Fei placed the 3 pills in a jade vials and replied casually, You saw it 3 days ago. It's now known as Wuxia. Wuxia is the undying evil spear. The ghostly master's arms fell to his sides, his mind racing back to the charming figure of Wuxia, combined with the exceptionally pure source energy within her. It was difficult to reconcile the thought that she was the undying evil spear. After all, how could a weapon possibly transform into a living, breathing being with emotions? Ignoring the astonished expression on the ghostly master's face, Yuan Fei felt no need to explain further. It was evident that the master was unaware of Wuxia's true origins. Even if he asked, it would be futile. As he pushed open the door, the blinding sunlight flooded in. Causing him to squint, he spotted Wuxia, who approached him joyfully in her black high heels. Young master. Wuxia hasn't seen you for 3 days. I thought you had forgotten about me. Seeing the concern in Wuxia's beautiful eyes warmed Yuan Fei's heart. He placed his hands on her delicate shoulders and whispered something in her ear. Wuxia's flawless face flushed with a subtle crimson, and she nodded like a chick pecking at grain. After Yuan Fei finished speaking, he set off alone, walking out of the Yuan family estate. The Yinmai pill had the effects of strengthening meridians and nurturing bones. If the auction house recognized their value, they should fetch a handsome price. The timing was perfect, as various families were concurrently holding their competitions, and the younger generations were eager to seize every opportunity. Whoever acquired such a second-grade pill would undoubtedly enhance their strength and gain an advantage in the family competition. That MY meridians have been tempered by the great demon scripture. They are no ordinary channels. While the Yinmai pill is excellent, it holds little benefit for me. Yuan Fei sighed and pondered. Besides, these herbs did not come from my own hands. Selling the Yinmai pills will not cause me any regret. Second-grade pills were rare throughout Qingyan City. Unfortunately, they were only effective for martial artists below the earthly connection realm. Otherwise, he would have gladly gifted them to his father. After much contemplation, Yuan Fei ultimately decided to keep 1 Yunmai pill, intending to give it to Lu Xiang. Having formed a blood contract with Wuxia, her strength would grow alongside his. Thus, she did not require such external assistance. However, Lu Xiang was still just at the second transformation of the human connection realm. It would be challenging for him to stand out in the Lu family competition. That if Lu Xiang were to consume this Yunmai pill, his meridians would likely undergo unprecedented enhancement, perhaps even allowing him to achieve a breakthrough. After deep contemplation, Yuan Fei resolutely approached the ghostly master and requested a transformation pill. After swallowing the foul-tasting pill, Yuan Fei's features contorted for a moment. When he opened his eyes again, he had taken on an entirely different appearance. Although the transformation pill allowed him to alter his visage, it did not change his physique. After some thought, Yuan Fei sought a secluded corner of the street to change out of his white robe. After admiring his new appearance, he nodded in satisfaction that if he presented himself in this guise, even his father might fail to recognize him, especially with a sword scar on his left cheek, which would likely divert the gaze of acquaintances. Striding forward with enthusiasm, Yuan Fei hurried to the auction house. The guards at the entrance noted his pale complexion and prominent scar, gripping their weapons tightly and heightening their vigilance, that he avoided the three main red carpet paths leading to the auction hall. Instead, turning to a grand hall labeled Appraisal Office. After taking a few deep breaths, he stepped inside. Chapter 48. Recruitment. Yuan Fei walked slowly towards a row of exquisite chambers, which were closely clustered together. Each chamber had only a small square window covered by a layer of black gauze, making it difficult to discern the appearance of the appraisers from outside. Cautiously approaching an unoccupied room, he lowered his voice deliberately and said, "Could you please check if these 2 pills can be arranged for auction soon? Bring them here." An aged voice echoed from within, devoid of emotion, as if he had seen countless pills come and go without a hint of interest. Retrieving the 2 pills from the ghostly ring, Yuan Fei handed them over through the window with a hint of dissatisfaction. After a moment of silence, the sound of a chair clattering to the ground could be heard from inside. A pair of dry, rough old hands pulled back the black gauze and bowed to Yuan Fei. Although he noted Yuan Fei's peculiar appearance, he did not dare display any sign of disdain. Instead, his voice took on a more respectful tone. "Are the 2 pills you wish to auction indeed the second-grade Yunmai pills? Whether they are Yunmai pills or not, you have the final say. Is it possible that such a large auction house cannot discern the authenticity of these humble second-grade pills?" The old man's face twitched, and he quickly shook his head. "Please do not misunderstand. Esteemed guest, that I end my view. These are indeed genuine second-grade pills. However, I have never encountered such perfectly crafted second-grade pills before that if you had not confirmed it personally, I would not have dared to label them as Yunmai pills. For their color and quality are closer to that of third-grade pills." A ripple of surprise stirred within Yuan Fei. Had he not felt the tautness of his face after the transformation, he would have undoubtedly revealed his astonished expression. The ghostly master had effortlessly transformed what was universally acknowledged as second-grade pills into something that approached the quality of third-grade pills. "I have told you before, compared to the crude refining techniques of alchemists, the ghostly ring not only preserves the potency of the herbs better, but also enhances the pill's quality. Pills that alchemists can create naturally become more refined in my hands." Upon witnessing Yuan Fei's silence, the elderly man at the detection table delicately moistened his parched lips and ventured to inquire, "Might I ask if you are a dam master?" "I have come to your auction house to sell my wares." "Must I still report my identity to you?" Yuan Fei feigned anger, causing the old man's expression to shift, and he hastily clasped his hands in respect. The second-tier elixir he casually produced, coupled with his indifferent demeanor and haughty tone, left the old man convinced of his identity as a dam master. The method of refining the elixir was evidently not within the purview of a mere second-tier dam master. At the very least, it required the prowess of a third-tier alchemist to concoct such a flawlessly exquisite Yunge Dan. The old man cast a significant glance at the 2 attending maidens behind him and smiled at Yuan Fei, saying, "Please, esteemed guest, proceed to the private room upstairs, and you shall soon receive what is due." He disdainfully curled his lip and followed the maidens across the glass steps into the so-called private chamber. Casually plucking a few grapes, Yuan Fei tossed them into his mouth and gestured to the maidens. "You may leave now." The maidens acquiesced and gently closed the door, leaving Yuan Fei alone to recline on the soft, comfortable seat, lazily spitting out grape skins. Yang Qiling pushed open the door to the detection room, prompting the old man to rise swiftly and bow respectfully, his voice grave. "Miss, were it not for these 2 Yungue Dawn, there would be no need for your personal presence. However, these 2 elixirs are exceptional, their refining techniques rivaling those of third-tier dam masters, and according to my observations, this individual may very well be a genuine third-tier alchemist." A third-tier dam master. Yang Qiling's lips parted slightly, her voice a mere whisper. If he truly is a third-tier dam master, I must see him with my own eyes. Yet, how could there possibly be a third-tier Dan master residing in Qingyan City? "Miss, regardless of whether he hails from Qingyan City, the priority lies in securing him before the 5 prominent families do." Yang Qiling nodded, gracefully twisting her slender figure, her dense, light yellow hair flowing as she stepped towards a room where Yuan Fei awaited. Hearing the sound of her heels on the floor, Yuan Fei quickly straightened, adopting a nonchalant posture. After a few gentle knocks on the door, Yang Qiling entered, clad in a short skirt and delicate black silk, her long hair cascading like a waterfall, shimmering ethereally under the light. Taking a seat across from Yuan Fei, she smiled, her lips curving like the first bloom of spring willows. That I am Yang Qiling, the chief auctioneer of the house. May I inquire as to your name? Yuan Fei felt a slight tension, drumming his fingers on the armrest of his chair, and deliberately lowered his raspy voice, replying, I come from afar, nameless and without a surname. Miss Qiling may address me as she sees fit. Her brows arched in intrigue. Yang Qiling's face bore a hint of curiosity. Ditto? You are not from Qingyan City? Might I inquire if those 2 elixirs were crafted by your hand? Upon receiving a nod from Yuan Fei, her light yellow eyes sparkled with interest as she casually lifted one leg, resting it on the other. Yet Yuan Fei's expression remained composed, betraying no sign of his true thoughts. Yuan Fei's intention was not to scrutinize Yang Qiling's attire, yet her current seating position. Might I ask if you would be interested in joining our auction house as an honorary elder? Upon receiving Yuan Fei's response, her excitement became evident, momentarily forgetting the implications of her attire, unwittingly revealing the secrets beneath her skirt. Yet, being seasoned in the ways of the world, she quickly composed herself, inquiring nonchalantly, if you were willing to join our auction house, I could ensure you the utmost convenience, providing you with unprecedentedly low prices on any alchemical materials you require. The terms Yang Qiling offered were indeed enticing. For an alchemist, materials were of utmost importance. Even Yuan Fei, who had been riding on the coattails of others, felt a stir of temptation. Rest assured, Miss Shear, I, Zhu Xian, shall provide you with a satisfactory reply. Of course, I also hope you shall remember today's promise. In 3 years' time, I shall break through the limitations of the Tiantong realm and make you my woman. Zhu Xian's words pierced like 1,000 needles, causing Yuan Fei, who had maintained a calm facade, to twitch at the corner of his eye. If he were to become an honorary elder at the auction house, how would it differ from being shackled in Qingyan City for a lifetime? Realizing he could not remain in Qingyan City for long, Yuan Fei reluctantly dismissed the tempting offer with a soft sigh. And no need. I shall inevitably leave Qingyan City, that I cannot accept remuneration without fulfilling my duties. However, I will be stationed here for a time, and should there be any elixirs for auction, I shall certainly make my presence known. Hearing Yuan Fei's resolute tone, Yang Qiling wisely nodded. Since you say so, I shall not press the matter further. Chapter 49. A direct confrontation. This is a VIP card uniformly used by the auction houses across the Tongling continent. Anyone holding this card shall receive satisfactory service upon entering the auction house. Yang Qiling produced a metallic card glistening with silver, delicately pinching it between her fingers and presenting it to Yuan Fei. Yuan Fei accepted the VIP card and returned to his seat. Awaiting the final auction of the day, Yang Qiling regarded him with renewed curiosity before turning and departing, the contrast of her fair legs beneath the sheer fabric tantalizingly visible, igniting a fire within him. As Yang Qiling glided away, she left behind a vivid silhouette that sparked endless imaginings. Reflecting on the unintentional glimpse he had caught, Yuan Fei closed his eyes, inhaling the lingering fragrance in the room. A mischievous smile gracing his lips as he murmured, such childish patterns. The auction continued until the stroke of midnight, and astonishingly, the 2 young Adon Yuan Fei fetched a staggering 7 million gold coins. A record-breaking price for mere second-tier elixirs in the auction house's history. Exhausted after a long day, Yang Qiling's demeanor was relaxed as she personally placed a 30,000 gold storage card into Yuan Fei's hands. After exchanging a few pleasantries, he finally exited the auction house. Yuan Fei couldn't help but admire the auction house's decision to waive any fees, thinking to himself, this auction house truly knows how to conduct business, offering such alluring terms that even I find myself tempted. In the distance, accompanying him, was the visibly enraged Su Xiaohong, who stomped along the street, occasionally kicking stones in frustration, clearly at the end of her tether. Yuan, that scoundrel. Relying on his grandfather being the elder of the Yuan family, he dares to brazenly compete with me for the Yungue Dawn. Indeed, there isn't a single decent person in the Yuan family. And Yuan Fei, that bastard. If you hadn't run away so swiftly last time, I would have surely crushed your skull. Glancing at the ruins he had previously toppled, Su Xiaohong felt a surge of anger. Recalling how, had it not been for Yuan Shear accompanying Yuan Fei, she would not have suffered such humiliation. Upon hearing this, Yuan Fei cast aside any lingering sympathy, stopping to regard her coolly, under the intense gaze of such an oddly featured man. Su Xiaohong felt a chill run down her spine, and goosebumps erupted uncontrollably. What are you staring at? Haven't you ever seen this young master before? Indeed, I have not. Which young master are you? From the Yuan or Lu family? Yuan Fei deliberately lowered his voice, internally sneering at Su Xiaohong. With the disguise in place, he had no reservations. It was already a blessing that he hadn't sought her out for trouble, and now she dared to approach him. Not wishing to dwell on past grievances, the mention of the Yuan and Lu families reignited the humiliation he had felt. His downturned, lifeless eyes glinted with a cold light, especially upon sensing Yuan Fei's aura of the third-tier human communication realm. An impulsive need to vent his frustration surged within him. I am Su Xiaohong, the dazzling little red of the Su family. Feigning a hoarse voice, Yuan Fei imitated Lu Xiong's arrogance, laughing heartily. Little red. Little green? Those names are less appealing than that of a little dog or a little turtle. Ugly freak. You're courting death. Su Xiaohong's lips curled into a sneer as she swiftly gathered her source energy into her fists. Radiant bursts illuminating the street for several dozen meters around. Had it been before, with Yuan Fei's cultivation at the third-tier human communication realm, he would not have been able to stand shoulder to shoulder with Su Xiaohong. However, now that he had advanced the great wilderness body refinement to a small success stage, he was no longer at a disadvantage against the fifth-tier human communication realm. Looks good but serves no purpose. Wasting so much source energy. Yuan Fei pointed his finger into the void with a swift motion, yet there was no magnificent surge of source energy, nor an astonishing display of might. Instead, what emerged was merely a jet-black glimmer, akin to a sharp sword, darting towards Su Xiaohong. Fortunately, having attained the fifth transformation of the human communication realm, his reflexes were not sluggish, and with all his strength, he managed to evade Yuan Fei's peculiar finger strike, though it left him swallowing hard in fright. The Tengsha ghost finger that Yuan Fei executed not only boasted formidable power, but also surpassed the speed of ordinary martial arts significantly. Despite Su Xiaohong's utmost efforts to dodge, a gash appeared on his face, crimson blood cascading down like a waterfall. What on earth was that? He exclaimed, pointing furiously at Yuan Fei. Just moments ago, the dark blade had grazed his visage, causing his peripheral vision to unintentionally meet the serpent-like gaze, leaving him shaken and drenched in cold sweat. Yuan Fei, silent, unleashed two more strikes aimed at Su Xiaohong's vital points. This time, Su Xiaohong had learned his lesson and maintained a considerable distance from Yuan Fei. A direct hit would surely spell his demise. Behold my moderate-grade martial art. Wind assault shattering rock. Su Xiaohong bellowed, forcefully compressing the wind source energy gathered in his arm, forming two dense blades of wind at his fists. With a punch, a tempest surged forth, tearing through dozens of meters of ground. The roaring wind blades, though not directly striking Yuan Fei, still conveyed a palpable aura of slaughter and overwhelming destructive force. The combination of the wind source body and wind attribute martial arts naturally resulted in a significant augmentation. Fire can counter wind. I shall enhance the Tengsha ghost finger with fire source energy and resist with demonic energy. The tone of the demon lord grew grave, devoid of its earlier jest. After much contemplation, Yuan Fei ultimately decided against invoking the Great Wilderness Refinement Body technique. Although it was late in the evening, a considerable crowd had gathered on the surrounding balconies, and should he activate the Great Wilderness Refinement Body, it would undoubtedly embroil Elder Wu in an unjust situation. Although the Tengsha ghost finger was a technique he frequently employed, it allowed him to seamlessly transition between the properties of wind, fire, thunder, water, and earth source energies, leaving him unconcerned that others might deduce his identity from this martial art. After all, in Qingyan City, no one could simultaneously wield two types of source energy. Su Xiaohong's wind assault shattering rock was akin to a surging wave, attempting to engulf Yuan Fei in one fell swoop. Tengsha ghost finger. Yuan Fei channeled demonic fire source energy into his two fingers. Two small flames igniting at his fingertips that are in stark contrast to the imposing force emanating from Su Xiaohong's wind assault shattering rock. These tiny flames appeared feeble, as though a mere breeze could extinguish them. Chapter 50. Trouble approaches with a single motion. He summoned the entirety of his being. Upon fully unleashing the Tengsha ghost finger, Yuan Fei felt an overwhelming fatigue wash over him. Yet this seemingly feeble strike consumed all the demonic energy within his source core. Should he fail to shatter Su Xiaohong's martial art, he would have no choice but to take an unconventional route. As the two martial arts clashed, the slender serpent of profound energy forcefully intercepted the myriad of source energies, even exhibiting a momentum that threatened to break through the punch's wind, heading straight for Su Xiaohong. A sound akin to shattering glass echoed through the air as the immense force of the wind assault shattering rock was dispersed by the Tingsha ghost finger, leaving the massive wind blade punch riddled with intricate spider web-like patterns. Gritting his teeth, Yuan Fei summoned the last vestiges of his demonic energy, guiding that sword-like serpent head to pierce through the obstacles and strike Su Xiaohong's thigh. He grimaced as he collapsed to the ground, his face contorted not only in pain but also in disbelief. The martial art he, a fifth transformation human communication realm practitioner, had unleashed was actually thwarted by a mere lackey of the third transformation. The shattering of his technique ignited a furious blaze within him, a double blow weighing heavily on his spirit and body, causing him to spew several meters of blood, which stained the ground beneath him. Yuan Fei remained silent, delivering a sharp kick to Su Xiaohong's groin, a hint of mockery gleaming in his heart. From his earlier tone, it seemed one of the pulse-nourishing pills had been pilfered by Yuan Tong. Should he swallow this second-tier pill, his previously diminished martial prowess would undoubtedly see a resurgence that if I can successfully ascend to the ranks of a first-tier Fate Soul Master, I could unleash the Ice Crocodile formation, which might grant me a chance to overwhelm him. Though his internal demonic energy was depleted, Yuan Fei put all his strength into that kick, lifting Su Xiaohong's knees from the ground, the pain nearly causing him to lose consciousness. Clutching his groin, Su Xiaohong was in a pitiful state, his rear end raised high in the air, the blood pooling beneath him staining his luxurious robe a deep crimson. At this sight, Yuan Fei nodded in satisfaction, chuckling. Only in this manner can you truly live up to your name, Xiaohong. With that taunt, he strode away down a narrow alley. Within the opulent chambers of the auction house's upper echelons, a graceful figure with arms crossed observed the recent spectacle through the window. Her beautiful eyes remained fixed on Yuan Fei's retreating silhouette, showing no sign of withdrawal. Even as he vanished into the night sky, she continued to ponder something deeply. After confirming there were no onlookers in a secluded corner of the street, Yuan Fei changed his appearance and attire. He contorted his face into exaggerated expressions, laughing foolishly, feeling that his own visage was far more handsome and comfortable. Stepping out of the shadows, Yuan Fei stretched lazily, a wave of drowsiness washing over him. Despite being at the fifth transformation of the human communication realm, the disparity in strength was staggering. The martial artists he had slain on the wild mountains were hardly a fraction of Su Xiaohong's prowess. If faced with 10 or 8 Su Xiaohongs, even if I were to push the great wilderness refinement body to its limits, I would not dare claim an easy victory. Lost in thought, a graceful figure approached from the front, and upon locking eyes, the woman smiled brightly at him. Young Master Yuan Fei, it has been quite some time since you last visited the Fragrant Breeze Tower. Would you care to join me for some fun tonight? She winked playfully at him. Had she not caught her flowing veil while running, Yuan Fei would have feared she might lose her clothing right there on the street. Women of such prominence as those in the Fragrant Breeze Tower have never worried about men or gold. With a mere gesture, countless suitors would gladly prostrate themselves beneath their short skirts, willingly offering up their coins. However, Lu Xiang had taken to residing in the Fragrant Breeze Tower, treating it as more familiar than her own family, resulting in a decline in business. No one dared to bid against her. And thus, the women lost their fervor for life. That TO draw in regular customers was their quickest means of earning. Despite the inherent risks, it was certainly preferable to languishing in the Fragrant Breeze Tower for days without a single customer. Before the woman could languidly recline in Yuan Fei's embrace, a large hand covered in brown fur suddenly seized her. The woman initially screamed and struggled, but upon recognizing the brutish figure, she began to converse amicably with him. The man appeared to be around 30 years old, his skin covered in a coat of coarse brown fur, giving him a beast-like ruggedness. His attire suggested he was not of any prominent family, but rather a wandering mercenary. Mercenaries are permitted small group organizations within the lingering spirit continent, engaging in slaying beasts and other tasks for gold, thus ensuring their survival. They are categorized into ranks from 1 to 5. And this man before Yuan Fei likely ranked around the 4th transformation of the human communication realm, presumably a low-tier 5th-level mercenary, in Qingyan City. Even a fifth-level mercenary organization should not be underestimated. These individuals are accustomed to the perils of life and death. Their indifference to danger setting them apart at that moment. Devoid of any demonic energy within him, should a conflict arise, it would be exceedingly disadvantageous for Yuan Fei. He shrugged nonchalantly, intending to walk past the two that now that you've seen, why the rush to leave? Did you not inquire whose woman this is before embarking on your business? The rugged man looked at Yuan Fei with disdain, then pointed at the woman in his embrace that as he spoke, the woman let out a soft huff, clearly displeased, and pinched his waist sharply. The pain restored his seriousness, yet the mocking glint in his sunken yellow eyes remained unabated. The woman whispered something in his ear, prompting the man to squint and burst into unrestrained laughter. I thought you were some grand young master, but you're just a useless wretch from Qingyan City. No wonder you chose to walk around me. It seems you're not as foolish as I thought, knowing we mercenaries are not to be trifled with. Utter nonsense. Making a living by risking one's life is no different from being a beggar. Yuan Fei retorted dismissively, resolutely turning his gaze away, that it was not that he sought trouble, but some predicaments, once they present themselves, cannot be evaded. Rather than bowing and scraping in submission, it would be far better to confront them head-on. Kid, I'll remember that. Once I break your legs, we'll see how tough your words remain. The man appeared utterly relaxed, completely disregarding the waning vitality of Yuan Fei. Instead, it was the woman from Xiangfeng Tower who grasped his large hand with concern, saying perhaps it is best to reconsider that if the Yuan family were to arrive, you would surely be at their mercy. Chapter 51. Consequences follow. What are you afraid of? Such inconsequential beings can be felled by a mere punch. I need not wait for reinforcements from the Yuan family. I shall send him to meet Yin Wang myself. The man flung his arm away, and the mere mention of the Yuan family not only failed to intimidate him, but ignited a fervent desire for bloodshed within him. A punch? Yuan Fei smirked, a wave of excitement surging within him. He had no intention of seeking trouble. Mercenaries at the third transformation of the human realm were undoubtedly superior to ordinary warriors, presenting a considerable challenge for him at this moment. However, Yuan Fei was no soft persimmon to be easily kneaded. He had evolved beyond his former self, even with his source energy completely depleted. He possessed the strength to fight back. The power of the great wilderness body tempering technique was formidable, and even if he could not secure an easy victory, he would not suffer a humiliating defeat. It was deep in the night, and this shadowy alleyway was nearly devoid of people. Yuan Fei was indeed unafraid of attracting trouble. The man with the tousled hair gathered his strength, and several strands of withered yellow source energy erupted from his body, the air being swiftly drawn into swirling eddies of wind. Boom, boom. The muffled sounds reached Yuan Fei's ears, causing him to tense slightly. The advantage of a soil source body lay in its physical strength, an inherent trait that far exceeded the bodily fortitude attained through the arduous training of others. The man merely clenched his fist, and the air was filled with a series of ominous thuds that sent shivers down Yuan Fei's spine. What do you say, Yuan family's waste? I am a genuine soil source body, a natural champion of the flesh. A frail little skeleton like you wouldn't even require a punch from me to be reduced to dust. He sneered contemptuously, his fiery gaze seemingly envisioning the sight of Yuan Fei begging for mercy on the ground, radiating endless disdain and mockery that a mere buffoon dares to speak so brazenly. Today, I shall shatter your dreams. Yuan Fei's expression shifted, and as the great wilderness body tempering technique rapidly activated, the desolate energy he had suppressed beneath his skin surged forth, like a torrential flood, rampaging through every corner of his being. A misty gray light rapidly emanated from his body, infusing the surrounding atmosphere with an air of desolation. Although Yuan Fei's martial prowess did not seem overwhelmingly powerful, the body enveloped by the desolate energy emitted strange fluctuations. Body-tempering martial arts. To think it was a technique that utilized desolation and bloodlust for tempering. Disciple. When did you? The revered demon lord's voice trembled slightly, revealing his astonishment. Yuan Fei merely offered a few casual explanations before immersing himself entirely in the cultivation of the great wilderness body tempering technique. Only when the desolate energy hidden beneath his skin erupted entirely, reaching a critical balance, did he successfully manifest the technique at a small completion. Without the support of demonic energy, his great wilderness body tempering technique could not unleash its full potential. But it was more than sufficient to deal with a fourth transformation warrior of the human realm. Feigning power, you're devoid of source energy. Even if you practice body tempering martial arts. What could it matter? The tousled-haired man's expression stiffened. He felt the immense strength of the body before him. The desolate aura swirling around Yuan Fei exerted tremendous pressure upon him. Yet, with words already spoken, he could not yield before a woman that he truly did not believe that, despite Yuan Fei's formidable physique, he was nothing more than an ordinary person without the flow of source energy. Did he truly think that a fourth transformation warrior was inferior to a mere waste? Common grade intermediate martial arts. Falling stone hammer. The tousled-haired man shouted loudly, condensing a stone hammer several meters high in both hands that he jumped into the air, swinging his arms to strike down at Yuan Fei. The ashen-gray glow enveloped Yuan Fei's entire body, and he had been prepared from the outset. With a slight clenching of his fist, the desolate aura on his surface emitted sharp sounds, ultimately coalescing into a dense gray orb at his palm. In comparison to the stone hammer that the man swung down, this orb in Yuan Fei's palm appeared diminutive, yet the power it contained was astonishing that if one were to be deceived by its appearance, they would inevitably suffer a great loss. Great wilderness body tempering technique. Shape gathers force, body shatters stone. Yuan Fei struck forcefully at the descending stone hammer, and instantly, the great wilderness energy surged from his right hand, expanding in midair until it seemed poised to crush the hammer. Impossible. How can a mere gust of wind from a punch swell to such proportions? You clearly have no source energy within you. Such a formidable pressure of energy could not be achieved even by a fourth transformation warrior, let alone a fifth. The tousled-haired man was truly perplexed. Had Yuan Fei's decade of potential been unleashed in a single moment? On the street, a few bold souls huddled together, exchanging murmurs of astonishment and speculation. The agitation in the crowd stemmed not from jealousy or curses, but from genuine fear and respect, regardless of whether Yuan Fei had truly cultivated demonic energy. The transformations he had displayed were enough to astound everyone. Boom! In the midst of their shock, the gray punch wind struck the falling stone hammer with a deafening boom, sending dust and smoke swirling throughout the street. As the haze cleared, two tall figures emerged, standing resolutely to end this astonishing clash. Yuan Fei had withstood the stone hammer's assault solely through the strength of his body, astonishingly managing to contend with a third transformation warrior of the soil attribute. If such news were to spread, it would indeed be shocking. Although martial arts of the soil attribute were rare, their practitioners possessed jaw-dropping physical strength. The punch from the tousled-haired man could easily shatter several meters of solid stone. Yet it had been obliterated by Yuan Fei's gray punch wind. On the silent street, the sound of hurried breaths occasionally broke the stillness that a deathly silence enveloped the scene, with no one daring to shatter the tranquility. It was only when a dull sound of blood spattering pierced the air that everyone's hearts began to race. The one who spat blood was not Yuan Fei. Thud! Before the onlookers could recover from their astonishment, the tousled-haired man's legs buckled, and he collapsed at Yuan Fei's feet. He kicked hard, and the sharp crack of bone echoed from the tousled-haired man's lower body. Yuan family waste. A coward who can only strike from the shadows. One day, our Shattered Rock mercenary group will raze your Yuan family to the ground, and then I shall make you wish for life and death. The tousled-haired man gasped for breath, blood and viscera spilling from his mouth as he spoke. Chapter 52. Not friends, but enemies heavens. It's the Shattered Rock mercenary group. I've heard that each member is a warrior of the soil attribute. Their combined strength far surpassing that of ordinary fifth-level mercenary groups, forming an impenetrable fortress when united. No wonder they dared to confront Yuan Fei head-on. They indeed possessed some foundation. The once inconsequential waste had transformed significantly. Given Yuan Fei's temperament, it was natural that he would retaliate fiercely, that if he were to relent, he would no longer be Yuan Fei. The murmurs continued, but Yuan Fei's thoughts were far removed from the clamor of opinions. Reflecting on the earlier events still sent shivers down his spine. Even with the formidable prowess of the great wilderness body tempering technique, he lacked the demonic energy necessary for its execution. As he observed the punch wind's velocity gradually diminishing, an unexpected idea struck him. He decided to utilize the heart will power he possessed no confidence in, this seemingly insignificant heart will power, which initially seemed ineffective, was precisely what he needed. Aiming for the groin, upon impact, the soil source energy radiating from the tousled-haired man vanished entirely, and the uncontrollable punch wind he had unleashed dissipated into nothingness. With his martial arts shattered, the tousled-haired man was met with a backlash from the chaotic source energy within him, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood, finally allowing him to vent his frustration. Clutching his bleeding groin, combined with the several broken ribs Yuan Fei had inflicted, the tousled-haired man's face turned pale, his features contorted, the ruggedness he had displayed earlier completely gone. Yuan Fei, you coward who can only strike from the shadows. If you do not kill me today, I shall surely kill you in the future. He swallowed the blood rising in his throat, grimacing as he spoke through his bloodied lips. Yuan Fei merely raised an eyebrow at his words, crossing his arms as he shook his head. You need not remind me. I intend to kill you regardless. I am eager to see if your Shattered Rock mercenary group will dare to offend my Yuan family for the sake of a mere third transformation warrior. With a swift kick, a dull thud echoed from the tousled-haired man's skull, and the scent of blood quickly permeated the air around them. Did I end this world? Those who are not my friends are my enemies. With a slight curl of his lips, he glanced back, only to find the woman from the mundane world, curled up in the corner, suddenly weak in the legs, collapsing onto the ground. There was no emotion, no anger, only a profound fear emanating from within her. Such a frail woman, devoid of any power, was hardly worth Yuan Fei's concern that he merely sighed, resting his head upon his hands, pondering that his primary mission for this outing was to auction off those two elixirs. Little did he know that such unexpected events would transpire. Upon returning to the Yuan residence, Yuan Fei indulged in a warm bath, sitting cross-legged to absorb the thin source energy in the air. The moon hung like a silver disk and stars twinkled across the vast sky, casting a gentle glow upon his handsome visage. Suddenly, Yuan Fei opened his sharp, dark eyes and let out a soft sigh of dissatisfaction. Relying on the ambient source energy to break through was indeed too slow. He retrieved a bottle of lampgrass liquid, half used, and with a click of his tongue, swallowed 2 drops of the elixir. Though insufficient for another breakthrough, it would swiftly replenish the depleted magical energy within the pure Yang magic pill. Once the magical energy in the pill was fully restored, Yuan Fei finally relaxed, entering a meditative state focused on dispelling his inner demons. The following day, before Yuan Fei even opened his eyes, the rasping voice of Lu Xiang floated into his ears that Wu Xie quickly chastised him a few times before quietly entering to prepare a towel for Yuan Fei to wash his face. A wave of refreshing fragrance filled the air, soothing his mind and banishing any irritation caused by Lu Xiang's intrusion. Young master, Lu Xiang has been waiting outside for quite some time. Would you like to meet him? Wu Xie, clad in a simple white fitted dress, appeared quite innocent and charming. Outside, a cacophony of noise erupted, and with a hint of impatience, Yuan Fei quickly washed up and opened the door, only for Lu Xiang to rush in like a mad dog. Brother Fei, major news, major news. That scoundrel Su Xiaoong seems to have offended someone. Last night he was brutally beaten, and it was only this morning that the Su family discovered him, carried back like a dead dog. Ha ha ha. What a waste of over 3 million to acquire a source pulse pill, only for it to turn him into a useless wreck. Such a waste, simply a waste. Lu Xiang covered his mouth, his laughter grotesque, with only the tears brimming in his eyes betraying his inner excitement. That it seems my title as the biggest spendthrift in Qingyan City will soon be handed over to someone else. He tossed his hair flamboyantly, eliciting disdainful glances from both Yuan Fei and Wu Xie. Without even mentioning the source pulse pill, Yuan Fei had nearly forgotten about it, but from Lu Xiang's words, he understood that both Yuan Tong and Su Xiaohong must each possess one of the pills. He retrieved the last source pulse pill from its jade vial and casually tossed it into Lu Xiang's arms, saying lightly, "You've put in quite a bit of effort for me lately. Although you couldn't entirely safeguard those medicinal herbs, you did manage to delay things somewhat. After the family competition, it will be your Lu family's turn. This source pulse pill is yours, and I hope you won't embarrass me on the competition stage." Catching the jade vial, Lu Xiang appeared momentarily stunned, gazing at the round pill within, his throat involuntarily swallowing. Source pulse pill, Brother Fei, is this truly a gift for me? Although unsure, he clutched the vial tightly to his chest. Seeing his conflicting demeanor, Yuan Fei waved his hand generously, albeit with a hint of concern. Just don't waste this pill. Rest assured, Brother Fei, I would never tarnish your reputation. This pill's potency is rich. With my second transformation in the human communication realm, it will take at least half a month to absorb and refine it. I must take my leave now. See you on the day of the Liu family competition. In the blink of an eye, Liu Xiong had dashed out of the Yuan residence, watching his excited figure depart. Yuan Fei merely smiled faintly. With less than half a month remaining, it seemed he must hasten his progress. Whether he could successfully step into the ranks of a first-grade Fate Soul Master was truly worth anticipating. After instructing Wu Xie on various matters, Yuan Fei plunged into his cultivation. He consumed yet another bottle of the azure pattern water, feeling the power of the heart wheel within him gradually intensifying. As an unparalleled drive surged through him, that on the eve of the family competition, the once dormant figure finally opened his eyes slightly, stretching with the simplest of motions. Yet from him emanated the sound akin to popping beans. Chapter 53. The competition begins. The Yuan family competition would be held at the Life and Death Arena in Qingyan City, a vast expanse capable of accommodating many, making it the ideal venue to test the strength of the younger generation. As dawn broke, the younger members of the Yuan family donned their gear, gathering at the center of the martial arts arena, eagerly awaiting this annual opportunity. This year, unlike previous family competitions, the top three not only received training resources issued in the family's name, but also had the chance to learn the body-refining martial arts from Elder Wu. As the sun slowly rose, Yuan Chengfeng stepped forward from the crowd, taking his seat at the center of the dais, followed by the five elders, forming the most formidable power circle of the Yuan family. A gentle breeze rustled the flag emblazoned with the character for fight, and the younger generation of the Yuan family looked on with fiery eyes, anticipating Yuan Chengfeng's command to at the edge of the arena. Three figures gradually emerged into view, drawing everyone's attention. Yuan Tong, the first among the younger generation of the Yuan family, strode confidently ahead, followed closely by Yuan Yuxuan, who was not far behind in prowess. The ever-composed and smiling figure on the outer side was, of course, Yuan Lei. The simultaneous appearance of the three sent the audience into an uproar. Last year's family competition had seen a few dark horses emerge from the collateral branches. Yet it was clear that the top three would once again be claimed by Yuan Tong and his companions, just as it had been in the previous year. Not long ago, I heard that Yuan Tong spent 3 million gold coins on a source pulse pill. Thus, he must have made significant progress in his martial arts cultivation. Yuan Tong was indeed formidable, while Yuan Yuxuan was equally impressive. The two had fought to a standstill in last year's competition. And had it not been for Yuan Yuxuan's exhaustion, the title of the Yuan family's top young talent might have fallen to her. It was a pity that Yuan Xie, with her exceptional talent, could not participate in the family competition. Otherwise, with her first transformation in the Earth communication realm, even 100 Yuan Tongs would stand no chance against her. Upon mentioning Yuan Xie, several people inhaled sharply, only to reveal a hint of regret soon after. Yuan Yun and Yuan Yusin sat at the edge of the martial arts arena, engrossed in discussion. Only Yuan Xen leaned despondently against the audience seats. Clearly troubled, it wasn't until a robust, dark-skinned junior from the collateral branch approached him that Yuan Xen casually slipped a pill into his hand, lightly patting the dark youth's shoulder, his expression easing slightly. Yuan Xiong, listen closely. If you can manage to kill Yuan Fei in the arena, there will be ample rewards for you. Once this is accomplished, Grandfather will promote you to the direct line, allowing you to enjoy all the martial arts and training resources of the family. You need not worry too much. The family competition has specific rules. If one side refuses to concede, the duel cannot be deemed over. Even Yuan Chengfeng would not dare to disregard these ancestral regulations. You have already reached the 5th transformation in the human communication realm. Defeating someone like Yuan Fei will require no effort at all. Take this aggressive pill for now, just in case something goes awry. He swallowed a bottle of life-shortening powder a month ago. I doubt his body can withstand much longer. Any mishap on your part should be attributed to the toxins in his body. This way, no one will suspect you. The dark-skinned youth, referred to as Yuan Xiong, gripped the aggressive pill tightly, his gaze fixed on the striking figure across the way. Yuan Fei's silver hair cascaded casually over his shoulders, shimmering in the sunlight, enhancing his already refined appearance. His arrival quickly became the focal point of discussion among the crowd. Paying little heed to the mixed opinions, Yuan Fei first nodded respectfully to Yuan Qingfeng and the 5 elders seated above, before retracting his gaze and making his way steadily toward the martial arts arena. Upon noticing Yuan Fei's approach, the younger members of the collateral branches ceased their warm-up, whispering among themselves with arms crossed. Even Yuan Yuxuan and Yuan Yusin paused momentarily upon seeing him. Aside from Yuan Yusin, who dared not meet his gaze, Yuan Yuxuan briefly scanned his resolute face before quickly averting her eyes, clearly not taking the third transformation in the human communication realm seriously. While this so-called waste had indeed fallen short in martial arts, his progress over the past 2 months was evident. Advancing from the first to the third transformation in the human communication realm was no small feat after much effort. He finally stepped into the realm of the third transformation, yet it bore little substantial significance. Among the younger generation of the Yuan family, there were countless individuals who had also attained this level, rendering it rather commonplace. His participation in the family competition seemed merely a means to invite embarrassment upon himself. In the distance, the esteemed guest platform buzzed with activity as 4 elders exchanged glances, while only the 5th elder remained with his eyes closed, seemingly disinclined to speak, but he idly tapped his fingers on the armrest of his chair. The grand elder let out a soft snort, and within his aged gaze directed at Yuan Fei, a fierce expression emerged, fleeting and difficult for others to perceive. "Look, it's Miss Yang Qiling from the auction house, and Manager Fu from the herb store, along with the Liu and Yang families among the 5 great clans. The figures at the back are from the Qingyan Yu family. With the arrival of these 2 major factions and the 3 prominent families in Qingyan City, the atmosphere of the family competition surged into a lively fervor." Yuan Qingfeng rose, smiling as he exchanged pleasantries with several individuals, until they settled into a row on the guest platform with an excellent view. Only then did the 5th elder lazily yawn and saunter to the center of the martial arts arena in his straw sandals. According to the family competition rules, first, the match must not result in the loss of life. Second, as long as one party refuses to concede, the duel will continue until one party loses the will to fight. Third, the use of weapons is permitted, but concealed weapons are forbidden. Violators will be expelled. The competition follows a voluntary challenge format, where the strength of both parties must not differ by more than 3 transformations. The challenge party cannot refuse, only concede. However, they may decline consecutive challenges from 2 or more opponents. After the 5th elder finished speaking, he finally opened his eyes slightly and pointed to the 5 red circles at the edge of the fighting platform, stating, "Those young ones with confidence may step into one of these 5 red circles." From left to right, they denote the rankings from 1 to 5, that the final results of the competition will be based on these rankings, that I declare the Yuan family competition to commence. Chapter 54. Challenge with a resounding shout from the 5th elder. The audience in the life and death arena erupted in excitement. Watching the eager young members of the Yuan family below, the crowd leaned in, eager not to miss the spectacular battles that were about to unfold. The 5 red circles on the fighting platform gleamed under the sun, becoming exceptionally prominent. Yuan Tong and Yuan Yuxuan were the first to spring into action, racing toward the first 2 red circles. Noticing their lack of intent to fight and their focus on securing ranks, Yuan Lei, unwilling to be outdone, quickly leaped toward the 3rd red circle. The top 3 spots were swiftly claimed by the 3 of them, while the remaining 2 circles were fiercely contested by Yuan Yuqing and Yuan Xian, along with other junior members of the clan that I in mere moments. These 5 ranking circles were entirely occupied by the direct descendants. Though they all understood that the true contest for rank had only just begun, after just 3 battles, Yuan Xian's 4th position was snatched away by a lean man from the collateral branch named Yuan Pu. Faced with this early loss, Yuan Xian could only hang his head in frustration, spitting out a few curses. "Yuan Pu, is it? I shall remember you. Knowing my special status, you dare to be so disrespectful. Do you truly think that by seizing my 4th position, you can soar within the Yuan family? Oomph. In the subsequent battles, I will ensure your defeat is utterly humiliating." Yuan Xian cast a resentful glance before he turned his attention to Yuan Xiong, giving him a meaningful wink. The man referred to as Yuan Pu soon found himself challenged by Yuan Xiong. The battle between a 4 transformation and a 5 transformation warrior held no suspense. With a mere slap, Yuan Xiong left Yuan Pu utterly defeated, his bones shattered. Listening to the waves of lamentation from the crowd, Yuan Xing glanced contentedly at Yuan Fei, who sat in the far corner, eyes closed and seemingly dozing off. A hint of disdain and mockery flickering in his heart. The dynamics of the competition had largely been established. What remained was likely to be the fierce clashes between these 5 individuals on stage. Yuan Fei opened his eyes, surveying the 5 standing on the platform, and slowly rose from the ground, making his way toward the martial arts arena. Those 5 stood as the pinnacle of the Yuan family's younger generation. Did he, a mere 3rd transformation warrior, truly wish to insert himself into this fray? Laughter erupted from the audience as they derided him. With his meager martial arts prowess, he might as well aim for the 5th position held by Yuan Yuqing. Amidst the laughter, a few individuals in the guest seating shook their heads with bemused smiles, except for Lu Xiang's father, Lu Jingyun, whose expression bore a hint of shock and anticipation, if the rumors I have heard are true. Yuan Fei's strength is undoubtedly beyond what is visible on the surface. He possesses a physical prowess capable of rivaling a 5 transformation warrior. In all of Qingyan City, he may be the only one capable of such feats. With this thought, a grave expression rapidly surfaced on Lu Jingyun's rugged brow. Yuan Fei halted at the edge of the fighting platform. His gaze remained indifferent as he swept over the 5, ultimately resting on the 5th-ranked red circle occupied by Yuan Yuqing. Upon noticing Yuan Fei's gaze upon her, Yuan Yuqing initially trembled slightly, then self-deprecatingly smiled, inhaling deeply, that I know you still harbor resentment toward me. But if you think I would willingly relinquish this 5th rank out of guilt, you are sorely mistaken. Yuan Fei, if you wish to fight, then I shall oblige. Yuan Yuqing's beautiful eyes flickered as she clenched her delicate hands between her legs. Readying herself for battle, Yuan Fei regarded her with a detached expression, devoid of animosity, before he shifted his gaze and pointed at Yuan Lei. Yuan Lei, I challenge you. The audience erupted in astonishment as thousands rose from their seats. Straining to hear, Yuan Fei's voice sliced through the air like a sword, reverberating with penetrating clarity throughout the vast arena. Even reaching the furthest corners of the crowd, Fair, Yuan Lei is a 5 transformation warrior. How can you be so reckless as to challenge someone 2 transformations above you? Yuan Qingfeng's arm, holding a teacup, trembled violently, lost in shock and disbelief, oblivious to the tea spilling onto his luxurious robe. The 5th elder presiding over the duel glanced at Yuan Fei, surprised and sensing the desolate energy radiating from him. He chuckled lightly. Good lad, have you begun to grasp the desolate energy in just half a month? On the fighting platform, Yuan Yuqing's mouth fell open in shock, struggling for words. Yet upon realizing Yuan Fei's focus was not on her, but on Yuan Lei, she swallowed her words back down. For reasons unknown, hearing that Yuan Fei intended to challenge not her, but Yuan Lei made her feel as if a weight had been lifted from her heart. Impossible. We are both 3rd transformation warriors. Why do I feel this inexplicable fear toward him? Yuan Yuqing bit her lip fiercely until the metallic taste of blood reached her tongue, gradually calming her racing heart as her gaze shifted toward the indifferent youth. A slight smirk on his lips. Yuan Fei, if you seek death, then do not blame me. Yuan Lei maintained his ever-present smile, though a grotesque expression twisted his features as his muscles twitched. He stomped the ground forcefully, launching himself from the 3rd red circle and landing precisely at the center of the fighting platform. Standing with his hands clasped behind his back, he raised his chin confidently, fully intent on victory. Steady your stance, remain unhurried, and breathe evenly. Yuan Fei, how have you managed to achieve this? Such a mindset is typically reserved for Earth transformation warriors. The 5th elder, only when observing Yuan Fei, would part his disheveled hair to reveal his dark, penetrating eyes. Sensing the profound state Yuan Fei displayed, his hands began to tremble slightly. The rules of the competition are likely already known to both of you. If there are no objections, let us begin. As the 5th elder finished speaking, he lightly tapped the ground with his toes, and, in the blink of an eye, vanished from the fighting platform, his frail figure appearing at the edge of the arena. He watched intently as the 2 faced off, his old eyes brimming with anticipation. Setting aside whether Yuan Fei could indeed triumph over Yuan Lei, the mere fact that he possessed such a mindset was commendable. Naturally, the 5th elder harbored a tinge of favoritism, eager to witness why Yuan Fei possessed the audacity to challenge a warrior 2 transformations above him. Chapter 55, 5 fists to speak candidly. Yuan Lei had yet to regard Yuan Fei, this mere third transformation warrior, with any seriousness. Tauntingly, he beckoned with his finger and, standing with his hands behind his back, declared, "Yuan Fei, as your elder brother, I shall grant you the first move. Within 50 punches, I will not retaliate." Yuan Lei's words sparked an uproar among the crowd. However, when faced with the stark disparity in strength, it mattered little whether it was 50 punches or even 500 or 5,000. The outcome remained unchanged. They had only heard tales of 5 transformation warriors sending 3 transformation warriors flying, but had never witnessed a 5 transformation warrior being struck down by a 3rd transformation warrior. 50 punches. If you cannot withstand even 5 of my punches, then kneel before me. Yuan Fei lightly curled his lips as he forcefully stomped his foot, resembling a wild horse bursting free from its restraints. He gathered the entirety of his demonic energy into his right hand and unleashed a punch aimed squarely at Yuan Lei's chest. The dense, inky black demonic energy swirled around Yuan Fei's body, akin to tiny dark flames. Yet, beneath this seemingly inconspicuous energy fluctuation lay an unparalleled strength. Even without employing martial arts or the great wilderness body refinement technique, Yuan Fei could still effortlessly slay a 4-turn martial artist with just this casual punch. As the punch struck, a tempest of violent black demonic energy erupted, amplifying the force of his fists several-fold. Fortunately, Yuan Lei was a 5-turn martial artist. Although he managed to evade this peculiar punch from Yuan Fei, several large holes inexplicably appeared in his robe. What a formidable punch, if I were to take this blow head-on. While it may not injure me, it would certainly leave my attire in tatters. This young man's demonic energy is extraordinarily strange. To the naked eye, it appears as mere tiny flames the size of a fist. Yet upon contact, it expands immensely. This casual punch of his may rival the family's inferior martial art, the Chiman Palm. The 5th elder, witnessing the might of this punch, was visibly astonished, stroking his beard and murmuring to himself, "Demonic energy surpasses source energy in strength." Having cultivated demonic energy to the 3rd turn, how could Yuan Fei's energy merely manifest as small flames on his body? This young man's strategy is quite astute. By concealing his demonic energy until the moment of contact with his opponent, he not only catches them off guard but also conserves his energy to the greatest extent. Brilliant. Upon returning, Yuan Fei took several steps forward and turned to deliver another punch. Having learned from the previous blow, Yuan Lei kept his distance from Yuan Fei. After several exchanges, Yuan Fei suddenly retracted his momentum and smiled faintly, he intending to concede. Indeed, a wise man knows his limits. The disparity in strength between Yuan Fei and Yuan Lei is glaringly apparent. Oddly enough, am I imagining things? Why do I see a layer of gray mist beneath Yuan Fei's feet? In the audience, strange murmurs arose intermittently, until finally, everyone discerned the layers of grayish luminescence enveloping Yuan Fei. Realizing they were not hallucinating. Rather, it was indeed the aura of desolation surrounding him. Although Yuan Qingfeng had not practiced body refinement techniques, he possessed some knowledge of the great wilderness body refinement technique from the 5th elder. The desolate aura emanating from Yuan Fei's body bore an uncanny resemblance to that which the 5th elder exhibited while performing the technique. Apart from the 5th elder, the other 4 elders were incredulously rising from their seats, slamming their palms on the table in disbelief, their hearts filled with a tinge of resentment. Body refinement techniques, especially the great wilderness body refinement, which was the 5th elder's renowned skill. This scoundrel, I wondered why he was willing to present the great wilderness body refinement as a reward for the family competition. It turns out, he had long since imparted it to this little rascal, Yuan Fei. The eldest elder's face twitched, turning crimson as a surge of breath welled up within him. An ominous premonition began to creep over him. Logically, Yuan Fei had consumed an entire vial of the death-shortening powder, and by now, if he were merely waiting for death, the time should have come. Such intense combat should accelerate the explosion of the toxins within him. Yet, no matter how he looked at it, Yuan Fei did not seem to bear the signs of having ingested poison. Compared to others, Yuan Lei, being closest to Yuan Fei, naturally did not miss the changes occurring in Yuan Fei's body. Observing the rising gray luminescence around Yuan Fei's form, he began to feel a twinge of anxiety. although he was unaware of the origins of this desolate aura or Yuan Fei's intentions. The dominance and might intermingled within it instilled a sense of unease within him. 5 punches are 5 punches. There is no need for 50. This punch will surely bring you to your knees. Yuan Fei declared casually before exerting tremendous force in his clenched fists, unleashing the entirety of the desolate aura enveloping his body. Great wilderness body refinement. Minor completion of human desolation body. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A deep, resonant sound emanated from the collision of gray luminescence, growing increasingly loud until it transformed into waves of sound, radiating outward from Yuan Fei's center in all directions. Confronted with this lifeless aura, Yuan Lei dared not exhibit even a hint of negligence, positioning his hands slightly before his mouth. Should he allow this desolate energy to infiltrate his body, it would undoubtedly disrupt his source energy to a chaotic degree. Whoosh bang! A roaring wind swept through, and as Yuan Lei concentrated, he spewed blood, hurtling backward through the air. His speed was astonishing, rolling off the combat stage and skidding across the ground for several hundred meters. On the dueling platform, Yuan Fei maintained his stance of delivering punches from afar. Only when he saw Yuan Lei's eyes roll back, completely unconscious, did he gradually lower his guard, simultaneously retracting the desolate aura surrounding him. With the eruption of the great wilderness body refinement, Yuan Fei had effortlessly sent the 5-turn martial artist Yuan Lei flying with a mere punch from a distance. Had this punch landed squarely upon Yuan Lei, it would surely have resulted in his immediate demise. Filled with a mixture of trepidation and astonishment, everyone in the audience involuntarily gasped. Even Yuan Tong, standing within the first red circle, could not help but twitch at the corner of his eye, a hint of murderous intent flickering in his gaze. Certainly, the shock exhibited by the 5th elder far surpassed that of the others. He had imparted the great wilderness body refinement, and he understood the level of martial prowess required to achieve such a feat. Capable of sending a martial artist 2 turns above himself flying with a single punch, it must be at least the minor completion stage of the human desolation body. Chapter 56. Yuan Yushuan's Defeat. Reflecting on how Yuan Fei had reached the minor completion stage of the body refinement technique in less than a month, the 5th elder nearly coughed up a mouthful of old blood. Comparing oneself to others is truly infuriating. This little rascal's innate talent for martial arts is exceedingly high. The 5th elder sighed, yet his face was filled with an inexplicable excitement. The great wilderness body refinement indeed grants a physical strength far surpassing that of ordinary martial artists. But the process of cultivation is excruciatingly painful. Yuan Fei's ability to endure this suffering and elevate his martial skills to the minor completion stage of the human desolation body likely stems not only from his astonishing talent, but also from his indomitable tenacity. The future of this young man, Yuan Fei, is boundless. The old man indeed did not misjudge him, The 5th elder once more adjusted his beard, gesturing cheerfully towards the stage. Yuan Fei wins, upon hearing the outcome. Yuan Fei merely stretched his limbs, and amidst the astonished gazes of those present, he walked upright into the red circle representing the 3rd place. Observing Yuan Fei's steady breathing and orderly aura, Yuan Tong and Yuan Yushuan's expressions turned somewhat grim. This so-called great waste from Qingyan City, who had been ridiculed by all, had undergone such a remarkable transformation in just 2 months, managing to challenge a 5-turn martial artist without defeat. Most notably, he had somehow obtained the 5th elder's martial arts inheritance without anyone realizing it. This was intolerable for the haughty duo, especially Yuan Tong, who had always been at odds with Yuan Fei. His narrow eyes narrowed slightly, his expression dark and tense, filled with a desire to tear Yuan Fei to shreds. Brother Yuan Tong, my sister has long coveted the title of the first in the Yuan family. Though my strength is lacking, I would like to boldly give it a try. Would my brother grant me this favor? Yuan Yushuan, setting aside other thoughts, slightly bowed her hands towards the stern-faced Yuan Tong. Upon hearing this, the gloom on Yuan Tong's face eased slightly, and he smiled in response. Of course, I also wish to spar with Sister Yushuan. Let us proceed. The two exchanged smiles and took their positions in the center of the dueling platform. As soon as the 5th elder's words fell, they unleashed their full prowess, watching the intensely fierce battle unfold. Yuan Fei held his breath, observing intently. Although both Yuan Yushuan and Yuan Tong were 5-turn martial artists, The disparity in their strength was evident. To Yuan Yushuan. The source energy emanating from Yuan Tong was far more formidable and domineering. Likely due to his consumption of a vein-enhancing pill, he had seemingly brushed against the pinnacle of the seven-turn martial artist realm. That kid's toxins have yet to be entirely eradicated. Otherwise, considering his consumption of a second-grade pill, he would have undoubtedly broken through to the eight-turn martial artist realm. The ghostly demon lord smacked his lips and continued. In my estimation, it won't take long before that young girl suffers a crushing defeat. Upon hearing this, Yuan Fei cast a detached glance at Yuan Yushuan. Under Yuan Tong's relentless offensive, he couldn't help but feel a pang of worry. Although he and Yuan Yushuan had little in common, and even his relationship with the second elder couldn't be deemed particularly close, he still did not wish to see Yuan Yushuan fall to Yuan Tong's hands. Chiman Palm. As the two individuals unleashed the martial arts of their esteemed families, honed to perfection, one could observe the stark contrast of the two distinct energies enveloping the entire arena. The radiant brilliance was so intense that it caused the spectators to squint. Reminiscent of ink being dropped into a clear basin of water, where the energies transformed into vibrant ribbons that erupted into countless luminous particles upon collision. Yuan Tong took 2 steps back to steady himself, while Yuan Yushuan was sent sprawling backwards, skidding several meters across the ground. That it was evident to any discerning onlooker that although Yuan Yushuan gritted her teeth in determination, in a certain sense, she had already succumbed to defeat. The martial art of moderate quality, flame fall from all directions, was in play. Yuan Yuqing formed several seals with her hands, and a torrent of energy surged forth from her body. Upon contact with the air, this concentrated energy ignited into formidable flames that in mere moments, the elegant figure of Yuan Yuqing was engulfed by a roaring inferno. Yuan Fei, regaining his composure, found this martial art rather peculiar. Although he had never witnessed flame fall from all directions, he had heard tales of it from the younger generation. It was the moderate-quality martial art that Yuan Yushuan had retrieved from the martial arts hall during last year's family competition. It possessed a considerable momentum, capable of rivaling the rare existence of upper-tier martial arts when perfected. Within the entire Yuan family, aside from a select few who had practiced flame fall from all directions, only Yuan Yushuan among the younger generation had mastered its intricacies. Observing Yuan Yushuan's determination to make a final desperate attempt, a slight smirk played upon Yuan Tong's lips, as the foremost junior of the Yuan family. He selected a martial art from the martial arts hall each year. Unfortunately, being a natural water elemental, he could not fully harness the power of flame fall from all directions, leading him to choose to forego its use. However, as the grandson of the Grand Elder, Yuan Tong was not without a suitable family martial art. Since his sister Yushuan was eager to take a risk, he naturally decided to engage in a spirited contest with her. Yuan Tong widened his stance, clasped his hands together, and summoned a light blue water sphere the size of a human head from his palms. The surface of this sphere appeared tranquil, yet within it churned tumultuous waves. Only upon closer inspection could one discern the hidden power contained within this sphere. The moderate-quality martial art, heavy water, departing grief, was invoked. It is well known that water extinguishes fire. Thus, while Yuan Yushuan's flame fall from all directions was formidable, it posed little threat to Yuan Tong's martial art, especially since what he wielded was not ordinary water, but rather a condensed form of elemental energy known as heavy water. This water possessed an immense weight, 10 times denser than regular water, and naturally, its destructive potential surpassed that of ordinary water. With an arrow knocked, it was time to release it. Yuan Yushuan thrust forward with all her might, colliding with the water sphere that Yuan Tong had casually thrown. The ferocious flames, upon encountering the heavy water, were instantaneously extinguished, emitting a steam that signified their demise. Although the martial art was thwarted, the heavy water did not cease its rampage. Yuan Yushuan felt a surge of dread and attempted to retreat from the arena. She was struck hard by the heavy water, departing grief that in an instant, the flames enveloping her were snuffed out, and she found herself completely ensconced within the heavy water. Only when Yuan Yushuan nearly lost consciousness within the depths of the heavy water did Yuan Tong leisurely retract the sphere. Dispersing it, Yuan Yushuan emerged, drenched, her delicate figure becoming almost translucent beneath her long gown. Chapter 57. Clarity. As Yuan Yushuan fell, unconscious, Yuan Fei gritted his teeth and exerted force into his legs, leaping to the ground nearby to catch her. The moment he cradled Yuan Yushuan in his arms, he felt an indescribable softness. After taking a deep breath, he cast aside any distractions and unceremoniously tossed Yuan Yushuan into the second red circle. Without a shred of pity, Yuan Fei forcefully fanned her pristine, beautiful face until she regained a semblance of consciousness, groggily opening her eyes. Only then did he straighten his posture and return to his designated spot with an air of indifference. Cough, cough. Upon awakening, Yuan Yushuan's first instinct was to cover her mouth as she coughed a couple of times. Then she became acutely aware of the fiery sensation on her cheek. Her beautiful eyes flared with anger as she glared at Yuan Fei. Although he acted with good intentions, his methods were excessively harsh. After all, she was a woman, and to be struck several times in front of so many people by Yuan Fei was utterly humiliating. He must have done it on purpose. Fuming, Yuan Yushuan clenched her silver teeth, defiantly rising to her feet. With one hand forming a seal, she slowly began to mend the injuries within her meridians. Yet her mind remained tumultuous. After the fifth elder announced the results, he cast a more menacing glance at Yuan Tong. Yuan Xiong, I challenge the third. Yuan Fei steps forth to duel. Yuan Xiong's voice was deep and resonant as he clenched his fists. The dark skin on his arms revealing prominent veins that he was a fifth-tier martial artist, hailing from a collateral branch, and even Yuan Lei had fallen to Yuan Fei's punch. Yet he still dared to challenge that formidable foe. An uproar erupted from the crowd. Listening to the disparaging remarks, Yuan Xiong merely tightened his fists, his ebony eyes fixed unwaveringly on Yuan Fei, undeterred by Yuan Lei's defeat. Yuan Fei let out a dismissive snort and, in an instant, appeared behind Yuan Xiong, stating calmly, "You are not my match. I advise you to refrain from seeking trouble. Although I, Yuan Fei, am not a villain, I will not easily spare those who wish to provoke me. It is precisely because you are Yuan Fei that I find meaning in this challenge. I wish to ascertain the extent of the gap between our strengths." Yuan Xiong, with a clenched fist, turned back to Yuan Fei and launched a punch. For Yuan Fei, who had practiced the great wilderness body refinement, this punch, while powerful, posed little threat. However, he was somewhat taken aback by Yuan Xiong's prowess. Despite being a collateral disciple who had only practiced a lower-tier martial art, his physical strength far exceeded that of other martial artists of the same level. After a few exchanges, Yuan Fei effortlessly blocked all of Yuan Xiong's attacks with a single hand. Panting slightly, did a grin suddenly spread across his honest face. "I concede. Even if I exerted all my strength, I could not harm you in the slightest. The great wilderness body refinement is indeed formidable. I, Yuan Xiong, humbly bow to your superiority." As Yuan Xiong clasped his hands in respect to Yuan Fei, he lowered his voice intentionally and said, "Yuan Xan entrusted me with an aggressive pill, hoping to temporarily enhance my strength by a tier during the duel, and then feign a slip to strike you down on the arena. However, seeing you now, you hardly resemble someone who has consumed a life-shortening potion. Be careful. Should you squander this opportunity, the Grand Elder will undoubtedly seek another chance to strike at you." After expressing his relief, Yuan Xiong crushed the aggressive pill he held tightly in his palm in a powder, but he then gestured his willingness to concede and return to the fourth red circle. In a corner of the spectator area, Yuan Xine wore a determined expression, but upon witnessing Yuan Xiong's capitulation, his face turned a deep shade of crimson. "Yuan Xiong, you scoundrel, I secretly bestowed upon you an aggressive pill, and yet you lacked the courage to even swallow it. Useless, useless. So you wish to defy me, do you? Very well. Once the family competition concludes, I shall first eliminate your sister and mother. I will show you the consequences of betraying Yuan Xine." With venomous words, he spat contemptuously at the arena. The Grand Elder's face turned pale, his ancient eyes filled with an indescribable strangeness. Having missed the family competition, he would find it exceedingly difficult to openly or covertly eliminate Yuan Fei. Was he not supposed to have ingested a life-shortening potion? Why was he still so sprightly in the arena? The deputy supervisor squinted, a perplexed expression crossing his face as he cast a glance at the Grand Elder. Their eyes met, both filled with a sense of helplessness and peculiarity. They feared that perhaps Yuan Fei had deceived them regarding the life-shortening potion. Reflecting on this, both he and Yuan Qinggang inhaled sharply. Yuan Fei's resilience against the toxin could only be explained in two ways. Either he had neutralized the poison, or the potion he consumed was a mere counterfeit. That day, the Grand Elder had witnessed Yuan Fei drink the life-shortening potion, and he was certain that the poison was genuine. He must have neutralized the toxin. I should have realized that the little wretch presenting the life-shortening potion at the banquet was not a mere coincidence. Instead, he was openly issuing a challenge to me. A prolonged use of the life-shortening potion would impair his meridian strength and martial foundation, given the significant changes he had undergone in the past 2 months. I should have been more observant. The Grand Elder sensed that matters were amiss. He pieced together the events that had transpired, and an unavoidable pang of regret surged within him. The battles among the younger generation continued unabated, with only a few daring to challenge Yuan Yuqing within the 5th Red Circle. Fortunately, as a direct descendant and the granddaughter of the 3rd Elder, she managed to maintain her pride despite sustaining numerous injuries throughout the skirmishes. Seeing no one else willing to challenge her, a glimmer of appreciation crept onto the scruffy countenance of the 5th Elder. This outcome had not exceeded his expectations. Yuan Fei's ability to defeat 2 practitioners at the 5th transformation level was enough to bring him solace. To retain the 3rd position with his cultivation at the 3rd transformation level was truly commendable. Since there are no further challengers, I shall announce that the Yuan family competition. Hold on, Yuan Fei interjected, eyes closed, directing his voice towards the 5th Elder who was about to declare the results. Young Yuan Fei, do you harbor any objections to this outcome? The 5th Elder, taken aback, withdrew his hand that had been raised above his head, staring blankly at Yuan Fei. Taking a step forward, Yuan Fei nodded at the bewildered 5th Elder and responded with a smile. I, Yuan Fei, wish to challenge for the 1st position. Yuan Tong, do you dare to accept the challenge? Chapter 58. A direct breakthrough. Haha. Has Yuan Fei lost his senses? Does he not comprehend the rules of the Yuan family competition? The challenger and the challenged must not differ by more than 3 transformations in their martial prowess. He, a practitioner at the 3rd transformation level, dares to contend with a practitioner at the 7th transformation level. Indeed, even without such a regulation, his arrogance was astonishing. Did he genuinely believe that defeating 2 5th transformation practitioners granted him the right to elevate himself to the heavens? The disparity between 7th transformation and 5th transformation practitioners is immeasurable. Upon hearing Yuan Fei's proclamation, Yuan Tong could scarcely contain his laughter. Nearly collapsing to the ground at it was his first encounter with someone who, feeling too comfortable in life, would audaciously challenge a martial artist 3 transformations above him. A truly reckless endeavor. One must understand that a casual punch from a 7th transformation practitioner could obliterate a 6th transformation practitioner. Although Yuan Fei had trained in the great wilderness body refinement, he was far from being able to rival a 6th transformation practitioner. In the stands, Yuan Qingfeng had not yet recovered from the exhilaration of Yuan Fei claiming 3rd place, and was abruptly pulled back into a whirlwind of worry and dread by Yuan Fei's reckless actions. The esteemed guests in the viewing area shared similar sentiments. While Yuan Fei displayed remarkable strength, he was not so overwhelmingly powerful as to justify such hubris at his young age, an attitude seldom seen in the entire Great Yin Empire. Yuan Fei, do not act foolishly. The family competition stipulates that participants must not differ by more than 3 transformations. This match cannot be counted. The 5th Elder, despite his admiration for Yuan Fei's courage, gritted his teeth and sought to suppress the matter. Having a young talent of such high caliber emerge within the Yuan family was rare. Should anything unfortunate befall him under Yuan Tong's hand, it would surely cause the 5th Elder immense heartache. Today, I shall fight. Yuan Fei, disregarding the scornful glances cast his way, slowly settled into a meditative posture at the center of the dual platform. The source energy he had exhibited was consistently that of lightning. Thus, at this critical juncture, Yuan Fei could only harness the exceedingly scarce lightning source energy from the air. Fortunately, he had already touched upon the threshold of the 4th transformation, and within less than half a quarter of an hour, he seamlessly transitioned into the 4th transformation realm. Witnessing such a smooth and domineering breakthrough, Yuan Ruoxuan was left astounded as a celebrated prodigy of Qingyan City. Though she could not compare to the likes of Yuan Xie, she was among the foremost among the younger generation of the 5 prominent families that it had taken her an entire year to progress from the 3rd to the 4th transformation. Yet Yuan Fei had merely absorbed lightning source energy on the dual platform for a short while before breaking through the shackles of the 3rd transformation. I had no idea you were hiding such depth. I underestimated you before. Yuan Ruoxuan, adjusting her still damp gown, felt a mixture of grievance and discomfort, yet the previous indifference and mockery had vanished. Had it not been for Yuan Fei's timely intervention, she would have certainly suffered severe injuries, and it was a close call that her delicate face did not meet the ground. Yuan Fei, you. This is unbelievable. The fifth elder's gaunt, rough face quivered in shock. Clearly taken aback, to the point that his tongue stumbled over his words that he had encountered many prodigies before, but this was the first time he had seen someone like Yuan Fei, who could consistently astonish others. With a mere tremor of excitement, Yuan Chengfeng crushed the armrests of his chair into dust, while the representatives from the three prominent families in the guest area stood up, exchanging incredulous glances. Yang Qiling, who had exhibited profound indifference since the competition's inception, also widened her beautiful eyes in astonishment, revealing hints of admiration, her chest rising and falling rapidly, leaving a striking silhouette in the air. In stark contrast, the expressions of the Grand Elder-S faction and the Overseer were grim. Though shocked, the Grand Elder was even more exhilarated by Yuan Fei's determination to challenge Yuan Tong. Even if Yuan Fei had broken through to the fourth transformation, what of it? If he believed he could withstand a seventh transformation practitioner using the power of the great wilderness body refinement. The Grand Elder held a sliver of belief. However, to directly withstand a seventh transformation practitioner was nothing short of a dream. The Grand Elder had been yearning for an opportunity to take action against him, and this scenario had spared him the trouble. Nodding gravely at Yuan Tong, the Grand Elder issued a simple command. Regardless of the outcome, Yuan Fei must be left on the dual platform. His life could not be spared. Allowing him to develop unchecked would inevitably bring calamity upon my apothecary. The Overseer squinted his small eyes, a glint of menace swiftly crossing his fleshy face. Yuan Tong smirked slightly, yet unease stirred within him. As the true first among the younger generation of the Yuan family, he had never before experienced such flamboyance as Yuan Fei. To audaciously break through in the dual platform and brazenly challenge him was a bold move. Even if he bore no personal grudge, the sheer arrogance and posturing warranted a rude awakening. Since you were so intent on courting death, how could I not oblige? With a burst of brilliance emanating from his legs, he leaped from the first red circle, landing less than half a meter away from Yuan Fei, glaring at Yuan Tong, whose entire being was engulfed in rage and a thirst for blood. Yuan Fei provocatively licked the corner of his lips, the tension in the air thickened, and the fifth elder instinctively swallowed hard, retreating a few steps as he said, "Yuan Fei, since you insist, let us begin." Though the fifth elder stepped back a few paces, he did not vacate the expansive dual platform entirely. He merely positioned himself at the edge, watching the two intently. Yuan Fei's life was not only crucial to him, but also to the future of the entire Yuan family. He could not allow any mishap to occur under his watch. His reason for not leaving the dual platform entirely was to ensure he could swiftly intervene should anything unexpected befall Yuan Fei. As the younger brother of the Grand Elder, he was well aware of the old man's thoughts. Overestimating yourself, I shall show you what a true seventh transformation practitioner is capable of. Yuan Tong shot Yuan Fei a disdainful glance, his fists clenching tightly, and in an instant, a dazzling blue light erupted from within him. "And I've heard you are a lightning source body. I wonder if your tainted lightning source energy is sufficient to withstand a casual punch from me." Chapter 59. The tenacity of a seventh transformation practitioner. Yuan Tong raised his arm, and his fist was swiftly enveloped by swirling streams of blue and white energy, a series of faint sounds swirling around, causing the air to take on an oddly charged atmosphere. Upon closer inspection, the streams of energy coalesced into numerous water serpents, wrapping around him tightly. Faced with a seventh transformation practitioner, Yuan Fei dared not show any signs of negligence. He summoned every ounce of strength to push the great wilderness body refinement to its limits, manifesting a thick layer of gray light upon his skin. Though this great wilderness energy was not abundant, he had utilized every bit of it. Beneath that seemingly fragile glow lay the formidable power capable of shattering a fifth transformation practitioner with a single blow. The great demon scripture was rapidly activated, with dozens of black veins infused with intensified demonic energy coursing through him. Once he separated a portion of the lightning source, Yuan Fei planted his feet firmly on the ground and unleashed a cacophony of black lightning that radiated from him. These bolts of lightning did not flash through the air like Yuan Tong's water serpents. Rather, they erupted from Yuan Fei's body, crackling and splintering across the dual platform like fraying ropes until they dissipated at the edges, transforming into a dense cloud of source energy. Interesting. The demonic energy has enhanced your lightning source energy. No wonder your explosive power surpasses that of ordinary martial artists. Yuan Tong's piercing gaze narrowed, and with a tempestuous force, his fist, infused with a faint azure essence of water, struck fiercely against Yuan Fei's chest. Despite possessing the enhancements of the great wilderness body refinement and the protection of demonic energy, Yuan Fei found himself at a distinct disadvantage in terms of speed. That as Yuan Tong's fist loomed before him, his nerves could react, yet his body could not keep pace with that response. The first water serpent-like strike he barely managed to deflect left him grimacing in effort, and soon after, the second and third punches surged into his line of sight. Ultimately, under the tremendous force, his feet sank into the ground, tearing through the combat stage as he was pushed back several meters. The prowess of a seven-turn human realm expert was indeed formidable, even with my cultivation of the great wilderness body refinement. I can merely withstand the impact. Had I foolishly challenged him without breaking through to the four-turn human realm, these few punches alone would have been sufficient to lead to my demise. Shaking off the lingering numbness in his hand, Yuan Fei's expression turned grave. Compared to himself, Yuan Tong possessed two conspicuous advantages. First, his speed was that of a genuine seven-turn human realm martial artist. Second, the storage and density of his source energy far surpassed Yuan Fei's by several tiers. Prolonging this battle was not a viable strategy. In both speed and source energy, Yuan Fei would gain no advantage. To swiftly conclude this confrontation and claim victory, he needed to unleash all his hidden cards and powers the moment an opportunity arose. This lad's physical strength is undeniably formidable. A typical four-turn human realm martial artist would not withstand even a single strike from me. If I delay further, I risk overextending this fight. Against him, there is no need for me to resort to the heavy waters grief or the Chiman palm. A simple strike will suffice to shatter him completely. After contemplating this, Yuan Tong quickly formed the necessary seals to execute the Chiman palm, preparing for the decisive moment of their encounter. Look at Yuan Fei's movements. Those seals are indeed for the Chiman palm. Yuan Yuqing exclaimed, her disbelief palpable. The fact that Yuan Fei could effortlessly defeat Yuan Lei and step into the four-turn human realm had already weighed heavily upon her heart. Now, witnessing him confidently form the seals for the Chiman palm, she struggled to suppress her astonishment and maintain her composure. Indeed, it is the Chiman palm. He surely has never seen its cultivation methods before. This martial art has always been under grandfather's purview. Yuan Yuxuan trembled, her long eyelashes fluttering as her delicate hands clenched tightly. Boom. The Chiman palm, albeit a lower-grade martial art, was impressive enough that one could grasp its essence through mere seals. Your talent is indeed extraordinary. The ghostly demon sovereign chuckled appreciatively, feeling thoroughly satisfied. While others remained oblivious, he was acutely aware of the truth. Yuan Fei had never encountered the cultivation methods of the Chiman palm. At most, he had faced it directly twice. His ability to comprehend martial arts through the seals presented by his opponent and successfully execute them was an extraordinary gift, far surpassing that of so-called geniuses. Just as the members of the Yuan family were reeling in shock, two identical palm seals collided with a resounding crash, the black and blue source energies emitting sharp sounds that in an instant, the roaring blue palm seal expanded threefold, while Yuan Fei's Chiman palm shrank further. What a joke! My source energy is over 20 times yours. Attempting to withstand my Chiman palm is tantamount to courting death. Yuan Tong scoffed, unleashing a massive surge of water source energy that a great cloud of blue vapor quickly enveloped Yuan Fei. Just as Yuan Xingfeng and the fifth elder were poised to intervene, several crisp sounds emanated from the deep blue palm seal that in that moment. Everyone witnessed a jet-black lightning bolt pierce through the palm seal, creating an opening the size of a bowl, from which an ominous snake's head shot towards Yuan Tong's chest. With a thunderous roar, the blue palm seal crashed down onto the combat stage, exploding upon impact, while Yuan Tong, struck by the tongue Shi Guiji, let out a howl amidst the inky black lightning. Yuan Fei emerged from the deep crater, even with the great wilderness body refinement shielding him. He bore several bloodied gashes. Yuan Tong, caught off guard at the edge of the combat stage, was similarly faring poorly, his clothing shredded and a gaping blood hole the size of a thumb punctured through his chest. Silence enveloped the audience, an oppressive stillness, so profound that the sound of a pin dropping would be distinctly audible. Indeed, this was the Tung Shi Guiji, a lower-grade martial art acquired from the auction house. Although it was the first time witnessing Yuan Fei executing this technique, it bore a striking resemblance to the martial arts previously demonstrated by that alchemist, with the only notable difference being the type of source energy employed. The first to recover from the shock was likely Yang Qiling. Her petite frame shivered ever so slightly before she pressed her lips together, attempting to regain her composure. Yuan Fei, you shall perish. Feeling the hot blood surging from his chest, Yuan Tong's face contorted in a grimace as he roared. Accompanying his frenzied declaration was a colossal blue water sphere, radiating immense energy. The moment it materialized, the air in the vicinity grew heavier, and even the gentle breeze began to falter. This is a middle-grade martial art, the heavy water's grief. Yuan Yuxuan trembled slightly, her delicate hands instinctively covering her mouth. The water sphere Yuan Tong conjured was easily twice the size of her own. Even when she had summoned her own version, her middle-grade martial art could not gain the upper hand. Now, with this threefold increase, Yuan Fei stood no chance of defense. Yuan Fei, do not be stubborn, surrender. With the emergence of the heavy water, the outcome was already determined. Missing this opportunity would mean losing it entirely. At least you will have another chance next year. Yuan Yuxuan, feeling a surge of impatience, called out to Yuan Fei without concern for her image. His eyes, previously devoid of emotion, finally flickered as he turned to glance at Yuan Yuxuan. Responding with a wry smile, a man, regardless of the circumstances, must stand tall that I wish to proclaim to all of you. I, Yuan Fei, possess a backbone. He was well aware of Yuan Yuxuan's intentions. Her words were a delicate consideration of his pride. With his level of martial arts, he might be able to contend with an ordinary seven-turn human realm martial artist, but against Yuan Tong, who wielded the heavy water's grief, he had no recourse to retaliate. To put it beautifully, it was termed voluntary surrender. To put it bluntly, it was defeat. Moreover, Yuan Tong's ability to summon a threefold increase in heavy water indicated that he would show no mercy, his aim being nothing less than to take Yuan Fei's life. Seeing Yuan Fei show no signs of retreat, the fifth elder, standing at the edge of the combat stage, grew increasingly anxious. Yuan Fei, even this old man must admit, your talent and aptitude have indeed left me astonished. However, this family tournament is no trifling matter, though we aim for a controlled engagement, as long as one party has not surrendered. The battle cannot be deemed complete. Are you truly resolved to continue? Yuan Fei's eyes gleamed with determination as he nodded towards Yuan Chengfeng, then turned with a smile. Grandfather, do you truly believe that I, Fei am reckless, what? The fifth elder swallowed hard, noticing that Yuan Fei's breathing remained steady and his source energy fluctuations showed no signs of disturbance. Instantly, an expression of disbelief flashed across his aged face, prompting him to retreat several paces. You four, withdraw from the combat stage for the time being to avoid collateral damage. He gestured to the four within the red circle, not even glancing back. His gaze fixated on Yuan Fei. Yuan Xiong and the others retreated with understanding, while Yuan Yuxuan remained indecisive. I believe in Yuan Fei. If he can appear so relaxed, he must have some unexpected trump card. You need not worry too much. This lad is not without his wits. Hearing the fifth elder's words, she lightly tapped the ground and quickly distanced herself several hundred meters from the combat stage. Yuan Chengfeng, as Yuan Fei's father, was even more astounded by his son's performance today. Although he felt restless, he harbored a sense of anticipation for the relaxed smile Yuan Fei had shown him. As the murmurs of the audience gradually subsided, Yuan Fei slowly extended his right hand and closed his eyes. Enough of the theatrics. In this moment, I shall send you to meet the king of hell. Heavy water's grief, Yuan Tong hurled the water sphere at Yuan Fei's head with all his might. The ferocious winds and the force of energy transformed the surrounding air into a deep blue hue reminiscent of the ocean. The heavy water sphere, in its rampage, erupted with a resounding bang, morphing into a serpentine water creature several yards in length that surged forward. With each fluctuation of its essence, The air and gentle breeze momentarily ceased to flow. And wherever the heavy water's influence reached, the weight of the water molecules intensified exponentially. Clatter! The water glasses at the VIP table shattered into countless shards. Despite being hundreds of meters away, the tea was still ensnared by the heavy water's grasp, becoming an even more burdensome entity. That if tea could be so affected, one could only imagine the consequences for living beings. Human blood, after all, comprises a substantial amount of water. Yuan Fei, closest to the heavy water serpent, felt a sudden decrease in the flow of blood within him. Fortunately, he had prepared in advance. During the battle between Yuan Yuxuan and Yuan Tong, he had sensed the peculiarity of this heavy water. Although Yuan Tong exerted great effort to suppress the power of the heavy water, it still revealed its extraordinary nature to Yuan Fei. Whoosh! Two bolts of pitch-black lightning erupted from Yuan Fei's fingertips, swiftly engulfing the water serpent. The serpent merely paused momentarily before lunging forward once more with great speed. Water, unlike other elements, possesses a unique duality. It can be both pliable and formidable, making it one of the most malleable substances in existence. Particularly, this essence-consolidated heavy water, while denser than ordinary water, still belonged to the realm of water, and its malleability was noteworthy. The Tingshe Guiji's fierce attack method pierced directly through the heavy water serpent, sinking into the air behind it without so much as a blemish on the serpent's form. Thud thud. The sound of Yuan Fei's heartbeats grew increasingly pronounced, each beat sending ripples of energy through the air. Ultimately, at the core of his heart, a silver-white glimmer the size of a thumb emerged. This glimmer signified Yuan Fei's successful ascension to the rank of a first-tier soul master, much like martial cultivators. Upon entering the first rank of human connection, a soul master forms a unique martial essence within their dantian. The glimmer that appeared in Yuan Fei's heart was known as the Heart Wheel C. Each breakthrough a soul master achieves enlarges this Heart Wheel C, until reaching the 9th tier, at which point the entire heart brims with this silvery essence of heart wheel power. Indeed, a first-tier soul master. It is truly astonishing that beyond your martial talent, you possess such monstrous aptitude for cultivating the heart wheel power. The esteemed elder of the spectral demons rubbed his palms together vigorously, his excitement nearly overwhelming him. His apprentice was simply too extraordinary. Chapter 61. The Ice Crocodile Formation, an overwhelming energy ripple emanated from Yuan Fei's body, intensifying alongside the rapidly formed imprint in his hands. The airwaves disrupted his silvery hair. But suddenly, a dazzling radiance erupted from his palm. This luminescence resembled countless unique luminescent strands, and upon closer inspection, one could see illuminated tendrils swirling within a 3-meter-wide circular halo, akin to animated serpents. The Ice Crocodile Formation. Yuan Fei, unhurried, exhaled a breath of stale air, his hands making contact with the luminous barrier before him. Roar! Thousands of raspy roars from the ice crocodiles erupted from the formation he had conjured, the continuous sound momentarily halting the advancing water serpent. What is this? Such a formidable defensive martial art has been conjured. However, merely relying on this barrier to block the heavy water's lethal strike is still insufficient. Yuan Tong gazed at the sizable circular formation, perceiving it merely as a defensive technique. Though this pale silver defensive martial art was rare, it was inadequate to completely thwart the water serpent he had unleashed. Yuan Fei could not escape the fate of being overwhelmed by martial arts. Hiss! The cacophony of thousands of ice crocodiles synchronized, culminating in a thunderous roar that resonated through the air, causing intricate patterns to flicker within the formation. The ice crocodile formation was fully unleashed. With the water serpent now less than 5 meters away, Yuan Fei controlled the formation with his left hand while swiftly condensing a mass of pitch-black lightning with his right, piercing it into the formation without the slightest hesitation. The snake of demonic energy, as thick as an arm, swiftly penetrated, expanding within the intricately patterned formation to 100-fold thickness. The eerie black serpent's eyes were ensnared with a mass of silver patterns, unleashing a sound neither crocodile nor snake, echoing throughout the realm. Accompanying the surge in momentum was an exponential increase in the bizarre demonic energy. The Tingshe Guiji was so effortlessly wielded by Yuan Fei because, while its power was not overwhelming, its speed surpassed that of typical martial arts. Now, bolstered by the formation, The Tingsha Guiji ascended skyward, carrying an unparalleled might as it collided fiercely with the heavy water serpent. Boom! The colossal explosion reverberated through the ears of every spectator present, and those closest to the fighting platform emitted sounds of coughing up blood. The sheer force of these powerful waves was sufficient to obliterate ordinary first-tier martial practitioners, leaving those without any cultivation utterly defenseless against such overwhelming pressure. As the shockwaves from the two martial techniques intensified, chaos erupted in the audience. Elder Gu, disregarding the method Yuan Fei employed, hastily waved his sleeve to disperse the encroaching energy. Impossible! The heavy water's lethal strike has reached the pinnacle of development. One more step would bring it to perfection. How could it possibly be unable to withstand a mere subpar martial art that hasn't even entered the realm of perfection? Yuan Tong's eyes reddened as he stared at the black, lightning serpent, which not only remained unbroken, but appeared even more powerful. His scalp tingled with numbness. The Tingsha Guiji has reached the pinnacle of its development in my hands. While its might pales in comparison to the heavy water's lethal strike, with the enhancement of the ice crocodile formation, it seems to transcend the boundaries of subpar martial arts. Yuan Fei, glancing at the formation he manipulated with his left hand, couldn't help but admire it possessed such formidable augmentative power with a mere first-tier formation. While Yuan Fei marveled at the strength of soul masters, he was also filled with an insatiable yearning for higher-tier formations. Suddenly, amidst the astonishment of the crowd, the dark snake conjured by Yuan Fei split open, revealing a narrow fissure down its center, and the entire black serpent began to shed fragments of demonic energy like shattered glass. Yuan Tong furrowed his brow, noting the Tingsha Guiji showing signs of fragmentation. His previously tense heart began to relax. A waste is merely a waste. The gap between us is akin to the heavens and the earth. You've created such an immense momentum. I thought you might achieve something substantial, but in the end, it amounts to nothing but a beautiful spectacle. Zing! With a flash of demonic lightning, the severed half of the black serpent emitted a hoarse cry as the opposing heavy water serpent shattered into countless droplets, disintegrating into shapelessness across the ground. With the heavy water serpent no longer obstructing it, the Tingsha Guiji surged forth like a wild stallion, crashing into Yuan Tong's hesitating body with a thunderous explosion. Yuan Qinggang, alongside the Grand Elder, disregarded the astonished gazes of the crowd and swiftly darted toward the fighting platform. In a fit of rage, Yuan Qinggang unleashed a powerful punch aimed at Yuan Fei. The force generated by a first-tier human connection capable of obliterating 100 or more ninth-tier Earth connection practitioners. No matter how strong Yuan Fei was, there was no chance of survival beneath such a blow. Yuan Chengfeng seemed to sense something, his eyes flashing with a fierce glint as he roared. Are you finally unable to restrain yourself from striking? Very well. Today we shall settle both old and new scores. Subpar upper-tier martial art, Thunderstorm Fury. Yuan Chengfeng leaped from his seat, his speed as a second-tier human connection martial practitioner unmatched by Yuan Qinggang. He was the first to vault onto the fighting platform, unleashing a martial technique against the descending punch. Boom! The deep yellow lightning converged into a mass as thick as a waist, shattering the punch's wind and crashing directly onto Yuan Qinggang, instantly causing a cacophony of blood spitting forth. Ignoring the blood that forced Yuan Qinggang backward, the Grand Elder twisted his eyes, extending his hand, enveloped in a dense aura of slaughter, as he reached toward the weakened Yuan Fei's neck. Brother, your actions have truly disappointed me. The fifth elder had long anticipated the possibility of unforeseen circumstances. Yuan Fei was the only junior he had ever recognized in decades, and he could not allow anything to happen under his watch. With two resounding crashes, the Grand Elder swiftly retreated 100 meters, while the fifth elder merely took a few steps back, firmly planting his foot to stabilize himself. Subsequently, Yuan Chengfeng and the fifth elder quickly formed a protective stance, encircling the somewhat fatigued Yuan Fei. Fair. Well done. Yuan Chengfeng cast a gaze of profound satisfaction towards Yuan Fei, then turned his head to confront Yuan Qinggang, who had just crashed to the ground, and bellowed at the retreating Grand Elder. The family tournament has its own rules, and as the Grand Elder of the Yuan clan, how dare you lead the way in such shameless conduct? Chapter 62. Favoritism. The Grand Elder, holding his breath, wheezed heavily, extending his rough and trembling old hand as he shouted, Fifth, You dare to lay hands on me? His aged face was marked by deep frustration. Clearly, he was the one who had suffered a great loss. Yet Yuan Chengfeng managed to seize the moral high ground. This sudden turn of events left the crowd in the life-and-death arena utterly bewildered. Even the few dignitaries seated in the VIP section exchanged puzzled glances, completely unaware of what had transpired. Only Fu, the manager of the herbal shop, tightened his grip on the armrest of his chair. His small eyes engaged in discerning the unfolding situation. When he suddenly felt the Grand Elder's gaze sweep in his direction, the meaning behind that look was unmistakable to Fu. It was he who had suggested that Yuan Fei consume the shrinking life powder. And the herbs had been illicitly smuggled from his shop by all accounts. He could not dissociate himself from this affair. Though displeased by being so openly manipulated, the deputy manager discreetly signaled to a young errand boy from the herbal shop behind him. The boy understood the cue and stealthily exited the VIP area through a narrow path. Witnessing all of this, Lu Jingyun's rugged brows furrowed with a hint of peculiarity. However, he soon redirected his attention to the duel stage. No longer pondering the strange actions of Manager Fu, the remaining 3 elders of the Yuan family, along with the direct descendants, were equally puzzled, failing to grasp the reason behind the explosive conflict among the 4. Suddenly, with a loud crack, Yuan Tong, struck by the Tengu's attack, tumbled from midair, his hair disheveled. His left arm had completely vanished, blood gushing forth from his shoulder like a fountain that a closer inspection revealed, aside from the utterly severed arm. That even his chest bore a deep indentation. From Yuan Tong, there was no longer any trace of energy fluctuations. The Tong, Yuan Qinggang cried out, pulling Yuan Tong into his embrace. Yet this violent motion caused him to cough up several mouthfuls of blood, fragments of his internal organs following suit. Father Tonger, how can this be? Yuan Tong's face turned a shade of dark purple, and after gritting his teeth to utter those words, his bloodshot eyes widened before he breathed his last. Ah! Yuan Qinggang roared in fury, blood trickling from his nostrils, that he glared at Yuan Fei, gently laying Yuan Tong's lifeless body on the ground before charging at Yuan Fei like a rabid dog. Yuan Fei, return my son's life, he shouted, unleashing a surge of energy as he closed the distance to Yuan Chengfeng, intent on self-detonating his sword stand to obliterate both Yuan Fei and Yuan Chengfeng on the duel stage. It was evident that he aimed to create a cataclysm that would devastate the surrounding area, with the life-and-death arena being a fifth of Qingyan City's territory, turning it into mere ashes. Qinggang, as long as the Green Hills remain, one need not fear the absence of firewood. You still have Yuan X in. Why resort to self-destruction? Though the Grand Elder was reeling from the shock of Yuan Tong's death, his composure was not as frayed as that of Yuan Qinggang. Father, that little scoundrel has murdered your own grandson. How can you remain so calm? With Tong gone, my hopes in this life are also extinguished. Better to self-destruct and take everyone from the Yuan family with me in this life-and-death arena. The utterance of these words instantly incited fierce discontent from over 100 members of the Yuan family, particularly the 3 elders, whose faces turned ashen, trembling with rage. The 4th elder was the first to leap onto the duel stage, delivering a powerful punch that sent the self-destructing Yuan Qinggang flying. Following closely were the 2nd and 3rd elders, swiftly landing and forming a triad of forces. Yuan Qinggang's surface energy had been cultivated to an extraordinarily pure state. Although he had received a blow from the 4th elder, he managed to dissipate the energy and stave off the impact. Returning to the Grand Elder's side, Yuan Qinggang regained a semblance of clarity. 2nd brother, 3rd brother, 4th brother. Qinggang acted rashly earlier. It was unintentional. But now that you have all come forward, let us discuss this matter properly. The Grand Elder handed Yuan Qinggang a restorative pill, bowing slightly to the 3 men, and continued, the rules of the Yuan family tournament state that battles must cease at a certain point. Yet, that little scoundrel Yuan Fei harbored malicious intent. Had I not witnessed his treacherous hand, how could I have brought myself to shatter the long-standing traditions of the Yuan family? Yuan Tong was my own grandson. If you were in my position, could you remain composed after such an incident? Before the Grand Elder could finish, he pointed at the 5th elder, his voice rising in anger as the presiding elder. You stood idly by while Yuan Tong was slain by Yuan Fei, utterly disregarding the rules of the Yuan family tournament. Eldest brother, let's not speak so harshly. The events of today are witnessed by tens of thousands in attendance. If you insist on asserting your position, I shall not hesitate to engage in a debate with you. The second rule of the tournament states that the challenger must concede and cannot refuse to fight. If Yuan Tong lacked the ability, he could have conceded. Having chosen to engage, he must bear the consequences. Should we now shift the blame onto me and that little scoundrel Yuan Fei? Yuan Fei cultivates demonic energy and should rightly be expelled from the Yuan family. Your protection of him implies collusion with the demonic sect. The Grand Elder was momentarily speechless, shifting his focus to the three elders. How this matter resolves, I trust you three have your own insights. Yuan Fei must die, or my heart will not rest. Though the second elder had never associated with Yuan Fei, today's events granted him a fresh perspective, even altering some of his views. Yuan Yuxuan was his own granddaughter. When she was struck by Yuan Tong's heavy blow, he nearly succumbed to his fury and leaped down from the stands. Had it not been for Yuan Fei's timely catch, the unconscious Yuan Yuxuan would have suffered severe injuries and humiliation. While the second elder disapproved of Yuan Fei's rough actions, he found Yuan Fei more agreeable than Yuan Tong. This matter stemmed from the conflict between Yuan Fei and Yuan Tong. Seeking to determine who was right and who was wrong seemed pointless. In terms of both emotion and reason, one could not expel Yuan Fei from the family simply for practicing demonic energy. That in my view, it would be best to let this matter rest. The second elder remarked, with an air of favoritism. You, the Grand Elder, infuriated, rolled his eyes and swallowed hard, directing a furious shout towards the silent third and fourth elders. What about you two? Do you share this sentiment? The third and fourth elders exchanged peculiar glances. Given that even the usually unsupportive second elder was defending Yuan Fei, what more could they say? Chapter 63. Mysterious Forces Puff. The Grand Elder, overwhelmed by rage, spat out a mouthful of old blood, staggering backwards as he clutched his chest, shouting, "How can you old fools expect me to endure this? Yuan Tong was slaughtered before my very eyes, and you expect me to remain calm? You old fool! I killed Yuan Tong largely because of you. You brought this upon yourself. Had you not committed those excessive acts against me, how could I have become a universally despised waste? Everything happening today is a consequence of your and Yuan Qinggong's own doing." Yuan Fei, slipping out from the protection of the fifth elder and Yuan Shengfeng, bowed several times to the trio standing by his side. Proclaiming, "Honorable elders, I, Yuan Fei, was born with martial prowess equivalent to a transcendent realm warrior. Why, then, did I become a waste over the course of a decade? It was the scoundrel Chu Er, a servant by Yuan Xian's side, who administered the shrinking life powder into my meals for over a decade. This led to the blockage of my meridians, preventing me from integrating even a trace of energy into my martial source Dan. With such a venomous heart, how can the Yuan family tolerate him?" An uproar erupted throughout the gathering, with the most astonished likely being those seated in the VIP section. Why was it that only Yuan Fei, the so-called waste, stood out in Qingyan City? Beyond his extraordinary lineage, there was the absurdity of being a martial artist who had become increasingly incompetent. It was common knowledge that Yuan Fei had been unable to cultivate energy for years. But to hear that he had been sabotaged by his own Grand Elder left many in stunned disbelief. Below, Yuan Yuxuan, who had long since distanced herself from the fray, felt a jolt in her heart. Her beautiful eyes trembled slightly, and she couldn't help but scorn the Grand Elder. At the same time, she instinctively clenched her delicate hands. Even the current Yuan Fei had become someone she felt compelled to look up to. Had it not been for the poisoning incident, how extraordinary might his martial journey have been? With this thought, Yuan Yuxuan felt a weightier sense of foreboding. You dare slander me," the Grand Elder stammered, his lips trembling as he protested. "As the Grand Elder of the Yuan family, how could I commit such inhumane acts?" He never expected Yuan Fei would dare accuse him in front of thousands. Even if what he says is true, he himself does not dare to admit it openly. To take action against the younger generation would lead to direct consequences far beyond mere public scorn. Expelling the Yuan family. He could even face the combined punishment of the four elders. If he were to dare openly acknowledge it, that would truly be a sign of madness. Yuan Qinggang pushed away the hand that supported him, his heart filled with an intense desire to tear Yuan Fei into 1,000 pieces. Had he known that today would end in such a way, why didn't he seize the opportunity to eliminate Yuan Fei directly? Failing to catch the chicken has resulted in losing the rice. Now he not only lost a son, but has also been driven to a dead end. Indeed, it was I who instructed Chu Air to administer the life-diminishing powder to you for over a decade. What can you do about it? The scheme that Yuan Qinggang had meticulously planned for so long to seize power was utterly destroyed by this insignificant Yuan Fei, leaving him, fresh from mourning his son, unable to calmly accept this reality. Qinggang, what nonsense are you spouting? The elder felt a wave of darkness wash over him, nearly collapsing on the duel stage as he struggled to conceal this fact. How had the once promising Yuan Tiangang descended to such disgrace? How dare you? Today I, Yuan Qingfeng, will not allow you to leave alive. Your son is a son. Does that mean my son is not? Engaging in such despicable acts, you still speak with such righteous indignation, truly treating me, the patriarch of the Yuan family, as a mere decoration. Yuan Qingfeng was the first to erupt in fury, his thunderous aura surging forth. The formidable might of a second-tier Tian Tong realm, even surpassing that of the elder. The already injured Yuan Qinggang was directly sent flying by the force of that lightning-like pressure. Just at that critical moment, three shadowy figures clad in tight-fitting garments leaped in from behind the death arena. Heavens, three second-tier Tian Tong realm warriors. Whose forces are they? As the crowd gasped in astonishment. Yuan Qingfeng and the fifth elder had already clashed head-on with two of the dark figures, while the remaining shadow deftly evaded the combined assault of the three elders, effortlessly sending them flying off the duel stage. All of this transpired in a flash, and some ordinary martial artists had yet to react when they witnessed the three figures abducting the elder and Yuan Xen right before the eyes of countless onlookers. Echoing across the boundless sky was the unwilling roar of Yuan Qinggang. Yuan Fei, if I ever get the chance, I will surely tear you to pieces. Watching as those figures vanished from sight, Yuan Qingfeng and the fifth elder exchanged a deep glance, their expressions growing increasingly peculiar. 3 second-tier Tian Tong realm warriors. This level of involvement was certainly beyond the ordinary, as no typical force could possibly possess Tian Tong realm warriors. If one were to consider, within the confines of Qingyan City, only the four great families, the auction house, and the herbal shops could possess such depth. Excluding the Su family, the remaining three families were present here. It should not be any of them who would dare to so brazenly abduct someone. Only the herbal shops and auction houses could achieve such audacity. Yuan Fei clenched his fists, casting a glance at the deputy supervisor and Yang Qiling. Both displayed an expression of bewilderment, their faces innocent, and it seemed impossible to discern the affiliation of the three second-tier Tian Tong realm warriors from such details. Could it be the Su family? They should be unaware that I had taken such harsh measures against Su Xiaohong, that on such an important day for the Yuan family, the Su family did not send anyone, which indeed raises some suspicion. Yuan Fei tapped his head, quickly dismissing this thought. The Su family, as one of the five great families, had a comprehensive strength not far from the Yuan family. Having two second-tier Tian Tong realm warriors was already quite remarkable. Moreover, those two second-tier Tian Tong realm warriors were well known and did not resemble any of the three individuals. Previously, Yuan Fei had indeed offended an organization known as the Broken Rock Mercenary Corps. But how could a level 5 mercenary group possibly boast a Tian Tong realm warrior? Thus, the greatest suspicion undoubtedly still lay with the herbal shops and auction houses. The elder and the deputy supervisor had close ties. And Yuan Tong's relationship with the auction house's Yang Qiling was equally significant. Both individuals carried undeniable suspicion, and moving forward, I must exercise extra caution in their presence. As for why those three second-tier Tian Tong realm warriors did not linger, but instead swiftly retreated. Yuan Fei naturally understood the reason. If the fifth elder were to unleash the great wilderness body refinement technique, not to mention three second-tier Tian Tong warriors, even 10 would hardly gain the upper hand under his might. Chapter 64. The martial arts hall. This person was also very well aware of the comprehensive strength of the Yuan family, even knowing that the fifth elder practiced body refinement martial arts. Yuan Fei furrowed his brow, his gaze towards Yang Qiling seemingly concealing a sharp blade. Coincidentally, her beautiful eyes were also scrutinizing him. Noticing Yuan Fei deep in thought, she offered a smile so perfect it was breathtaking. Under the intensity of her fiery gaze, Yuan Fei quickly averted his eyes. The impression Yang Qiling left on him was certainly not as simple as it appeared on the surface. Although he sensed no fluctuation of source energy from her, he vaguely perceived something unusual about her. While he could not ascertain if Yang Qiling was behind the abduction of the elder and the other two, it was evident that this woman had connections beyond merely being the chief auctioneer of the auction house. The Yuan family competition, under the watchful eyes of the restless crowd, concluded only when the fifth elder announced that Yuan Fei could enter the martial arts hall to retrieve a scroll of intermediate martial arts. At which point he was also presented with 9 types of medicinal herbs as a family gift. With Yuan Fei's ascent to the foremost position among the younger generation of the Yuan family, many were left reeling from the reality. Just 2 months ago, he had been nothing but a debauched waste, yet now he had risen to become the youngest and strongest among the Yuan family's youth. If the outsiders were astonished, it was even more so for the collateral and direct descendants of the Yuan family, whose gazes toward Yuan Fei shifted from previous disdain and mockery to a newfound admiration and respect. Observing the crowd below, which cheered for him, and listening to the praise and discussions around him, Yuan Fei could truly feel the essence of living a life filled with passion, as a man ought to possess a heart ablaze and earn the admiration of many. Leaping down from the stage, Yuan Xiong, with his hearty smile, clasped his hands in congratulations. Congratulations! Your strength is remarkable, truly deserving of the title of the foremost among the younger generation of the Yuan family. Yuan Xiong's honest nature endeared him to Yuan Fei, who returned a smile before eagerly following the second elder towards the martial arts hall that has a newly promoted member from the collateral branch. Yuan Xiong had also secured 3rd place in the family competition, thus receiving the 5th elder's rare acknowledgement. Tonight, he would join Yuan Yuxuan in receiving the inheritance of the great wilderness body refinement martial arts from the 5th elder. This monumental reward had undoubtedly ignited envy in numerous collateral descendants. The power of the great wilderness body refinement was evident, as they had all witnessed Yuan Fei, after activating the technique, send the formidable Yuan Lei into unconsciousness with just a single punch. Such a formidable body refinement martial art was indeed a source of envy. Moreover, it was genuinely a top-tier martial art of the mundane category, something the likes of Yuan Qingfeng had never practiced in his lifetime. Throughout the journey, the second elder remained silent, which made Yuan Fei feel quite vexed as he trailed behind him. That it was not until they stopped in front of the martial arts hall that the second elder suddenly spoke. Yuan Fei, the amplification barrier you displayed on the duel stage must be a formation only a soul master can condense, correct? Ah, I did not expect that in such a small place as Qingyan City, there would be someone who recognizes a soul master and formations. The voice of the spectral demon sovereign was laced with mockery. Upon hearing this, Yuan Fei did not hesitate to confirm, simply nodding in affirmation. The fact that the second elder could identify a soul master and formations did not surprise Yuan Fei. He had been in charge of the Yuan family's martial arts hall for decades. And within that hall, there were not only martial arts but also ancient texts that it was easy for him to discern any intricacies. Though confident in his assertion that what Yuan Fei had demonstrated was indeed a formation only a soul master could wield. Hearing Yuan Fei himself admit it still caused the second elder to draw a sharp breath. That I did not expect you to be a soul master. Such a profession is rarer than even an alchemist. The second elder's wrinkled face was suddenly infused with respect, mixed with disbelief that a soul master at merely 17 years of age. The Yuan family is truly defying the heavens. With a rumble, he swiftly formed a hand seal, striking the barrier at the entrance of the martial arts hall, causing the massive, specially crafted stone door to slowly open. Inside the martial arts hall, only one martial art could be taken. Before exiting, one must not attempt to open it, or else the stone door would automatically sense it. You have only the duration of an incense stick to select your martial art, and what you take out must be returned within a month. The second elder's gaze was profound as he earnestly addressed Yuan Fei. Upon entering the martial arts hall, Yuan Fei discovered numerous stone platforms, each adorned with scrolls of inferior martial arts. That he briefly scanned these mediocre martial arts, but found himself utterly disinterested as he made his way towards the grand hall on the 2nd floor. In stark contrast to the 1st floor, the stone platforms had vanished, replaced by an array of radiant martial arts scrolls neatly arranged within 2 rows of wooden storage boxes. The glow emanating from the scrolls was undoubtedly linked to the restrictions associated with the stone door. After meticulously examining the scrolls of intermediate martial arts without uncovering anything suitable for himself, Yuan Fei let out a dejected sigh and remarked, "While these martial arts may be commendable, they do not suit me at all. Moreover, I possess a scroll gifted by Sister Sheer, that sung Xian Nine Fingers. For me, these intermediate martial arts hold no allure whatsoever. Do not be so pessimistic. Some treasures may not be confined to the second floor. The ghostly demon elder consoled dismissively, sniffing disdainfully. Naturally, the finest treasures are likely to be found on the third floor. However, gaining access to that level is no simple feat. I dare say that apart from my father and a select few elders, no one else could possibly enter that realm. The ghostly demon elder smirked, exuding an air of disappointment at Yuan Fei's naivety. Foolish boy, while the items on the third floor may be splendid, they are merely 2 scrolls of superior martial arts. The treasures I speak of are indeed hidden away in the unassuming corners of the first floor. Upon hearing this, Yuan Fei's dissatisfaction erupted. Old fool! If there are treasures, why did you not inform me sooner? With that, he swiftly darted to the first floor, where, under the elder's reluctant guidance, he discovered a stone bench nestled in the farthest corner, piled high with dust-laden tomes. What constitutes a treasure in these books? Were it not for their age, they would not have been discarded here in the martial arts hall. Such tattered volumes could easily be found in any street vendor stall. Search more closely. One of these tomes emits a subtle wave of intricate patterns that, if I am not mistaken, it appears to be an incomplete formation. Chapter 65. Incomplete Product and Incomplete Formation. Yuan Fei's face twitched as he hastily began to sift through the pile of worthless books. His curiosity piqued. How could the Yuan family possess such a thing? Even if the formation is incomplete, it would still hold considerable value. Surely the second elder is not a fool. How could he possibly discard such a rare item in an overlooked corner? Though he recognized the essence of a soul master, he was unaware of the origins of this formation. Most would never identify it as incomplete. The ghostly demon elder urged Yuan Fei onward. Continuing, from the subtle fluctuations of this formation, it likely belongs to a first-tier soul master. Hearing his confident words, Yuan Fei abruptly paused his actions and inquired, "Hey, old man, if you are renowned as the ghostly demon elder, why have I never heard of you before? Others may only be adept at alchemy, yet you have crafted rings that rival those of alchemists. While powerful beings create martial arts, you have produced the unparalleled no-tier heart method, the great demon scripture. Even the ancient profession of soul master is known to you in such detail. Who exactly are you?" Since the ghostly demon elder awakened, he had never encountered Yuan Fei's keen interest in him, leading him to proudly raise his nose in the air, teasingly saying, "It is too early to reveal everything to you." The MY exploits as the ghostly demon elder transpired many years ago. His ambiguous response prompted Yuan Fei to refrain from further questioning, albeit with a hint of dissatisfaction, as he returned his attention to the tattered ancient book in his hands. The yellowed, worn pages exuded a musty odor, depicting a formation strikingly similar to the ice crocodile formation. At its center lay a charging brown bull, and inscribed at the very edge of the paper were the 2 characters for Mighty Bull. This formation is known as the Mighty Bull Formation. From its patterns, it is indeed an offensive formation, albeit with a slight distinction. It amplifies physical strength rather than martial arts. The ghostly demon elder elaborated. Enhancing physical strength. If my great wilderness body refinement can be paired with this formation, it would undoubtedly confer an advantage, making it feasible to shatter martial arts. Upon this revelation, Yuan Fei's expression shifted, his gaze igniting with fervor. "Old man, you mentioned that this formation remains incomplete due to missing components. A first-tier Mighty Bull-type demon beast's demon crystal. This formation is merely one step away from completion. To manifest its full potential, you must incorporate the demon crystal of a Mighty Bull beast into the formation." The elder's next words nearly left Yuan Fei aghast. It would require approximately 1,000 first-tier superior demon crystals. Taking a moment to compose himself, Yuan Fei reluctantly cast a lingering glance at the formation before ultimately deciding to take it with him. Coincidentally, the annual hunting competition in Xinyan City is just 2 months away, where the youths from the 5 great families and surrounding factions will participate. The outcome of this competition hinges on the number of demon crystals collected from slain beasts. If I can seize enough Mighty Bull crystals, this formation can be fully realized. Securing 1,000 superior first-tier demon crystals would yield a power surpassing even that of the ice crocodile formation. Yuan Fei's eyes glinted with determination as he stood, yet a gravity settled over him as he muttered, "Among the 5 families in Xinyan City, The Yuan and Lu families are undoubtedly the weakest. I have heard that among the younger generation of the remaining 3 families, there are already more than 3 who have reached the 7th transition of the human connection realm, with some even having stepped into the 8th transition. Even if I push the Ice Crocodile Formation and the Ascending Serpent Ghost Finger to their utmost, it would be impossible to contend directly with those at the 8th transition. In that case, no matter how many demon crystals I am able to secure in the annual hunting battle, they will undoubtedly be snatched away without a trace. However, I, Yuan Fei, am not a mere soft target for others to manipulate at will. Those who wish to lay a hand on me shall learn the taste of hitting a steel plate. Throughout my life, I have always taken what others possess, should anyone dare entertain ill thoughts towards me. He clenched his fist tightly, a glint of bloodlust sparking in his eyes. The ghostly demon elder nodded in approval, finding Yuan Fei's spirit quite to his liking, ultimately unable to suppress his words. Heh. I admire your tenacity. You remind me of my youthful self. If I find someone displeasing, I seize what belongs to them. Having made up his mind, Yuan Fei exited the martial arts hall, clutching the incomplete formation. The second elder, noticing the time was still early, was taken aback when he saw that Yuan Fei did not carry a scroll of inferior intermediate martial arts from the second floor, nor one of the inferior martial arts from the first floor, that he blinked in astonishment. Yuan Fei, are you certain you wish to take this tattered tome? You must understand that only by integrating it with more robust martial arts can the formation truly reach its full potential. After all, you have only just claimed first place in the competition. Are you truly willing to settle for this tome? I can offer you a special arrangement. In addition to this tome, you may take an extra martial arts scroll. The second elder's gaze grew more perplexed as he observed Yuan Fei, but for various reasons, he decided to turn a blind eye to his surprise as soon as the elder's words left his lips. Yuan Fei smiled and shook his head, firmly rejecting the offer. Second Grandpa, there is no martial arts scroll here that suits my needs. Therefore, I shall only take this tome. Seeing his unwavering determination, the second elder could say no more. Gazing at Yuan Fei as if he were a fool, this tome serves little purpose in the martial arts hall, so you need not worry about returning it. Yuan Fei's joy was palpable as he hurriedly bowed to the second elder and rushed towards his room. Before that, I must make one more trip to the Wilderness Mountain. With his recent breakthrough to the 4th transition of the human connection realm, Yuan Fei was eager to cultivate the Tsang Xian 9 fingers bestowed upon him by Yuan Shi. That scroll was already classified as intermediate martial arts and, when perfected, could rival even the upper tier of inferior martial arts that if he could master it, he would possess yet another layer of security. Moreover, the Wilderness Mountain bore an atmosphere of desolation and bloodshed, providing him a prime opportunity to further enhance his great wilderness body refinement over the next 2 months, retrieving the undying evil spear from the ghostly demon ring. It transformed into a cascade of crimson light, coalescing before Yuan Fei into a tight-fitting black skirt that reached his knees. Due to their blood contract, Wu Xie had also experienced a breakthrough. Advancing directly into the 4th transition of the human connection realm. Chapter 66. Overconfidence Young Master. Yuan Fei nodded earnestly, recognizing the benefits of the blood contract. Wu Xie could ascend without needing to cultivate separately. As her essence was bound to the undying evil spear, she need not worry about her body succumbing to the influx of energy. Wu Xie, I wish to return to the Wilderness Mountain. Before that, please gather some medicinal herbs for me. He meticulously calculated that among the 9 types of elixirs obtained from the family competition, 5 of the medicinal herbs could be combined with a herb known as Mother Rock Grass to produce a first-grade elixir. The Source Condensation Pill in bulk. Although his training in the great demon scripture rendered lower-grade pills, which refine meridians, less effective, this particular pill, capable of elevating martial arts levels and enhancing the essence contained within one's body, still held some merit. Though the effect was minimal, it was certainly better than none. Should he succeed in concocting this elixir, he would be able to garner more allies during the annual hunting competition to help him collect the demon crystals from the barbaric bull-type beasts. Wu Xie gracefully accepted the silver card that Yuan Fei had sent her, turning elegantly, leaving a waft of fragrance in her wake. Observing the tall and slender figure ahead, Yuan Fei could not help but swallow hard. Wu Xie is truly beautiful. The shadow demon sovereign, noticing Yuan Fei lost in a daze, couldn't help but tease him lewdly. Indeed, "Shut up, you disrespectful old fool." Initially responding in a daze, Yuan Fei eventually snapped back to reality and glared in irritation. The Shadow Demon Sovereign, akin to a child intrigued, inquired, "Disciple, who do you think is better, Wuxia or Yuan Xie?" Yuan Fei was rendered speechless, while the Shadow Demon Sovereign grew increasingly anxious, gesturing animatedly. "Both are splendid. Why not take them both?" With a soft sigh. As Yuan Fei prepared to speak, Yuan Yuxuan approached him with a gentle smile, her slender waist swaying alluringly, causing Yuan Fei to feel a pang of desire. Accompanying her were Yuan Xiong and Yuan Lei, who also nodded at Yuan Fei with smiles. That if Yuan Xiong and Yuan Yuxuan smiling at him was one thing, it was perplexing that even Yuan Lei was now involved, considering he had been knocked unconscious by Yuan Fei in the arena. Though he maintained composure throughout, this smile seemed far from forced. Yuan Yuxuan lightly adjusted her hair, her voice reaching him first. "Yuan Fei, I have something I wish to discuss with you." Her tone was gentle, tinged with subtlety, lacking the previous decisiveness. Yuan Fei was momentarily taken aback, then crossed his arms, chuckling softly. "If Yuxuan Jie speaks so delicately, how could I, Yuan Fei, refuse? Please, share your thoughts." Her beautiful eyes blinked unintentionally a few times. Despite her efforts to suppress her temperament and appear gentle and amiable, the innate pride within her prompted a soft huff of dissatisfaction. Since Yuan Fei had already been so forthright, she refrained from being overly vague, stating plainly, "Elder Five has already imparted the great wilderness body refinement to the three of us. Point 3. He glanced at Yuan Lei, who wore a broad smile and nodded slightly, and Yuan Fei's understanding deepened. Though Elder Five was somewhat disheveled, his mind was exceedingly sharp, with the annual hunting competition in Qingyan City approaching in 2 months. Enhancing the strength of the younger generation within the family was imperative for achieving good results. Although Yuan Lei had suffered a humiliating defeat at Yuan Fei's hands, his overall strength was significantly superior to that of Yuan Yuxuan and others. Elder Five's willingness to share the great wilderness body refinement with him was undoubtedly for a reason. Overall, Yuan Lei's prowess was even greater than Yuan Xiong's, making him one of the top 3 young talents of the Yuan family. Since Yuxuan Jie has mentioned this, she surely wishes for me to impart my experience in cultivating the great wilderness body refinement, right? Yuan Fei smiled faintly, prompting the 3 of them to exchange astonished glances. Their mouths agape in surprise. Finally, Yuan Yuxuan stated without hesitation, "Indeed, this great wilderness body refinement is a superior martial art of the common grade. If we rely solely on our own comprehension, it would take us at least several years." This old drunkard truly did not share the insights of the great wilderness body refinement with the 3 of them. Observing his silence, Yuan Yuxuan's expression turned cold, her brows furrowing as she said, "Are you afraid that after I cultivate the great wilderness body refinement, you will no longer be able to maintain your title as the #1 young talent of the Yuan family?" "Haha, Yuxuan Jie, you might be a bit too self-assured. Have you ever heard the saying, 'The path is high, but the devil is higher'? I, Yuan Fei, am the true devil." He could discern Yuan Yuxuan's hidden intentions, attempting to provoke him, but he found it unlikely to be effective. Stung by his words, Yuan Yuxuan rolled her eyes in frustration, thinking indignantly, "Calling me too self-confident. I believe you are the one who is overly arrogant. Once I master the great wilderness body refinement, I will surely reclaim the title of the #1 young talent of the Yuan family." Watching the back and forth between the 2, Yuan Xiong's usually honest face showed signs of anxiety. "Yuan Fei go, I, Yuan Xiong, have never humbly begged anyone, but that scroll of the great wilderness body refinement is crucial to me. If you're willing to share your experience, I will follow you and brave any challenges." "Yes, sixth brother, the previous incident was due to my recklessness. I hope you won't take it to heart that we are all members of the Yuan family and should work together harmoniously." Following Yuan Xiong's lead, Yuan Lei spoke earnestly, "I believe you are mistaken. Regardless of my strength, I still possess this confidence. Even if you 2 do not speak, I will certainly share my experiences with the great wilderness body refinement with you." With the annual hunting competition approaching, the more people who cultivate the great wilderness body refinement, the greater the hope for our Yuan family. Upon hearing Yuan Fei's concession, the 2 rejoiced, exchanging excited glances. While Yuan Yuxuan lifted her delicate nose again, her pretty face showing a hint of displeasure, she awkwardly tugged at Yuan Fei's collar, unable to suppress her temper as she exclaimed, "You don't take me seriously, do you?" Even without your experience, I can still master the great wilderness body refinement. She raised her voice, coldly huffing near Yuan Fei's ear. Yuxuanjie, what are you saying? As the youngest in the Yuan family, how could I possibly overlook you, the eldest? If you wish to obtain the insights of the great wilderness body refinement, it is not impossible. You must first say a few kind words to me. Knowing full well that Yuan Yuxuan would never lower herself to plead with him, Yuan Fei did not press the issue. Instead, he averted his gaze from her fiery eyes and addressed the cheerful Yuan Lei and Yuan Xiong. Of course, if you wish to successfully learn the great wilderness body refinement within 2 months, you must agree to one condition. Chapter 67. Who dares to touch Wuxia will pay with their life 2 months to master the great wilderness body refinement. Yuan Xiong and Yuan Lei gasped in shock, their lips trembling as they drew in a cold breath. Even Yuan Yuxuan, who was seething with anger and wished to devour Yuan Fei alive, was momentarily stunned. The DOU truly have the confidence that we can master the great wilderness body refinement within 2 months? She stepped forward, her delicate face close to Yuan Fei's. Her voice hurried as she asked. The fragrance wafting from her cherry lips enveloped him, and Yuan Fei lightly closed his eyes, shamelessly inhaling the scent before straightening his posture, declaring earnestly, "Of course. If it cannot be done, it will only be due to your own lack of ability." If that is the case, then what are we waiting for? If you truly can enable us to master the great wilderness body refinement in 2 months, I will acknowledge you as the genuine #1 young talent of the Yuan family. Yuan Yuxuan's demeanor transformed into pure delight, her dainty hands unconsciously clenching in anticipation. Although she had no idea where Yuan Fei derived his confidence that they could fully grasp the great wilderness body refinement in 2 months. His sincere expression seemed far from deceitful, causing much of her anger to dissipate. "Sixth brother, whatever condition you have, please state it. As long as I, Yuan Lei, can accomplish it, I will certainly not hold back." Seemingly swept up in excitement, Yuan Yuxuan, while still maintaining some composure, quickly assured Yuan Fei. The results of the annual hunting competition are determined by the total demon crystals obtained by the younger generation of the family. The higher the rank achieved, the greater the quantity of demon crystals collected, thereby securing victory. The 3 of them displayed no overt reactions to this widely known fact, but what Yuan Fei was about to say next sent shivers down their spines. "I must obtain 1,000 first-grade superior demon crystals from barbaric bull-type beasts." Yuan Xiong fell silent, contemplating deeply before nodding without hesitation. Yuan Lei followed suit. Though he harbored doubts, he refrained from voicing them. Only Yuan Yuxuan's long, thick eyelashes fluttered slightly as she furrowed her brows and asked, 1,000 superior demon crystals from barbaric bull-type beasts? Based solely on the annual hunting competition, it seems unlikely to reach that number. Right? This year's hunting grounds are set in the back mountains of Qingyan City, predominantly inhabited by low-grade demon beasts. The number of superior demon beasts is already scarce, and considering they are all barbaric bulls. Even if all factions mobilized to hunt them, they would scarcely gather around 500 crystals that, of course, this presumes they must hunt only barbaric bull-type beasts, and all the demon crystals must be collected together. Yuan Fei nodded with a beaming smile, thoroughly pleased with Yuan Yuxuan's understanding. How could he not have contemplated such matters beforehand? There was no need for you to concern yourselves with this. My conditions are quite simple. All I require is that when hunting the demon beasts, you must seize and plunder all the demon crystals from the barbaric cattle species. The 3 were overjoyed and nodded in agreement. If one were to analyze it closely, Gu Tian's condition could hardly be considered a condition at all. Since they were all engaged in the extermination of demon beasts, they would not think twice about targeting such creatures. First-tier superior demon beasts are comparable to martial artists at the 7th or 9th transformation of the human passage realm. Yuan Yuxuan was entirely capable of handling them, and although Yuan Xiong and Yuan Lei were currently at the 5th transformation of the human passage realm, mastering the great wilderness body refinement would make slaying superior demon beasts a trivial task. Thus, the 3 pondered for a moment and readily agreed. Seeing their response, Yuan Fei felt a sense of relief wash over him. He had already anticipated what Yuan Yuxuan mentioned. The back mountains of Qingyan City were not on par with the wild mountains, as there were no higher-level demon beasts to contend with, and thus they would not face excessive danger. Over the course of the past 2 months, he aimed not only to refine the great wilderness body refinement further, but also to practice the Tsang, Xia 9 fingers. Coincidentally, he could utilize this opportunity to use the barbaric cattle demon beasts as live targets. By the way, there is something I wish to inform you in advance. Prepare an extra set of clothing for yourselves. Yuan Fei raised an eyebrow, recalling how he nearly transformed into a snowman while practicing the great wilderness body refinement. A wave of trepidation surging through him. Of course, I must prepare clothing. 2 months of training will undoubtedly leave me drenched in sweat. I am not like you 3 stinky men. Upon hearing Yuan Fei's sudden display of concern, Yuan Yushuan chuckled and raised an eyebrow. Buxom, yet brainless. Yuan Fei paid no heed to whether Yuan Yushuan was his sister. Hearing her trivialize such matters made him roll his eyes. The moment he uttered this remark, Yuan Yushuan's delicate nose crinkled in displeasure, and even Yuan Lei, accustomed to her fiery temperament, was taken aback. His lips twitching, that if it were anyone else, who would dare speak so bluntly in her presence. Yuan Yushuan not only possessed formidable strength, but also had a temper that was equally fierce. Just how fierce was she? It could easily rival her alluring physique. Unlike Yuan Sierra's cool detachment, her demeanor bore a distinct difference from Yuan Yushuan's haughty arrogance, embodying a fiery temperament that incited silent fury in those around her. Yuan Fei shrugged with a smile, observing as the guards at the entrance of the Yuan residence tumbled to the ground in a flurry that he swiftly maneuvered past the shoulders of the 3. Rushing forward, young Master Yuan, a grave situation has arisen. Upon hearing the guard's panicked voice, the 3 quickly turned around. As the eldest among the younger generation of the Yuan family, Yuan Yushuan stepped forward briskly, seizing the guard by his collar and inquiring, "What grave situation?" Miss Yuan Yun has gotten into a dispute with the Su family that Su Weiyang insists on preventing the young lady from leaving, claiming he intends to keep her for himself and sell her to Xiangfeng Tower. Miss Wuxia, unable to contain her anger, has resorted to violence. The guard swallowed hard several times before finally relaying the events that transpired. "Where is my sister now?" Yuan Lei interjected, grabbing the guard's collar before Yuan Yushuan could speak. His eyes, bloodshot with fury, bore a menacing intensity. "Wuxia is fighting with Su Weiyang?" Yuan Fei felt a surge of tumult within him as he abruptly exerted force with his legs, sprinting toward the corner stall indicated by the guard. The 3 hurriedly followed suit, their figures leaving behind a trail of urgency. Once the 4 had dashed away, the breathless guard finally succumbed, slumping down onto the ground. Wuxia was at most at the 4th transformation of the human passage realm, while Su Xiaohong's brother, Su Weiyang, was among the more formidable younger members of the Su family, second only to Su Ritian. His strength was likely at the peak of the 7th transformation of the human passage realm. Should he engage, Wuxia would surely be harmed. With a whoosh, an aura of malevolence emanated from Yuan Fei, his expression chilling as his heart raced. "Whoever dares to lay a finger on Wuxia, I, Yuan Fei, shall ensure they pay with their life." Chapter 68. Enraged, the streets of Qingyan City were numerous. Among them, the most bustling was a thoroughfare located at the intersection of 5 families, aptly named Wuqing Street. Here, not only were there countless shops, but the renowned Ming auction house also occupied the very center of this street. Yuan Yun was the most obedient and docile individual within the Yuan family. Though she was the granddaughter of the 4th elder, she was of the same age as Yuan Fei, perhaps even a tad younger. He had never heard of Yuan Yun getting into a conflict with anyone in Qingyan City. The 4 of them had already assessed the situation. Su Weiyang was merely looking for trouble with the Yuan family, unable to tolerate their presence. The street was filled with a throng of onlookers, and even many astute vendors hastily packed their wares to avoid collateral damage. To the left, Su Weiyang patted his pudgy belly, rubbing his chin with one hand while the other wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth, gazing at the stunning beauty Wuxia, who stood against him. But he had completely forgotten about Yuan Yun and Yuan Yushuan standing behind her. The 2 alluring figures behind Wuxia were none other than Yuan Yun and Yuan Yushuan. Yuan Yun covered her pretty face, a deep red handprint still visible between her fingers, while Yuan Yushuan, supported by Yuan Yun, had her clothing torn in half, exposing her fragrant shoulder and one side of her fair breast, revealing several claw marks. Her beautiful eyes were reddened, and her delicate face bore an expression of grievance and unutterable despair. "Beautiful lady, if you are wise, come with me, and you can avoid any bodily harm. After I have my way with you for 300 rounds, I shall release you." Su Weiyang's little mustache quivered as he beheld Wuxia's unparalleled beauty. his thoughts spilling forth without hesitation that Wuxia's cherry lips curled into a disdainful smile, her eyes glinting with contempt as she regarded Su Weiyang as if he were refuse. She parted her delicate lips and coldly replied, "What are you? What did you say? Don't overestimate your worth. You are merely at the fourth transformation of the human passage realm. I could easily knock you out and take you with me. There is no need for you to prattle." Su Weiyang was incensed. Being rebuked so brazenly by a woman in front of so many people was an affront to his pride. Yuan Yuxuan, who had remained silent, stood up in indignation, shouting at him, "Su Weiyang, you shameless beast! I will ensure my grandfather kills you." A wave of emotion surged within her, leaving her feeling somewhat ashamed, for she knew that Wuxia's boldness in standing before Su Weiyang was largely due to Yuan Yun's presence. Observing herself being so shamelessly belittled in front of so many witnesses, no one daring to intervene, Wuxia's arrival offered her a sense of relief, dispelling the despair she had previously felt at this moment. She could only invoke her grandfather's name to bolster her confidence, hoping to buy some time or perhaps even persuade Su Weiyang to relent. "Do you not think you can intimidate me with those 5 old farts from the Yuan family? The 5 elders of the Su family are no pushovers either. Oh, by the way, your Yuan family's elder has fled. The Yuan family is left with only 4 elders now. Aha." With that, he extended his hand toward the blushing and humiliated Yuan Yuxuan, making a gesture as if to grasp her from afar, causing her to instinctively cover her chest, too frightened to speak. The fiery pain radiating from her chest showed no signs of abating, and she could hardly bear the humiliation of being taken advantage of by a rogue from the Su family after living a sheltered life for 18 years. "Beast!" Wuxia's hand suddenly unleashed a burst of crimson energy. A strike devoid of any discernible elemental attributes, yet possessing considerable destructive power. Although her 4th transformation strength was somewhat lacking, she unleashed her blow with ferocity, only for Su Weiyang to counter it with a punch, shattering her attack to pieces. "Beautiful ladies, if you do not show mercy, then do not blame me for being ruthless. After I humiliate you, let us see if you can still be so defiant." Despite his corpulence, Su Weiyang's speed was not to be underestimated. He was no weaker than Yuan Tong. Leaping into the air, he licked his lips with fervor, then extended his chubby hand straight toward Wuxia as he fell. Whoosh bang! In an instant, a shadow streaked through the air, landing a kick on Su Weiyang's ample waist, sending him hurtling backward like a cannonball that he crashed through several walls before finally emerging from the rubble. The good fortune was spoiled, and Su Weiyang's face contorted with rage as he looked skyward. The 4 figures, led by Yuan Fei, descended from the heavens, exuding an aura of coldness reminiscent of war gods from the celestial realm. "Young master, brother," Wuxia and Yuan Yun's faces lit up with joy as they rushed to Yuan Fei and Yuan Lei's sides, grasping their arms. Observing Yuan Yuxuan, who remained half-squatting on the ground, Yuan Fei furrowed his brow and urged, "What are you waiting for? Come back. We, the Yuan family, are here. No one can bully you again." Listening to the domineering yet anger-laden words, Yuan Yuqing momentarily stood in shock. Soon, however, she succumbed to her emotions and burst into tears, unable to contain herself any longer, as she ran to Yuan Fei's side and collapsed in his embrace, weeping bitterly. Hearing her plaintive cries, Yuan Fei's expression grew increasingly cold. He did not blame Yuan Yuqing for her previous actions. As a member of the Yuan family, he felt compelled to protect the younger generation of the Yuan clan. "Wuxia, did that scoundrel lay a hand on you?" Yuan Fei gently inquired, patting Yuan Yuqing's shoulder and turning to Wuxia. Young master arrived just in time. "He didn't touch me, but his foul words were infuriating," Wuxia replied, nodding obediently at Yuan Fei, resembling a dutiful wife. Upon seeing the imprint of a hand on Yuan Yun's face, Yuan Lei was instantly taken aback. His eyes flared with rage as he charged toward Su Weiyang, shouting, "Su Weiyang, you beast! How dare you lay a hand on my sister? I, Yuan Lei, will certainly kill you. If a spineless shrimp dares to boast. You Yuan family members are utterly incompetent, yet you excel in boasting." Su Weiyang retorted with a sneer that as he observed the rapidly approaching palm strike, he extended his right hand and with a resounding blast shattered the martial arts energy, then continued to channel his strength, delivering a powerful blow to Yuan Lei's chest that in an instant, Yuan Lei was sent flying like a feather, tracing an arc through the air, blood cascading from him. Yuan Fei swiftly stepped forward, catching the airborne Yuan Lei with one hand, spinning him around to help him regain his footing before retreating. Without a shred of hesitation, he unleashed a powerful strike composed of thunder demon energy, declaring, "The Yuan family and Su family are irreconcilable. Since you insist on seeking death, allow me to grant you this favor. This martial art will ensure the Su family gains another useless member." Chapter 69. Coercion. The Tanger Snake Demon Finger. A thick, pitch-black, demonic thunderbolt suddenly manifested ahead, accompanied by rampant lightning that seemed to scorch the very heavens, filling the air with a charred scent. Whoosh! The black lightning, shaped like a snake's head, left a dark tail in the air, producing a sound akin to a snake flicking its tongue. Raging across the realms, Su Weiyang, at the pinnacle of the seventh transformation realm, possessed a speed several tiers superior to Yuan Fei's, that as the lightning snake approached his hand, he smirked mockingly and countered with a gust of energy boom. The collision of black and yellow forces resonated as the dust on the street was forcefully cleared away, leaving the ground beneath them spotless. Upon closer inspection, it appeared that the pressure had blown away every speck of dust beneath their feet. Crack! The roaring vortex of wind was evidently more formidable than Yuan Fei's Tanger Snake Demon Finger. The slender lightning serpent diminished in size, accompanied by the sound of shattering glass. Ice crocodile formation. Yuan Fei pointed with his right hand, quickly forming a shield of energy adorned with intricate patterns, radiating a soft blue glow. The formation emitted countless roars of icy crocodiles, and within mere moments, Yuan Fei deftly synchronized thousands of these roars into a formidable display that Su Weiyang's back broke into a cold sweat at the sheer scale of the formation. Though he had heard of the Yuan family's grand competition and had some knowledge of Yuan Fei's peculiar barrier, his arrogance led him to dismiss these matters as a fellow seventh transformation realm practitioner. He believed himself to be a tier above Yuan Fei. The Yuan family's esteemed status as one of the 5 great families of Qingyan City stemmed not only from their millennia-long heritage, but also from having 5 elders whose strength rivaled that of the other 4 families. In terms of younger generation prowess, Yuan Seer truly stood as the foremost among the youth of Qingyan City. Unfortunately, such a prodigious talent did not possess the true bloodline of the Yuan family, while the remaining direct descendants were merely unremarkable individuals. While Yuan Fei had secured first place in the family's grand competition, Su Weiyang had no fear of him. Yet, as Yuan Fei unleashed the ice crocodile formation, even he was thoroughly taken aback by the furious roars emanating from within the barrier. Mere parlor tricks. Watch as I shatter your martial arts with a single hand. Su Weiyang swallowed hard, attempting to regain a semblance of confidence under the immense pressure. Abruptly, his gaze turned frigid, and the pale silver vortex in his hand expanded, reaching nearly 10 feet in diameter. Yuan Fei appeared minuscule beneath the brilliant light. As Su Weiyang thrust his right hand deep into the ice crocodile formation, a serpent-like crocodile, as thick as a human waist, erupted forth, enveloped in black lightning that grew to engulf the vortex. In Su Weiyang's astonished and panicked gaze, the Tanger Snake Demon Finger, resembling a serpent's body and crocodile's head, swallowed him whole in an instant that a heart-wrenching roar echoed through the air as the smoldering, pitch-black entity crashed to the ground with a resounding thud. Young master has won. Wuxia clasped her delicate hands tightly against her chest, hardly daring to breathe. Only when Su Weiyang plummeted to the ground did she joyfully lift her lips in a smile, turning to glance at those behind her. Upon witnessing Su Weiyang convulsing on the ground, nearly frothing at the mouth, Yuan Lei instinctively recoiled, realizing that despite his utmost efforts, he could not escape the clutches of Su Weiyang's grasp. Yuan Fei had once again employed this peculiar barrier to defeat a second practitioner of the seventh transformation realm. Yuan Fei withdrew his aura, feeling quite satisfied. He had become more adept at utilizing the ice crocodile formation since his first attempt. Although it had nearly drained his heart's energy, it had elevated his soul's transformation once more to Su Weiyang. I will kill you. Witnessing Su Weiyang sprawled on the ground like a dead dog, Yuan Yuqing pressed her hand to her chest, her other hand forming a fist. Her alluring figure slightly arched as she swung her fist towards the charred head. From Yuan Fei's vantage point, he could clearly see the unencumbered view of her 2 fair legs, resembling jade, revealing her inner fury despite the embarrassment of her actions. Yuan Fei. Just as she relaxed her guard a fraction, shaking out her slightly weary arms, she heard Yuan Yuqing scream, followed by the distinct sound of dislocated joints. Lying on the ground, Su Weiyang swiftly opened his eyes, his body rolling like a ball as he swiftly grasped Yuan Yuqing's arm, tightening his grip around her delicate neck to prevent her from resisting. He struck her shoulder with force until she could no longer fight back. Only then did he pull the fragrant beauty close, sneering at the furious Yuan Yuxuan and Yuan Lei. Yuan Fei. If you don't want Yuan Yuqing to die at my hands, then you must sever your left arm, Su Weiyang said, observing Yuan Fei's furious expression as he prepared to strike again. He tightened his grip on Yuan Yuqing's neck, causing her delicate face to flush crimson, her legs losing their strength to stand. Gradually retracting his fingers, Yuan Fei turned to look at Yuan Yuqing, whose beautiful eyes were misty and on the verge of fainting. He chuckled coldly, saying, Su Weiyang, using a woman as a shield is hardly a display of skill that it's shameful for someone of your standing in the Su family. Yuan Fei, there's a saying that soldiers do not disdain deception. In the face of life and death, reputation and honor are worth less than a blank sheet of paper. Just like now, though you've injured me with your martial arts, you cannot kill me. Yet I can compel you to do anything. Enough of your nonsense. If you don't sever your left arm, I will strangle this woman. Su Weiyang's little mustache twitched violently, his facial fat quivering as he saw Yuan Fei continuing to hesitate. Showing no intention of harming himself, he increased the pressure on Yuan Yuqing's neck once more. You despicable scoundrel. Yuan Yuxuan seethed with rage, glancing at the shameless Su family member before her, a surge of wrath igniting within her. Yuan Yuxuan, stop wasting your breath. Since you're eager to intervene, I'll gladly accommodate you. Aren't you Yuan family members known for your loyalty? I propose a trade. Yuan Fei's arm for Yuan Yuqing's life. Surely that's not too much to ask. Now, I have thought of an even more entertaining solution. Having Yuan Fei sever an arm would be too lenient. You shall sever his left hand. Chapter 70. Kill and escape. What did you say? Yuan Yuxuan furrowed her brows tightly, her hands clenching into fists. What? If you refuse, I will simply strangle Yuan Yuqing right here. One arm for one life. You should consider it a bargain. Seeing Yuan Yuxuan hesitating, Su Weiyang calculated his next move. Today, he had suffered losses at Yuan Fei's hands, all due to that pale blue barrier emanating from his left arm. Thus, he boldly speculated that Yuan Fei's astounding abilities were undoubtedly linked to that arm. Once it was severed, Yuan Fei would at most be a slightly stronger practitioner than an ordinary fourth transformation realm warrior, incapable of repeatedly defeating 6th and 7th transformation realm martial artists with ease. Yuan Fei save. As she observed Yuan Fei's prolonged inaction, Yuan Yuqing's cheeks were stained with 2 trails of tears. Subsequently, images of Yuan Fei, whom she had derided and looked down upon since childhood, rapidly swirled in her mind. Ultimately pausing at the moment just before the family competition, when Yuan Fei challenged Yuan Lei. Gazing into those indifferent, watery eyes, Yuan Yuqing felt a profound tremor in her heart. She could hardly fathom that a family outcast, whom she had scorned for over a decade, had suddenly emerged as the most dazzling figure in Qingyan City. Despite harboring resentment, a flicker of excitement ignited within her. Perhaps this was what they called the bond of blood. As a member of the Yuan family, she found herself fervently wishing to carve out a glorious path alongside her fellow younger kin under Yuan Fei's leadership. Contemplating these thoughts, Yuan Yuqing's beautiful eyes shifted slightly, and with a choked voice, she declared, "The Yuan family possesses a backbone. Yuan Fei, should you sever a limb, I, Yuan Yuqing, shall perish here. You are the hope of the Yuan family. Only you can lead us to greater glory. As your sister, I have failed to embody the role of an elder sibling. Thus, do not make unnecessary sacrifices for someone who holds no significance to you." Yuan Yuqing's voice resonated with a gentle, yet unwavering tone. Imbued with a sense of hope and sincerity, albeit tinged with helplessness, upon hearing her words, Yuan Fei felt a subtle stirring within his heart. Although he and Yuan Yuqing were seldom communicative, their relationship had not descended into hatred. Listening to his cousin's fervent yet despondent expressions, the chill enveloping his body intensified that a brilliant crimson light emanated from Wu Xie, rippling with a fluidity akin to ink-wash strokes. with a thunderous radiance that compelled all to shut their eyes. A metallic sound echoed as a spurt of blood erupted from Su Weiyang's mouth. As the light faded, the strange atmosphere that had pervaded the street dissipated entirely. Yuan Yuqing slightly opened her eyes, the foggy expanse before her coming into focus. Overwhelmed by the powerful rhythm of her heart, she lazily closed her eyes once more. Since you are my cousin, Yuan Fei, you are family. How could you become someone of no importance to me? With me here, no one shall harm you. Hearing the resolute voice resonating deep within, Yuan Yuqing softly acknowledged, leaning comfortably against him, drifting into a serene slumber, as the crowd emerged from their dazed state. The bustling streets swiftly transformed into a scene of panic upon witnessing Su Weiyang, who had spewed blood and fell into convulsions, lifeless. Some of the more timid individuals screamed and fled, while even the bolder ones instinctively retreated several paces. They could scarcely comprehend that mere moments of closing their eyes had led to Su Weiyang's tragic demise, though bewildered by the method Yuan Fei employed to turn the tide against Su Weiyang in an instant, rescuing Yuan Yuqing unharmed. Their greatest concern revolved around the impending wrath of the Su family. This incident was far graver than the family competition. Yuan Fei had slain Su Weiyang, a favored scion of the Su family, with Yuan Chengfeng and 4 elders backing him. Thus, it was effortless for them to suppress the aftermath. However, today's events would likely ignite an irreparable rift between the Yuan and Su families. As the foremost descendant of the Yuan clan, Yuan Fei had brazenly struck down a key figure nurtured by the Su family in full view of the public. No matter how they reasoned, the Su family could not possibly allow such an affront to go unpunished. Feeling the rapidly approaching presence of 5 or 6 formidable auras, Yuan Fei hoisted the unconscious Yuan Yuqing and bellowed to the still reeling Yuan Yuanshan and others, "Run!" Upon hearing his urgent and slightly irritable voice, they hastily followed suit, their hearts racing with trepidation. Yuan Fei, your audacity knows no bounds, slaying a member of the Su family before so many witnesses. Do you wish to invite turmoil upon Qingyan City? Yuan Yunshan's back broke into a cold sweat, her fair complexion paling at the thought of Su Weiyang's gruesome end. But if I do not slay him, he will undoubtedly hunt us down. If I were to sever a limb today, none of us shall escape. The enmity between the Su and Yuan families had deep roots. Su Weiyang's brazen provocation of sister, Yuqing in front of so many clearly demonstrated his contempt for the Yuan family. If I could swallow such an insult, then I am no longer Yuan Fei. As this furious declaration wafted through the air, it startled the hearts of those present, stirring a torrent of emotions within them. The family outcast, once dismissed as a mere wastrel, had displayed such commanding presence. Although it may seem premature to sever ties with the Su family, circumstances left them no choice. If Yuan Lei possessed such strength, he would surely act as Yuan Fei had. Yuan Fei was not an impulsive individual. They trusted his judgment and decisions. The Yuan family had endured for far too long, relegated to the lowest rung among the 5 prominent families. If they continued to endure, they would inevitably become prey for others. While Yuan Lei and Yuan Xiong bore grave expressions, they wholeheartedly supported Yuan Fei's actions, each of them silently agreeing that they would make the same choice. As they spoke, the trio broke into spontaneous laughter, a refreshing sound that momentarily stunned Yuan Yuanshan. You 3 madmen! Do you not consider the consequences of your actions? 2 formidable presences are already hot on our heels. The pursuers were drawing closer at an alarming speed, and judging by the intensity of their auras, they were undoubtedly at least 2 elders from the Su family. Yuan family's young scion. Surrender your life. A thunderous roar, imbued with overwhelming force, enveloped the group. They stumbled as they fell from the sky, rolling on the ground to regain momentum and accelerate further. I end Chapter 71. The confrontation began to is Su Chintang and the chief elder of the Su family. At the sound of this furious threat, Yuan Yun's eyes widened in shock, her delicate face as pale as snow. Seeing that they were still several thousand meters from the Yuan family, Yuan Fei frowned as he observed the 2 figures gaining ground at an astonishing speed, far exceeding their own. His gaze swept over his companions, all of whom bore similarly grim expressions, their muscles tense with anxiety. Old man, with your current strength, can you withstand their full-force assault? A bead of cold sweat trickled down his brow. If he could not ensure the safe return of his companions to the Yuan family, then his actions today would have been a monumental miscalculation. The Shadow Demon Sovereign pondered for a moment before replying nonchalantly. It should not pose a significant challenge. Although my soul power is only at 30%, I can still reach the first transformation of the Heavenly Passage realm. Stopping their strike should not be overly difficult. However, afterward, I will surely require some time to recover, unless you absorb the remaining 4 bottles of half-Bwin water. No problem, it is merely a few bottles of Bwin water, that as long as it does not harm your soul. You may consume the Bwin stone without concern. Hearing Yuan Fei's worried remarks, the Shadow Demon Sovereign chuckled softly. Feeling a surge of boundless strength coursing through him, that he shed his previous lecherous demeanor and adopted a serious expression. Wuxia, you and Sister Yuanshan should go ahead. I will hold them off. Once we return to the Yuan family, summon the 4 elders immediately. He entrusted the sleeping Yuan Yuqing to Yuan Xiong's embrace and turned back. Affectionately ruffling Wuxia's dark tresses, that I want to stay with you, young master. Wuxia's delicate hands gripped Yuan Fei's white robe tightly, refusing to allow him to venture alone. With no room for distraction, Yuan Fei finished relaying all his instructions before halting in the concerned gazes of his companions. They all quickened their pace until Yuan Fei and Wuxia became but a distant shadow, vanishing from sight, prompting Yuan Yuanshan to angrily turn back, exclaiming, "You promised to share your insights on the great wilderness body refinement technique with me. If you do not return, just wait and see how I deal with you." The unexpected thought that sprang to Yuan Yunshan's mind left her momentarily stunned that if Yuan Fei did not return, how would she confront him? A trace of despondency gradually crept across her delicate features. Accelerating their speed, Yuan Fei and Wuxia could barely sustain their pace for a few more seconds. Several arcs of color traced dangerous paths through the air, their velocity producing a cacophony of tearing sounds. Just as Yuan Fei firmly grasped the undying evil spear, Su Qintang and the chief elder of the Su family arrived in full force. Su Weiyang was the chief elder's beloved grandson, holding an even higher status than Su Xiaohong. With one of the Su family's few prodigies dead and another rendered useless, this was a grievous blow indeed. "Yuan Fei, you wretched pup, I shall take your life." The elder of the Su family was extraordinarily corpulent, rivaling Su Weiyang. And despite having surpassed the age of 60, his countenance remained youthful, exuding an aura reminiscent of a crane-haired youth. This individual was ruthless and cunning, a prominent second-tier Tiantong realm warrior in Qingyan City, his martial prowess surpassing even Su Qinliang, and was indeed comparable to the recently ascended Yuan Chengfo. His face, contorted with fury, displayed white hair that danced wildly, electrified and slightly darkened, while his eyes were filled with a fierce intensity. "Old fool, I will have my vengeance," Yuan Fei declared, gripping the immortal spear tightly as he unleashed a spear aura that was of little consequence. Yet, amidst the dazzling radiance, a surge of demonic energy emanated from the depths of the Yumo ring. Immediately, an overwhelming tide of malevolent energy enveloped the space, rendering the atmosphere stifling, as if even the gentle breeze had slowed to a crawl. Above, dark clouds rolled ominously down, instilling a sense of suffocating pressure. With a thunderous roar, a ghostly figure collided with the descending Su Qinliang and the elder of the Su family, unleashing a tempest that transformed the surrounding structures within 1,000 meters into mere dust. The demonic aura unleashed by the Yumo master formed an impenetrable spherical defense around Yuan Fei, yet the meteor-like force that descended upon him sent him hurtling hundreds of meters away. "What are you waiting for? Run!" The Yumo master gasped, his breath labored, as he let out a soft grunt. The spherical barrier encircling Yuan Fei shattered into countless motes of demonic light, observing Su Qinliang and the elder of the Su family retreating. Yuan Fei hastened his pace towards the Yuan family estate. How could this little pup make such a commotion? He must harbor a tremendous secret, with a dismissive wave of his hefty hand. The elder of the Su family dissipated the 100-meter fog obstructing his view, and upon seeing Yuan Fei desperately flee, he smirked, stepping onto the ground as if instantaneously appearing before Yuan Fei. His fist poised to strike, great desolation body tempering. Just as the elder's fist wind constricted the air, rendering Yuan Fei immobile and resigned to his fate, the voice of the fifth elder, aged and slightly inebriated, rang out from behind the elder of the Su family. Boom! The fifth elder, having mastered the great desolation body tempering to its zenith, could annihilate a typical second or even third-tier Tian Tong realm warrior with a single punch. And the elder of the Su family was no exception. Struck by this fist imbued with the essence of desolation, he was sent reeling, blood spewing forth, swish, swish behind the fifth elder, for piercing sounds sliced through the air as Yuan Chengfeng and the other elders surrounded Yuan Fei with formidable presence. Su, old dog, you truly possess audacity. How dare you ambush a junior of the Yuan family within our domain? Do you truly believe the members of my Yuan family to be mere soft persimmons for you to manipulate? Two second-tier Tian Tong realm warriors pursuing a mere junior of the Yuan family. How shameless, the fifth elder scoffed, noting Yuan Fei's survival amidst the explosion. While pleased, he pointed an accusatory finger at the elder of the Su family, whose arrogance seemed to eclipse even Yuan Fei's. Yuan Fei killed my grandson. Is it not warranted that I seek his life in return? Even if it leads to mutual destruction today, I shall personally end him. Yuan Fei killed Su Weiyang. Compared to the others, Yuan Chengfeng was particularly concerned with the reason behind Yuan Fei's pursuit by these two, that observing the anxious expression on Yuan Yushuan's face, he and the four elders swiftly approached. Yet the precise cause of the Su family's ire remained somewhat unclear. Upon hearing that Yuan Fei had slain the Su family's second greatest talent, Su Weiyang, the five men gasped in shock. Chapter 72. Slaying the elder of the Su family, the fifth elder's eyes darted, his heart filled with astonishment. And oh wonder, Yuan Fei had been pursued by Su Chenliang and the elder of the Su family to his very doorstep. It turned out he had slain the renowned genius, Su Weiyang. This young man's audacity was indeed extraordinary. Had he miscalculated, he might well have delivered himself to the underworld. Turning his gaze back to the injured elder of the Su family, the fifth elder stood with his hands clasped behind his back, chuckling lightly as he spoke. Let him die. The dead cannot return to Su, old dog. I advise you to come to terms with this. My family's territory cannot accommodate your recklessness. That if you insist on seeking an explanation, you must first inquire whether my fists consent to it. With that, he deliberately extended his hand and blew gently upon his clenched fist. Observing the fifth elder's brazen demeanor, Su Chenliang snorted in discontent. While others may fear your great desolation body tempering, I, Su Chenliang, do not regard it with such trepidation that if I were to unleash my full strength, you would gain naught from this confrontation. At most, we would both meet our demise. Su Chenliang, filled with pride, had once refined a drop of blood from a third-tier superior beast, the violent bear, enhancing his body and meridians. Though it had been a near-death experience, he had survived, perfectly integrating that drop of beast blood into every cell of his being, that if he were to fully unleash his source energy, he would transform into a semi-beast form, possessing not only human intelligence but also the formidable physique of a third-tier beast, rivaling the fifth elder's great desolation body tempering, if not surpassing it. Hearing such an unabashed threat, Yuan Fei gripped his spear and shouted at the suspended Su Chenliang. Our families have long been at odds. It is only a matter of time before we face mutual destruction. Father, grandfathers, rather than waiting idly, let us ensure his complete downfall here. Once Su Chenliang is dead, the Su family will be left leaderless, a mere collection of women and the infirm, unable to stir up any significant trouble. Yuan Chengfeng and the four elders exchanged glances, finding merit in Yuan Fei's words. Thus, the five quickly formed a circle, effectively trapping Su Chenliang and the elder of the Su family within, reminiscent of capturing a turtle in a jar. The Su, old dog, you conspired with outsiders to set a trap that led to my sixth brother's demise. This grudge has long been overdue for reckoning. Yuan Fei merely avenged a slight against his grandfather by killing a junior of your family. Even if you were to slaughter all the weak and elderly, it would merely be vengeance. You two pursue a junior of the Yuan family in broad daylight. If we do not respond, would we not become a laughingstock in the city? The fifth elder quivered his lips, delivering a powerful punch without affording Su Chenliang any response. The sky resonated with explosive sounds as the two were thrust apart by the force, and Su Chenliang had transformed into a different form. His martial arts robe had been completely torn asunder, his stature increasing by several centimeters, arms and chest adorned with dense, brownish-yellow fur, resembling a vividly alive beast. From his body emanated an intensely dangerous aura. far more solid than the desolation energy exuded by the fifth elder, elevating him by at least 2 tiers, granting Su Chunliang the terrifying strength of a 4th-tier Tian Tong realm warrior. The 3 elders, alongside Yuan Chengfeng, unleashed their fists in unison, their combined source energy plummeting from the heavens, once again driving the elder of the Su family into the ground. The fissures that spread across the earth extended for several hundred meters. Though the elder of the Su family possessed 2nd-tier Tian Tong realm martial prowess, surpassing the 3 elders by a tier, Yuan Chengfeng was indeed a genuine 2nd-tier Tian Tong realm warrior. Despite having sustained significant internal damage, the elder of the Su family could not withstand the combined assault of the 3 elders, let alone Yuan Chengfeng's punch. Crack. In an instant, the 5th elder and Su Chunliang were forced back several paces. Their exchanges evenly matched. Only the shattering glass sounds echoing from the heavens left Yuan Fei with a sense of dread. Fortunately, the elder of the Su family had received the united attack of the 4. Collapsing to the ground, his breath faltering in resignation, in the span of a single day, not only had a talent from their family perished, but also the mightiest elder, aside from himself, had been lost alongside Su Weiyang. In the sky, Su Chunliang roared in fury, as if intent on shattering the very heavens above. He exhaled a breath of murky air, his bloodshot eyes coursing with crimson veins. The beastly transformation had rendered his form reminiscent of the violent bear. His lips slightly curled, dripping with saliva. Yuan family, today's humiliation will be repaid 100-fold. In 2 months, it shall be the day your Yuan family is utterly erased from Qingyan City. He unleashed his martial techniques in all directions, gathering momentum, causing his techniques to explode in midair, enveloping everything in a cloud of dust and smoke. With a thunderous crash, the 5th elder, his expression grim, descended from the sky, while Su Chunliang slipped away beneath his very eyes. Pursuit was clearly not the wisest choice. Should they venture beyond Yuan family street, they would surely fall into the elder of the Su family's ambush, likely facing a fate akin to that of the elder of the Su family. Reigning in his energy, the 5th elder addressed Yuan Chengfeng and the 4. The Su family has lost its most formidable elder, although Su Chunliang has refined a drop of demon beast blood. At best, he is merely my equal. Overall, the strength of the Yuan family is even slightly superior. The 4 elders exchanged glances. While a heavy stone settled in their hearts, another mountain loomed ominously. Su Chunliang's escape is akin to releasing a tiger back into the mountains. In the future, every move of the Yuan family in Qingyan City will likely be under the watchful gaze of the Su family. During such times, if a young member of the Yuan family were to leave on their own, it would be tantamount to walking into the jaws of a tiger. Esteemed elders and father, given the heavy blow the Su family has suffered today, the likelihood of them stirring up trouble in the near term is almost non-existent. These next 2 months are critical for the young ones in Qingyan City to hone their skills. Any lapse could lead to disaster in the annual hunting competition, that if I am not mistaken. Any retaliatory actions from the Su family will likely follow the results of the hunting competition. Within that competition, our Yuan family members will undoubtedly be the primary targets of the Su family's assaults. Should something go awry for our youth, it would surely disrupt your spirits. Chapter 73. Preparation by that time. Even if our Yuan family's overall strength surpasses that of the Su family, we may not gain any advantage. Moreover, as far as I know, the Su family has extensive connections. Even engaging with forces outside of Qingyan City, it seems they are also feeling uncertain and plan to seek allies in the coming 2 months. Listening to Yuan Fei's astute analysis, Yuan Chengfeng and the 4 elders nodded with solemn expressions. The 5th elder and Yuan Chengfeng maintained relatively composed demeanors, yet the 2nd elder and others did not exhibit the same calmness. Although Yuan Fei's meteoric rise during the family competition was impressive, the elders viewed him merely as a reckless young master whose strength had surged. However, his actions today genuinely opened their eyes. If Yuan Fei's victory in the family competition was previously met with skepticism, the fact that he has now slain another 7-turn human realm opponent makes it rather inappropriate to label it as mere luck. Especially as they listened to Yuan Fei's explanations, the 3 elders found themselves momentarily at a loss for words, simply nodding in agreement. Years ago, when Yuan Fei's grandfather was still alive, he had suffered a similar setback. They must not allow the young members of the Yuan family to fall into another trap set by the Su family. The Su family's connections indeed surpass those of the Yuan family. If they were to unite, they might easily extinguish our Yuan family. Yuan Chengfeng gazed at Yuan Fei, who seemed to have suddenly matured before him, and felt a pang of bitterness to Fei. Your martial talent is truly reminiscent of your mother. Even I cannot help but feel inferior. Shaking his head to suppress these thoughts, he changed his expression and said, in the coming days, I will make an effort to visit the 3 major families. Even if we can secure the support of just one of them, our Yuan family will no longer need to fear the forces that the Su family may rally. At this point, it seems this is the only viable approach. The 5 elders remained silent, tacitly agreeing with Yuan Qingfeng's assessment. Tomorrow, I plan to take Yushuan and the others to the Wild Mountains, that if they can successfully cultivate the great wilderness body refinement within these 2 months, our young members of the Yuan family will gain substantial self-defense capabilities during the annual hunting competition. The Wild Mountains are fraught with peril, not only teeming with demon beasts, but also plagued by harsh weather conditions. A moment's carelessness could cost one their life in the deep mountains. Are you truly willing to take this risk? The second elder furrowed his brow, his face betraying deep concern. Yuan Fei had already made it clear. Regardless of what happens in the Wild Mountains, every action of the Yuan family in these 2 months will be closely observed by the Su family, that if they were to focus their attention on us, would that not lead to our demise? Even if Yuan Fei is exceptionally strong, he cannot possibly match the strength of the Su family's elders, can he? Rest assured, second grandfather, that I have experience and insights in cultivating the great wilderness body refinement. It is far from impossible to help Yushuan and the others achieve success within 2 months. Tomorrow night, we shall set off under the cover of darkness, doing our utmost to avoid the Su family's watchful eyes. The 3rd and 4th elders exchanged glances and spoke in unison. In that case, we shall accompany you. Esteemed elders, the Yuan family is currently in a precarious situation that, if any elder were to leave, it could yield unforeseen consequences. Should the Su family launch an attack, it would be immensely challenging to hinder them, given the disparity in strength. Seeing the Yuan family's careful considerations, the 3rd and 4th elders could only nod in agreement. If word of their expedition to the Wild Mountains were to leak, the Su family could strike preemptively, delivering an indelible blow to the Yuan family. At this moment, every individual plays a crucial role. Buzz! The undying wicked spear in Yuan Fei's hand transformed into a brilliant crimson light, resembling a red ribbon woven from elemental energy that ended the astonished and dazed gazes of the others. It coalesced into a graceful, tall, and perfect figure. Wuxia has met Uncle Yuan and the esteemed elders. With a gasp, the others instinctively recoiled, and then several sounds of spitting blood echoed from their throats. Although they had encountered Wuxia before, they had not anticipated her ability to morph between human and weapon forms. While the perfect fusion of demon beast blood within her might grant her a semi-beast transformation akin to Su Chenliang's, the transformation of a weapon into a human form. Yuan Qingfeng's face contorted in disbelief. He had seen Wuxia several times before and had grown quite fond of the charming young girl, finding her infinitely more appealing than the women outside. He had even contemplated presiding over a wedding for the two when Yuan Fei turned 18. But now, as Yuan Fei and Wuxia playfully engaged in front of them, Yuan Chengfeng and the elders appeared somewhat vexed. This young man harbored numerous secrets and displayed astonishing boldness, but it now seemed that his audacity extended even to his peculiar tastes upon returning to the Yuan family. Yuan Yushuan and the others were waiting at the entrance, their figures appearing faintly in Yuan Fei's gaze. Upon seeing Yuan Fei return, Yuan Yin waved her fair, snow-like hand energetically at him. Without hesitation, Yuan Chengfeng ushered the bewildered group inside, firmly shutting the gates of the Yuan family estate. After explaining the situation to Yuan Yushuan and the others, he hurriedly departed with the 4 elders, presumably to discuss the next steps for the Yuan family. And a wonder grandfather wore such an expression. It seems our Yuan family is truly on the brink of confrontation with the Su family. Upon hearing that the Su family's eldest elder had perished, the excitement in their hearts morphed into profound anxiety that if even the elders are resorting to violence, one of the Yuan or Su families is destined for ruin. Observing Yuan Yushuan still asleep in Yuan Xiong's embrace, Yuan Fei's gaze momentarily froze. He exchanged a knowing look with Wuxia and said, "You 3 should begin preparations, that if you are unafraid of death, join me in the Wild Mountains tomorrow night." With that, He and Wuxia swiftly made their way to their room. As they disappeared around the corner, Yuan Yuxuan, the first to regain her senses, huffed softly and declared, I must go to the Wild Mountains. As a member of the Yuan family, I must contribute in any way I can. The best I can do is to improve my martial prowess, ensuring I do not become a burden to Yuan Fei during the hunting competition. If you two lack the courage, then it is enough for Yuan Fei and me. Yuan Xiong's rugged and honest face immediately darkened with displeasure. What do you mean by that, Yuxuan? Although I am a distant descendant, I am still a member of the Yuan family. Now that such events have transpired, do you expect me to sit idly by? Therefore, I will certainly join you in the Wild Mountains. Chapter 74. Refining the Demonic Ring He. Indeed, I, Yuan Lei, am not one to shy away from challenges. If something so trivial could dissuade me from going to the Wild Mountains, that would be utterly impossible. Seeing that Yuan Xiong and Yuan Lei had both expressed their intentions, Yuan Yuxuan finally smiled in satisfaction at the two, leaving behind a captivating allure as she departed. Yuan Fei closed the door tightly and said, Wuxia, have you obtained the medicinal herbs I asked you to procure? Yes, in response to the young master. These herbs are quite common and will not suffer significant loss of potency. Based on my observations, the herbs from the street vendors are even cheaper than those from the apothecary. To ensure I have enough for the young master, all the herbs in my possession are bargains found at the markets. With a flick of her delicate hand, several herbs flew out from the light silver ring on her finger. Upon seeing the robust and potent herbs, Yuan Fei couldn't help but pinch Wuxia's small, delicate nose, his heart swelling with gratitude as he remarked, Wuxia, you truly are the perfect woman by my side. Such shrewdness and capability. If you could remain by my side indefinitely, I would have no regrets. Noticing Yuan Fei's exaggerated expression of sorrow, Wuxia giggled and replied, Young master, do you often use such words to win over the hearts of girls? If the young master's words to Wuxia were truly heartfelt, then Wuxia would willingly remain by his side for eternity. Having said this, she gently rose onto her tiptoes and, like a chick pecking at rice, gave a fleeting kiss upon Yuan Fei's lips with her tender, sweet cherry blossom-like mouth. Blushing furiously, she narrowed her enchanting, dreamy eyes, awaiting Yuan Fei's next response. Who is Yuan Fei, a roguish, frivolous scion, a wastrel who has dallied with countless women? He has never faltered in the presence of any beautiful woman. Yet today, inexplicably, after Wuxia's gentle kiss, an unusual, fiery sensation coursed through him. Wuxia had signed a blood pact with the young master, binding her to him for life. Could it be that the young master harbored disdain for her as the immortal evil spear? Noticing Yuan Fei's prolonged silence, Wuxia clasped her delicate hands tightly in front of her, appearing both shy and somewhat dejected. Startled by her words, Yuan Fei hastily shook his head, losing all reservations as he cupped her lowered face in his large hands and grinned mischievously, saying, The young master cares not for Wuxia's identity. As long as you sincerely stay by my side, you shall be the most important woman in my life. Young master, Wuxia's stunningly beautiful face rendered Yuan Fei momentarily weak, compelling him to embrace her tightly. Just as he leaned in to claim a taste from her cherry lips, the evil demon sovereign, unable to bear the sight, erupted from him in disgust, exclaiming, Enough of this! You two are truly exasperating. My goosebumps are enough to serve as 2 side dishes with a twist. Yuan Fei turned to see the evil demon sovereign observing them from his left, eyes gleaming with amusement, startling him. Meanwhile, Wuxia pushed against Yuan Fei's heated chest, her face reddening like a ripe apple as she turned away, covering her face with her hands. Heh, you little rascal, you truly have the charm of my youth. We are like the long-lost girl killers of the spirit linking continent. The evil demon sovereign chuckled. Yuan Fei cast a disdainful glance at the sovereign's diminutive, dark figure, smirking as he retorted, This young master has traversed the flower fields for years. I truly cannot fathom which woman would be interested in an old thing like you. His playful grin elicited a few shy giggles from Wuxia, and the rosy hue on her cheeks gradually faded. Ahem, you little brat, always undermining me. The evil demon sovereign rolled his eyes. Realizing he was merely jesting and not truly offended, he shifted the topic, saying, Refine the evil demon ring, and you can attempt to use it to concoct first-grade elixirs. He formed a seal with his hands, and the evil demon ring, which had been stubbornly stuck on Yuan Fei, floated out like a finely crafted piece of black jade. Yuan Fei grasped it in his palm, and the dark, rich light slowly merged into the ring. Heh, with this ring, if utilized properly, it's akin to having an alchemist by your side, allowing you to concoct elixirs and barter with ease. Cherish it well. As he spoke, a complex expression of relief and nostalgia appeared on the evil demon sovereign's face. As if confiding in an old companion, he added, "He is my only disciple worthy of my attention. I trust you will not tarnish your own reputation in his hands." Ling Tian. For the first time, Yuan Fei heard his own name from the lips of the evil demon sovereign. That I have absorbed all the azure patterns from the evil demon ring. While my soul level has not increased, it hasn't diminished either. That I'll help you suppress the ring's resistance. Take this opportunity to refine it directly. With that, the evil demon sovereign swiftly formed a prayer seal, and the evil demon ring emitted a heavy, resonant hum. Suddenly, a thick wave of dark demonic energy surged forth, coalescing into a struggling skull. With a flick of his hand, the evil demon sovereign enveloped himself and Yuan Fei in a barrier of demonic energy to prevent the overwhelming force from escaping and causing a disturbance. As the day wore on and dusk approached, the dark sphere encasing them remained ominously silent. Finally, under Wuxia's watchful gaze, the 3-meter-wide dark sphere shattered with a sound like breaking glass, revealing a clear, luminous spiderweb pattern that spread outwards. Yuan Fei kicked away the energy shield and stretched his limbs, placing the evil demon ring back onto his left middle finger. "Young master, you have succeeded, right?" Wuxia's crystalline eyes sparkled with anticipation. After caressing her flawless, smooth face, he merely smiled mysteriously, avoiding a direct answer to her question. Instead, he gathered the herbs from the table and tossed them along with 5 varieties obtained from the family competition into the evil demon ring. A flicker of unassuming dark light flashed as Yuan Fei lightly flicked the ring, and a handful of enticing, fragrant, yellowish elixirs appeared in his palm. Chapter 75. The journey begins indeed. The evil demon ring possesses remarkable power. After my blood refinement, it effortlessly produced such a large quantity of first-grade elixirs. Yuan Fei rubbed his nose, gazing at the round elixirs in his palm. Counting at least 10, he chuckled. While concocting first-grade elixirs was a seamless task. The ring's capabilities were still limited by his own strength, akin to Wuxia's current state. Only through continuous improvement would it grow stronger in his hands. The evil demon sovereign's words resonated with Yuan Fei, who nodded vigorously in agreement. The evil demon ring had fully recognized him as its master. Yet due to Yuan Fei's current level of cultivation, he could only use it to produce first-grade elixirs. Nonetheless, Yuan Fei remained undeterred, knowing that since the evil demon sovereign had entrusted him with 2 great treasures, he could not let down Ling Tian's reputation. Extracting 3 elixirs, he carelessly stuffed the remaining ones back into the ring. Casting a glance at the darkening sky, Yuan Fei took Wuxia's smooth, jade-like hand and led her out of the room. Outside, he found Yuan Yuxuan and the others clad in their battle robes, brimming with excitement, while behind them, Yuan Qingfeng and 4 elders turned to him with satisfied expressions de faire. "While this endeavor is perilous, we have no choice that I and the elders must strive to recruit talents within these 3 months. The expedition to the Savage Mountains will depend on you. Yuan Fei, the hunting competition is imminent. If those 3 cannot successfully refine the great wilderness body tempering, our Yuan family may have to forfeit the annual hunting competition. While this may temporarily safeguard your lives, it would tarnish our family's dignity and reputation." Observing the grave expressions of Yuan Qingfeng and the 5th elder, Yuan Fei remained remarkably calm as he nodded, assuring them, "Rest assured, father and elders. The Yuan family will not only participate in the annual hunting competition, but will also achieve remarkable results. In 2 months, our Yuan family shall become the brightest star in Qingyan City." After bidding farewell, the group left the Yuan family's path, moving swiftly through the pitch-black night. Before exiting Qingyan City, they proceeded cautiously, controlling their speed meticulously. However, once they were outside the city, their pace accelerated dramatically. Vanishing into the night like a gust of wind, Su Ritian had recently entered the realm of 8-turn human connectivity. With my current 4-turn human connectivity cultivation, even if I fully unleash the serpent's ghost finger, it would hardly make a decisive impact, unless I could successfully advance to 5-turn human connectivity and combine it with the Kangxi 9 fingers. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Yuan Fei's resolve strengthened. Since Yuan Chengfeng and the four elders placed such trust in him, he was determined to ensure they experienced a qualitative leap within these 2 months. 3 streaks of yellowish light shot from Yuan Fei's palm towards the 3 behind him. Yuan Yuxuan and her companions exchanged glances, gripping the 3 elixirs, and gasped in astonishment upon realizing their high quality. Sixth brother, these first-grade elixirs are of superior quality, enough to elevate a human connectivity warrior by a whole level. Are you truly willing to give them to us? Yuan Lei exclaimed, holding the fragrant elixir, his shock and curiosity intensifying. Suddenly, a thought struck him, causing a cold sweat to break out on his back. From yesterday until tonight, the Yuan family had kept their doors tightly shut, and Yuan Fei had not stepped outside his room all day. So, where did he obtain the elixirs he gifted to them? Upon contemplating the sole possibility, how might he, Yuan Lei, maintain such composure? Sixth brother, forgive my candor, but could it be that this elixir was concocted by your own hand? Startled by Yuan Lei's sudden exclamation, Yuan Yuxuan and Yuan Xiong turned their gazes towards the slender and unassuming figure before them, their hearts swelling with a measure of conviction. I am acquainted with a highly esteemed alchemist. That old curmudgeon, upon observing my exceptional physique, insisted on taking me as his disciple that I refused, and thus he resorted to incessantly offering me pills as a demonstration of his sincerity. Yuan Fei shrugged nonchalantly, concealing the truth of his alchemical endeavors. The secret of the demonic ring, after all, is best kept from prying eyes. That as his words fell, the demonic sovereign within him huffed in indignation, exclaiming, "You little rascal!" The innocent and knowing Xie, with an alluring smile, turned her head away, suppressing a few chuckles. Unaware of the underlying nuances, Yuan Lei and the others displayed expressions of shock and intrigue. It is well known that alchemists are among the most revered figures in the entire spirit communication continent, and countless individuals have paid a steep price to earn their favor. Given the rarity of such beings, their temperaments are often eccentric, while not all are arrogant. Many possess a haughty demeanor. To catch the eye of an alchemist is to elevate oneself above the masses. Upon hearing of a distinguished alchemist seeking a disciple, and even offering several first-grade pills, the expressions of Yuan Yuxuan and her companions shifted dramatically, their minds becoming clouded with the implications of such news. This lad truly does not understand the gravity of the situation. To be chosen by an alchemist is a rare fortune that many would covet. How can Yuan Fei remain so unfazed, displaying not a trace of awe? The more Yuan Yuxuan contemplated, the more her composure faltered, prompting her to exhale deeply. Brother Yuan Fei, since this esteemed alchemist insists on accepting you as a disciple, why would you turn down such an opportunity? If our Yuan family could forge an alliance with an alchemist, our standing in the entire Qingyan city would elevate instantaneously. With an alchemist on our side, would we then have to fear other families and factions? Yuan Xiong's inquiries momentarily left Yuan Fei at a loss for words. Initially, he merely intended to bestow the pills upon the 3 of them, never anticipating that his casual fib would evoke such a significant stir. However, Yuan Xiong's thoughts served as a reminder to him. Though these first-grade pills are valuable, they pale in comparison to the standards of major families, that if he were to rely solely on such trifles to win their favor, it would be nothing but a delusion. Yet, if he could procure higher-grade pills, then attracting the attention of powerful factions would hardly be a daunting task. The affairs of the Yuan family must be resolved by us, while alchemists are indeed precious. Employing them merely as a shield may not guarantee their heartfelt cooperation with the Yuan family. Yuan Fei chuckled, a bold idea suddenly igniting in his mind. Chapter 76. Striking the 5th transformation of human communication realm, it seems I must hasten to spread the word of the connection between the alchemist and the Yuan family. The 5 great families are not fools. How can I make this news appear more credible? Perhaps the auction house will serve as the most effective facilitator of this plan. Gazing at the darkened sky ahead, Yuan Fei narrowed his eyes slightly. First-grade pills, aside from the ones given to Yuan Yuxuan and the 3rd sister, he still possessed 7, that these 7 pills would be sufficient to exchange for an equivalent number of first-grade superior barbarian beast crystals from a family. He believed that if he boldly disseminated this information, countless martial artists would flock to him, eager to seize the opportunity. Though first-grade pills can only be utilized by the younger generation, for those in middle and lower-tier families and factions. Every young individual represents the family's future and hope. Observing the silence of the three, Yuan Fei merely smiled to himself, while Xie playfully winked at him. That must be the wilderness mountain. The ominous horizon before him appeared as if a tempest of dark clouds had converged, shrouding the area within 100 miles in a thick, black mist, further deepening the already shadowy night. The roars of battling beasts resonated, heightening the vigilance of the group, including Yuan Fei. The wilderness mountain was no comparison to the back mountains of Qingyan City. Here, the beasts were not only numerous but formidable as well. Not to mention the first-tier spirit beasts, there were even third-tier beasts that could rival martial artists of the heavenly communication realm. As they descended to the outermost fringes of the wilderness mountain, Yuan Fei could distinctly hear the sound of Yuan Lei and the others swallowing hard, that a careful sniff revealed the air was thick with the scent of blood. The desolation of this place far exceeding their imaginations. They had only heard tales of the wilderness mountain's reputation, but this was their first close encounter with such a lifeless expanse. The beasts atop the mountain were clearly delineated, with the creatures on the periphery being mostly first-tier inferior beasts, presenting little threat to the formidable trio. As the sky began to clear ever so slightly, Yuan Fei exchanged glances with the others, and the five of them swiftly made their way towards the mountainside. Upon locating the cave from which the azure-patterned stone had been extracted, they found the once mighty flame sky bear had been completely devoured, reduced to a pile of bones. After driving away a few lurking wolf beasts from the cave and ensuring there were no further dangers, Yuan Yushuan and the others eagerly settled down. The desolation within this area was several times more potent than at the mountain's base, making it an ideal locale for cultivating the great wilderness body refinement technique, ensuring maximum efficiency. Yuan Fei glanced at the eager trio and gently ran his fingers through Xie's silky hair. Speaking softly, "Xie, thank you for helping us guard our safety." Xie nodded, her lips forming a delicate smile as she encouraged the others to persevere. Yuan Fei and the three formed a structured fan-like formation, simultaneously forming a seal and placing their hands gently on their dantian. Yuan Fei lightly tapped his forehead, gathering a visible orb of light in his hand, which he calmly transferred into the minds of Yuan Lei and the others. Indeed, this orb of light represented the insights they had longed for. These insights had been distilled from the foundational teachings of the Fifth Elder, further simplified to cater specifically to martial artists of the human communication realm. As the insights penetrated their minds, the trio's expressions shifted dramatically as they grappled with the strange sensations coursing through them, slowly digesting the straightforward, yet forceful teachings that if one cannot endure the suffering brought about by the great wilderness body refinement, then one should simply give up. This technique is not for the faint of heart. Yuan Fei opened his eyes, stretching his neck and arms, continuing, "If your internal source energy is exhausted, consume the pills I have given you. With the aid of those pills, your source energy consumption during the great wilderness body refinement will be somewhat safeguarded. During these 2 months, I intend to train diligently in the wilderness mountain. After 2 months, I hope to see a transformed version of all of you." With that, Yuan Fei swiftly took Xie's hand and darted out of the cave, forcefully striking the cave entrance with a peculiar palm technique. As the massive stones tumbled down, partially sealing the entrance and leaving only a narrow opening for the desolate energy to flow through, he declared, "Undying evil spear." In response, Xie swiftly transformed into a scarlet ribbon, straightening in Yuan Fei's hand, revealing the formidable and sinister form of the undying evil spear. After casually slaying dozens of first-tier middle beasts not far from the cave, Yuan Fei tossed their carcasses outside the entrance to amplify the scent of blood before turning resolutely to ascend higher. He paused on a protruding knife-like boulder halfway up the mountain, casting his gaze down at a dozen shadows below. Indeed, they were the first-tier superior beasts, the split barbarian cattle he sought at that moment. Yuan Fei found himself directly above their lair, yet the split barbarian cattle were preoccupied, tearing into the carcass of a recently deceased unknown beast, oblivious to the figure seated atop the stone. Observing the ferocious beasts devouring their prey, he abandoned the reckless idea of leaping down to confront them. Even facing one of the split barbarian cattle alone would require him to prepare the snake ghost finger and ice crocodile formation in tandem to have any hope of victory. To confront several split barbarian cattle, each comparable to martial artists of the 7th or 9th transformation of the human communication realm, would be nothing short of suicidal. Not only do the split barbarian cattle possess immense strength, but their speed ranks among the top within first-tier superior beasts. Should he provoke them now, he would likely perish before he could even summon the Ice Crocodile formation. Doubt if I can successfully break through to the 5th transformation of the human communication realm. I could begin to train in the Tsang Xian 9 Fingers technique. At that point, leveraging the power of formations to simultaneously strike down several split barbarian cattle would not be entirely out of reach. With this thought in mind, Yuan Fei retrieved the few remaining drops of Ghost Lamp Grass liquid and 2 first-grade pills. The remaining liquid was unlikely to suffice for a successful breakthrough. And given Yuan Fei's cultivation of the great demon scripture, the effect of consuming a single pill would be negligible. He could only attempt to swallow both pills alongside the Ghost Lamp Grass liquid in hopes of breaking through to the 5th transformation of the human communication realm. As Gu Dong swallowed the elixirs simultaneously, an intense and fiery sensation surged forth from his lower abdomen. He dared not allow even the slightest hint of relaxation or complacency. Instead, he straightened his posture. For each breath he took sent ripples of energy radiating from his very being. The source energy coursing through his meridians accelerated exponentially in that fleeting moment. Chapter 77. The 9 Fingers of Tsang Xia. A powerful vibration resonated around him, causing Yuan Fei's heart to quicken with unease. The potency contained within the 2 elixirs perfectly matched the remaining few drops of Ghost Lantern Herb's essence. If an ordinary warrior were to consume them, they might easily break through 2 or 3 realms. However, for Yuan Fei, who had cultivated the great demon cannon, it merely granted him the qualification to challenge the 5th transformation of human communication. The medicinal energy surged wildly within him, and within a mere quarter of an hour, he was drenched in sweat from head to toe. Concentrate, Yuan Fei murmured, directing the rich source energy through his 15 major meridians. Racing towards his demon Dan upon touching the pure Yang demon Dan, the formless medicinal energy transformed into pitch-black demonic energy, igniting fiercely on the surface of the source Dan, utterly consuming it. With a resounding crash, an overwhelming aura erupted from him, potent enough to obliterate a warrior at the 3rd transformation of human communication. The sparse source energy in the surrounding environment swiftly converged towards him, continuously flooding into his body. The area around him felt as if a tranquil pond had been disturbed by a falling stone, sending ripples cascading outward. As the air settled from the distortion, he smiled, clenching his fist. After nearly a month of effort, with the assistance of the 2 elixirs and the Ghost Lantern Herb's essence, Yuan Fei had finally stepped into the realm of the 5th transformation of human communication. With a swift punch thrown into the air, the force generated a tearing sound, rivaling the power of any attack from a warrior at the 7th transformation of human communication. Now I can annihilate a 7th transformation warrior with just my fists, without even resorting to the Ice Crocodile formation. With that, Yuan Fei eagerly retrieved the medium-grade martial art, Tsang Xie Jiuji, gifted to him by Yuan Shi'er from his infernal demon ring. This martial art comprised 9 fingers, distinguishing itself from ordinary martial arts that categorized progress into beginner, minor achievements, and major achievements. Instead, it employed the prowess of the 9 fingers as its measure. 1 finger strikes the heavens, 9 fingers shatter the cosmos. This Tsang Xie Jiuji was indeed peculiar. Though it lacked the divisions of major and minor achievements, mastering the 9 fingers would undoubtedly place it on par with superior grade martial arts. Elated, Yuan Fei began forming the seals necessary for practicing Tsang Xie Jiuji, relentlessly targeting the elusive acupoints. Only by connecting these acupoints could the martial art be executed correctly. After nearly half a month of meditative practice, he finally grazed the surface of the first 2 fingers. Although merely a surface touch, it was far superior to the achievements of the Tung Shi Gui Ji. As he moved his stiff and numb body, strange popping sounds emanated from within his bones, reminiscent of beans frying. Observing the dozen or so split-bull beasts entering and exiting, Yuan Fei's gaze shifted. He swiftly condensed an ice crocodile formation in his left hand, while simultaneously gathering the first 2 fingers of Tsang Xie Jiuji in his right. Though the Tsang Xie Jiuji lacked the shaping ability of Tung Shi Gui Ji, the formidable energy contained within it was enough to evoke trepidation in any observer, instilling a chilling aura within their hearts. Tsang Xie Jiuji, first finger, strike the heavens. Second finger, split the earth. Yuan Fei unleashed the uncontrollable source energy from his right fingers, slamming it into the ice crocodile formation. Whoosh! The edge of the ice crocodile formation radiated subtle heart wheel fluctuations, pulsing with each beat of Yuan Fei's heart, revealing distinct waves of strength and weakness.